Fang Lin traversed into the world of Lanxing, a realm where both beast taming and technological civilizations flourished. Only a select few were capable of awakening the talent of a beast tamer, thereby forging a soul contract with extraordinary creatures that would fight on their behalf. At the onset, he formed a pact with a boundary beast, gaining the limitless defensive capabilities of a conceptual deity. Chapter 1. Crossing into the beast taming world. In the ninth domain of Lanxing, within the confines of the first hospital in Shannon City. The searing pain in his head compelled Fang Lin to utter a soft exclamation, his eyelids heavy as he struggled to open his eyes. Am I in a hospital? He mumbled to himself, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached him, his expression brimming with concern. Fang Lin, you have finally awakened. What happened to you? The man's tone was urgent, tinged with a hint of anxiety. Fang Lin endeavored to shake off the fog of pain, blinking as he gazed at the middle-aged gentleman. You are? The man appeared taken aback, turning to glance at a nearby doctor. The doctor subsequently approached, his voice calm. The patient has sustained a severe blow to the head, consistent with symptoms of a mild concussion. Temporary memory loss is a common occurrence, rest assured. This condition is typically transient. Just allow your brain some time to recuperate. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a deep sigh, seemingly relieved, and redirected his attention to Fang Lin. It's a relief to hear that. Your name is Fang Lin, a student from Shannon No. 3 High School. I am your homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. Noticing the look of bewilderment on Fang Lin's face, he offered further clarification. 2 days ago, you were discovered unconscious by the roadside, and a group of kind-hearted citizens brought you to the hospital. With that, Mr. Zhang retrieved a dirty backpack from a nearby chair and handed it to Fang Lin. This is your backpack, which was found not far from where you collapsed. Although your beast taming talent is rather ordinary, and you have yet to establish a contract with a creature, this does not signify that you should give up on yourself. I am aware of your circumstances, and I believe in your potential. Rest here for a few days. Once you recover, you'll be able to discharge in a couple of days. Remember to return to school. Afterward, do not neglect your studies. Having said this, Mr. Zhang departed the ward along with the doctor, leaving Fang Lin alone, ensnared in a tumult of thoughts. Fang Lin felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Mr. Zhang? The college entrance examination? What on earth was happening? He furrowed his brow, striving to recollect anything, but all he encountered was a void. The college entrance examination that occurred many years ago. He cast his gaze down at the backpack before him, casually opening it to reveal several thick tomes. Fang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. The 3-year breakthrough to level 5 in beast taming, nutrition of extraordinary beasts, postpartum care for extraordinary beasts. Had he really traversed to another world? Beast taming? He murmured, his heartbeat quickening that moment. A sudden and intense sensation surged through his mind as memories from 2 lifetimes flooded in, overtaking his consciousness like a tidal wave. He recalled that in his previous life, he had graduated from university only to find himself unemployed, donning the yellow garb of a deliverman for 3 years. After eagerly anticipating the spring festival, he had excitedly purchased tickets for a holiday film, yearning for a moment of respite, when suddenly, as he entered the shopping mall, a model of a boundary beast plummeted from the top floor, hurtling directly toward his head. Goodness, it was made of bronze. What terrible luck I had. The last image from his previous life materialized in his mind. When he next awoke, the world had transformed. He discovered that he had inexplicably crossed into an unfamiliar realm, becoming a second-year student at a high school, sharing the same name, Fang Lin. From memories of the original Fang Lin, he learned that this world was called Lanxing, bearing no relation to his former Earth. The technological civilization here was on par with Earth, yet distinctly different due to its unique beast-taming culture. Centuries ago, the sky of this planet had been suddenly torn asunder by a spatial rift, allowing a vast influx of spiritual energy from the other side. The emergence of this energy prompted the flora and fauna of Lanxing to undergo unprecedented growth and evolution at a frenzied pace. Humans were astonished to find that once ordinary plants and animals had transformed into formidable beings, capable of opposing humanity. Thus, these mutated creatures were dubbed extraordinary beasts. With the advent of extraordinary beasts, their demand for resources surged dramatically, consuming vast amounts of natural resources and encroaching upon human habitats. Faced with the threat of these creatures, humanity was compelled to wage a war for survival. Thus began a protracted conflict spanning 2 centuries between humans and extraordinary beasts. Initially, humans found themselves at a disadvantage against the ferocious onslaught of the extraordinary beasts, unable to secure victory even with the use of firearms. It was not until the emergence of a new profession, the beast tamer, that humanity's plight was fundamentally reversed. Beast tamers possessed a unique ability. They could forge contracts with extraordinary beasts. Once a contract was established, the extraordinary beast would heed the commands of the beast tamer, becoming a powerful combat partner. This pivotal role of the beast tamers in the struggle against extraordinary beasts made them indispensable to humanity's survival and development. Due to their crucial contributions in this drawn-out war, the social status of beast tamers rapidly ascended, making them the most revered and sought-after profession in Lanxing. Not only did beast tamers possess the ability to communicate with extraordinary beasts, but they also enjoyed access to the finest resources and the most formidable support. In this society, becoming a beast tamer signified an enviable status and power that others coveted. To cultivate more beast tamers, schools across Lanxing began to implement beast taming education from an early age. This was not merely a specialized course, but a core component of the entire educational system. Indeed, many institutions regarded the cultivation of elite beast tamers as their fundamental educational philosophy. Consequently, beast taming education became a vital aspect of the college entrance examination. Beast tamer, it appears to be a commendable profession, far more desirable than my previous life as a deliverman, Fang Lin mused. However, the pressing matter at hand is to ascertain who sought the life of the original Fang Lin. Fang Lin was unwilling to merely hold a fleeting experience card, only to be sent away once again. He bore the pain at the back of his head, striving to recollect the events from 3 days prior. Gradually, the memories began to crystallize. 3 days prior, after school, while traversing a secluded path, he observed 3 individuals lurking nearby, seemingly engaged in some nefarious transaction. However, at that moment, he paid little heed, casting but a fleeting glance before resuming his journey. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly inconsequential glance rendered him their target. Consequently, he was struck from behind, rendering him unconscious. What a catastrophic beginning! By the way, don't all traversers receive some kind of boon? What does one claim it? Ding! Fang Lin felt a jolt of realization, having perused numerous novels about transmigration in his previous life. He was well aware that such a sound heralded the arrival of a system. Visitor in room 192. At that moment, the nurse's voice echoed in his ears. I am feeling rather sour. Fang Lin was utterly disheartened. Chapter 2. The classification of beast tamers. Fang Lin collected his thoughts, a wave of curiosity washing over him as he pondered who might come to visit at this moment. He soon realized that the original Fang Lin had few friends. His parents were esteemed researchers at a local biopharmaceutical company in Shannan, affording him a life free from want since childhood. However, everything changed when he turned 12. A tragic laboratory accident claimed his mother's life, marking the first significant blow in Fang Lin's life. Less than a year after her passing, his father returned home with a beautiful woman and a boy of similar age. It was later revealed to Fang Lin that this boy was his father's illegitimate son, and the woman's identity was all too clear. With the arrival of these 2 individuals, Fang Lin's life deteriorated day by day. Initially, his stepmother and the boy, Fang Yi, took advantage of his father's absence to bully him, and their cruelty only escalated over time, with his father turning a blind eye and even condoning such behavior. Young Fang Lin faced relentless torment at home, with no relatives from his mother's side to offer solace. He became increasingly reclusive, and friendships were scarce, leading him to adapt to a solitary existence. Upon entering high school, his father purchased a splendid property in the heart of Shannan City, moving in with his stepmother and Fang Yi, while Fang Lin opted to remain in the old house. Continuing his solitary lifestyle, his only close companion was his deskmate, Luo Xing. The hospital room door swung open, revealing the ample figure of Luo Xing. Lindsay, are you all right? You've been missing for 3 days, and I was worried sick. Luo Xing's voice preceded his entrance. Fang Lin smiled at the sight of Luo Xing carrying bags of fruit, a reminder that this world was not entirely devoid of warmth. Luo Xing approached Fang Lin's bedside, scrutinizing his injuries with a furrowed brow. Who did this? How could anyone be so ruthless to a mere ordinary person? Fang Lin shook his head, aware that the assailant, having dealt a lethal blow, would likely strike again upon realizing he had survived. He wished to shield Luo Xing from any further entanglement. I thought you might have done something rash when I didn't see you. It was Teacher Zhang who informed me about your hospitalization yesterday. What makes you think I would be so reckless? Fang Lin replied, slightly astonished. Oh please, spare me the act. I heard that your half-brother, Fang Yi, awakened an A-grade beast taming talent. making him a top-tier genius in Shannin City. As Luo Xing spoke, he fiddled with the fruit in his hands. A grade. It dawned on Fang Lin that he had only awakened a C-grade beast taming talent, the same as Luo Xing. In Lanxing, beast tamers' talents are classified into 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. The higher the talent level, the greater the affinity with extraordinary beasts, increasing the likelihood of forming contracts with higher-tier beasts. Furthermore, a higher talent level results in a larger beast space within the tamer, providing a more conducive environment for the beast's growth. Likewise, extraordinary beasts possess varying potential levels, ranked from low to high as black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, epic, legendary, and mythical. The existence of levels beyond mythical remains uncertain, for the history of beast tamers spans only a few hundred years, and educational materials are subject to change. Fang Lin learned from the textbooks of Lanxing that a beast tamer with an F-grade talent could only form contracts with beasts of black iron potential, while a C-grade talent could form contracts with beasts of gold potential at most. The potential of extraordinary beasts can be enhanced through various means, such as genetic agents, biochemical modifications, or the use of rare materials. These postnatal enhancements can break through normal limitations, allowing low-talent tamers to form contracts with high-potential beasts. Fang Yi, being Fang Lin's half-brother with an A-grade talent, could currently form contracts with beasts of diamond potential. Should Fang Yi aspire to contract even higher-tier beasts, such as epic or legendary, he would need external assistance to elevate the beast's potential. This practice is common among beast tamers in Lanxing, who typically choose to contract the highest-tier beasts permitted by their talents, subsequently enhancing those beasts' potential through external means. Luo Xing continued his chatter. I heard your father and stepmother are raising funds to buy Fang Yi a diamond-grade beast egg. They came looking for you 2 days ago, but when they couldn't find you, I suspect they might be eyeing the house you currently reside in. Upon hearing this, Fang Lin's expression darkened. The old house was the only inheritance left by his mother and was registered in his name. He was taken aback by his father's ruthlessness in targeting the property. Don't worry, that's just my guess. Just avoid them for now, Luo Xing hurriedly reassured him. Eventually, I will have to face them. We will see what happens then. Fang Lin sighed, his mood slightly calmed. By the way, I heard you have already formed a contract with an extraordinary beast? Let me see what grade it is. He glimpsed the information of Luo Xing's contracted beast from his wristband. Beast name, Golden Horn Bull. Beast potential, gold. Beast level, none. Combat power, 23. Defense, 19. Beast skills, none. An extraordinary beast of gold potential. Impressive. Congratulations. Your parents must have invested over 2 million federal coins. A gold tier beast cub is already so expensive. A diamond tier would likely cost upwards of 10 million. Fang Lin remarked, infused with a hint of envy. Becoming a first-level beast tamer before the college entrance examination is now your next goal, he added. That's easier said than done. To become a first-level beast tamer, both the beast's defense and combat power need to exceed 1,000. With over a year until the college entrance exam, I hope I can make it, Luo Xing replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Fang Lin patted Luo Xing's shoulder. Don't worry, you should be fine. Those with a C-grade talent typically become successful beast tamers. I'm not so much worried about that. The monthly upkeep for the extraordinary beast alone costs over 10,000, and there are skills it needs to learn, all requiring substantial federal coins. I feel somewhat guilty for my parents, Luo Xing confessed, sharing a similar background to Fang Lin. Coming from a modest family where his parents spared no effort to support his aspirations of becoming a beast tamer. Sensing the atmosphere grow heavy, Fang Lin encouraged. If you truly feel guilty, strive to become a powerful beast tamer. Only then can you bring change and hope to your family. Luo Xing gazed at him, determination flickering in his eyes. Yes, I will. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, what about you? Understanding Fang Lin's situation, Luo Xing felt a twinge of sympathy. As for me, Fang Lin smiled lightly, an air of ease about him. You need not worry. My ambition is to become a Dragon Knight beast tamer. A Dragon Knight? Luo Xing's eyes widened in surprise. That is not impossible, but gold-tier dragon-type extraordinary beasts are exceedingly rare. Indeed, dragons do exist. Chapter 3, The Origin of the Boundary Beast. After bidding farewell to Luo Xing, Fang Lin felt a considerable lightness in his heart. As his understanding of this world deepened, he became increasingly invigorated. If he could truly forge a contract with a dragon, it would indeed be a remarkable feat. However, acquiring a beast cub required financial resources, as did nurturing the beast and facilitating its skill acquisition. Alas, the thought was quite overwhelming. If push came to shove, taking out a loan might be an option. He couldn't help but wonder if there existed a Hahuan sect in this world. After all, he would make the perfect dual cultivation furnace. And his price was modest, A single dragon egg would suffice. Fang Lin swiftly severed those chaotic thoughts in his mind and focused on taking out the textbooks from his backpack, eager to delve deeper into this world. 2 days later, Fang Lin's injuries had mostly healed, and he was finally able to leave the hospital. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he stepped outside, 2 pairs of eyes were silently observing his every move from behind. These 2 individuals followed him closely, noting that he traversed bustling streets, providing them with no opportunity to act. "Brother, that kid probably has sensed that someone is tailing him. What should we do?" One of them whispered. "What is there to fear? He is merely an ordinary person. It's his fault for seeing things he shouldn't have," the other replied coldly. A few streets later, Fang Lin suddenly felt a hand clap on his shoulder. "Hey there, little brother, you dropped your wallet." Fang Lin turned around to see a burly middle-aged man, his expression tightening in alarm. "You've got quite the sharp eye, little brother, to recognize me," the man sneered, his gaze chillingly fixed on Fang Lin. "But you'd best keep quiet and come with us, or your parents might just lose their lives." Fang Lin felt a surge of anxiety, yet he suppressed it, retorting with a cold laugh. "My parents? You mean that pair of scoundrels? Go ahead, if you dare to touch them, I might even thank you." The middle-aged man was evidently taken aback by Fang Lin's unexpected response, momentarily stunned. Just as Fang Lin was about to call for help, the man swiftly struck him, rendering him unconscious and transporting him to an abandoned factory on the outskirts. Fang Lin was jolted awake by a splash of cold water, finding himself facing 2 robust middle-aged men. "Listen here, kid," one of them said ominously. "Tell me what you saw that day. Have you informed anyone else?" Fang Lin sighed inwardly, pondering what he could have possibly seen. He had merely caught a glimpse, yet it had spiraled into such a convoluted situation. He felt even more wrong than Kudo Shinichi. He took a deep breath, concentrating to recall the events of that day after school. Although he had only glanced unintentionally, the scene was etched indelibly in his memory. A black business vehicle, 2 massive suitcases, and 3 men in black. The 2 men in front of him were certainly among those black-clad figures, but then it struck him. One of those men, though he hadn't seen his face clearly, had a mechanical arm. Coupled with the luxurious business vehicle, the answer suddenly crystallized in his mind. There weren't that many opulent business cars in Shannon City. Even with the license plates obscured, the driver had a mechanical arm. Could it be Sha Tian, the steward of the Sha Corporation? Fang Lin blurted out. The 2 men in black froze for a moment before revealing a sinister smile. "So you did see it. There are certain things you shouldn't have witnessed. Now tell us, who else have you shared this information with? If you speak the truth, it might grant you a swifter demise." Fang Lin gazed at them calmly. "I know nothing of your dealings. Are you truly willing to resort to such extremes over such a trivial matter? We only trust the dead." The 2 men hissed at him. Fang Lin felt a torrent of despair wash over him. He hadn't anticipated that his brief experience in this world would lead to an early demise. The 2 men, observing Fang Lin's despondent reaction, realized he had relinquished hope. One of them let out a cold laugh and summoned his contract beast, a massive wolf-like creature measuring about 3 meters in length. The beast was muscular, its claws sharp enough to rend the very air, its eyes glimmering with a crimson light, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Fang Lin instantly recognized this creature as the Crimson Abyss Disaster Wolf. Its potential was diamond grade, and its most striking feature was a tuft of red fur atop its head, blazing like flames. As the Crimson Abyss Disaster Wolf charged towards him, enveloped in a swirl of red flames, Fang Lin helplessly closed his eyes, his heart draped in silence. Regrettably, he was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any means to retaliate. The 2 men in black, witnessing Fang Lin's resignation, wore even more sadistic smiles. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed, shaking the ground violently. What was happening? Why was he not feeling any pain? Filled with confusion, Fang Lin slowly opened his eyes, scarcely able to believe the sight before him. A small greenish-blue beast stood protectively in front of him, using its diminutive form to block the onslaught of the ferocious Crimson Abyss Disaster Wolf. To Fang Lin's astonishment, a thin, transparent membrane flowed through the space before him, acting as a barrier that firmly repelled the flames emitted by the wolf. The flames, upon contact, were rendered powerless to advance further. Wait a minute. Wasn't this the barrier beast model that had previously fallen on my head? How could it possibly be here? Hold on, a barrier beast? It had come to life? Wasn't this the barrier beast from the movie Neza? Fang Lin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, it was. He pinched his thigh hard a few times to assure himself that the small creature shielding him from the lethal attack was genuinely a barrier beast. When did I forge a contract with a barrier beast? Fang Lin was engulfed in confusion, just as he was lost in thought. He suddenly noticed a change in the information displayed on his wristband. In launching, nearly every aspiring Beastmaster and Beastmaster wore a wristband to monitor their contract status in real time. Fang Lin looked down, and the information on the wristband left him astounded. Name: Fang Lin. Soul power level: aspiring Beastmaster. Beastmaster talent: primary talent C grade. Secondary talent SSR grade. Contracted beast. Barrier beast. Secondary. Secondary talent skills: 1. Permanently contract the same number of beasts as primary talent. Secondary talent skills: 2. Temporarily contract any beast below level 5 for 1 hour. Secondary talent skills: 3. Tenfold increase the space for primary talent beasts. What on earth is a secondary talent? And how could it possess such a high level? Fang Lin's mind was a whirlwind of chaos. He had no time to ponder these myriad questions. Temporary contract? He wondered if the wolf before him was up to the task. The two men in black were similarly taken aback by the turn of events. This kid actually has a contract beast? Brother, do you recognize this beast? One of them queried. The other shook his head, dismissing the notion. What does it matter? Continue the attack. Our position and the transaction with the Sha family must remain concealed. With that, another fierce, Frostfang Ice Wolf charged towards Fang Lin. Drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired from his textbooks, Fang Lin activated the contract through his secondary talent. A ring of contract energy enveloped the barrier, descending upon the Crimson Abyss Disaster Wolf. It had to succeed, Fang Lin silently urged, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. Barrier beast, please hold on. Chapter 4, Counterattack. Fang Lin discovered that the temporary contract aura had enveloped the head of the Crimson Abyss Disaster Wolf. What was happening? The elder of the cloaked figures suddenly sensed an anomaly. The bond between me and the infernal Abyss Wolf was weakening. Before another cloaked figure could respond, Fang Lin had already seized control of the infernal Abyss Wolf. Beast name: Infernal Abyss Wolf. Beast potential: Diamond grade. Beast level: Tier 3, 1 star. Beast skills: Celestial Fire Claw, Blazing Charge. Fang Lin intended to command the infernal Abyss Wolf to attack the Frostfang Ice Wolf, only to discover that his soul power was insufficient to execute this command. It is essential to understand that a beast tamer must possess adequate soul power to direct their contracted beast to attack. Unless Fang Lin ascended to the rank of Tier 3 Beast Tamer, he could not compel the infernal Abyss Wolf to strike. What to do? Should he simply resign to this fate? Suddenly, an idea struck Fang Lin. If a beast tamer orders their contracted beast to self-destruct, it requires no expenditure of soul power. Given this, he could not be blamed for being ruthless. He merely wished to survive. Self-destruct. The infernal Abyss Wolf's body began to tremble violently, its limbs quaking as if it were bearing immense power. It opened its mouth and unleashed a furious howl, the sound reverberating like thunder, laden with infinite anguish. The infernal Abyss Wolf's body swelled instantaneously, as if it would transform into a burning star. What is happening? No, stop immediately. The elder of the cloaked figures first noticed that the infernal Abyss Wolf had slipped from his control, and then realized that his contracted beast was preparing to self-destruct. Paralyzing him with terror, boom, a deafening explosion rent the sky, distorting the air around it in the wake of the flames. Countless flames surged like a raging torrent, consuming everything in their path. The dilapidated factory was reduced to ruins in an instant. The remnants of the infernal Abyss Wolf's body dissolved into nothingness amidst this inferno. The Frostfang Ice Wolf, positioned closest to the infernal Abyss Wolf, was engulfed by the flames without any means of defense. Meanwhile, Fang Lin remained unscathed under the protection of the barrier beast. 2 minutes later, as the flames receded, Fang Lin discerned the charred remains of the two cloaked figures. Recalling the barrier beast, Fang Lin finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had survived. In this world, I have arrived. Not far from the ruined factory. Fang Lin stumbled upon the vehicles belonging to the cloaked figures. From the trunk, he unearthed a large suitcase he had seen a few days prior. Could this be the item they had traded from the Sha family? Fang Lin found a secluded spot nearby and opened the suitcase. Inside, besides a pair of exquisitely packaged glasses, lay a vast sum of cash. A staggering 100 million federal coins. He wondered what these two individuals had sold to the Sha family. After placing the glasses into his backpack, he sought a spot to bury the cash. He yearned to take this fortune with him, but, on one hand, the sheer amount was too conspicuous and could easily make him a target. On the other hand, he knew his so-called father and stepmother would likely come to his residence, creating a ruckus. He dared not leave such a sum of money in his home. Contemplating his options, he resolved to leave it there for now, intending to retrieve it once he had settled down. Weary, Fang Lin returned home and opened the door, only to be momentarily stunned by the sight before him. His father, Fang Mingliang, his stepmother, and that self-important younger brother, Fang Yi, were seated in the living room awaiting his arrival. The moment his stepmother laid eyes on him, her tone sharpened. Finally back? I thought you were too afraid to show your face. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with provocation. Well, we decided to sell this house and use the proceeds to buy your brother a diamond-grade beast cub. Fang Lin's expression darkened. an icy chill spreading across his features. This house was left to me by my mother. You would do well to abandon that notion. He glared coldly at the trio. His stepmother paused, clearly taken aback by Fang Lin's bold retort. She let out a derisive laugh, her tone even more oppressive. Oh, have you grown wings after a few days? You never spoke to me like this before. Whatever, I can't be bothered to argue with you. We're all doing this for the good of the family. Fang Yi has awakened his A-grade beast tamer talent. If he can contract a diamond-grade beast, our family will surely rise again. Can't you think of the family for once? Fang Mingliang chimed in, his tone laden with an undeniable command. Fang Lin. You know the family is struggling. Fang Yi is our hope for the future. Clinging to this house is utterly meaningless. Fang Lin fixed his gaze upon this so-called father. Ever since he learned of Fang Mingliang's infidelities with other women after having both his mother and him, he had never wished to give him the slightest favor. Fang Lin coldly regarded Fang Mingliang, his heart brimming with disdain. For the good of this family? Or for your own benefit? Have you ever considered my feelings? Or my mother's? Now, while I'm still calm, get out. You're nothing but a C-grade waste. How dare you speak to me like that? Fang Yi scoffed, rising to his feet, completely disregarding Fang Lin's sentiments. Even if you refuse to sell, this house will be sold today, whether you like it or not. You three have quite the harmony, but you can forget about it. This house was left to me by my mother, and I will not sell it. Fang Lin stood his ground. If you don't leave, I will call the police. Fang Lin, can't you think of your father, of this family? His father continued to plead. I know you've had a tough time these past years. How about this? After selling the house, we'll give you 10% of the proceeds. That's enough for you to buy an entry-level golden-grade beast. Fang Lin stared at Fang Mingliang, a cold smile gracing his lips. His family? When did I ever become a part of it? Have you ever regarded me as a member? 10%. Fang Mingliang, open your eyes and see clearly. This house is mine. Aren't you ashamed? Enough of this nonsense. Just leave. What did you say? Fang Mingliang's expression shifted, clearly enraged. How dare you speak to me like this? You consider yourself a father? I have no father like you. To have a father like you is an embarrassment. I nearly lost my life, and none of you bothered to visit me in the hospital. Now you return only to seize my property? How dare you call yourself my father? Do you even deserve it? Fang Lin, not of this world, felt no psychological burden in berating Fang Mingliang, who was momentarily speechless in his fury. You'd best not come around when I'm not home. I have no relations with you anymore. This house is all I have left from my mother. If you wish to fight me to the death, I'll gladly oblige. We shall see. The three, realizing they could gain nothing from Fang Lin, left in defeat. The original owner had been too soft-hearted. He hadn't even changed the locks. Chapter 5. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. As they exited Fang Lin's neighborhood, Fang Yi kicked a stone in frustration, muttering to himself. Is this how we leave? We're still short over 5 million federal coins. Am I truly expected to take out a loan? I don't want to be saddled with debt. His mother let out a cold laugh, her eyes gleaming with a ruthless determination. Don't worry, in a few days, I'll have your cousin bring people to teach Fang Lin a lesson. I refuse to believe he won't comply. At worst, you understand. Fang Mingliang looked at his wife, shock etched on his face as if he were meeting her for the first time. What's wrong? Feeling heartbroken? He is, after all, my son. My son. Fang Yi's mother scoffed, her gaze as frigid as ice. Everything I have done is worth it for my son to become the most formidable beast master. Besides, is Fang Yi not your son? Does his talent not warrant such sacrifices from you? Sighing, Fang Mingliang opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately merely exhaled a deep breath and lowered his head. Fang Yi's mother cast a disdainful glance at Fang Mingliang. Come on, if you truly cared for him, you wouldn't have neglected him all these years. Suppress your sentimental thoughts. To survive in this merciless world, one must be resolute. Only by enabling Fang Yi to become a more powerful beast master can we secure a better future. Do you truly intend to live in such a cowardly manner for the rest of your days? Fang Mingliang was rendered speechless by the rebuke, his fists clenched tightly. Yet he found no words to articulate. Observing the rising tension between the two, Fang Yi recognized that his mother was acting out of concern for him. So he refrained from interjecting and anxiously awaited their resolution. Fang Yi's mother snorted coldly, muttering, a useless man, devoid of any resolve at critical moments. Fang Mingliang remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the figures of his wife and son, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Upon returning home, Fang Lin began to reflect on the myriad experiences of his first 2 days in this world after tidying up. What exactly is the SSR level? Is it perhaps even higher than the SSS level? Does it signify the ability to contract beasts that surpass the mythic grade? What is this auxiliary talent? As his thoughts spiraled, a wave of bewilderment washed over him. He never anticipated that his first contracted beast would be a barrier beast. With this thought, Fang Lin rummaged through his wristband for the relevant information. Beast name, barrier beast, beast potential, unknown, beast level, Unknown. Combat power. 1. Defense. Limitless. Beast skill. Barrier resistance. Well then. This wretched wristband seems to be devoid of any useful information. Perhaps it cannot retrieve data about the barrier beast as it hails from another realm? He had heard that the barrier beast had meager combat power, yet unparalleled defense, capable of enduring 3 seconds against any foe. However, he certainly could not settle for being merely a tortoiseshell beast master. With his primary talent, he could still contract a golden grade beast, and, once the tumult subsides, procure one. Though lacking a system, this auxiliary talent could still serve as my golden key. This opportunity is not to be squandered. The ability to temporarily contract any beast is an extraordinary skill that warrants thorough development. If utilized wisely, it could become the cornerstone of my existence in this world. Suddenly, Fang Lin recalled that to become a beast master, the contracted beast's combat power and defense must both exceed 1,000. The notion of achieving over 1,000 combat power with a barrier beast is sheer folly. He was even uncertain about what to feed the barrier beast. Attempting to communicate telepathically with the creature yielded no response. Never mind, the immediate priority is to find a golden grade beast cub. I shall keep the barrier beast under wraps for now, as it cannot aid in obtaining my beast master qualification. Once he contracts a golden grade beast, he can purchase gene potions to elevate it to platinum or diamond level. After all, I have ample funds. Regarding the beasts, I must seek one with strong offensive capabilities. The defense provided by the barrier beast will suffice. That night, at the site where Fang Lin had battled, a squad of soldiers scoured the ruins for potential clues. Report. Commander, the deceased are 2 level 3 beast masters of unknown identity. Genetic identification yielded no matches. All communication devices on them have been destroyed, leaving us without any information. And the cause of death? Both perished from fire-type skills unleashed by beasts. It is presumed their contracted beasts were annihilated during the assault. The individual referred to as Commander was a young man with a stern countenance and sharp features. He nodded thoughtfully. 2 level 3 beast masters had died here, without any organization reporting missing personnel. Curious indeed. He continued, have any traces been discovered in the vicinity? Not far from the crime scene, a modified vehicle was located, presumed to be the means of transport for the 2 individuals. No suspicious items were found within, and the fingerprints inside did not match anyone. As the commander meticulously examined the scene, he listened to his subordinate's report. Currently, the only information discernible is evidence of fire and ice-type combat, with no additional useful intelligence. The vehicle bears only the fingerprints of the 2 deceased. With no other information available, the commander furrowed his brow in contemplation. These 2 are likely not from our 9th domain. It is unclear why they ventured here. Those who interacted with them must have been at least level 3 beast masters, significantly narrowing the scope of our inquiry. You know what to do. Yes, Commander. The following day, Fang Lin arrived at school punctually. Lanxing, you're finally back. I hope you've recovered well, inquired his deskmate, Luo Xing, with genuine concern upon seeing him. I'm fine, nothing serious, Fang Lin replied. That's good to hear. You must hurry. There's only a month left until class divisions begin. You need to finalize your beast contract before then. Upon hearing this, Fang Lin recalled that it was already the end of the first semester of his 2nd year. He needed to sign a contract with a beast before the semester concluded, or he would be relegated to the ordinary class. This had been the custom across major high schools in Lanxing for many years, prior to the start of the 2nd semester. Students capable of becoming beast masters were gathered for specialized training. For those without the potential to become beast masters, an alternative educational track was implemented, cultivating these students into talents in other fields. Each year, fewer than 30% of students were assigned to beast master education classes. However, due to the exorbitant costs associated with beast master education, purchasing beast cubs, nurturing them, and enhancing their potential, many students with the opportunity to become beast masters had to abandon their dreams due to financial constraints. Reflecting on this, Fang Lin felt little anxiety. With the cash he had obtained from the cloaked figure, he was confident in his ability to contract with a beast in the near future. Do not worry. I will become a beast master, he assured himself with conviction. Chapter 6. Understanding Auxiliary Talents. The first class was taught by their homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. Classmates, most of you have recently awakened your beast master talents. In this cohort, our school has produced 2 students with A-level talents. Schools 1 and 2 each have 1 student with S-level talent and around 10 students with A-level talents. However, while awakening a high-level talent is commendable, the focus now shifts to what comes next. Having talent without effort and subsequent resource support is akin to having no talent at all. According to past customs, you have 1 final month to seek or purchase a contracted beast. Students who have secured a contract by the beginning of the next semester will proceed to receive pure beast master education. As for those who have not awakened a talent or secured a contracted beast, regrettably, you will have to pursue other avenues for livelihood, most of which will indirectly relate to beast masters. Here, I hope that those with familial resources can offer support. Please discuss your circumstances with your parents upon returning home. Do not let this hinder your future. At this point, Mr. Zhang cast a glance towards the back of the classroom, where Fang Lin sat, quietly sighing inwardly. He and Fang Lin's mother were old acquaintances, aware of the tribulations she faced after her demise, and his heart brimmed with sympathy, yet remained helpless. Upon sensing the gaze of teacher Zhang, Fang Lin maintained an air of composure, showing no signs of shame or inferiority due to his family's circumstances. Lanxing, be cautious. Fang Yi is likely to take action. With only a month left, their extreme measures can be anticipated, reminded Luo Xing, who stood nearby. Fang Lin nodded, fully cognizant of the situation. The previous warning had evidently fallen on deaf ears for the trio, and he hoped they would not escalate matters further. After class, teacher Zhang summoned Fang Lin to his office. Fang Lin, do you have any plans for the time ahead? Teacher Zhang harbored some expectations for his friend's son. Wishing to see Fang Lin avoid a downward spiral. I intend to seek a contract beast, sign a pact, and become a beast master, Fang Lin replied resolutely. That's wonderful to hear. It's a relief to see you safe and sound. Teacher Zhang sighed in relief. Now, what kind of contract beast do you wish to seek? Fang Lin had a myriad of questions he wished to pose. Teacher Zhang, could you elucidate what an auxiliary talent is? The mention of auxiliary talent caught Teacher Zhang off guard. What prompts you to inquire about this? However, he refrained from probing further. It was rare for beast masters to awaken such a talent. It existed in conjunction with their primary talent. Those who possessed an auxiliary talent were like a needle in a haystack. Awakening it meant possessing two talents. Unlike independent talents, auxiliary talents shared the beast master's space, significantly expanding their capacity. Typically, a beast master with an auxiliary talent could contract twice the number of beasts compared to one with a singular talent. Fang Lin nodded, confirming his suspicions. I, too, am a person endowed with a golden opportunity. Since fate has granted me a second chance, and this rather impressive auxiliary talent, I am determined to carve out a niche for myself in this world. Teacher Zhang continued, however, awakening an auxiliary talent means that the resources expended on nurturing contract beasts are double that of others, which can be seen as a drawback. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. There's no need for thanks. Have you awakened an auxiliary talent? Teacher Zhang decided not to press further. You haven't yet told me what kind of contract beast you desire. He believed that even with an auxiliary talent, a sea-level primary talent would likely remain at sea level or lower, rendering further inquiry unnecessary. I seek a contract beast with exceptional combat prowess, one that is highly offensive. Do you have any recommendations, Teacher Zhang? At this, Teacher Zhang frowned. You young folks are always clamoring for violence. Combat prowess is not the only requirement for a beast. Strong beasts consume more resources and are considerably more expensive. Additionally, defensive capabilities must also be taken into account. Fang Lin acknowledged this. I understand, but for now, I still intend to find a beast with formidable strength. For Fang Lin, defense was not a pressing concern. His primary deficiency lay in combat strength. Teacher Zhang sighed, realizing his advice had been in vain. The strongest combat beasts belong to the electric, fire, and ice categories. You might want to explore those avenues. He listed several examples: electric types such as the thunderwing eagle and electric-tailed sparrow, fire types like the blazing abyss wolf and flame demon tiger. These golden-level beasts typically cost around 5 million federal coins. At this point, Teacher Zhang seemed to remember something and retrieved a pair of glasses from a drawer, handing them to Fang Lin. Take these when you go to purchase a beast. They can identify the species. Fang Lin accepted the glasses, noticing their resemblance to the ones he had acquired from the two men in black. Perhaps the pair he fortuitously obtained had a different purpose. Otherwise, those two would not have been so invested in them. Before parting, Teacher Zhang cautioned, be mindful of your safety when leaving campus. Recently, Shannon has been tumultuous. 2 3 beast masters were killed in an abandoned factory yesterday, and the military is investigating. Hearing this, Fang Lin was taken aback, feeling fortunate that he had buried his cash far from the factory. However, it should be possible to find footage of the two men in black abducting him in the bustling district. Time was of the essence. He needed to grow stronger quickly. Upon exiting Teacher Zhang's office, Fang Lin resolved to visit the Beast Cub Trading Center in hopes of a favorable encounter. The center was located in the heart of Shannon, bustling with throngs of people daily. The trading center was divided into several core areas, classified by the potential level of the beast cubs. The black iron and bronze sections attracted little attention, as those who awakened F and E level talents likely abandoned their aspirations of becoming beast masters. Conversely, the epic and legendary sections were situated on the top floor, receiving scant visitors throughout the day. Naturally, the golden and platinum areas were the most crowded. Upon entering the golden level beast trading area, Fang Lin observed numerous individuals haggling with sales personnel, scanning the heaps of golden-level beast cubs and eggs. He felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The market's offerings seemed rather uniform, although there were differences in combat strength. None matched the potent and multifaceted beasts he sought. Perhaps the truly affluent had either awakened talents above sea level or directly sent individuals to capture their ideal beasts in the wild, he mused. Perhaps I should look elsewhere. If all else fails, I could seek out some beast hunters or mercenary groups and offer a bounty for their assistance. He patted his bag, preparing to depart the trading center. Just as he turned to leave, a sudden meow caught him off guard, causing him to halt and glance in the direction of the sound. To his astonishment, a scruffy cat stood a short distance away, meowing at him. This was a surprise. It was a tabby cat. Fang Lin had once owned a tabby and held a special fondness for this breed, as they were not only strong in combat, but also irresistibly adorable, a breed brimming with charm. The tabby seemed to notice Fang Lin's gaze, tilting its head while continuing to meow, seemingly greeting him. It then took a few steps forward, paused, and looked back at him. Was it beckoning me to follow? Fang Lin was momentarily taken aback, a wave of curiosity surging within him. Having previously owned a tabby, he knew they were intelligent and interactive. If it was acting this way, it must have something it wanted him to see. Could this cat be leading me to its offspring? The thought crossed his mind, and he unconsciously quickened his pace. Indeed, after approximately 10 minutes of following the tabby cat, Fang Lin arrived at a thicket. The tabby halted, glancing back at Fang Lin, seemingly to ensure he had not lost his way. Then, it swiftly traversed through the underbrush, disappearing from sight. Fang Lin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to follow. Upon emerging from the thicket, he was greeted by an expansive, open area. Amongst the grass, he spotted a recently born tabby kitten, curled up and trembling. There, he observed the tiny creature, and donning the glasses he had received from teacher Zhang, he immediately accessed the kitten's data. Beast name, tabby cat. Beast potential, golden tier. Beast level, none. Combat power, 41. Defense, 22. Beast skills, none. Impressive. The combat power and defense of this newborn kitten rival those of Luo Xing's golden horn bull, promising greater potential in the future. Particularly, its remarkable adaptability aligns perfectly with what Fang Lin requires. A wave of joy surged within him. He gently approached the tabby kitten, crouched down, and extended his hand to softly stroke its head. The mother cat glanced at Fang Lin, seemingly devoid of hostility, and instead leaned closer, sniffing him gently. Rest assured, I shall take good care of it, Fang Lin silently vowed, knowing he had made a firm decision. To express his gratitude to the mother cat, he retrieved some snacks from his backpack and placed them nearby, ensuring they were neither too close nor too far to avoid startling her. The mother cat, catching the scent of the food, brightened, lowered her head, and began to indulge. As he prepared to leave with the kitten, Fang Lin cast one last glance at the mother cat, who remained quietly enjoying her treat. Upon returning home, a surge of anger overwhelmed him. He discovered that the lock on his door had been forced open, the drawers and cabinets ransacked, and his home resembled a scene that had been ransacked by a clumsy dog. Without a doubt, it was the doing of Fang's mother. They must have intended to seize the property certificate while he was away. Fortunately, he had kept the glasses acquired from the men in black safely tucked in his backpack, and there was little of value in his home. Ever since he had discerned the true nature of that family trio, he had ensured that the crucial property certificate was not kept at home. However, he could not let this pass without consequence. He would make them pay when the opportunity arose. For Fang Lin, the most pressing matter at hand was to form a contract with the tabby cat. He quickly executed the procedure outlined in his textbook, releasing the contract aura. To his fortune, the tabby kitten offered no resistance and willingly accepted Fang Lin's contract. A sense of relief washed over him as he looked down at the sleeping kitten cradled within his palm, an involuntary smile curving his lips. From now on, you shall be named Sangbiao, Fang Lin uttered softly, finding the name both amusing and powerful, fitting the kitten's essence quite well. His thoughts swiftly shifted to the next steps, ensuring Sangbiao's growth resources were not neglected. Nutritional potions for beasts, genetic serums, and skill scrolls all needed to be procured without delay. After compiling a list, Fang Lin felt an urgent need to leave his home. He was eager to purchase the necessary resources for Sangbiao, curious to witness how the former pinnacle of feline combat prowess would manifest its astonishing capabilities in this world. After a transformation in appearance, Fang Lin bore a significant change. He deliberately styled his hair to appear somewhat greasy, his complexion taking on a sallow hue. Adorned in a dark shirt and trousers typical of middle-aged men, he resembled a weary, somewhat beleaguered middle-aged individual. He had no desire to attract attention. A high school student suddenly spending a large sum of money would surely raise suspicions. Fang Lin retrieved half of the cash he had previously buried and made his way directly to the core area of Shannon. A gene serum to enhance beast potential cost 10 million federal coins, promising a substantial probability of elevating a beast's potential. 2 scrolls for skill acquisition, specifically wind and lightning skills, were carefully selected. The tabby cat excelled in speed. With the enhancement of wind skills, Sang Biao's combat power would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. The purchase of the lightning skill scroll was a precaution, considering that most feline beasts predominantly harness lightning abilities. Lastly, he acquired the top-tier nutritional potions for beasts, essential for their growth. Once all items were gathered, Fang Lin, with his packaged goods in hand, lamented, being a beast master is indeed a costly endeavor. Just for these items, 50 million federal coins have vanished without a trace. After settling his payments, Fang Lin exited the store, casting a careful glance around him. Feeling somewhat out of place amidst such opulence. Perhaps before long, I shall become a regular here. Chapter 8. Is this your contract beast? Upon returning to his chaotic home, Fang Lin prioritized feeding Sang Biao the nutritional serum. Having lived in the thicket, the kitten was malnourished and appeared quite frail. Fang Lin carefully poured the serum near Sang Biao's mouth, watching as it instinctively licked and began to absorb this hard-earned nourishment. As the liquid entered Sang Biao's body, Fang Lin observed its withered fur beginning to soften, and its previously tightly shut eyes gradually opened a fraction. The kitten's body quivered slightly, emitting a faint mew. Though weak, it was enough to bring Fang Lin a measure of comfort. Now that feels right. Fang Lin sighed with relief, stroking its little head. He would continue feeding it the nutritional serum for a while, allowing it to grow strong before pursuing genetic enhancement. Fang Lin's life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, attending classes by day to absorb the knowledge of this world, and returning home each evening to nurture Sang Biao. Days passed in a flurry of tension and busyness. Within 3 days, Sang Biao had begun to open its eyes and meow, growing from the size of Fang Lin's palm to one that required both hands to cradle. Its tiny paws had gained strength, and its fur had transformed from brittle to luxuriously soft. The little creature's eyes sparkled with curiosity, although still small. Its vitality had markedly improved. The growth rate of beasts in this world was truly astonishing. Fang Lin watched as Sang Biao thrived, marveling at the rapid transformation. At this pace, within a month, Sang Biao would surpass the size of the tabby cats of his past life. With this thought, anticipation swelled within him. Despite being a small Sang Biao now, it would grow into a fearsome force in the future. However, the tranquility of his days was abruptly shattered after just 3 days. One day, while walking home from school, Fang Lin found himself cornered in a secluded area. It seemed he had drawn the ire of the local roughnecks. Having previously been attacked here, he now faced yet another confrontation. Blocking his path was a young man with blue-violet curly hair, seemingly of a similar age to Fang Lin. His eyes brimming with provocation and disdain. From the imposing aura exuded by the other party, it was evident that he had ascended to the rank of Beast Master, radiating an undeniable presence. You are Fang Lin, correct? I am Fang's cousin, and I trust you comprehend my intentions. The boy with lavender curls sneered as he regarded Fang Lin. The audacity of Fang once again resurfaced. Fang Lin had yet to settle the score from their previous encounter, and now they dared to bully him anew, presuming him to be a mere ailing cat. However, Fang Lin remained composed, fortified by the invincible defense of his barrier beast. He had no reason to fear. What? You think you can defend Fang Yi and his mother? Aren't you afraid of straining your back in the wind? Fang Yi's cousin smirked, his words sharp and biting. Hand over the property, deed obediently. I can't be bothered to engage in further pleasantries. Regardless, once you're dead, the house will still belong to Fang Yi. Why complicate matters? You intend to kill me? Fang Lin's heart chilled at that remark. In his previous life, he was unafraid of heaven and earth. Who would dare to bully him? He had no idea what could befall those who crossed him. In this world, could he truly endure such a threat? Since you wish to take my life, are you prepared for the possibility of being killed yourself? Fang Lin's gaze, icy and piercing, locked onto Fang Yi's cousin. Ha ha ha, did I hear you correctly? You, a mere waste yet to sign a contract with a beast, dare to speak of counterattacks? You must still be in a dream. Fang Yi's cousin dismissed Fang Lin's words with utter contempt. Very well, let me show you the might of a level 1 beast master. So you want to prance around like a fool intoxicated by false bravado. With that, he summoned his contracted beast. A purple light sliced through the air, revealing a massive thunder-type beast before Fang Lin. The creature was enveloped in an aura of electricity, its eyes glinting with a metallic sheen, resembling a monstrous fiend from the depths of hell, exuding an overwhelming presence. This is the Thunder Fury Wolf I specifically hired someone to capture from the wild, at level 1. 1 star. How fortunate you are to perish beneath its claws, Fang Yi's cousin boasted, his tone laced with pride and arrogance. Yet, Fang Lin exhibited not a hint of fear. He inhaled deeply, standing firm, a sneer playing on his lips. I dealt with a level 3, 1-star beast last time. This level 1, 1-star is hardly a challenge. Fang Lin's gaze bored down on Fang Yi's cousin, filled with an intimidating murderous intent. Is this Thunder Fury Wolf your trump card? You're bold indeed. Fang Lin suddenly turned and sprinted toward the depths of the nearby forest. This was a place where he could not unleash his full potential. As a mere aspiring beastmaster, his soul strength was insufficient to command the Thunder Fury Wolf to attack. Observing Fang Lin flee toward the forest's edge, Fang Yi's cousin grinned maliciously. Trying to escape now? It's too late. The beasts within this forest are far more ferocious than my Thunder Fury Wolf. You won't escape today. As predicted, before he finished speaking, a massive head protruded from the thicket, the rustling of the forest heralding the arrival of a level 2 K Yin Fire Python. Retreat. Fang Yi's cousin immediately commanded the Thunder Fury Wolf to defend. However, contrary to his expectations, the Thunder Fury Wolf did not obey his command. Fang Lin watched him with a relaxed demeanor, sneering. Is this Thunder Fury Wolf your contracted beast? No, it is mine now. With that, Fang Lin ordered the Thunder Fury Wolf to charge at the K Yin Fire Python. The outcome was inevitable. Before the Thunder Fury Wolf could mount an attack, it was engulfed by the fireballs unleashed by the K Yin Fire Python. The discrepancy in levels rendered the Thunder Fury Wolf incapable of mounting an effective defense. And within a minute, it was gasping for breath, clearly on the brink of collapse. What have you done? Why doesn't the Thunder Fury Wolf obey my commands? Fang Yi's cousin finally displayed a look of terror, his complexion pale and beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Fang Lin approached him, patting his cheek lightly. Tell me, do you enjoy the tale of a man who, accompanied by his contracted beast, challenges a K Yin Fire Python, only to suffer grievous injuries and meet his demise? Please, don't. At this moment, Fang Yi's cousin finally grasped the gravity of his predicament, and Fang Lin's words filled him with dread. He inwardly cursed Fang Yi, filled with regret for having come to his cousin's aid for trivial gain. Meanwhile, Fang Lin paid him no mind, temporarily contracting the K Yin Fire Python and advancing toward Fang Yi's cousin. The subsequent events no longer required his intervention. Chapter 9, Class Division. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Fang Lin spotted Fang Yi and his mother anxiously scanning the surroundings, eagerly awaiting his return. Once they noticed Fang Lin's arrival, both displayed expressions of disbelief. Fang Lin was well aware they awaited news from Fang Yi's cousin. What's this? You think you can disregard my presence? I have surveillance footage of the previous burglary. If you don't leave now, I will have no choice but to report you. Surely, you wouldn't want Fang Yi to start college with a criminal record, would you? How could you? Fang Yi's mother struggled to fathom the reality before her. What's the matter? Are you disappointed to see me back? Did you perhaps arrange for an assassin to ambush me on my way home? Fang Lin scrutinized their reactions with an air of intrigue. Stop speaking nonsense. We could never be such people. Fang Yi's mother hastily attempted to mask her inner turmoil with words. Upon witnessing Fang Lin return unscathed, disbelief etched across their faces. For Fang Yi's cousin had assured them of imminent success. Could it be that something happened to my cousin? Fang Yi speculated. Yes, that must be it. Quickly, send him a message and inquire about what transpired. Fang Lin disregarded their chatter. He understood their intentions to eliminate him, and he suspected that even his so-called father had tacitly approved of this occurrence. He felt genuine sympathy for the original owner of this body. Initially, he believed his past life had been full of hardship, yet he discovered that the original owner suffered no less, for the sake of a mere cultivation resource. Those closest to him sought his demise. You, too, might consider this a form of liberation. However, he warned himself that if they dared to strike again, he would not hesitate to show no mercy. In this life, Fang Lin harbored no familial ties. He did not feel obligated to inherit the original owner's emotional connections. In his view, he shared no relationship with these individuals. They were as strangers to him. Should a stranger extend a helping hand, he would reciprocate with kindness. Yet, if a stranger harbored malice and murderous intent, he would not simply acquiesce. Upon returning home, Fang Lin resumed caring for his beast, diligently filling the gaps in his knowledge of beast mastery. Meanwhile, Fang Yi and his mother, unable to reach Fang Yi's cousin, returned home in a state of unease, rallying any friends they could mobilize to search for him. 3 days later, they discovered Fang Yi's cousin's lifeless body at the edge of the forest, alongside the charred remnants of the Thunder Fury Wolf. In such cases, the police merely followed standard procedures, concluding the deceased was killed by a beast from the forest. Since the emergence of these creatures, such occurrences had become commonplace. No one would bother to investigate such trifles further. No, it's impossible. How could my cousin be here? He clearly went to find Fang Yi. At this moment, Fang Yi was also flustered, speaking indiscriminately. Slap. Fang Yi's mother swiftly silenced him with a sharp retort, pulling him back home amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Fang Yi's cousin was considered a remarkable talent in Shannan, and with proper development, he could have become an excellent beast tamer. Yet, his life was extinguished here. Fang Yi's mother felt a heavy weight on her conscience, especially since she had encouraged him to go. Mom, do you think it could have been Fang Lin? Here, use your brain. Do you have any evidence? How do you expect the police to convict Fang Lin? At this moment, Fang Yi's mother felt a mix of frustration and concern. If she hadn't acted quickly, both she and her son might have ended up in trouble. What should we do now? Without that final 5 million Federation coins, we have no way to purchase the top-tier diamond-class beast cubs. Fang Yi was irked and had already begun to harbor resentment towards Fang Lin. What else can be done? With less than half a month until class division, if it comes to it, we'll just buy a mid-tier one and upgrade later when you have the funds. But as Fang Yi attempted to argue, he found himself at a loss for words. Let it be for now. I still have to explain your cousin's situation to the family. Tomorrow, you and your father will go and purchase a mid-tier diamond beast. Fang Lin, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to settle for less. Just wait. Fang Yi clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with hatred. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was the end of the first semester of the second year. After a month of nurturing with nutrient solutions, the zombie cat had noticeably plumped up. Wow, I've always wanted a giant cat in my past life. It seems that wish will come true this time. Fang Lin gazed at the hefty zombie cat, which weighed around 30 pounds, nodding in satisfaction. My dear Biaozi has already hit 30 pounds. It will undoubtedly be a giant kitty. In the classroom of Shannon Third High, Teacher Zhang's serious expression swept across every student. You all know what today is, right? I won't beat around the bush. Today marks the beginning of your class divisions. Those who have already formed contracts with beasts will be assigned to the Beast Taming class, while the rest will go to the regular classes. Starting tomorrow, students in the Beast Taming class will undergo re-evaluations of their contracted beast attributes, and resources will be allocated based on each student's talent and performance. In summary, the better you perform, the more resources you will receive for beast taming. During the break, Luo Xing excitedly approached Fang Lin, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Lindsay, you stayed behind, so you must have successfully contracted a beast. Hurry and show me your contracted beast. Fang Lin smiled at him, feigning mystery as he raised an eyebrow. Why are you so eager? Everyone will know by tomorrow. Come on, don't keep me in suspense. I've already seen your golden horn bull. All right, here it is. As he spoke, Fang Lin gently unfurled the zombie cat's data, and the information gradually appeared on the screen. Beast name, Tabby Cat. Beast potential, gold level. Beast level, none. Combat power, 91. Defense, 72. Beast skills, none. What the heck? Luo Xing stared at the data in disbelief. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open. What kind of cat is this? Its combat power is so high. My golden horn bull is only in the 70s. This cat is too powerful. Fang Lin chuckled at Luo Xing's astonished expression. Now you know how impressive it is? Stick with me, and I'll elevate you. Luo Xing's eyes widened in envy and astonishment. This is outrageous. Your cat must have been contracted for a short time. Yet it rivals my golden horn bull. Fang Lin patted his shoulder, grinning with pride. You'd better step up your game. Otherwise, you'll fall far behind. Hey, don't be so serious. Quickly tell me, does your cat have any special abilities? Can it match the strength of my golden horn bull? Luo Xing couldn't help but ask further. Fang Lin pondered for a moment, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. For now, it doesn't possess any abilities, but its speed and agility are formidable. I'll have it learn a wind-based speed skill soon. Impressive. When we get to the new class tomorrow, I wonder if we can dominate everyone else. The two were filled with anticipation for the upcoming Pure Beast Tamer class. Chapter 10, Testing Strength the next day. In the new class, the newly appointed teacher was a stunning young woman dressed provocatively, with willow leaf eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes, her long legs accentuated by black stockings. However, beyond her mature allure, Fang Lin and the others could sense an air of authority about her. After introducing myself, I'll be your homeroom teacher from today until the college entrance examination concludes. My name is Lin Ruashi. You may call me Teacher Lin. Each of you is already a prospective beast tamer, and I trust you aspire to become one in the future, which is commendable. However, let me temper your enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The world of beast tamers is not as idyllic as you might think. Beyond the respect, social standing, and benefits, you will face an exceptionally brutal environment. Only the fittest survive. It is a game of competition, where you must fight for opportunities and resources. Life will not be easy for you, and you may encounter life and death decisions. If you are timid or seek a comfortable life, this path is truly not for you. Those who wish for stability should pursue a different life. Choosing to be a beast tamer means bidding farewell to an ordinary and tranquil existence. Lin Ruashi's beautiful eyes scanned the room, noting that no one flinched at her words. She smiled faintly. Good. I hope you have genuinely made this choice. I reviewed the class records. There are 2 students with A-level talent, 20 with B-level, and 78 with C-level or below. Rankings will be based on individual talent followed by the combat power of their contracted beasts. The 2 A-level students will take the 1st and 2nd spots. The B-level students will fill the 3rd to 22nd, and the remaining 78 students will occupy the 23rd to 100th positions. Next, summon your contracted beasts to test their combat and defense power. The combined total will determine your ranking. The top 10 will receive a monthly sponsorship of 5 nutrient solutions from the school, while those ranked 10th to 20th will receive 3. Unfortunately, those who rank lower will not receive any support. If you wish to obtain resources from the school in the future, you will need to challenge higher-ranked students. Upon hearing the school's arrangements, many students began to murmur. This is too realistic. Each nutrient solution is worth 5,000 Federation coins. Those at the top are truly fortunate. Indeed, those at the top don't lack money. Can't they sponsor us poor students? We need these resources more. Hearing these complaints, Lin Ruashi frowned. What? Do you think being weak justifies your grievances? Recognizing the gap should motivate you to strive forward, not allow you to languish in complacency as a poor student. If you find this unfair, you can choose to withdraw. You must either work hard or step back. If you carry this attitude beyond campus, I shudder to think how you will survive in the harsh world of beast tamers. As Lin Ruashi's stern admonition echoed through the room, several dissatisfied students from lower-income backgrounds chose to remain silent. Fang Lin observed everything with a cool demeanor. He was indeed a genuine poor student. But he understood that striving for rankings at this moment was unrealistic. The combat prowess of the sloth beast is utterly insufficient for observation. It remains feeble, lacking any acquired skills, and stands in stark contrast to the formidable contract beasts of its classmates. Once my sloth beast matures, I have long prepared the declaration that all present shall be deemed inconsequential, Fang Lin mused. After outlining the forthcoming arrangements, Lin Ruashi led all the students to the training ground of Class 3. The training area was equipped with numerous testing instruments specifically designed to evaluate the various metrics of contract beasts. The values produced by these specialized testing devices are comparable to those from wristbands, yet everyone gathered primarily sought to ascertain the capabilities of their classmates' contract beasts. Chen Hongyu, possessing A-grade talent, commanded a diamond tier howling moon wolf with a combat and defense rating of 512. Zhang Yan, also with A-grade talent, summoned a diamond tier dream star butterfly, boasting a combat and defense rating of 531. Is every A-grade talent this formidable? Someone marveled. My combined metrics barely exceed 100 while they soar above 500. How is one to survive this? What's the fuss? I've heard that students from the first and second high schools with S-grade talents have already surpassed 1,000. In a month, they could become first-tier beast masters, another classmate remarked. Is that true? The gap is astounding. Some were unable to accept the disparity. For even in their academic performances, such a divide was rarely witnessed. It is indeed true. Xia Junwen from the Xia family, with S-grade talent, reportedly has a combined rating nearing 1,500, merely a step away from becoming a formal beastmaster, an informed student added. 1,500? It's no wonder that Class 3 is regarded as the bottom tier in Shan'an City. The Xia family enjoys unparalleled resources. I anticipate that within a month, our cohort will witness the emergence of a first-tier beastmaster. Comparisons among humans can be truly disheartening. How can the disparities be so vast? A silence fell over the crowd as the tests continued. Fang Lin, with C-grade talent, summoned a golden tier tabby cat, achieving a combat and defense rating of 165. Oh, what an adorable chubby cat. Fang Lin has summoned such a charming beast. Many girls express their enthusiasm for Fang Lin's sloth beast. Please, how juvenile. Can cuteness fill one's stomach? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Fang Lin paid no heed to the murmurs around him, and, upon completing the tests, departed the testing area with his sloth beast in tow. He had set his sights on the most exceptional individuals, wholly focused on narrowing the gap between himself and the others. The prospect of the 1,500 rating weighed heavily upon him. While he could summon a barrier beast to achieve an extraordinary score, it would be utterly meaningless, as the barrier beast possessed no offensive capabilities. Presenting it for evaluation would likely invite mockery and ridicule. Luo Xing, also with C-grade talent, summoned a golden tier horned bull, achieving a combat and defense rating of 163. Lin Ruashi observed the proceedings with a calm demeanor, seemingly appraising the student's abilities. Within half an hour, all tests had concluded. Well done, the evaluations are complete. Based on revelations from other schools, I trust you have seen or heard that the highest S-grade ratings have reached around 1,500, and within a month, they shall become formal beastmasters. How does it feel to confront the stark disparities among beast masters? For those wishing to depart, I will not intervene. But for those who choose to remain, be prepared for arduous effort. With 3 semesters remaining until the college entrance examination, I expect each of you to strive with all your might to enhance your abilities and become formal beast masters. The final semester will be dedicated to practical combat training. Allow me to inform you that a formal beast master's combat and defense ratings must reach at least 1,000, but the requirements for university admission extend beyond these figures. Those who have previously gained entry into esteemed universities often became second-tier beast masters, possessing at least 2 or 3 contract beasts. Confront the disparity, accept reality, and strive forth. Young ones, tomorrow marks the beginning of winter break. I hope you will not squander the next 2 months. By the time you return next semester, your contract beasts ought to have improved their combat and defense ratings by at least 10 points to be deemed satisfactory. Chapter 11. The Sloth Beast's Upgrade. On the way back, Luo Xing inquired of Fang Lin, "Lin, what are your plans for winter break?" "Plans? To nurture my cat, of course. What other plans could there be? I aim to enhance my strength and become a first-tier beast master." "True. I had considered teaming up to hunt exotic beasts and seize their cores, but our current strength is quite worrisome," Luo Xing sighed. "Seizing beast cores?" Fang Lin exclaimed. Having only read about them in textbooks, he understood that beast cores were crystalline cores formed from the energy absorbed by exotic beasts. It was precisely due to the presence of beast cores that these creatures possessed such formidable power. Indeed, allowing contract beasts to absorb the energy from beast cores can significantly accelerate their growth. It is said that a first-tier beast core of the same attribute can enhance combat and defense ratings by approximately 10 points, while cores of second tier and above provide even more formidable energy. "Ah, I see." Fang Lin felt a pang of regret for not having collected the beast core dropped by Fang Yi's cousin's exotic beast. Noticing Fang Lin's contemplative expression, Luo Xing cautioned, "Do not act recklessly. Our strength can only contend with low-tier exotic beasts, and the effects of these cores would be negligible. We are still quite distant from confronting first-tier or higher exotic beasts. We should either seek guidance from experienced individuals or wait until we have improved our capabilities." Fang Lin nodded in agreement, yet his mind was racing. Just because others were incapable did not mean he was as well. He possessed extraordinary defenses and the ability to temporarily contract low-tier exotic beasts. To forego such an opportunity would be folly. However, such endeavors would need to be undertaken alone, as bringing others along would inevitably lead to complications. He did not doubt Luo Xing's competence, yet when faced with the allure of numerous beast cores, he could not guarantee that Luo Xing would remain steadfast. Now was not the time to test human nature, Fang Lin mused. I still have some nutrient solutions. Once they're consumed, I'll see if there are suitable tasks to undertake. Let's reconvene after the winter break. All right, next summer, we shall form a team. Don't fall behind. A promise is a promise. Upon returning to his apartment complex, Fang Lin encountered the last family he wished to see, a trio whose presence filled him with disdain. Fang Yi, upon spotting Fang Lin, wore a look of contempt and resentment. "Fang Lin, because of you, I have contracted merely a mid-tier diamond beast, with combat and defense ratings hovering around 450. Noticing Fang Lin's lack of significant reaction, Fang Yi's boastful demeanor diminished considerably. "However, I offer you an opportunity. Sell this house, and you can keep 30% of the proceeds. I will use the remainder to enhance my contract beast, and in the future, as a beast master, I will take care of you." "What do you say?" Fang Lin was rendered speechless. How could this family be so persistent? Where did their misplaced confidence stem from? What kind of delusions were they harboring? He cast a cold gaze at Fang Mingliang, surveying the trio with genuine pity for the original owner of this body. "Not interested. Here's the deal. Sell the place you currently reside in. Give me 10%, and when I become a beast master, I'll ensure you have a morsel of meat. At the very least, you'll get some broth." Fang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. "Moreover, isn't your centrally located property worth even more? Why do you keep fixating on my old house? Where would I reside after selling it? You're not satisfied with 30%. You could always rent a place." Fang Yi proposed a solution. Fang Lin found the entire situation laughable. "You should abandon such thoughts. It's simply impossible. If you continue to harass me, I won't hesitate to ensure you bear the charge of burglary before the college entrance examination." "Fang Lin, I acknowledge that I have previously wronged you. Yet could you please have some understanding regarding the difficulties faced by my family this time?" Under the urging of Fang Yi's mother, Fang Mingliang also stepped forward to exert pressure on Fang Lin. Feeling parched and weary, Fang Lin entered the community, shutting the door behind him, leaving Fang Yi's family of 3 in disarray in the wind. "This fellow is impervious to reason. Perhaps it's best to let it go. I can always resort to taking out a loan. I refuse to believe I cannot gather the funds necessary to procure sufficient nutritional supplements," suggested Fang Mingliang. Fang Lin, if I fail to become a beast master, it will be entirely your fault. I shall remember this grievance, shouted Fang Yi, disregarding his image. Meanwhile, Fang Lin wore an indifferent expression, finding the situation amusing. I've encountered those who blame their failure to get into a prestigious university on my late delivery of meals, such as the variety of humanity. At this moment, Fang Lin was preparing to administer a genetic serum to his beast, Sang Biao, aiming to elevate its potential from gold to platinum level. Subsequently, he intended to teach Sang Biao wind or lightning skills and venture into the monster forest to seek cores of beasts with the same attributes. This winter break is going to be quite busy. He summoned Sang Biao, who now possessed an impressive degree of intelligence, gazing up at Fang Lin with innocent wide eyes. Fang Lin gently patted Sang Biao's large head, smiling. Come now, drink this vial of genetic serum. Without any hesitation, Sang Biao gulped down the entire potion. Fang Lin noted the absence of fear in its gaze, as if it understood the ordeal it was about to face. Upon signing the contract, Fang Lin and Sang Biao's minds became interconnected, and the moment the serum entered its body, he instantly sensed Sang Biao's pain. Its body began to tremble slightly, and Fang Lin swiftly cradled it in his arms, softly comforting it while gently stroking its fur to alleviate its suffering. He was aware that beasts undergo immense torment during genetic modifications. This process is both an enhancement and a trial. As time passed, Sang Biao's tremors gradually subsided, and Fang Lin carefully set it down, observing the changes. Approximately half an hour later, Sang Biao's fur underwent a noticeable transformation. The previously chaotic colors faded away, replaced by a deeper hue that seemed to shine with newfound brilliance and density, as if it had undergone a form of purification. The most striking change, however, was in Sang Biao's foreclaws. Once somewhat blunt, they had now become extraordinarily sharp, exuding an aura of lethal sharpness. Fang Lin leaned down to examine it closely, discovering that Sang Biao's physique had also changed. Once weighing over 30 pounds, it had now slimmed down to around 20 pounds, its body becoming more compact, with muscle lines more pronounced. It seems all that energy was redirected to enhance its offensive capabilities, Fang Lin murmured, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. From the feedback on his wristband, he noted Sang Biao's enhanced potential, beast potential, platinum level. In the following half-month, Fang Lin remained indoors, dedicating himself entirely to studying skill scrolls. Sang Biao did not disappoint his expectations, mastering the wind skill, Swift Shadow, and the lightning skill, Lightning Sphere, within this time frame. Both skills were relatively fundamental. Swift Shadow, a speed-oriented skill, combined seamlessly with Sang Biao's inherently agile physique, making it even more formidable. When Sang Biao dashed around the room executing Swift Shadow, the series of afterimages left Fang Lin in awe. Lightning Sphere, being the simplest of lightning attack skills, when paired with Sang Biao's sharp claw strikes, wielded tremendous power. Truly, the ancestors had chosen wisely. Chapter 12, Trials in the Monster Forest. After half a month of learning and training, Sang Biao had consumed all the resources Fang Lin had previously acquired for 50 million federal coins. Its combat and defensive capabilities had each reached 231 and 214, respectively. In just half a month, both values had doubled, leaving Fang Lin exceedingly pleased with the results. Next, it was time to venture into the monster forest for trials. According to Luo Xing, a first-level beast core could provide 10 points. And to catch up with the most exceptional talents, one would need to hunt over 100 first-level beasts, particularly those of the lightning or wind type. Although the challenge was daunting, Fang Lin felt an exhilarating anticipation. Currently, the combat and defensive capabilities of first-level beasts exceeded 1,000, and Sang Biao was not yet capable of effective output. It would rely on my temporary contract ability. In Fang Lin's view, since he possessed this skill, he must seize the opportunity to utilize it wisely. Once he became a high-tier beast master, this temporary contract skill would become rather trivial. Thus, after a brief preparation, he and Sang Biao ventured into the periphery of the monster forest under the cover of night. Based on various intelligence reports, Fang Lin learned that the monster forest in Shannon harbored a vast number of beasts, with their strength increasing the deeper one ventured into the forest. With his current capabilities, Fang Lin could only operate in the forest's outskirts. While he could temporarily contract beasts of up to level 5, he could only manage one at a time. Should he encounter a group of beasts attacking him, escape would be impossible. In the initial 3 days, Fang Lin cautiously sought out solitary first-level beasts, managing to acquire 2 wind-type beast cores and 3 cores of other elemental types after much effort. This pace was far too slow. At the rate of 1 or 2 cores per day, catching up to others seemed a daunting task. Resolute, Fang Lin decided to gradually delve deeper into the monster forest. As he acclimated, he began to target groups of first-level beasts, as solitary ones were exceedingly rare. By temporarily contracting a lone first-level beast and orchestrating its self-destruction, he created a significant commotion, necessitating immediate departure post-success. Moreover, this method heavily drained his soul power, requiring half an hour to recuperate. The self-destruction or death of a contracted beast was always a painful experience for a beast master due to the soul connection. The agony of soul tearing was unbearable for most. Since Fang Lin's contracts were temporary, the backlash was somewhat less severe, yet repeated use of this method accumulated considerable discomfort. However, as Fang Lin grew increasingly adept, he began to manipulate his temporarily contracted beasts to provoke similarly powered beasts, allowing him to reap the benefits. Yet, fortune did not always favor him. When two beasts faced imminent demise simultaneously, he had no choice but to resort to the temporary contract and self-destruction strategy. Previously, one self-destruction yielded a single beast core. Now, it could yield 2 or 3, significantly improving efficiency. During this time, Fang Lin ventured into the territory of second-level beasts and acquired 2 second-level lightning beast cores, though the pain to his soul became increasingly intolerable. After nearly a month of trials in the monster forest, Fang Lin's soul power oscillated between fullness and depletion, and his tolerance for the pain emanating from his soul had markedly increased. However, the accumulation of such pain can truly be life-threatening. A month later, Fang Lin chose to withdraw and return to recuperate for a while. He could not continue to push himself like this and needed to rest before returning. He assessed his gains: 52 beast cores, the vast majority of which were of the lightning and wind attributes, as those were his primary targets from the onset. Among these, there were 40 level 1 lightning and wind beast cores, along with 2 level 2 lightning beast cores. If Sang Biao could completely absorb these, his strength would likely see a significant increase. Fang Lin refrained from immediately allowing Sang Biao to consume these beast cores. Should Sang Biao absorb them all, his combat and defensive capabilities would probably exceed 1,000. Such a dramatic increase in power over the span of 2 months, from 200 to 1,000, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He had no suitable excuse to explain such a leap in strength. Encountering ill-intentioned individuals, he could not fathom how he might meet his demise. When it was prudent to be cautious, he must remain so, yet he could not shy away when it was time to be audacious. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Lin retrieved 10 million federal coins from his hidden cache to purchase nutritional supplements for Sang Biao for the next 3 months, as well as potions for his own soul recovery. Perfect. Now he awaited the commencement of the new term. The final 2 weeks passed swiftly, during which Sang Biao became increasingly adept in utilizing the Gale Shadow and Thunderball techniques. Fang Lin also utilized the remaining time to restore his soul power to its peak condition. Standing by the window, he gazed at the sky, which was gradually darkening. For now, he could only procure beast cores through this rudimentary and inefficient method. In a few months, once he attained the rank of level 1 beast master, he would be able to temporarily contract level 1 exotic beasts to battle. By then, the efficiency of acquiring beast cores should significantly improve. Only with enhanced strength would he have more opportunities. Wouldn't you agree, Sang Biao? Fang Lin glanced at Sang Biao, who was grooming itself nearby. After a month and a half of nutritional supplementation, Sang Biao had visibly grown. Its fur was sleeker, its physique sturdier, and even its movements were much more agile than before. Sensing Fang Lin's gaze, it raised its head, squinted its eyes at him, and let out a soft meow. As the school term commenced, Fang Lin received news from Luoxing. The S-class talent, Sha Junwen, from number 1 middle school, had already become a level 1 beast master. Fang Lin glanced at his phone and let out a soft sigh. So soon? Truly, one must not underestimate those prodigies. Luoxing's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Who told them to be wealthy? I heard that the Sha family has enough beast cores to fill an entire room. If I had such resources, I would have become a level 1 beast master long ago. Fang Lin chuckled and replied, the college entrance examination tests practical abilities. We still have our chances. As long as we meet the standards for level 1 beast masters, we should not lose heart. Luoxing responded somewhat dejectedly. The pressure is immense. Forget it. It's better to focus on our own endeavors than to compare ourselves with those top prodigies who have superior resources. Fang Lin nodded. Although he felt some pressure himself, he understood that each person's path was unique. The key was to maintain his own rhythm. If one constantly fixated on the top performers and fretted over the widening gap, what would be the point of becoming a beast master? On the first day of school, the students were buzzing with excitement about the upcoming tests, eager to gauge their progress compared to their peers. Chapter 13, Astonishing Progress. Soon, under the guidance of their homeroom teacher, Lin Ruoxi, the class of 100 aspiring beast masters gathered once more at the training grounds. Compared to the first test, this session focused solely on measuring combat and defense values. Thus the process was considerably swifter. Zhang Yan, combat and defense value, 951. Chen Hongyu, combat and defense value, 922. The values of these two A-class talents continued to dominate the class. They were on the verge of breaking 1,000. At this rate, they would become level 1 beast masters by the end of the semester. The performances of Zhang Yan and Chen Hongyu sparked quite a stir among their classmates. Yet both remained unfazed, as if such results were to be expected. Their nearly doubled performances left the classmates preparing for testing feeling immense pressure. The 20 classmates with B-class talents did not exhibit the same level of brilliance. Their scores improved by roughly 30 to 50 points, with a maximum of 840 and a minimum of 620, clearly delineating a gap from the two A-class talents. Meanwhile, the C-class talents appeared rather lackluster. The results of their initial tests showed limited progress compared to 2 months prior. Fang Lin, combat and defense value, 745. In the C-class area, this number suddenly drew many curious glances. It was noteworthy that the scores of C-class talents prior to him had ranged from 300 to 500, making 745 exceedingly conspicuous. Did he hear correctly? This improvement was not merely double. It had tripled from less than 200. Impressive. He had already caught up with about half of the B-class talents. How had he achieved such an elevation? Could he be a hidden powerhouse? Zhang Yan and Chen Hongyu were equally taken aback by this score. They had not anticipated that a C-class talent could nearly match them. Luo Xing, combat and defense value, 577. Stepping down from the testing platform, he cast a glance at Fang Lin and whispered, "What have you done? I thought my progress was the most significant, but it seems you have kept your cards close to your chest." Fang Lin smiled lightly. "My cat is quite remarkable." "Lindsay, you didn't venture into the exotic beast forest to acquire beast cores, did you? Otherwise, how could your progress be so pronounced?" "You will find out soon enough." Fang Lin wished to keep the truth from Luo Xing, yet he did not want to conceal everything from him. "Cut it out. No need to be so mysterious." No other extraordinary scores emerged thereafter. Lin Ruashi observed the students' performances and nodded approvingly. "Good. It seems everyone has made progress. Especially you. Fang Lin, climbing from 51st to 17th is quite an exceptional leap." However, she cautioned, "Do not become overly jubilant. This semester, you will receive comprehensive Beastmaster education, particularly in practical combat, which constitutes 90% of the college entrance examination score. The S-class talent from number 1 middle school has already become a level 1 Beastmaster, and the A-class talents from their school are steadily surpassing the 1,000 mark. There remains ample room for you to strive for improvement." As the semester neared its conclusion, she expressed hope that several level 1 Beastmasters would emerge from their class. Additionally, at the end of the semester, their school would compete alongside students from No. 1 and number 2 middle schools, and she urged them not to embarrass her. "If anyone becomes a level 1 Beastmaster before the semester ends, I will personally reward them with a high-grade genetic potion guaranteed to enhance the potential of exotic beasts. Seize this opportunity." With that, Lin Ruashi's gaze subtly lingered on a few of the top-ranking students. With such a remarkable incentive, Luo Xing was eager to seize the challenge. "To achieve that, I need to increase my score by 400 to 500 points each month. By the way, is your Golden Horn Bull preparing to master that elemental skill?" Fang Lin inquired curiously. "Of course, it will be a gold-based skill, Golden Horn, Gold Element, a powerful synergy." "Ah, well, that does seem most fitting, considering the bull's naturally aggressive prowess aligns exceptionally well with the gold element. Teacher Lin is undoubtedly wealthy. A vial of genetic serum does not come cheap. If those two Class A students were to ascend to the rank of first-level Beastmaster, the value of 2 vials would soar to tens of millions of federal credits. How astonishing is the world of the affluent." Fang Lin's life has returned to a semblance of normalcy. By day, he attends classes at school, delving deeper into the knowledge of exotic beasts, familiarizing himself with the habits, strengths, and weaknesses of various common creatures. He grows increasingly adept at recognizing the characteristics of different beasts, effortlessly identifying their species based on distinct scents, footprints, and habitats. Each evening, upon returning home, he diligently feeds the beast core to his companion, the Fang Biao, watching as it absorbs the nutrients one by one. On weekends, he ventures alone into the exotic beast forest to hunt. As time progresses, his understanding of this world deepens, and his ability to identify exotic beasts sharpens. He has transformed from a directionless seeker into a patient hunter, beginning to grasp the habits of first-level exotic beasts. For instance, wind-type beasts prefer open areas, while lightning-type creatures thrive during stormy weather. Certain elemental beasts favor specific terrains for their habitats. This knowledge significantly enhances Fang Lin's hunting efficiency. Every time he employs a temporary contract to induce an exotic beast's self-destruction, he experiences a profound sense of soul pressure and pain, yet he gradually acclimates to this consumption. as it remains his sole efficient method of acquiring beast cores. The number of cores obtained through self-detonation has increased significantly, surpassing the 1 or 2 cores obtained by the Han family in a single explosion. If his classmates were aware of his hunting efficiency and learned that Fang Biao consumes cores daily, they would undoubtedly line up to call him father. In just 2 days over the weekend, Fang Lin's collection grew from an initial 10 to 18, then 25, ultimately stabilizing at over 30 cores each week. Simultaneously, Fang Biao's growth rate is impressive. With the continuous absorption of beast cores, its combat and defense capabilities are rapidly enhancing. Within a mere month, Fang Biao's combat power surged from 626 to 1230, and its defense exceeded 600. Such transformations fill Fang Lin with ecstatic joy. At the same time, within his class, the 2 students with Class A talents have only just surpassed 1200. By the end of the second month, Fang Biao's combat power has breached the 2000 mark, reaching 2030, and its defense has also attained 1000, firmly stepping into the realm of a first-level beastmaster. Fang Lin finally realizes his aspiration of becoming a bona fide first-level beastmaster. At last, he has achieved his goal. Acquiring beast cores will no longer be such a strenuous endeavor. He wonders about Teacher Lin's words and whether they hold merit. If he could indeed receive a vial of genetic serum for free, Fang Biao might reach the diamond level. What a tantalizing prospect. Upon becoming a first-level beastmaster, he would be able to contract another beast, and he would need to find time to research this possibility. At this juncture, Fang Lin has left all his classmates far behind. Zhang Yin and Chun Hongyu are still progressing steadily at a rate of around 300 each month, needing an additional 2 months to catch up to Fang Lin's pace. Chapter 14, Potential Threats. However, before Fang Lin could relish his triumph for long, military personnel came knocking. Accompanied by Teacher Lin, Fang Lin met the military representatives in the school conference room. She remained protective of her student. After months of investigation, the military finally identified the 2 men in black. They had compared fingerprints and genetic material extracted from a dilapidated factory with other domains, uncovering the identities of the assailants. Through the facial features of the men in black, they naturally discovered that Fang Lin had previously been abducted by them. Fang Lin, there's no need to be anxious. We called you in today merely to consult about a few matters. You recognize these 2 individuals, do you not? The officer placed photographs of the 2 men in front of Fang Lin. It seems the matter has come back to me, but they lack any evidence to detain me arbitrarily. Resolute, Fang Lin maintained a calm demeanor. He nodded, and, before the military could ask further, he divulged. I inadvertently stumbled upon their transaction after school. Initially, they knocked me unconscious, nearly costing me my life, and later they abducted me. I see. Can you recount how you managed to escape the second time? I find it hard to believe they simply let you go out of the goodness of their hearts. The officer scrutinized Fang Lin with piercing eyes, seeking clues from his reactions. Yet, he was soon disappointed. Fang Lin displayed no signs of trepidation. Then, some individuals arrived at the dilapidated factory, and they got into a scuffle. I seized the opportunity to slip away. The military personnel gleaned no valuable information from Fang Lin's account, although they had previously investigated his background. An ordinary high school student, with a deceased mother and a tumultuous family life, he had endured considerable hardship, all of which bore no connection to the men in black, rendering his background entirely clean. After a few moments of silence, the officer inquired, Can you describe what you witnessed at the transaction site? 2 oversized leather suitcases and 3 men in black. That's all. Is there no additional information? Please think carefully. The officer remained insistent. Truly, there is nothing more. Fang Lin replied, a hint of amusement in his expression. I wish I could qualify for your rewards, but alas, can you tell me the identities of those 2 men? What? Are you interested in them? It's quite rare to encounter someone eager to extract intelligence from the military. The officer regarded Fang Lin with interest. Once I grow stronger, I will track down their lair and seek vengeance. I nearly perished at their hands, and this grudge runs deep. They are thieves from another domain. That is all I can divulge. That will be all for today. I have a feeling we may meet again. Fang Lin felt a weight in his heart. He was uncertain of the implications. If the military could trace him, then the Shah family could as well. As the last person to encounter the 2 men in black, if the item in question held any significant value, his future days may be fraught with peril. Power is paramount. Without strength, one ultimately remains an insignificant insect. Fang Lin is currently oblivious to the Shah family's potential stance, but he suspects it won't be favorable. Regarding this looming threat, the only course of action he can take is to swiftly enhance his strength, acquiring the means to confront the Shah family or to expedite his departure from Shah Nan through the college entrance examinations. Before departing, the officer cast a meaningful glance at Fang Lin, warning, since the military can track you down, the other party can as well. Even if you saw nothing, you remain a significant threat to them. Be cautious. At this moment, his strength remains insufficient. Confronting the Sha family's elites, he might manage to handle one or two. But should they come in numbers, he would stand no chance. In such times, it is prudent to seek a powerful ally. Fang Lin resolutely made his decision. Sha Tongtian. The individual who transacted with the two men in black is Sha Tongtian, the one with the mechanical arm whom he had seen on television before. As for what they were trading, he was truly unaware. Seeing the military personnel prepare to rise, Fang Lin mentioned the Sha family. To him, an additional source of strength to bear the weight of the Sha family's threat would diminish his peril. The officer settled back into his seat, observing Fang Lin intently for a long while before nodding. Indeed, recognizing the need for support at this juncture reflects commendable foresight. He promptly shared his contact information with Fang Lin, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will send someone to ensure your safety. Do take extra precautions." The Sha family is not to be trifled with. Once the military personnel departed, only Lin Ruoshi and Fang Lin remained in the conference room. Lin Ruoshi, gazing at her student, felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Fang Lin. Since taking charge of the Beast Master class, she had yet to delve deeply into understanding her students. But naturally, her primary focus was on the two students with A-level talents. To her surprise, after observing Fang Lin's interactions with the military, she resolved to pay him more attention. A student who lived such a difficult life, nearly an orphan, yet managed to successfully contract a mystical beast and achieved remarkable progress in just 2 months. If he could continue to grow, his future accomplishments would be boundless. What's wrong? Teacher Lin, why are you staring at me? It's a bit embarrassing, Fang Lin remarked, noticing the peculiar intensity of Lin Ruoshi's gaze. Is it wrong for me to look at you? You've certainly had a wealth of experiences. Escaping from 2 desperate criminals must have left you with quite a few secrets. She teased. Teacher, you flatter me. You know my strength. I have no hidden cards. Fang Lin deflected, though he suddenly recalled Lin Ruoshi's promise of the gene serum, sparking his interest. After all, everyone would eventually learn of his strength, so whether he concealed it or not was of little consequence. The chance to obtain the gene serum was a tremendous opportunity. Only a fool would let it slip away. With this thought, he grinned and looked at Lin Ruoshi. Teacher Lin, your previous promise still stands, right? This semester, if I become a Beast Master, you will personally reward me with the gene serum. Of course it stands. I would never deceive my students in such matters, Lin Ruoshi replied, but then she seemed to realize something, her beautiful eyes widening. You've met the requirements to become a Beast Master? Fang Lin nodded and summoned his contracted beast, displaying its data. Combat power, 1026, defense, 1004. Lin Ruoshi was taken aback. In just 2 months, your power has doubled again. You didn't happen to rob those 2 criminals, did you? Teacher Lin, you jest. Fang Lin replied with an awkward smile. Rest assured, I have no interest in such trivial matters. This year, our school might actually compete with the first and second schools. She encouraged. You'll receive the gene serum in a couple of days, I promise. Make sure to find time to get certified by the Beastmaster Association. Having formal certification will make many things much easier, and the school should provide some support. Thank you, Teacher Lin, Fang Lin exclaimed, elated by her promise, feeling the capabilities of his beast once again expanding. Chapter 15. Re-entering the beast forest. Seeing Fang Lin's jubilant expression, Lin Ruoshi smiled faintly, recognizing the youthful exuberance in him. After certification, you'll be a level 1, 1-star Beast Master. From level 1 to level 2, there are 9 stages, each requiring an increase of 2,000 in both combat power and defense. Becoming a Beast Master is merely the beginning. The path ahead will not be easy. I hope you can maintain this pace of progress. If you become a 2-star Beast Master before the college entrance examinations, admission to a prestigious university will be secure. Understood. I will heed your advice. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Lin. After bidding farewell to Lin Ruoshi, Fang Lin did not intend to rush into certification as a Beast Master. For him, it was merely a formality. While he had the chance to become the 3rd level 1 Beast Master at Shannon High this year, it might not be advantageous for him. Suddenly, a high school student with a C-level talent overshadowing all A and B-level talents would certainly raise suspicions, coupled with his previous encounters with those in black. The implications were clear. Fang Lin needed to swiftly accumulate strength and bide his time. Each stage of a level 1 Beast Master required an increase of 2,000 in combat power and defense, a challenge that had doubled in difficulty. Furthermore, as the strength of contracted beasts increased, the energy provided by cores of the same level diminished to less than 1/5 of what it once was. Fang Lin realized from his readings that he had underestimated the challenges ahead. To maintain this growth rate, he would either have to hunt higher-level cores or acquire a large quantity of cores of the same level for sale. He learned that a level 1 mystical beast core could fetch 30,000 Federation coins, which could then be used to purchase higher-level cores or other treasures that promote the growth of contracted beasts. Among these treasures, the most widely used were spirit stones. Some mines on Lanxing absorbed considerable spiritual energy, forming spirit stone mines, which were then processed by various companies. Spirit stones came in 3 categories: upper, middle, and lower. As a small city, Shannon only sold lower-grade spirit stones, which were said to enhance a contracted beast's combat power and defense by 20 to 30 points. Regardless of its level, Fang Lin planned to first acquire mystical beast cores, keeping those of level 2 and above for himself and exchanging the level 1 ones for spirit stones. However, before taking action, Fang Lin had an important task at hand. The glasses he acquired from the man in black seemed far from ordinary. His instincts told him that there was something remarkable hidden within them. He certainly did not want to be caught off guard, unaware of their true value, only to have them taken from him. Upon returning home, he rummaged through the bottom of his backpack to retrieve the glasses, which appeared quite ordinary at first glance, showing no signs of peculiarity. They had no ports or cameras. Resembling a typical pair of glasses, even slightly dirty, not much different from the ones he usually wore. However, in his hands, they felt distinctly heavier than standard eyewear. After a moment's hesitation, he put them on. To his astonishment, a screen automatically popped up on the lenses, displaying anonymous activation. What is this? The glasses can power on. Fang Lin was astounded by the advanced technology, wondering if the technological level here exceeded his expectations. Without hesitation, he followed the prompts step by step. Eventually, the glasses powered up successfully, revealing an operational guide. These glasses were indeed extraordinary, worth enough for the Shah family to pursue him several times. On the display screen, he saw 2 primary features: Mystical Beast Simulation Training Room and Online Battle Platform. According to the instructions, Fang Lin could input his and his contracted beast data, allowing him to battle various known mystical beasts on Lanxing, a rare training opportunity. With this, he would no longer fear encountering real-world mystical beasts, as he would have undergone simulated combat training, mastering each beast's strengths and weaknesses, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. Even more astonishing was the Genius Online Battle Platform, which allowed him to challenge geniuses from other regions of Lanxing anonymously. These glasses far surpassed anything he had encountered in his past life, and wearing them for extended periods was not tiring. Hey, I have a new toy now. Understanding the glasses' true value, Fang Lin carefully concealed them at the bottom of his backpack. Next, he planned to head into the beast forest to gather some beast cores. Meanwhile, he would ensure that his contracted beast, Sang Biao, could grow through the cores and spirit stones, while he too could not afford to be idle. With renewed vigor, Fang Lin looked ahead toward the dawn of new opportunities. Resolute in his decision, Fang Lin took a few days off, fully aware of Lin Ruoshi's capabilities, which reassured him about pursuing his own path. She granted him leave without hesitation. Upon re-entering the beast forest, Fang Lin exhibited a newfound ease, a result of the accumulation of experience that had rendered him intimately familiar with the environment and the behaviors of the beasts within. Unlike the anxiety of his initial foray, he now radiated confidence and composure. At this juncture, he had acquired the ability to direct his temporarily contracted beasts to attack their kin. With the enhancement of his skills and experience, he adeptly commanded these beasts in combat against their own kind. This method of indirect command not only honed his observational skills, but also facilitated a quicker grasp of the beast's vulnerabilities. With this awareness, Fang Lin deliberately chose various types of first-level beasts to engage in battle, gradually discerning the combat styles among them. Each skirmish extended over a considerable duration. In the preceding days, he had merely collected a handful of first-level beast cores, a negligible gain for Sang Biao's growth, yet immensely beneficial for his future battles. In every encounter, he meticulously analyzed the movements of the beasts, identifying their weaknesses. Through observing their clashes, Fang Lin gradually deciphered the combat patterns and frailties of these creatures. After 3 days, he had nearly mastered the combat tactics and vulnerabilities of the common beasts at the forest's edge. The moment for the hunt had arrived. Armed with greater specificity, Fang Lin also unleashed Sang Biao to partake in certain battles. Although Sang Biao had just recently entered the ranks of first-level beasts, participating in combat was vital for its experience. Within a mere 3 days, Sang Biao had already begun to hold its own against some first-level beasts, initially relying on the protection of Fang Lin's contracted beasts to execute surprise attacks. Witnessing Sang Biao's progress, Fang Lin felt a wave of relief. His ancestors' discerning selection had proven true. Chapter 16, The Robbery. Over the span of a week, the duo had harvested over 70 first-level beast cores through their battles. Despite not acquiring any second-level cores, Fang Lin felt a sense of satisfaction with their endeavors. The opponents faced were diverse, encompassing nearly all known species, resulting in a varied collection of cores: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, darkness, and more. Save a few gold cores for Fatty Luo, and sell the rest for funds to procure new rations, he mused. Fang Lin calculated that this batch of first-level cores could fetch around 7 to 800,000 federal coins, sufficient to purchase over 20 low-grade spirit stones. Each stage of a first-level contracted beast required 4,000 points, equivalent to more than 80 low-grade spirit stones, assuming the presence of only one contracted beast. The expenses would likely escalate upon reaching the second level. Without spirit stones and beast cores, relying solely on nutritional supplements was utterly impractical. He had heard that the higher the potential level of a beast, the more terrifying the consumption of spirit stones required. Enough of this. These matters are not my immediate concern. As he redirected his thoughts toward returning to the city, Fang Lin suddenly found his path obstructed by two figures. Dressed in matching uniforms, it was evident they hailed from the same faction. "Who are you, and what do you want?" he inquired. "What do we want?" "Judging by your haul, it seems quite impressive. Leave your backpack, and you may depart." The taller of the two grinned maliciously. "Caught in an unexpected robbery. What? Are you challenging me?" Fang Lin retorted. "To be frank, we are both second-level beast tamers. Escaping from us, a mere rookie who has just stepped into the first level, will not be easy." The shorter beast tamer seemed to discern Fang Lin's thoughts. Two second-level beast tamers? Fang Lin felt no fear. He had already bested third-level once. Let alone these two ragtag individuals. "Who says I plan to flee? Leave your backpacks behind, and I shall overlook your rudeness," he shot back defiantly. "Wow, you're quite bold for a rookie. It's rare to see such audacity," the shorter beast tamer scoffed. "Kid, pretending to be tough can lead to dire consequences, you know?" Noticing Fang Lin's refusal to back down, the shorter beast tamer's demeanor shifted, and he declared, "Enough of this chatter. Kill him and regroup with the main force. The captain is urging us." The taller beast tamer commanded, and the shorter one immediately summoned his contracted beast, a scorpion that shimmered ominously in black. Shadow Poison Scorpion. Fang Lin instantly recognized this creature, having spent nearly half a year in this world, rendering him well acquainted with the common beasts. The Shadow Poison Scorpion was notoriously difficult to deal with, possessing both the enigmatic qualities of the darkness element and the ruthless potency of poison. Furthermore, Fang Lin could discern that this particular scorpion possessed the strength of a second-level 5-star beast. Engaging head-on would surely spell defeat. However, why should he confront it directly? The shorter beast tamer suddenly felt as if the soul connection with his contracted beast had vanished. Before he could react, an explosive force erupted less than 2 meters from him, catching the taller beast tamer off guard as well. Fang Lin had already taken refuge behind a barrier, admiring his handiwork. What irked him was his inability to command a temporary contracted beast to attack beyond his level. Once his strength increased, he would no longer require this skill. The shorter beast tamer never fathomed that his contracted beast would self-destruct. The taller beast tamer collapsed, pain etched across his face. Yet a flicker of hope glimmered in his eyes. He stared at Fang Lin, who approached with measured steps, and begged, "Don't kill me. I can reveal a monumental opportunity." Fang Lin paused, regarding him coolly. "A monumental opportunity? Speak, and if it proves valuable to me, I shall spare your life. We are from the Falcon Mercenary Corps, hired by the Shah family to assist in locating a spirit stone mine." The taller beast tamer gasped, as if this was his last chance for survival. "A spirit stone mine?" Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, evidently uninterested. "Are you implying there is a spirit stone mine within this beast forest? That seems of little use to me." The taller beast tamer quickly elaborated. "This is different. According to some beast tamers who have ventured before, deep within this mine, a significant amount of spiritual energy has already liquefied, greatly enhancing the grade of contracted beasts. This is far superior to merely relying on spirit stones to increase strength." Fang Lin's attention was piqued, a glimmer of intrigue lighting his eyes. Liquefied spiritual energy? He quickly regained his composure, pondering, if that is the case, why doesn't the Shah family act on this themselves, instead of hiring so many others? Are they afraid that others might discover this opportunity? Fang Lin's skepticism surfaced. There are numerous powerful beasts guarding it. It's not as simple as it sounds. We are only responsible for clearing out the second-level beasts at the perimeter. The deeper you venture, the stronger the beasts become. The creatures nourished by that spiritual energy are significantly more formidable than their counterparts, the taller beast tamer explained. Fang Lin realized that acquiring this liquefied spiritual energy might allow him to leap through several stages. The thought ignited a fervor within him. Noticing Fang Lin's eager expression, the taller beast tamer cautioned, "It is said that the beasts guarding the core possess 5th-level prowess. Even the Shah family does not dare to take risks lightly." 5th level? That's manageable. However, encountering a horde would spell disaster. Fang Lin had obtained the information he sought and fell into contemplation, unaware of the cold gaze fixed upon him by the taller beast tamer. Die! Swoosh! 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 3 concealed projectiles shot forth with blinding speed, aimed directly at Fang Lin's visage. However, the tall beast master was met with despair as the projectiles collided with the barrier, rendering them immobile. As a man of audacity and meticulousness, Fang Lin would never allow such an occurrence. He had heard plenty of tales about unforeseen misfortunes. Alas, why must you persist? Fang Lin swiftly forged a temporary pact with a nearby venomous toothed lizard, bringing an end to the tall beast master's ambitions. Though the lizard was merely a first-tier creature, it held a significant advantage over the gravely injured beast master. After a series of faint sounds, the skirmish concluded rapidly. Fang Lin observed coldly until he confirmed that the tall beast master had completely succumbed to his injuries. After erasing his traces, he rummaged through the backpacks of the 2 beast masters, extracting the resources he deemed necessary. From them, he procured over 20 beast cores, many of which were of the 2nd tier, though he lamented the loss of the Shadow Venom Scorpion's core, as the self-detonated creature had obliterated it. Nevertheless, the bounty of these cores was sufficient to satisfy Fang Lin, and combined with his previous gains, this endeavor would yield over 1,000,000 Federation coins. After securing the cores, Fang Lin pondered whether to seize the Spirit Stone liquid. The risk was undoubtedly significant, yet the potential rewards were equally grand. If the Sha family were to acquire these resources, catching up to Sha Junwen would be nigh impossible. Such an eventuality must not transpire. Chapter 17, Effortlessly Acquired. Fang Lin discovered a map to the Spirit Stone mine within the tall beast master's backpack. Following the map's guidance, he stealthily made his way toward the mine. The mine lay at the heart of the beast forest, requiring Fang Lin to traverse areas rife with 2nd and 3rd tier beasts. Along the way, he faced several warning attacks, each step fraught with peril. Yet, he had long grown accustomed to such circumstances, skillfully circumventing the densely populated beast territories by utilizing the map, opting instead for smaller groups of solitary or triad beasts as his quarry. In the territory of 3rd tier beasts, he would temporarily contract one, enhancing his combat prowess with the ferocity of his contracted beast. Although this required considerable time, each encounter ultimately concluded with Fang Lin's triumph. After 3 days of navigating through various beast ambushes, he hoped he had not arrived too late. If the Sha family had succeeded in acquiring the Spirit Stone liquid, it would be a substantial loss. The mine was situated deep underground, with a 5th tier beast lair conveniently positioned at its center. These beasts certainly knew how to indulge. As Fang Lin approached the mine, he encountered fewer and fewer beasts, eventually advancing to within 100 meters of the mine itself. It appeared that the Sha family's cleansing operation had been thorough. Fortunately, they had cleared the surrounding beasts, or else he might have inadvertently exposed himself. Fang Lin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a twinge of fortune. To ensure his actions remained undetected, he once again temporarily contracted a 4th tier beast, employing its agility and strength to navigate the battlefield and quietly gather updates on the ongoing conflict. At that moment, the 2nd and 3rd tier beasts surrounding the mine had been nearly eradicated by the Sha family's hired team. However, the Sha family's forces had suffered considerable losses against the 4th tier beasts, with both sides evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. Observing the scene, Fang Lin noted that both factions were in a state of truce, each bearing significant injuries. A safe zone of over 100 meters lay between the Sha team and the beasts, clearly indicating their mutual apprehension of a surprise attack. Fang Lin stealthily maneuvered to the opposite side of the mine, where the Sha family's forces were absent, relieving him of the concern of being discovered. Finding a concealed cave, he quickly slipped inside, hiding in the shadows while monitoring the surroundings. With no one in sight, he murmured to himself, confirming his safety before commencing his audacious operations. The skill of temporary contracting supported remote operation. As long as he could cast the contracting aura onto the beasts, it afforded him immense convenience. He retrieved a large water cup, typically used for drinking, from his backpack and commanded the temporarily contracted 4th tier beast to take the cup, preparing it to infiltrate the mine to procure the Spirit Stone liquid. As expected, the beast roared and fled from the mine, bloodied and evidently unsuccessful. It seemed this creature did not belong to this tribe. Time for a change. After dissolving the contract, he resumed his stealthy search for a new target, soon locking onto a nearby 4th tier beast. This beast stood sentinel beside a massive rock, its gaze sharp, seemingly vigilant of its surroundings. Fang Lin effortlessly established a soul connection with it, sensing a difference in its essence compared to the previous beasts, though its power was markedly greater. Originally, this beast clan had stationed several trusted guardians here to prevent human incursions. Now, those guardians had become Fang Lin's beasts. One by one, he commanded them to descend into the mine to procure the Spirit Stone liquid. Some succeeded, others failed. For those that succeeded, Fang Lin stored the Spirit Stone liquid in his beast space and instructed them to continue their efforts. The Beast Master's space was not merely a habitat for his contracted beasts to live and grow. It also served as a repository for various resources. For the beasts that failed to retrieve the liquid, Fang Lin did not impose any difficulty. He simply replaced them. Regardless of the outcome, whether successful or not, Fang Lin would reclaim his water cup and direct the temporary contracted beasts to a concealed location before dissolving the contract, leaving the beasts bewildered as to what had transpired. In less than half a day, Fang Lin had amassed several cups of spirit stone liquid. Ultimately, no beast could successfully return with any more liquid. Fang Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. The remaining resources could be left for the beasts and the Sha family to contend over. With a dozen cups of spirit stone liquid, he felt fulfilled, content in his fortune. At that moment, Fang Lin could hear commotion from the opposing side, likely indicating that the Sha family had launched another offensive. However, this held no concern for Fang Lin. He had secured the resources he sought. Brushing off his sleeves, he concealed his accomplishments. The joy of his harvest did not diminish his vigilance. Fang Lin retraced his steps, cautiously avoiding any threats that could expose his identity. Upon returning home, he finally exhaled deeply, overwhelmed by the enormity of his gains, almost incredulous at his fortune. Without delay, he opened his beast space to assess the situation. In the food compartment, only half of the spirit stone liquid remained. He glanced at Sang Biao, as if inquiring, "Did you drink this, fat cat?" Sang Biao, in tune with Fang Lin's thoughts, understood the implication and let out a sharp meow, clearly displeased with Fang Lin's misunderstanding. "If not you, then who else?" At that moment, the barrier beast let out a satisfied belch, emanating a rich spiritual aura. "Goodness, you indulged in this too? I thought you were above such earthly delights." "No need to be upset. No need to be upset. They're all my contracted beasts." Moreover, it was considerate enough to leave half for Sang Biao. Commendable indeed. At Fang Lin's behest, Sang Biao began to lick the spirit stone liquid, and its aura began to shift. Fang Lin was able to perceive the ever-changing battle power and defensive strength from his wristband. Battle power, 1100, 1200, 1300. Defensive strength, 1100, 1200, 1300. The two sets of data began to rise almost simultaneously. An hour passed, and the figures finally stabilized, settling at 7923 and 7755. Is this truly a level 1? For stars? Fang Lin mused to himself, his gaze brimming with delight. He was not far from achieving level 1, 5 stars. At this pace, he estimated that a breakthrough could be attained within a month. With 16,000 points, there were probably not many classmates who had even reached 1600 at this point. He chuckled softly. How far could that talent from the Sha family ascend? At this moment, Sang Biao had transformed into a formidable presence, his claws extraordinarily sharp, and a faint aura of menace radiating from his eyes. Patting Sang Biao's large feline head, Fang Lin felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He then glanced at the data of the barrier beast, a wave of disappointment washing over him. Beast name, barrier beast. Battle power, 2. Defensive strength, limitless. After consuming so much spirit stone liquid, the battle power had only increased from 1 to 2, while everything else remained unchanged. How disheartening. The second semester of sophomore year was already halfway through, leaving less than a month and a half. Fang Lin felt it was time to seek out Lin Ruashi for the gene potion. If Sang Biao could break through to level 1, reaching diamond level potential, he would face no pressure against the most elite talents from Sha Nin's cohort. Chapter 18, Certification as a Beast Master. With such strength, Fang Lin no longer wished to remain hidden. It was time to showcase his true abilities. He was well aware that if he could demonstrate his worth at this juncture, the school would undoubtedly take measures to protect him from the Sha family. If he continued to bide his time, he might risk losing everything. The following day, upon arriving at school, Fang Lin sought out his homeroom teacher, Lin Ruashi. Sensing the change in Fang Lin, she was filled with astonishment. And when she glanced at the data on his wristband, she was rendered speechless. Almost at level 1, 5 stars. What on earth have you been consuming? Not yet. I have come to request the potion from you, Teacher Lin. What? Do you fear I might renege on my promise? I assure you, that is not my intention. Please do not think otherwise. Have you not registered to become a certified Beast Master yet? A week has already passed, and both first and second high have certified their Beast Masters. Hurry up. With that, Lin Ruashi retrieved an exquisitely packaged box from her desk drawer, assuring him that he would receive every bit of it, as this was a high-grade gene potion, and there should be no issues. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Once my potential level increases, I will proceed with the certification. Watching Fang Lin depart, Lin Ruashi smiled, pondering whether she had stumbled upon a prodigy. 2 A-level talents from their school were still struggling around 1700, while Fang Lin was nearing 17,000. It was time to surprise the principal. Perhaps next year, during the college entrance examination, their school could achieve an astonishing result. Fang Lin wasted no time, directly renting a training room from the school to administer the gene potion to Sang Biao. Without hesitation, Sang Biao opened his mouth wide for Fang Lin to pour it in. This time, the pain was not as intense as before. Fang Lin speculated that Sang Biao's tolerance for pain had significantly improved. Beast name, Tabby Cat. Beast potential, Diamond level. Beast level, 1, 4 stars. Battle power, 7,923. Defensive strength, 7,755. Beast skills, Gale Shadow, Thunderball technique. Observing the updated data on his wristband, Fang Lin contentedly stroked Sang Biao's massive head. Let us go to the Beast Master Association. Meow. The Beast Master Association was situated in a luxurious office building at the heart of the city. After explaining his purpose, the staff led Fang Lin to the certification hall. He noticed that several peers were already waiting there. From their school uniforms, he could discern that many were from 1st and 2nd High, while he, from 3rd High, was likely the first of his cohort to arrive. The first-year students had long since completed their certifications, while some had abandoned the process altogether. A few students from 1st and 2nd High turned their attention to Fang Lin. Having come directly from school, without changing out of his uniform, they easily recognized his affiliation. With little to occupy their time while waiting in line, curiosity sparked among the students from 1st and 2nd High regarding Fang Lin. From 3rd High, are you Chen Hongyu? I didn't expect you to be the first from 3rd High to become a certified Beast Master, ahead of Zhang Yan from your school. Fang Lin shook his head. I am from 3rd High, but I am not Chen Hongyu. Could it be that 3rd High has unearthed another prodigy this year? The students wondered. In their view, the only ones from 3rd High who could compete with them were Zhang Yan and Chen Hongyu. Is he not Chen Hongyu? Did he transfer from elsewhere? A lanky student appeared puzzled. Fang Lin, hailing from 3rd High, Chen Hongyu is in my class. Fang Lin, I haven't heard of you. How about a friendly spar after the certification? The lanky student was keen to gauge Fang Lin's capabilities, knowing they would likely encounter each other in future competitions. No problem. Through their conversation, Fang Lin learned that the lanky student was named Yang Zheng, alongside a demurely beautiful classmate named Su Wanyun, both from 1st High and both A-level talents. A boy from 2nd High named Cheng Hao was also an A-level talent. Brother Fang Lin, it seems you've been keeping a low profile. This time, you've eclipsed Chen Hongyu's momentum. Yet, you still cannot compare to the S-level talent from your school. Fang Lin had also learned to be modest. Soon, the certification processes for some social beast masters at the front of the line concluded, and it was their turn. The certification procedure was relatively simple. First, assessing the personal talent of the beast master, followed by testing the battle power and defensive strength of the contracted beast. As long as they met the standards set by the Beast Master Association, they would successfully be certified as beast masters. Upon successful certification, the association would issue a badge engraved with the beast master's name and rank. Should the rank change, they could apply for a replacement badge at their convenience. It is worth noting that the Beast Master Association has branches in various cities across Lanxing, and their data is interconnected. Once they received their Beast Master badge, they would enjoy discounts when purchasing resources from the association and could also post bounty tasks through it. In Lanxing, it could be said that there was no Beast Master who was unaware of the Beast Master Association. Before long, the test results were announced. Yang Zheng, A-level talent. Contracted Beast Diamond level Fiery Sun Snake. Battle power 1307. Defensive strength 1092. Qualified. Su Wanyun, A-level talent. Contracted Beast Diamond level Phantom Fox. Battle power 1274. Defensive strength 1183. Qualified. Cheng Hao, A-level talent. Contracted Beast Diamond level Rock Giant Rhino. Battle power 1007. Defensive strength 1473. Qualified. Brother Fang Lin, it's your turn. Though the geniuses from 1st and 2nd High had completed their tests, they lingered, eager to witness Fang Lin's prowess. For the students from the 3rd school, there exists an innate sense of superiority. The quality of students from the 1st and 2nd schools far surpasses that of the 3rd. The majority hail from families of considerable standing, while the 3rd school is predominantly populated by those of more humble origins, leading to an air of arrogance among the former. Cheng Hao, do you reckon that Fang Lin's contracted beast has a combined combat and defense power of over 2,200? 2,200? You hold him in too high regard. I estimate it to be at most 2,100. Su Wanyun paid no heed to the conversation between the two boys, instead fixating on Fang Lin. Others may have been unaware, but she understood all too well that her contracted beast, the Phantom Spirit Fox, not only possessed elusive dark element abilities, but also had psychic awareness skills. Through their spiritual connection, she sensed that the Phantom Spirit Fox appeared to be subtly restrained by Fang Lin's recently summoned contracted beast. Only Shi Junwen, an S-rank talent from the 1st school, could exert a comparable level of suppression. Could it be that an extraordinary genius has emerged from the 3rd school this year? Fang Lin, C-rank talent. Contracted Beast, Diamond Grade Tabby Cat, Combat Power, 7923, Defense Power, 7755, Qualified. How extraordinary. Chapter 19, A Name Established. Yang Zheng and Sheng Hao could hardly believe the figures before them. This value was 7 times their own. C-rank talent. No wonder we had never heard of him. How could a C-rank talent be so astonishing? Is the world truly this mad? With a C-rank talent and a diamond grade contracted beast, it seems he must have used 2 gene elixirs. He must be quite wealthy. The sole power of a C-rank talent managing to control a diamond grade beast is simply unfathomable. This surpasses 2 levels, defying all logic. The 4 of them received badges engraved with their names from the staff of the Beastmaster Association. Wow, a level 4-star badge. Brother Fang Lin is impressive. Yang Zheng couldn't help but smile wryly. Have a laugh. Do you all still wish to spar? Fang Lin smiled at Yang Zheng, who had proposed the challenge. What sparring? Spar with what? Are you joking? Challenging someone with a combat power just over 1,000 to one with 7 or 8,000. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Since that's the case, then until we meet again. As they watched Fang Lin's departing figure, the 3 were left in a state of agitation. With such strength, is the 3rd school on the verge of rising? If our 2 schools cannot suppress a C-rank talent this year, it would be quite the disgrace. How does one even cultivate as a C-rank? Never mind. That is not a concern for us. We should inform the school first. However, Fang Lin did not leave. Instead, he headed to the trading floor of the Beastmaster Association. With the Beastmaster badge in hand, he could openly sell the level 1 beast cores he had acquired. Transactions with the association were protected, and no one would dare engage in underhanded dealings. Fang Lin used the over 1 million federal coins he obtained to purchase 30 low-grade spirit stones. With these, the breakthrough of Sang Biao to level 1 star 5 was merely a matter of time. Unbeknownst to Fang Lin, the results of his testing at the Beastmaster Association were swiftly disseminated by Yang Zheng and his companions throughout the 1st and 2nd schools. Initially, no one believed the outcome. How could a C-rank talent's Beastmaster possibly surpass the vast majority of A-rank Beastmasters? It seemed utterly inconceivable, until someone accessed the association's system and discovered Fang Lin's information. Level 1 star 4. Instantly, Fang Lin's name spread like wildfire through the 1st and 2nd schools. Before long, the 3rd school also caught wind of the news, as many students from the 1st and 2nd began to inquire about Fang Lin. When Fang Lin arrived for class the next day, the entire classroom erupted with excitement. Fang Lin has defied the odds, rising from the 51st position to 1st place, all with a C-rank talent. From today onward, I declare Fang Lin my idol, the spokesperson for us C-rank talents. Fang Lin, do you need a girlfriend? Fang Lin, do you need a son? The classroom was abuzz with chatter. After years of being overshadowed by the 1st and 2nd schools, they finally saw a glimmer of hope in this generation. Lindsay, you've gone completely overboard. I was wondering why you've been so mysteriously secretive, and look at this grand spectacle you've created. As Fang Lin settled into his seat, his deskmate, Luo Xing, leaned in, a mix of surprise and curiosity in his tone. It hasn't been easy for me either. I almost got killed. Let us not dwell on it. Having said that, Fang Lin discreetly slipped Luo Xing 5 level 1 gold-type beast cores. Here, take them. No need to be polite. I have no use for them. Wow, you've really struck it rich. Luo Xing exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. This should be enough for me to become a certified Beastmaster when school starts in senior year, right? Thanks, I want to be polite about it. But speaking of which, with you pulling off something this big, won't there be any danger? Luo Xing asked, a hint of concern in his voice. No worries. Being high profile means the school will protect me. If I were to lay low, I wouldn't know where I might end up dead. Do you need any help? No. Remember when I got ambushed? I later devised a plan that led me to their hideout, and their associates might come looking for me soon. Being more visible helps the school protect me. I thought so, but this seems overly dangerous. Impossible, how could this be? Fang Yi could hardly believe the results he was seeing. He took several deep breaths in an attempt to calm himself, but the turmoil within him only intensified. He could not accept the undeniable truth that Fang Lin had far surpassed him. In his view, he alone was the most exceptional among the current generation of the Fang family. After all, he was the only one to awaken an A-rank Beastmaster talent. From that moment, he had held himself in high esteem, never considering Fang Lin worthy of his regard. His parents had invested heavily to send him to the best first school in Shannon, hoping he would lead the Fang family to glory, and he had believed himself to be the chosen one. Yet now, his world was crumbling. Fang Lin, a name he had once dismissed, had now eclipsed him. This stirred a tempest of resentment and jealousy within Fang Yi, a taut string pulled tight against his chest. He confirmed multiple times, the 3rd school, C-rank talent, Fang Lin. It must be a case of homonymous names. There surely exists another Fang Lin in the 3rd school. This must be a coincidence. Yes, it must be. At this moment, he was still struggling at around 1600, needing roughly 2 more months to become a level 1 Beastmaster. As he witnessed his peers with A-rank talents successfully registering for certification, he felt an intense surge of envy and bitterness. Meanwhile, Shijunwen from the first school received this news with nothing more than a faint smile. His subordinates had already thoroughly investigated Fang Lin's background. He felt no interest in a Beastmaster with no connections. Just a C-rank talent. And a mere 1600. Was that worth making a fuss over? His subordinates looked on, noting that Shijunwen's own stats had reached 20,000, solidly placing him in the late stages of level 1 star 6. With the Xia family as his backing, Shijunwen was unafraid of any challenges posed by his peers, possessing the most formidable contracted beasts and the best training resources, leaving little regard for anyone else. Xiaowen, do not be complacent. In the coming year, the prestigious Azure Dragon Academy in the 7th domain has a single admission slot in Shannan. We must exercise utmost caution, advised a middle-aged man with a sharp visage, exuding an air of authority from years of experience. Shijunwen displayed a hint of impatience, waving his hand dismissively. I understand. All you do is worry unnecessarily. Alas, the Qinglong Academy represents a splendid opportunity for our Xia family to soar to greatness. We cannot afford even the slightest negligence. Do you comprehend? The middle-aged man, however, remained undeterred, his eyes reflecting a trace of sternness. Yes. Seeing that further discussion with his son was futile, he sighed and departed from Shijunwen's room. Subsequently, he summoned a familiar face from the Xia household, the family steward, Xia Tongtian. Keep an eye on that lad named Fang Lin. Eliminate him without leaving a trace. I will not permit anyone to threaten Xiaowen's future. The middle-aged man's demeanor was grim and resolute. Understood, master. Chapter 20, Beast Simulation Training. Fang Lin remained indifferent to the myriad reactions from the outside world. 2 days later, the strength of his contract beast, Sang Biao, had reached level 1, 5 stars. Fang Lin recognized that mere theoretical prowess was insufficient. Practical combat experience was also essential to enhance his practical abilities. He retrieved a pair of glasses buried at the bottom of his backpack. Upon donning the glasses, he selected the Beast Simulation Battlefield, and astonishingly, the glasses, connected to Fang Lin's soul, directly accessed all the information regarding his 2 contract beasts. After a flash of white light, Fang Lin found himself in an expansive arena, accompanied by his contract beasts, Sang Biao and the Barrier Beast. The glasses automatically matched the strength of the beasts according to Fang Lin's capabilities. However, upon viewing the data of his opponent, Fang Lin's heart sank. Opponent name, Frost Lizard Dragon. Opponent potential, mythical. Opponent level, 1 star, 5 stars. Opponent skills, Ice type. A mythical potential beast at level 1, 5 stars. Was there any hope of victory? Forget it. Consider this a chance for Sang Biao to sharpen its skills, fight well, and I'll buy you medicine if you get hurt. Unlike Fang Lin, Sang Biao exhibited no sign of despair. Its eyes radiated only a desire for battle and an indomitable spirit. Truly, it was the pinnacle of feline combat prowess, unyielding and fierce. Fang Lin mentally praised it. Sang Biao leapt forward with a burst of speed, its form a streak of light slicing through the air, moving so swiftly that Fang Lin could barely perceive its afterimage. Its sharp claws glimmered with a cold light, aimed directly at the Frost Lizard Dragon. However, just as it approached, a wave of frigid air assailed Sang Biao, icy chains binding its limbs in an instant, rendering it immobile. With a swift motion, a razor-sharp ice blade pierced Sang Biao's body, a flash of crimson light appearing momentarily. Within 2 moves, Sang Biao was defeated. The disparity was so vast that it evoked a sense of despair. Fortunately, this was merely a simulation battlefield, so Sang Biao would not suffer any lasting harm. Sang Biao, I hope you don't let this shatter your spirit. Fang Lin silently prayed. As the second round commenced, Sang Biao clearly demonstrated some newfound insights. Its speed nearly doubled, allowing it to dart through the air just before the Frost Lizard Dragon's icy chains ensnared it, almost breaking free. So close, just a tad faster. Fang Lin felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but cheer for Sang Biao. In the third round, Sang Biao finally discovered the technique to evade the icy chains, but as it broke free at maximum velocity, it was met with an oncoming ice wall. Sang Biao collided with it forcefully, causing blood to trickle from its feline nose. By the 4th round, Sang Biao had adapted to the icy chain attacks, but it suffered a setback against the ice blade, attempting to shatter it with its claws, only to underestimate the blade's hardness. This time, Sang Biao sustained significant injury to its paw. Throughout the 5th and 6th rounds, for an entire hour, Sang Biao knelt repeatedly, yet grew increasingly tenacious. Fang Lin observed Sang Biao's burgeoning bravery with joy. The money spent was not in vain. After several rounds, he could see Sang Biao's growth. though a pang of sympathy tugged at his heart. After the combat concluded, Fang Lin removed the glasses to assess Sang Biao's injuries. Discovering that apart from a slightly weakened aura, there were no significant wounds. This beast simulation battlefield was indeed remarkable, though the beasts within were exceedingly formidable. He patted Sang Biao's head, saying, "From now on, I shall practice here for an hour each day, striving to defeat that icy mud loach soon enough." Once he returned Sang Biao to the beast space for rest, Fang Lin donned the glasses again, preparing to explore additional functionalities. Through his observations in the beast simulation battlefield, he believed these glasses possessed even more extraordinary value. Beyond the beast simulation battlefield, there was also an online combat platform. Fang Lin pondered, an online combat platform? Is it akin to the online games of my past life? Do I need to summon my contract beasts to challenge others? As Fang Lin entered the combat platform, a flash of white light revealed him beneath an arena. The arena was empty, devoid of opponents, while a young man lounged in the seats below, lazily observing him. A newcomer? The young man queried, noticing Fang Lin's scanning gaze. Fang Lin nodded. "It's my first time. Could you enlighten me on the rules here? Were you not informed when you received the glasses?" The young man casually inquired. Fang Lin hesitated to respond, but the young man did not press further. In the arena, winning a match grants you 5 points, while a loss deducts 5 points. Draws yield no points. Everyone starts with 100 points, though you can wager more if both parties agree. What can these points be used for? Fang Lin asked, intrigued. Naturally, for exchanging resources, beast skills, beast eggs, young beasts, spirit stones, mining veins, posting tasks, anything you can imagine, the young man explained. "Ah, I see. But how do I collect my rewards? You seem quite confident." "Naturally, through the Beast Tamer Association. But fret not, everything here is anonymous. Even though the association handles the transactions, your identity remains undisclosed unless you slip up," the young man reassured. Fang Lin felt a surge of interest. If he could acquire the resources he needed through this platform, it would be a splendid avenue. "So, how about it, kid? Interested in a spar?" "Absolutely, I'm on board," Fang Lin replied, his gaze resolute. He had faith in the barrier beast's defensive capabilities to withstand this challenge. "You're quite confident. Given that you are a newcomer, I'll go easy on you. I possess level 1, 7-star strength, while you are at level 1, 5 stars. Here's the deal. If you can endure for 3 minutes, you win." The young man was principled, a good sport. Soon, both parties reached an agreement, wagering 20 points as the stakes, and the match commenced. The opposing contract beast was a shadow demon leopard, appearing extraordinarily agile, with well-defined muscles, and its sleek black fur shimmered ominously under the arena lights. Meanwhile, Fang Lin was accompanied solely by the barrier beast. Upon ascending the arena, Fang Lin instructed the barrier beast to deploy its protective barrier. Boom, boom, boom. The shadow demon leopard's claw strikes thundered against the barrier, yet it failed to budge it even slightly. Each strike felt as though it collided with an impenetrable wall, causing no tremor whatsoever. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Realizing its attacks were futile, the shadow demon leopard began to claw at the barrier in an attempt to tear it apart. Its claws possess astonishing strength, yet each strike against the barrier feels akin to colliding with an impenetrable fortress, offering no signs of breach. No matter how the shadow leopard attempts to launch a surprise attack, it fails to penetrate the protective boundary. How could this be? The young man furrowed his brow, unable to fathom the situation before him. His shadow leopard was an exceptional ambush-type beast, capable of overwhelming countless adversaries with its swift assaults. Yet now, faced with this barrier, it was utterly powerless. 3 minutes later, the shadow leopard was utterly exhausted, while Fang Lin remained unscathed. "Brother, what kind of beast is this? It's like a turtle shell protecting its master." The young man felt a twinge of indignation, yet he did not dispute the outcome. Fang Lin noted that his points had reached 120. Chapter 21, The Gateway to a New World. "Here, you can just call me Leopard. I hope to have the chance to spar with your other contracted beasts in the future." The young man responded with admirable frankness, a trait Fang Lin appreciated. "You may call me Odibio. By the way, do you know where to purchase beast eggs or young beasts? What if I lack sufficient points? If your points are insufficient, you should participate in the Beast Simulation Battlefield training. Winning a match will yield a considerable number of points. You can also borrow from others. There are no other options. If you wish to buy beast eggs or younglings, write your request on the message board over there. If someone has what you need, they will contact you." After speaking, the leopard gestured towards the message board nestled in the corner of the arena. Fang Lin approached and observed a myriad of diverse postings. Seeking to purchase a mythical beast egg must be suitable for fire-type skills, offering 50 points. Selling light-type skill scrolls for 10 points. Exchanging 1,000 prime spirit stones for divine grass. Fang Lin was taken aback. Were beast eggs so inexpensive? The leopard regarded him as if he were a fool. "Inexpensive? Here, 1 point is worth 100 million federal coins. Fang Lin gulped at this revelation. The value of these spectacles was astonishing, and he could hardly fathom who might have discarded them. Had he inadvertently torn open a corner of the heavenly realm? You seem utterly ignorant. These glasses were developed by the Spirit Core Alliance, distributed only to prodigies worthy of cultivation. Only those with SSS-level talent or above can utilize them, and they can only be activated successfully when a genius is at level 1. Thus, regardless of how the glasses came into your possession, anyone who can arrive here is among the top talents of the Lawn Star. In our cohort, we anticipate over 10,000 individuals from various domains. Soon, there will be a ranking list, and if you can place in the top 300, you will have the opportunity to be admitted to the most prestigious beast taming universities. Fang Lin felt somewhat bewildered. Leopard, could you please tell me which are the top beast taming universities? The Tianlong Beast Taming Academy, the Sanqiong Beast King College, and Xingchen University. The leopard elaborated. We are all part of this cohort. In due time, many level 1 geniuses will join us, and it will be quite lively. You should hasten to enhance your cultivation, and we shall battle again. Fang Lin clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. Until we meet again. Removing the glasses, Fang Lin found himself in a state of profound tranquility. He realized he had stumbled upon a monumental opportunity. 1 point equaled 100 million federal coins. Truly extravagant. Reflecting on how he had just won 2 billion federal coins from the leopard, he could scarcely believe this reality. Previously, he had reveled in acquiring 1 billion in cash. Yet now he recognized the limitations of his perspective. He pondered the vast sky that lay beyond Shannon. SSS-level geniuses from across the entire Lawn Star? Entering the top 300 would be challenging, and he relished such a test. The 3 foremost beast taming academies? What a grand recruitment strategy. This experience instilled in Fang Lin an almost boundless determination to enhance his strength and accumulate wealth. Initially, he had intended to use the remaining 40 million to purchase a contracted beast, but now, 40 million? What a trivial sum for someone of his stature. There was no rush to seek a new contracted beast. Instead, he would focus on training his beast and accumulating points. Fang Lin's life returned to a semblance of normalcy. Compared to before, he enjoyed greater freedom. Teacher Lin adopted a more lenient approach, allowing him to live at his own pace as long as he did not cause trouble. As long as he attended classes regularly and refrained from incidents, he was largely left to manage his own affairs. During the day, Fang Lin read and tended to his beast in the training room at school. In the evenings, he and his beast engaged in the beast simulation battlefield. He swiftly utilized the remaining 40 million cash to acquire various nutrients that would enhance his beast's capabilities, potions to restore soul power, and low-grade spirit stones. He spent 20 million of that amount to purchase a wind-type skill called Windblade. After observing the battles between his beast and the frost lizard over the past few days, he discerned the singularity of his beast's attack skills. The strength of its claw strikes was insufficient. It required the combination of higher-level, more lethal skills. With the acquisition of Windblade, his beast's claw strikes could unleash lethal wind blades, possessing a far greater destructive power than before. After a month of relentless training, his beast finally triumphed over the frost lizard before breaking through to level 1, 6 stars. A month, nearly 1,000 battles, and his beast had ultimately prevailed. Fang Lin could not help but commend his beast's tenacity and determination. As a result, he earned 5 points. With only a few days left until the end of the second year, the 2-month summer vacation was about to commence. On the final day of the semester, Lin Ruashi gathered all the students once more. Tomorrow marks the beginning of summer vacation. On the last day of the second year, let us test everyone's progress once more. By now, the prospects of becoming a level 1 beast tamer should be quite clear to each of you. If you feel there is little hope, it may be wise to consider a different path. There is no need to stubbornly pursue a career that may not suit you. After delivering her words, the entire class engaged in yet another assessment. Zhang Yan, Combat Power and Defense, 2251. Shen Hongyu, Combat Power and Defense, 2184. Fang Lin, Combat Power and Defense, 23194. Luo Xing, Combat Power and Defense, 1803. As expected, Fang Lin led the class, his value surpassing those of his 2 A-class talent classmates by a significant margin. Tenfold. That's ruthless. Some students murmured among themselves, while others expressed shock and envy. What delighted Fang Lin was that his close friend Luo Xing was also just a step away from becoming a beast tamer. With only a month of summer vacation to go, after the assessment concluded, Lin Ruashi continued, "Well done. It seems everyone has made considerable progress. By the end of this semester, our class has produced 3 level 1 beast tamers, surpassing last year's performance. I hope everyone can maintain their momentum during the summer vacation. See you in the third year." For a full month and a half, Sha Tongtian had been tirelessly searching for an opportunity to assassinate Fang Lin. However, His frustrations mounted as Fang Lin's routine left him with no chance to strike. At school, he found no opportunity whatsoever. On the way home from school, he could sense someone covertly protecting Fang Lin. As for the residential community, he desired to enter, but it was a compound assigned to Fang Lin's mother's research institute, where numerous researchers were under tight security. Even when Fang Lin ventured out to purchase skill scrolls, it was always in bustling districts. He lacked the audacity to commit an act of violence in broad daylight. He aimed for a flawless execution, yet the chances were nearly non-existent. With summer vacation approaching, he could not believe this kid would endure the solitude. The moment he stepped outside, he would ensure that he would never return. In the initial days of summer vacation, Fang Lin secluded himself in his home, entering a state of intense focus. Having heard from Baozi that numerous prodigies would soon converge on the battle platform, he decided to assess whether there were any worthy trades to be made. For several consecutive days, Fang Lin, accompanied by Sang Biao, endeavored to conquer the 6-star difficulty of the Beast Simulation Arena, facing off against the Blood Moon Wolf King, a fire and dark-type beast of mythic potential. Chapter 22, The Sand Family Murders. Throughout the month, Fang Lin engaged in various training sessions with Sang Biao, who had recently ascended to the 6-star level, yet found himself mercilessly defeated by the Blood Moon Wolf King. It was akin to the early days of battling the Frost Lizard Dragon, where he faced repeated defeats, but rose again each time to fight anew. After a month of relentless training, Sang Biao regained his footing and, harnessing the power of Wind Blade, turned the tide of battle. Having absorbed resources worth several million, Sang Biao had now advanced to the 7-star level. By this point, Fang Lin had exhausted all his resources, including the 100 million cash he had discreetly appropriated from the man in black. It was time to venture out and acquire beast cores. Fang Lin was confident that with Sang Biao's current strength, he would be an unparalleled force among first-tier beasts. Under the tutelage of mythic-level beasts, Sang Biao's prowess had experienced a meteoric rise, making cross-tier battles a mere formality. During this month, Fang Lin himself had not been idle. He frequently visited the online battle platform, though rarely encountered anyone. It seemed that other prodigies from different domains were not active during this period. Eager to make progress, Fang Lin promptly posted his requirements on the message board, seeking to purchase a mythic beast egg for 50 points, preferably of the dragon type, with a strong offensive capability. Having completed these preparations, he resolved to head to the beast forest to hunt for beast cores. After a month of confinement, he wondered if that fellow had perished within the confines of his home. The subordinate tasked with surveillance, Sha Tongtian, was on the verge of giving up, convinced that Fang Lin could remain holed up until the start of the new term. On that day, a sight that brought tears to Sha Tongtian's eyes finally materialized. The lad had finally stepped outside, heading in the direction of the beast forest. Upon entering the forest, Fang Lin released Sang Biao, and together they made their way towards the area inhabited by second-tier beasts. The first-tier cores no longer sufficed for Sang Biao's growth. Rather than waste energy, it was more beneficial for Sang Biao to engage in combat with second-tier beasts. Challenging higher-tier foes was the most effective way to hone a beast's combat skills. When encountering early-stage second-tier beasts, Fang Lin hardly needed to intervene, as Sang Biao could dispatch them within minutes. After enduring a rigorous series of battles, Sang Biao's practical experience had become exceedingly rich, effortlessly contending with these beasts, whose potential scarcely approached platinum or diamond levels. After a lengthy bout, Sang Biao grew weary and began to gnaw on a second-tier beast core. Suddenly, as if sensing something, it meowed in a particular direction. From Sang Biao's tone, Fang Lin discerned a warning. A strong presence was approaching. Sure enough, within mere moments, Sha Tongtian, accompanied by a subordinate, appeared before Fang Lin. One was a 4th-tier beast tamer, the other a 3rd-tier, a commendable lineup. But Fang Lin mused that it would not be so easy for them to take his life. As the two approached, Fang Lin maintained an air of calm, not betraying any hint of panic. "Kid, you seem rather composed. It's rare to see such a demeanor in someone your age," Sha Tongtian remarked, opening the conversation. "What brings the illustrious manager Sha to my humble abode?" Fang Lin replied with nonchalance. "Oh, you know me?" Sha Tongtian expressed mild surprise. "I must admit, I quite admire you, but I'm afraid today is not your day. Blame it on your unfortunate decision to block someone's path. Do you have any last words?" "Block someone's path? What do you mean? I was under the impression you came to silence me," Fang Lin inquired, intrigued by Sha Tongtian's wording. "Silence you? What have you done to warrant such a fate?" It seems we're not on the same wavelength here. I'm rather curious about what you bought from those two men in black for 100 million last year," Fang Lin responded, bemused. "How do you know about that?" "It appears we share quite the history," Sha Tongtian countered. "See, that's what I meant by blocking someone's path. Can you enlighten me as to whose path I obstructed?" "That I cannot divulge. Any other parting words?" Sha Tongtian asked, his interest piqued as he focused intently on Fang Lin. Have you found any spirit stone liquid in the spirit stone mines here? I'm curious how much was left when you arrived. Good heavens, it was you behind this. Sha Tongtian exclaimed, rage surging within him. They had lost numerous personnel just to enter the mine, only to discover that less than a bottle of mineral water's worth of spirit stone liquid remained. Fang Lin smiled in response. See? Manager Sha and I truly have quite the story. Speak, how do you wish to die? Sha Tongtian, now devoid of interest in further banter, pressed on. Are you certain you can kill me? You're quite the arrogant one. Even our young master ISNT is brazen as you, Sha Tongtian remarked, his condescension fading as he summoned his contract beast, a three-eyed demon wolf, its fur a grotesque shade of green, exuding a menacing aura. Fang Lin, equally unhurried, recalled Sang Biao and summoned his barrier beast. One hand grasped the barrier beast, while the other produced his phone to begin recording. At that moment, under Sha Tongtian's command, the three-eyed demon wolf charged at Fang Lin, radiating a savage intent to kill. Help! Sha Tongtian is assassinating a genius, Fang Lin cried, clutching the barrier beast as he slowly moved towards a more populated area. Sha Tongtian was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Fang Lin's clever maneuver. The video was now being recorded, and should it be released, the reputation of the Sha family would be irrevocably tarnished. The thought sent chills down his spine. If he failed to manage this situation, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of his family head. In a desperate attempt, he intensified his assault, but to his astonishment, the barrier withstood nearly all of it. No matter how ferociously the three-eyed demon wolf attacked, it could not breach the barrier. What kind of contract beast is this? How can it endure so much punishment? Sha Tongtian pondered, scrambling for a way to break through the barrier. With no other options, he summoned another contract beast, a powerful lion-tiger hybrid known for its ferocity. Fang Lin, however, paid it no mind, continuing to shout, Sha Tongtian intends to harm me. He summoned another contract beast. This is unjust. The Sha family's actions will dishearten the aspiring students. Sha Junwen, I'm merely more capable than you. There's no need for you to send someone to kill me. Fang Lin's cries grew louder, each word clearly captured on video. Sha Tongtian wished he could tear Fang Lin's mouth apart, yet despair washed over him as. Even under the combined assault of the lion-tiger hybrid and the three-eyed demon wolf, Fang Lin's barrier beast remained unscathed. His subordinate summoned his strongest contract beast, yet it proved equally futile. Sha Tongtian was on the verge of madness. As Fang Lin approached the edge of the beast forest, he knew that if he didn't act soon, he would inevitably be discovered. Frustratingly, Fang Lin, fearing that Sha Tongtian might pursue him, waited momentarily before continuing towards the outskirts. Chapter 23, Extortion and Coercion. At this moment, Sha Tongtian could faintly perceive someone approaching in his direction. A surge of resentment coursed through him, yet he had no choice but to retract his two contracted beasts. Observing Sha Tongtian's reaction, Fang Lin turned to him with a smile. Manager Sha, why have you ceased your pursuit? I am yet to have my fill of amusement. Subsequently, Sha Tongtian watched as Fang Lin placed the barrier beast on the ground and paused the video recording. Manager Sha, let us become friends. I shall send you the video later tonight, allowing you to admire your own valiant combat prowess. Sha Tongtian's countenance turned ashen. Striking would not breach the opponent's defenses. Yet letting Fang Lin escape would lead to dire consequences upon his return. Hurry, let us not dawdle. Will you sweep me, or shall I sweep you? Let us expedite this. His subordinates were left in stunned disbelief, having just witnessed the two previously shouting threats, now exchanging friendship requests. Manager Sha, I shall take my leave for now. I will send you a copy of the video tonight, Fang Lin said, grinning at Sha Tongtian. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, transfer me 500 million federal coins. I shall send you the account number shortly. If the transaction is not completed by noon tomorrow, this video will become infamous in Shannan. Do not look at me like that. It is a modest transaction. Were it not for you, I would not have gained anything. With that, Fang Lin tucked his phone into his pocket, cradled the barrier beast, and ambled towards home. He had the opportunity to eliminate Sha Tongtian, but did not wish to provoke such a dominating force as the Sha family at this juncture. If there were alternative means to resolve the issue, he would naturally refrain from choosing the most aggressive confrontation. If he could swindle them out of a sum, it would not be a loss. As Fang Lin gradually faded from view, Sha Tongtian trembled, unable to contain the suffocating frustration and anger within. For the first time in his illustrious career, he found himself so thoroughly toyed with. The crux of the matter was that both he and the Sha family now possessed incriminating material in Fang Lin's hands, rendering any future aggression towards him nearly impossible. Brother, what shall we do? Let us go, we must return. Sha Tongtian nearly ground his teeth as he uttered this. Ding! Sha Tongtian received a message, only to discover it was Fang Lin sending over the account number, nearly causing him to choke on his own breath. After approximately 10 minutes, ding. This time, it was a video from Fang Lin, accompanied by a note. The video is somewhat large, hence the slow upload. I shall be at home, awaiting good news from Manager Sha. Ah, this insolent wretch is pushing too far. A surge of blood lodged in Sha Tongtian's throat, rendering him dizzy. The Sha family. Sha Tongtian's subordinates carried him back, and upon seeing his distressed state, the head of the Sha family felt displeased. What has transpired? How did it come to this? At this moment, Sha Tongtian's subordinate was visibly shaking, stammering as he spoke. Spit it out quickly. The subordinate played the video on Sha Tongtian's phone for the head of the Sha family. As the video progressed, the head's expression grew increasingly grim. Incompetent fools. All of you. Is this how you conduct yourselves? You cannot even handle a mere brat? Hearing the patriarch's roar, Sha Tongtian slowly came to his senses. Patriarch, I failed to manage the situation properly. Please punish me. However, that boy demands we transfer 500 million federal coins by noon tomorrow, or he will release the video. How dare you? The patriarch trembled with rage. Just returning from training, Sha Junwen was puzzled by his father's demeanor, wondering what could have incited such fury. After viewing the video, he fell silent. Father, Uncle Tian, this is a profound disrespect towards me. If I win, I wish to win fairly, without you resorting to such underhanded tactics. You clearly do not trust in my abilities. After stating this, Sha Junwen quietly exited the room. The three remained in silence for an extended period, until the head of the Sha family broke the stillness. You have botched this. You shall clean up the mess. But no more than 200 million. However, we must require the media to publicly state that the Sha family recognizes his potential and wishes to sponsor him. Excellent. This way, should he attempt to use the video to threaten us again, it would be akin to slapping his own face. We have no choice. This lad possesses remarkable cunning. You have fallen into his hands, and it is no injustice. The head of the Sha family lamented. What sort of contracted beast is capable of manifesting barriers? I have never seen such a thing before. However, the defensive capabilities of that contracted beast are indeed astounding. Sha Tongtian replied cautiously. Forget it. I shall not involve myself further. You handle the aftermath and inform Xiaowen of the news regarding that barrier manifesting contracted beast. From now on, let him contend for it. I shall refrain from interference. With that, the head of the Sha family waved his hand, dismissing others from the room, and fell into deep contemplation. Young man, no more than 100 million, and we will require the sponsorship to be public. The media and Sha Nen must report on it. Manager Sha, this is a modest transaction. Please show some kindness. I am near destitution here. Publicly? You are cutting off my escape routes. If you strike at me again, I shall have no means to flee. Once it is public, would it not also be a blow to our own faces if we were to act against you? 1.5 billion. 500 million. I might consider accepting it publicly. 200 million, along with public acknowledgement, is my final offer. Your generosity is commendable. Let us settle on this. The two parties swiftly reached an agreement on the terms and conditions, with Fang Lin immensely satisfied with the outcome, as it alleviated the threat posed by the Sha family. I will transfer the funds to you tomorrow. This weekend at 10 in the morning, our family will invite media colleagues to attend. Ensure you are present. I will send you the location. The boss is a person of his word. I shall certainly arrive on time. Having resolved matters with the Sha family and gained 200 million federal coins effortlessly, Fang Lin felt as if he were floating on air. Thankfully, he had exercised wit and refrained from confronting Sha Tongtian head-on, achieving a perfect resolution. As for their dealings with the men in black, he decided it was best not to concern himself with such matters, as they bore no relevance to him. With the next phase of training resources secured, Fang Lin began to reorganize his subsequent plans. With this 200 million federal coins at his disposal, he could openly purchase the necessary resources. If he were to invest all of it into his contracted beast, Sang Biao, he could undoubtedly break through to the late stages of level 2, or even become a level 3 beast master before the college entrance examinations. However, if he were to truly discover a dragon egg, that 200 million might become somewhat insufficient. Contemplating the dragon egg, Fang Lin donned his glasses and entered the combat platform to see if anyone had replied. Although there was no news regarding the dragon egg, he did receive information about a leopard, learning that prodigies from other domains would not be available until September. September? That would coincide with the first semester of his senior year, leaving him with only a month to enhance Sang Biao. If the leopard's level 7-star status represented the average competency of prodigies from other domains, Fang Lin felt considerable pressure. To secure a position among the top 300, he needed to exceed the average standard of strength. Chapter 24, Sponsorship from the Sha family. The following day, Fang Lin received the 200 million federal coins transferred by Sha Tongtian. Thank you, boss. May your business flourish. Upon receiving Fang Lin's reply, Sha Tongtian felt a surge of frustration. Remember, Sunday at 10 in the morning, do not be late. On Sunday morning, The sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating the room. As usual, Fang Lin rose early, prepared himself, and braced for the extraordinary press conference. Numerous local media outlets from Shannan were invited to attend the event hosted by the Xia family. The theme of the Xia family press conference was simple yet striking. The Xia family places great importance on nurturing the talents of beast masters in Shannan and will invest more resources in supporting promising young individuals in the future. The Xia family certainly knows how to create a buzz, Fang Lin mused to himself. On stage, Xia Tongtian exuded fervor, as the Xia family, through extensive research and outreach, discovered that Fang Lin from Sannan No. 3 Middle School, despite possessing merely a C-level Beastmaster aptitude, was able to surpass numerous A-level Beastmasters, achieving the rank of a first-level 6-star Beastmaster, showcasing remarkable potential. Aware of Fang Lin's challenging circumstances, the Xia family generously embraced him, offering an unconditional sponsorship of 200 million federal coins to alleviate his burdens. Once this news broke, it created an uproar throughout the entire city of Shannan. Those who kept an eye on social developments began to fervently discuss the matter. For many who typically did not pay attention to high school or college entrance examinations, this was akin to a thunderclap. A sponsorship of 200 million for a high school student? Is this true? In the past, hasn't brilliance always been valued in the millions? What kind of whimsy is the Xia family indulging in? Has sponsorship reached this level? 200 million. If I had that, I could become a third-level Beastmaster. There must be foul play. This is exceedingly unusual. That very day, headlines across major websites and news outlets were dominated by reports on this incident. High-definition photos of Fang Lin shaking hands with Xia Tongtian and the head of the Xia family were circulated far and wide. At the press conference, Fang Lin and Xia Tongtian conversed as if they were long-lost relatives, while Xia Tongtian's underlings in the audience could hardly bear to watch. What a performance! The principal of Sannan No. 3 and Fang Lin's homeroom teacher, Lin Ruoxi, were also taken aback by the news. What does this mean? Is the Xia family trying to poach from us? Are we to allow an outsider to sponsor our student while they look down on our school? That afternoon, the principal of Sannan No. 3 stepped forward to announce that the school would also sponsor Fang Lin with a sum of 100 million for training resources. The entire city of Shannan buzzed with excitement. This was truly an unprecedented spectacle. Many began to take an interest in Fang Lin. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Upon hearing his principal's decision, Fang Lin was overjoyed. His luck had never been better. Yet, where there is joy, there is also sorrow. The family of Fang Yi, consisting of 3 members, could hardly fathom that the boy they had once dismissed could garner such recognition from both the Xia family and Sannan No. 3. 300 million federal coins. That was a sum they could scarcely dream of accumulating in several lifetimes. Now so effortlessly within Fang Lin's grasp. It was unjust. Why should a C-level waste receive such sponsorship? This was utterly unfair. Fang Yi was the first to voice his dissent. Who wouldn't he covet 300 million? Witnessing those around him suddenly prosper was a disparity that few could accept. At that moment, Fang Yi had just managed to break through to the first-level 1-star Beastmaster standard. Yet upon seeing Fang Lin's first-level 6-star status, a sense of helplessness consumed him. Observing his son's distressed state, Fang Mingliang and Fang Yi's mother believed that he was succumbing to inner demons, and if this issue was not resolved, his path as a Beastmaster could be irrevocably jeopardized. Go find that Fang Lin and ask him for a sponsorship of 100 million. After all, they are still brothers. He should consider this connection, Fang Yi's mother urged. Otherwise, we will escalate this matter, and we'll see who ends up suffering. Fang Yi's mother incited Fang Mingliang to negotiate with Fang Lin for the sponsorship. For Fang Yi, the past year of high school had seen him invest all the money earned by his parents into training, leaving the couple in dire straits, desperately seeking funds. Let us go together. If that brat doesn't give us 100 million, we won't let this go. After a long day filled with interviews and photo shoots, Fang Lin finally returned home, utterly exhausted. Clearly, not everyone is cut out to be an actor. Shortly after arriving home, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the last 3 people he wished to see. So, seeing me receive such sponsorship, do you want a piece of the pie? Fang Lin coldly regarded the trio. Fang Lin, we're not asking for much. Could you spare 100 million for Fang Yi? He is at a critical age for training, and resources are scarce. As his elder brother, you should at least make a gesture, spoke his befuddled father. Do you think I'm easy to talk to, or that I'm someone you can bully? Brother? When did he ever regard me as a brother? How dare you come here with such audacity? Who helped me when I needed living expenses? Let us not be harsh. From today onwards, we are a loving family. Fang Yi's mother interjected, attempting to mediate. Enough of this. I don't need that kind of fate. With your family, money given will lead to immediate betrayal. I know your true nature all too well. Goodbye. Fang Lin pretended to close the door. Wait, Fang Lin. You can't truly believe that with this money you can keep it all to yourself. You wouldn't want to be the subject of scorn, would you? Mark my words, you will give, or we will cause a scene, escalating it to the Shah family or your principal at Sannan number 3. Look at the disgusting expressions on your faces. You think you can cause a ruckus? As long as you're not afraid of losing your jobs and ending up on the streets, go ahead. Do you think the Shah family is engaged in charity? Stop trying to intimidate us, Fang Yi's mother said, somewhat panicked. If they lost their jobs, Fang Yi's future would certainly be ruined. Don't believe me? Just wait. Fang Lin picked up his phone and directly called Sha Tongtian. Brother Tongtian, I have a matter that needs your assistance. There are a few individuals I find intolerable. Could you lend a hand? Sha Tongtian hesitated to answer the call, fearing he might miss something important. What is it? Brother Tongtian, has this kid lost his mind? Just as Sha Tongtian was about to scold him, he realized that Fang Lin might need his influence for something, so he continued. Who has the audacity to act against my brother on the Shah family's territory? Give me their names, I'll take care of it. They won't see the light of day again. Upon hearing this, Fang Yi's family turned pale. They had never encountered such a situation. Before Fang Lin could speak, the three of them had already fled in a panic. Thank you, boss. You kid, stop causing trouble every day. Go train and leave me alone. Understood, boss. Chapter 25, the first day of senior year. After resolving the troubles with the Shah family and Fang Yi's family, Fang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was safe now, at least no longer worried about being ambushed. For Fang Lin, having spent nearly a year in this world, he had finally found his footing. The next step was for him to soar to great heights. With the protection of the Shah family, Fang Lin could now openly visit the trading center to purchase nutritional agents, genetic drugs, and high-level exotic beast eggs. However, to his dismay, after exploring the entire exotic beast cub trading center in Shannan, he could not find a suitable contract candidate. Most of the exotic beast cubs sold at the Shannan trading center were below diamond level, and encounters with higher-level epic beasts were exceedingly rare. Even when they were available, their quality was mediocre and did not meet Fang Lin's standards for his next contracted beast. He could only wait and see if anyone from the battle platform would reach out to him. After purchasing a substantial amount of training resources, Fang Lin entered a state of seclusion once more, dedicating his days to training Sang Biao in the simulated exotic beast battlefield. With an ample supply of spirit stones and high-level beast cores, Sang Biao's growth was nothing short of astonishing. It had taken to consuming spirit stones and beast cores as if they were mere candies. However, Fang Lin was not concerned about any instability in Sang Biao's level. Every day, after consuming his jelly beans, Sang Biao engages in fierce battles with mythical creatures of equal rank, often emerging with pitiful meows of defeat. With such a rigorous regimen of training, he need not ponder the instability of his foundation. Furthermore, Sang Biao swiftly converts the growth energy acquired from these jelly beans into tangible combat prowess. As time progresses, his advancement accelerates, and his improvements are evident almost daily. Within a mere month, Sang Biao has grown from an initial weight of 40 to 50 pounds to a magnificent feline measuring 1.5 meters in length, rivaling the small tiger from his previous life. Beyond his physical growth, his fur has become increasingly lustrous, while his long, resilient claws sharpen with each encounter, effortlessly tearing through steel, a creature seemingly born for battle. After only a month, he is on the cusp of reaching the strength of a level 9 Beastmaster. Once again, he triumphs in the simulated battlefield against his opponents. At this juncture, Fang Lin's score on the combat platform has surged to 135. The power level of a Beastmaster is intrinsically linked to that of their contracted beast, determined by the highest strength of their most formidable companion. Thus, after a summer of intensive training, Fang Lin has ascended to the rank of a level 8 Beastmaster. In Shannan, he should face no challenges among his peers. However, mere invincibility among equals is not enough. I aspire to vanquish all adversaries. Every year on September 1st marks the unified school opening date of Lanxing. On this day, Fang Lin retrieves Sang Biao into his beast space and hastily tidies his disheveled home, preparing to head to school. At Shannan No. 3 High School's Beastmaster class, Lin Ruoshi stands at the podium, scanning the room. Compared to her usual mature and alluring demeanor, she appears markedly more serious today. The start of senior year heralds the imminent approach of the college entrance examination. This exam not only assesses your mastery of beast mastery knowledge, but places greater emphasis on practical combat, with practical performance accounting for 90 of the score. From this semester onward, I will be your practical instructor. Our classes will transition to the training grounds, where your contracted beasts will inevitably suffer injuries, and even face death. The treatment of injured contracted beasts incurs significant expenses, and today marks your last opportunity to transfer classes. After this, most of you will confront the harsh realities of the Beastmaster world. In 2 months, Our 3 high schools in Nin will participate in a league competition, essentially a battle between beast masters commanding their contracted beasts. Many of you have likely witnessed such events before, but this time, you will transition from spectators to participants. The excitement of the new semester is somewhat dampened by this stern briefing. However, many of the more combative students remain undeterred. As long as we don't die, we will fight to the end. We understand. They are committed to a year of hard work, ready to face a lifetime of challenges. Lin Roashi observes the spirited determination among her students and nods appreciatively, feeling a sense of comfort. Indeed, this is the spirit required. I hope you will find joy in your endeavors. In addition to practical training on the battlefield, you will also have opportunities to hone your skills in the beast forest. So prepare yourselves. As her words conclude, she initiates the new semester's strength assessment. Unsurprisingly, Fang Lin once again dominates the class with overwhelming results. His level 8 strength has placed him far ahead of his classmates. To his astonishment, 5 level 1 beast masters have emerged within the class. Aside from 2 students with A-grade talents, Luo Xing and 2 others with B-grade talents have completed their certification over the summer break. Subsequently, news arrives that the certified beast masters in the first and second high schools have reached double digits. Sha Jiwen from the Sha family has already become a level 9 beast master. How swiftly he has advanced. Wang Qinyu, the S-grade talent from the second school, has also attained level 5. Fang Lin, you must crush the first school. Many classmates cast encouraging glances his way. However, just as the excitement settles, a shocking piece of news reverberates throughout Shannan. Sha Jiwen's S-grade talent has progressed, making him the first SS-grade talent beast master in Shannan. Following closely, even more astonishing news follows. Sha Jiwen has successfully contracted a legendary beast with extraordinary potential, the Diamond Giant Ape. These 2 announcements ignite a frenzy within the high school community of Shannan. An SS-grade talent? Hasn't such a talent been absent for over a decade? The notion that talent could elevate is astounding. The Sha family must have expended considerable resources. Undoubtedly, they can afford such investments. Despite Fang Lin's formidable strength, when compared to such resources and background, he feels significantly overshadowed. In contrast to the fervent discussions among his peers, Fang Lin remains notably composed, unfazed by the revelations. The elevation of talent from S-grade to SS grade? Could it be that Sha Tongtian procured the divine herb from the cloaked figures? Recently, Fang Lin has delved into numerous tomes on beast mastery and learned of an exceedingly rare plant, believed to be nearly extinct, that flourishes in secluded corners. The primary function of this divine herb is to enhance the talent level of beast masters, albeit with no guarantee of efficacy. Even so, its rarity and immense potential have driven its price to astronomical heights. One would need at least 10 billion federal coins to procure it. Given its extreme scarcity and the probabilistic nature of its effectiveness, few possess the audacity to make such a purchase. 100 million for a stock of divine herb? This transaction is truly worthwhile. Fang Lin messages Sha Tongtian. Wow, how did you figure that out? Wait, how did you know it was 100 million? Sha Tongtian seems to have realized something, a shiver coursing through him. The fact that they can sell the divine herb at such a price suggests that those 2 cloaked figures must be desperate. Anyone capable of driving them to such desperation must possess considerable strength. You all need to be cautious. Fang Lin immediately recognizes the implication. He is acutely aware that the value of the glasses he possesses far exceeds that of the divine herb. However, with the Sha family shielding him, he feels less anxious. Chapter 26. The threat lingers. The Sha family harbors high hopes for Sha Jiwen. His S-grade talent has elevated him to the status of the chosen one within their ranks. Nonetheless, the family patriarch believes that only by further enhancing his talent and widening the gap with his competitors can Sha Jiwen progress further. They are all too aware of the potential pitfalls associated with purchasing the divine herb for 100 million federal coins. Yet with opportunity at hand, they are determined not to let it slip away. Fortunately, Sha Jiwen has successfully improved his talent. Given that the Sha family has taken this step, they have already anticipated the possible repercussions. From Fang Lin's perspective, the Sha family's actions will inadvertently help him bear much of the scrutiny. However, should they discover that the Sha family remains oblivious to the true value of the glasses and continue to investigate, he still faces danger. I hope their actions are delayed, ideally until after the college entrance exams. Sha Tongtian informs the family patriarch, Sha Hai, of his conversation with Fang Lin. The 2 cloaked figures likely fell into Fang Lin's trap. Our 100 million has also found its way into his hands, which explains his rapid rise. We have underestimated this kid's capabilities, Sha Hai sighs. What does this kid intend? Why inform us that he has ensnared the cloaked figures? Shitangshan remains skeptical of Fang Lin's ability to personally deal with the enigmatic figures cloaked in black, suspecting that he must have employed some underhanded tactics. He intended for us to shoulder this burden alongside him. Was he genuinely so benevolent? Or did he harbor ulterior motives? Shitungshan found himself perplexed. It was rather simple. He had acquired something of greater value than the divine spirit grass from those shadowy figures, seeking our assistance to alleviate some of the pressure. Should we refuse? He could easily deflect blame, claiming that we had obtained that more valuable item. Who would you trust in such a situation? By heavens, Fang Lin truly was cunning. Shitungshan, without needing to ponder, knew that those pursuing the black-clad individuals would certainly not believe that a mere level 1 beastmaster like Fang Lin could have bested 2 level 3 beastmasters. My admiration for this lad grows ever stronger. Shanghai smiled, having prepared himself for the impending circumstances ever since we decided to procure the divine spirit grass. The presence of an additional ally was of little consequence. As for the more valuable item Fang Lin possessed, Shitungshan inquired cautiously. Never mind, that was his fortune. It would be unwise to create discord at this juncture. In the 7th domain, within the opulent study of the Yi family, a venerable elder, his hair as white as snow, meticulously polished a black and white frame with a cloth. Inside the frame was a handsome youth, around 17 or 18 years old, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes, bearing a resemblance to the elder. Tian'er, do you blame your grandfather for being powerless? Worry not, I shall avenge you, the elder lamented, tears of murky sorrow cascading down his weathered face. Knock, knock, knock. A subordinate rapped on the door of the elder's study. Patriarch, the men dispatched to pursue Yi Fu and Yi Gui have lost their trail. It is presumed that they have met with misfortune, or perhaps they have devised a means to evade our pursuit. The subordinate spoke with trepidation, acutely aware of the patriarch's recent loss of his grandson and the turmoil it must have wrought upon his spirit. Useless. You cannot even handle such a trivial task. What worth do they hold? The elder's voice thundered. Reinforce our efforts, pursue them to the ends of the earth, and bring those 2 traitors back to me. Yes. The subordinate bowed and retreated, and the elder's gaze softened as he looked at the frame containing his grandson. Tian'er, I shall deliver those 2 scoundrels who stole your gifts to your grave. That night, several waves of individuals departed from the Yi family, pursuing the possible hideouts of Yi Fu and Yi Gui. Meanwhile, 5 individuals were advancing towards the southern direction of the 9th domain. Their strength was formidable, each having attained the rank of level 5 beastmaster. Boss, judging by the old man's words, we are to capture Yi Fu and Yi Gui alive. What if they are already dead? How shall we report back? The one referred to as boss was a young man with purple hair, appearing to be in his late 20s. He pursed his lips and replied, Then we shall bring back the killer responsible for their deaths and let the old man decide their fate. That is all we can do. It is rare for anyone to escape the Yi family's tracking devices, unless they are deceased. Those 2 traitors truly are a source of trouble. It is said they absconded with the divine spirit grass and the illusory gaze glasses prepared for young Master Yi Tian, valued at hundreds of billions of federal coins. I wonder if those items will still be in their possession when we find them. The divine spirit grass is likely gone. They would certainly sell it to fund their escape. The illusory gaze glasses, however, may not be so easily sold, explained the purple-haired youth. Is there any significance to this? Another subordinate inquired. The purple-haired youth continued. The illusory gaze glasses can only be activated by a level 1 beastmaster with an SSS level talent. Given these 2 conditions, it is exceedingly rare for anyone to activate those glasses. Furthermore, the 8th and 9th domains are among the least prestigious in the Lawn Star. Where would an SSS genius come from, especially one fortunate enough to acquire the illusory gaze glasses? Is it truly that extraordinary? A bald subordinate exclaimed in amazement. I have heard it was developed specifically by the Spirit Corps Alliance, intended to train the top talents of Lawn Star. The patriarch himself went to great lengths to obtain it, investing a fortune from the Yi family's resources. A female subordinate, more familiar with the details, added. But isn't our young master Yi Tian an SSS level talent? Can he activate them? A subordinate questioned. Thus, the patriarch went to great lengths to procure a piece of divine spirit grass, truly exhausting himself for the sake of the young master. What a pity. The heavens are envious of talent. A heavy silence fell upon them. In the training grounds of Class 3, Lin Ruashi summoned her 3rd contracted beast, an early-stage level 1 phantom flame fox. This exquisite creature boasted soft, shiny fur and emitted a faint aura of flame. The phantom flame fox possessed immense potential, at least diamond grade, capable of mastering dark and fire-based skills, even enchanting its adversaries. However, Lin Ruashi refrained from investing resources into this contracted beast, deliberately keeping it at this level for the sake of teaching. Lin Ruashi turned to face her students and calmly stated, Today, we shall begin with the fundamentals. You must learn how to communicate with your contracted beasts, analyze your opponent's weaknesses, and effectively exploit those weaknesses in your attacks. First, observe the movements of your opponent's contracted beast, analyze its physique and habits, and identify its vulnerabilities. One by one, the the students summoned their contracted beasts, engaging in practical exercises based on Lin Ruashi's instructions. Initially, some students appeared hesitant, their commands lacking clarity, leading to somewhat clumsy movements from their contracted beasts. Good, keep going. Everyone must be more agile. Don't be so rigid, be bolder, Lin Ruashi encouraged the entire group. Many students genuinely began to loosen up, and the training ground soon resembled a lively scene reminiscent of a zoo from Fang Lin's past life. The roars of beasts filled the air, mingled with the shouts of students and Lin Ruashi's admonitions, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Chapter 27. News of the Dragon Egg. That evening, Fang Lin returned to his residence. Dragging his weary body, he was not genuinely fatigued, but rather mentally drained by the incessant chatter of the exotic beasts surrounding him. Upon arriving home, he donned his glasses, anticipating a lively evening, hoping for news regarding the Dragon Egg. Upon entering the battle platform, he found that, as expected, the seating below the arena was already packed, with at least several hundred individuals present. Soon, he spotted the figure of the leopard among the crowd. Less than 3 minutes later, an electronic screen appeared in the arena, outlining the rules for the upcoming battles. This arena has reached full capacity of 300 participants, numbered 092. There are approximately 100 such arenas across the entire Lanxing. Over the next 3 months, 300 participants will engage in free battles, trading to earn points. Each individual must participate in at least 30 battles per month. Failure to do so will result in account cancellation. After 3 months, the formal competition will commence, with a total of 31,824 SSS level talents across Lanxing, with the top 300 being directly admitted to the 3 prestigious Beast Master Academies. Once it was confirmed that all 300 individuals had received the message, the screen in the arena vanished. At this moment, discussions erupted among the participants. Is our Lanxing truly so formidable? Over 30,000 SSS level talents? That seems utterly exaggerated. Our city only has a handful. I had thought I came from a significant place. Fang Lin felt somewhat embarrassed. Could he admit that there were none from Shannon? With over 30,000 candidates, only 300 would be selected, an exceedingly narrow margin. This meant that to be admitted, we must at least secure a place among the top 3. Instantly, the 300 Beast Masters began to glance around, aware that their competitors were all around them. If they could not surpass those nearby, admission to the top-tier Beast Master Academies would remain a distant dream. Fang Lin was instantly filled with fervor. This was the exhilarating sensation he had longed for. He had grown weary of the absence of worthy adversaries in Shannan. At that moment, a stout young man accompanied by a leopard approached Fang Lin. "Oh Biao, allow me to introduce you to my friend, a companion from the real world. You may call him Fei Long. He has heard of your desire for dragon eggs, and you two can converse." Upon hearing this, Fang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Pleased to meet you. Do you possess any dragon eggs with mythical potential for sale?" Fei Long glanced at Fang Lin and casually nodded. "There are no dragon eggs below mythical grade here. Everyone present is an SSS level genius. Who would be interested in such inferior goods?" Fang Lin felt a flush of embarrassment. Were those below mythical grade truly worthless? How were the Beast Masters in Shannan supposed to survive? Fei Long continued. "What type of skills are you seeking? Ice Dragon, Thunder Dragon, Fire Dragon, or something else? Can you truly procure them all?" Fang Lin asked, slightly incredulous. "Is there a spatial dragon available, or perhaps one that can become invisible?" Fei Long chuckled and shook his head. "What are you thinking? Dragons of that caliber are exceedingly rare. If they exist, they are undoubtedly treasures, and no one would part with them." Fang Lin was particularly fond of beasts capable of traversing space. Such creatures were not merely life-saving tools, but also invaluable for swift travel, and he had no desire to endure bumpy journeys. "Can the Thunder Dragon breathe fire?" Fang Lin inquired. Fei Long pondered for a moment. "The Thunder Dragon can only master lightning skills. However, our bred Thunder Dragons have acquired offensive skills in other elemental domains. You won't need to train them from scratch. Provided you supply sufficient resources, their growth will be remarkably swift." Fang Lin's eyes lit up. "Oh, so it is a knowledgeable dragon. That sounds promising." He contemplated for a moment before directly asking, "How many points do you intend to charge?" Fang Lin was not one to dawdle. He wished to contract an extraordinary beast without delay, for time was of the essence. Fei Long extended his palm. "It's the price you see on your message board, 50 points. Trust me, you won't be at a loss. It's a bargain." "No problem. I will transfer you 25 points first, and upon confirmation, I shall send the remaining 25 points. Is that acceptable?" Fang Lin still harbored a hint of concern. "Rest assured, our family is the premier dragon breeding family in Lanxing. We would never deceive you. When can I expect the delivery?" Fang Lin inquired, discreetly providing his address to Fei Long. "Typically, it's the next day," Fei Long remarked, then paused. "Whoa, the 9th domain? Brother, that's quite far. I guarantee it will arrive in 3 days." Once the dragon egg transaction was settled, Fang Lin shifted his focus to the arena. Biao, are you planning to take the stage and spar with other geniuses? The leopard inquired curiously. Fang Lin shook his head. You have seen my contracted beast. It possesses no combat prowess. I must swiftly cultivate the dragon before I can compete with you all. For now, I shall wait here for others to challenge me. Cultivating to pinnacle level 1 in 3 months is quite the challenge, he sighed, observing the surroundings. Look at those individuals, Fei Long pointed out several beastmasters. Many of them have already reached level 2 star 1. Thus, my task is formidable, Fang Lin lamented, contemplating the necessity of taking risks to secure a top 3 position. The leopard smiled and clasped his hands. With such confidence, Biao, I shall extend my early congratulations and wish you success. Don't you all wish to attend the top Beastmaster Academy? Fang Lin inquired, curious. Upon hearing this, Fei Long's eyes flickered with a complex expression as he smiled wryly. Of course we wish to. Who wouldn't? However, the competition is exceedingly fierce, and many expend their utmost efforts yet still fail to gain admission. I am merely seizing this opportunity to acquire cultivation resources and trade for top-tier cultivation materials. Whether I ultimately gain entry to the prestigious academy is a matter of fate. Where one is not welcomed, there will be another haven. Fang Lin couldn't help but feel contemplative after hearing this. The esteemed Beastmaster Academy was not an easily attainable goal, even for these SSS-level geniuses. Just as they were engaged in conversation, a masked Beastmaster of the same rank approached, evidently seeking to challenge Fang Lin. Ah, Biao. I must take my leave, Fang Lin remarked with a smile, interrupting the discussion as he stepped toward the arena. What is Ode Biao's contracted beast? I heard you were previously defeated by him. Fei Long glanced at the nearby leopard. You'll find out shortly. Why would he choose anyone other than Ode Biao as an opponent? The leopard sighed. Is Ode Biao truly that formidable? Has he found a reliable ally today? Fei Long's eyes gleamed with intrigue. However, Fang Lin had no intention of summoning his barrier beast for this battle. He held no belief that a beast of the same rank would lose to Sang Biao. Moreover, if those of equal standing were too timid to engage in direct combat, he would feel unworthy of attending the top Beastmaster Academy. As both ascended to the arena, the masked Beastmaster had already summoned his contracted beast, the mythical, golden-scaled giant lizard. To the surprise of the onlookers, Fang Lin did not summon the invulnerable defensive beast. Instead, he called forth a giant cat. Is this the contracted beast that defeated you? Fei Long exclaimed in disbelief. This one is merely diamond grade. How much leniency did you afford? Cough. The leopard coughed awkwardly to mask the embarrassment. The one that defeated me is another contracted beast, not this one. Chapter 28. Sang Biao vs. Golden-Scaled Giant Lizard. As the audience beheld Fang Lin's summoned giant cat, the arena fell into a hush. Is this really a diamond-grade contracted beast? What a farce. Many spectators questioned under their breaths, speculating whether he had simply given up and summoned a lackluster beast as a ruse. Yet, among them were a few keen-eyed beastmasters. Their expressions focused as they scrutinized Sang Biao's actions, gradually realizing that this giant cat was anything but ordinary. However, these discerning beastmasters did not include Fang Lin's opponent. The masked youth. Are you looking down on me? Using a diamond-grade piece of scrap to compete? Fang Lin had not anticipated such a reaction, yet he brushed off the derision, thinking, scrap? You shall soon reconsider. Offended by the disdain, Sang Biao's fur bristled, revealing his inner fury. Very well, golden-scaled giant lizard. Tear it apart. With no pre-battle pleasantries exchanged, both sides were charged with hostility, launching into a fierce assault. The golden-scaled giant lizard's body was covered in a thick layer of golden scales, shimmering with a dazzling sheen and exuding formidable defensive power. Upon receiving the attack command, it opened its massive jaws and let out a low growl, charging toward Sang Biao without hesitation, exuding an intimidating presence. Sang Biao suddenly sidestepped, vanishing from sight and leaving a trail of afterimages on the arena floor. Its form was as agile as the wind, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. This cat possesses astonishing speed. It must be utilizing wind-based skills. The audience gasped in astonishment. Sang Biao swiftly maneuvered behind the golden-scaled giant lizard, slashing with sharp claws, unleashing a torrent of vicious wind blades aimed directly at the creature's back. These were skills honed through relentless battles in simulated environments. If the opponent's reaction was lacking, one must capitalize on their agility to inflict damage. The sound of the wind blades slicing through the air was jarring, swiftly tearing through the golden scales of the golden-scaled giant lizard and producing a series of sharp clinks. Yet, almost instantly, the scales glimmered with radiant light, seemingly absorbing the force of the attack, sustaining minimal damage. What incredible defense! Several beastmasters couldn't help but exclaim in awe. In the initial clash between the death cat and the golden-scaled giant lizard, neither party gained the upper hand. The golden-scaled giant lizard turned its head, evidently incensed by the speed and assault style of the death cat. With a ferocious roar, it pivoted and swept its robust tail towards the death cat with astonishing speed, leaving little room for reaction. However, the death cat appeared to have anticipated this, nimbly leaping upwards to evade the strike. The agility of this feline was truly remarkable, thought the masked beastmaster in astonishment. Yet, the death cat was not content with mere evasion. It began to dart swiftly, maneuvering to the side of the golden-scaled giant lizard and delivering a powerful blow to its abdomen. Its claws shimmered with a sharp, icy glint, each strike infused with a potent gust of wind, as if to rend asunder all in its path. Thud! The death cat's claws struck the golden-scaled giant lizard's abdomen with a resounding metallic clang that echoed across the battlefield. The wind blade sliced through the lizard's golden scales, sending a flurry of dust and debris into the air. Yet this time, the golden-scaled giant lizard did not completely withstand the attack. Several shallow cracks appeared in the scales of its abdomen, indicating it had sustained some injury. A diamond-tier contracted beast was able to breach the defenses of a mythic-tier beast? In the eyes of these prodigies, mythic-tier beasts were overwhelmingly dominant over those of lower tiers, and they had never encountered beasts below mythic tier. Thus, witnessing the death cat's stunning performance, they were left incredulous. Nevertheless, the golden-scaled giant lizard was not easily subdued. It promptly adjusted its stance, its golden scales beginning to radiate with light, a potent metallic aura swelling around it, its massive form resembling a living, moving fortress. Golden-scaled giant lizard, thunderstrike. The masked youth remarked with a cold smile, a confident curve gracing his lips. Suddenly, the lizard's eyes blazed brightly, and its golden scales emitted a blinding brilliance. As if the power of metal elements was coalescing, it leapt with fervor, opening its great maw to unleash a golden beam, hurtling directly towards the death cat. Boom! The golden light illuminated the entire training ground, and where the beam passed, the air trembled, the sound reverberating like thunder. The death cat dared not confront it head-on. It swiftly activated a wind-based skill, pushing off the ground to execute a swift sidestep, narrowly evading the attack. Whoosh! The death cat moved with a swiftness akin to the wind, darting through the gaps on the battlefield, twisting in midair to launch another wind blade, accompanied by a piercing sound as it swept fiercely towards the back of the golden-scaled giant lizard. The speed of this feline was terrifying, able to continuously evade the lizard's attacks while launching counterstrikes. Fang Lin bore a faint smile, his gaze firmly fixed on every move of the death cat. And an idea sparked in his mind. Death cat, use Thunderball. Upon receiving the command, the death cat abruptly halted its relentless wind blade onslaught, swiftly gathering energy to shoot forth a small thunderball from its mouth. The ball darted through the air like a bolt of lightning, crashing against the shoulder of the golden-scaled giant lizard with a tremendous roar. Bang! The shoulder of the lizard erupted in a burst of golden light. However, the defensive prowess of its golden scales once again proved effective, as the thunderball's force failed to completely breach its defenses. Nevertheless, the lizard's movements were visibly affected, pausing momentarily, appearing somewhat dazed. What an opportunity! Fang Lin's heart raced, and he swiftly issued a new command. Counterattack. The death cat seized this moment, utilizing the lizard's brief lapse in focus, leaping once more with claws sharp as blades, delivering a fierce slash towards the lizard's neck. This time, the golden-scaled giant lizard could not withstand the blow entirely. Its neck scales were torn apart, blood gushing forth. As it bled and was wounded, the lizard gradually lost its initial ferocity, adopting a defensive posture step by step. Ultimately, faced with the increasingly ferocious onslaught of the death cat, it could no longer hold its ground. Victory to the death cat. Fang Lin obtained merely 5 points, as there had been no prior agreement on additional stakes between the two. Witnessing his mythic-tier golden-scaled giant lizard fall beneath the claws of a diamond-tier feline, the masked beastmaster was momentarily stunned, questioning how it was possible to lose. Meanwhile, Fang Lin had already returned to his seat, chatting with Leopard and Fat Dragon. This cat of Brother Biao's is truly deceptive, remarked Leopard, both amused and exasperated. It's mediocre, surely no match for you, Leopard. I didn't even dare let it face you during our last spar. It's only at level 1, 9 stars, and cannot compare with your level 2 beasts. Fang Lin had already noticed that Leopard had advanced to level 2, 1 star. Gentlemen, see you tomorrow. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Chapter 29. The third contracted beast. After Fang Lin departed, Leopard turned to Fat Dragon and asked, "What do you think? Should we invite him to join our team?" Fat Dragon pondered for a moment before replying. "Let's observe for now. The captain has exceptionally high standards for recruits. Moreover, he is still in the 9th domain, which is quite far from us." Fang Lin removed his glasses, eagerly anticipating the dragon egg due in 3 days. During the day, Fang Lin requested leave to train independently, and Lin Ruoshi understood his situation, readily agreeing to his request. However, she added, "You must be present for the upcoming inter-high school league. No absences allowed." Absolutely. With ample free time, Fang Lin efficiently arranged his improvement plan. Over 3 days, he passively participated in 3 arena matches on the battle platform, and the Death Cat secured another victory in matches of the same tier. Unfortunately, against a level 2, 1-star opponent, the Death Cat could not maintain its winning streak. It was indeed a challenge for the Death Cat to battle mythic tier beasts of a higher level. Each time it faced a mythic tier beast in the simulated battlefield, it was thoroughly defeated. Nonetheless, facing challenges of a higher tier could serve as valuable practice for the Death Cat, which was inherently competitive and combative. Perhaps one day it would succeed. However, should someone 2 levels above me issue a challenge, they should not blame me for unleashing my boundary beast to make things unpleasant. 3 days later, Fang Lin received a notification from the Beastmaster Association to collect his package. Fat Dragon had indeed gone to great lengths, wrapping it meticulously in layers, rendering it impervious to ordinary detection. Upon bringing the package home, Fang Lin eagerly tore away layer after layer of wrapping, unable to contain his excitement. A dragon egg. This was a dragon. He could hardly believe that dragons existed in this world. I am now a Beastmaster with a dragon. Moments later, a large egg, half the height of a person, sat before Fang Lin. Inside the package, Fat Dragon had thoughtfully included various resources necessary for the growth of dragon-type beasts. In addition to the usual nutrients, spirit stones, and beast cores, items such as dragon heart grass, dragon spittle fruit, and dragon's blood flower were also required. Moreover, to provide Fang Lin with a more reassuring experience, Fat Dragon had generously included a tool for assessing beast levels. Indeed, it was mythic tier, truly reliable, Fat Dragon. Overcome with emotion, Fang Lin wasted no time in releasing the contract aura, which began to envelop the surface of the dragon egg. In less than a minute, the glow of the contract aura gradually faded, and Fang Lin felt a slight ripple in his mind. He knew he had established a soul connection with the little dragon within the egg. Crack, crack, crack. A faint sound emanated from the surface of the dragon egg. And as Fang Lin gazed intently, he observed cracks beginning to form on the shell, the fine fissures rapidly spreading. The entire shell soon became riddled with cracks, as if a powerful force was stirring within the egg, eager to emerge. As the final shard of the eggshell was discarded, a tiny dragon head emerged. Its eyes sparkled with brilliance and sharpness, radiating a sense of curiosity and vigilance. Snap, snap, snap. Within a few breaths, the little dragon climbed out of the egg and devoured the fragments of the shell with remarkable efficiency. It was at this moment that Fang Lin beheld the entirety of the dragon. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the dragons depicted in the tomes and films of his previous life, the sole distinction being that this dragon was alive. Its azure scales shimmered like a formidable armor, glistening under the light. The 4 sharp claws were almost startling in their ferocity. A small bump on its side hinted at wings yet to fully form. The little dragon, delicate in stature, had just emerged from its shell and swiftly flexed its limbs, seemingly struggling to acclimate to the external environment. Fang Lin couldn't help but smile, gently stroking the dragon's head. The interface of his bracelet provided information about this third contracted beast. Beast name, Azure-Winged Thunder Dragon. Beast potential, mythical grade. Beast level, level 1, 1 star. Combat power, 1941. Defense power, 1422. Beast skills, none. Truly, this mythical dragon exhibited remarkable strength even at birth. Fang Lin affectionately named it Little Dragon, simple yet fitting. The little dragon nuzzled against Fang Lin, expressing its fondness. Rising to his feet, he cast a glance at the nearby zombie beast, a resigned smile gracing his face. The days of motherhood were upon him. He had to care for both this dragon and cat, a daunting task indeed. Beneath his supplementary talents, he had contracted the Azure-Winged Thunder Dragon and the Barrier Beast, while his primary talent only encompassed the zombie beast. However, he had no intention of contracting any additional beasts for the time being. The few he had were already enough to keep him occupied for quite some time. Hundreds of level 2 beast cores and numerous low-grade spirit stones had been meticulously arranged within his beast space. After recalling the little dragon into the beast space, Fang Lin began contemplating how to elevate its level. Yet, before he could sit down, he received a message from the little dragon within the beast space, proclaiming its hunger. Startled, Fang Lin hurriedly checked the beast space. To his dismay, the neatly stacked resources had vanished without a trace. Had it devoured everything in one go? Fang Lin was speechless, his eyes widening at the empty resource area. Such an appetite was indeed astonishing, and the barrier beast was certainly the most worry-free of the bunch. Nonetheless, Fang Lin remained unconcerned, as he still had a substantial amount of the 200 million federal coins sponsored by the Shah family. And the 100 million provided by the school remained untouched. One must spend again. For the sake of tomorrow's mighty king, he would buy. That evening, Fang Lin transferred the remaining 25 points to the fat dragon. Brother Dragon, you are indeed reliable. As long as you are satisfied, that is what matters. However, bear in mind that resources for dragon-type contracted beasts are rather high. Do take care not to let the dragon go hungry. Fang Lin nodded, resolved to work diligently to earn points from now on. The following day, an astonishing scene unfolded at the Beast Tamer Association. Fang Lin directly purchased high-grade spirit stones and advanced beast cores worth 1 billion federal coins, leaving the staff in sheer disbelief. Was he intending to empty the warehouse of the Beast Tamer Association? The manager, observing Fang Lin carting away box after box of cultivation resources, was filled with uncertainty. Fang Lin, what kind of contracted beast are you raising that incurs such a massive expense? Dragon pig. Fang Lin replied without hesitation. Dragon pig? What species is that? I've never heard of it. Fang Lin estimated that the resource consumption of the little dragon in a single day surpassed that of the zombie beast in an entire month. And his current funds would likely not last long. It was time to begin frequently accepting tasks, and he needed to work hard on the battle platform to earn points. Chapter 30. Fang Lin's Troubles. For several consecutive days, Fang Lin remained at home, intensely focused on the growth of his 2 contracted beasts. However, he was disheartened to discover that the resources he had purchased for 1 billion federal coins were barely sufficient to sustain the 2 beasts for less than 2 months. This was utterly brutal. Rubbing his aching temples, Fang Lin internally lamented. Yet, even so, the growth rate of the little dragon was not meeting his expectations. At the current pace, the little dragon would only gain 1 star in combat power every 2 months, an agonizingly slow progression. In contrast, the zombie beast was far more reliable, consistently showing stable growth in power after each battle. For the sake of the little dragon's extraordinary combat potential, he had to endure. Gritting his teeth, Fang Lin reassured himself that there would come a time for him to revel in his achievements, making it all worthwhile. He aspired to enhance his rank through the battle platform, but with the current rate of progress, there was no opportunity for the little dragon to participate. Even among mythical-grade beasts, a level 1, 3-star creature would be no match for those at the latter stage of level 1 or the early stage of level 2. He and the fat dragon delved into ways to accelerate the little dragon's growth, and his spirits sank considerably. Through the fat dragon, he learned that the resources he had purchased were merely the most basic, sufficient only to stave off hunger for the little dragon. To accelerate its growth and combat power, he needed to acquire more potions and resources specifically designed for dragon-type beasts. You might want to consider purchasing some dragon blood grass. It's quite expensive, but 10 stocks can at least increase combat power by 1 star, the fat dragon suggested. Fang Lin perused the prices on the battle platform, only to feel deflated. The cost of 10 stalks of dragon blood grass was enough to buy another dragon egg. Seeing Fang Lin's expression, the fat dragon chuckled. Brother, take heart. Do you think dragon-type beasts are easy to sustain? If they were, everyone would be using them as contracted beasts. While the fearsome combat power of dragon-type beasts is well known, not everyone can bear the associated costs. Fang Lin understood that he had been overly hasty. However, with 3 months remaining until the competition commenced, he could allow the zombie beast to take the stage in some of the early contests. Nevertheless, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Fang Lin did not regret his choice. The dragon was a totemic creature in his heart, embodying unparalleled combat power and symbolic significance. He silently vowed to nurture the little dragon into its full potential. There was still hope. Do not despair. Even if he couldn't attend a top-tier Beast Tamer university, at least he would know his limits. He refused to concede just yet. There had to be a chance. Resolute in his decision, Fang Lin spent 50 points to purchase dragon blood grass. After the transaction, he was left with only 35 points. Recently, he had participated in the arena competitions, but the results had been mixed, with wins and losses. The zombie beast had established itself as nearly invincible against opponents of the same level, yet it struggled in battles against those at higher levels. However, it wasn't without its merits. The zombie beast expended its full strength in battle daily, honing its fierce combat capabilities. In facing opponents it could not defeat, it remained composed. Becoming increasingly tactical, Fang Lin recognized that relying solely on the zombie beast to secure a top 3 finish was unrealistic. In recent arena contests, he had observed numerous beast tamers beginning to command 2 contracted beasts to fight simultaneously, undeniably amplifying his disadvantages. Choosing to deploy the barrier beast while the zombie beast launched sneak attacks could indeed help him win a few matches. Yet recent battles had revealed some fatal weaknesses of the barrier beast. The barrier beast is capable of defending against physical attacks, yet it struggles significantly against mental and spatial assaults. When faced with such adversaries, its only recourse is to depend on the combat prowess of the fierce beast. The circumstances appear grim, but Fang Lin possesses an indomitable will, striving to ascend to the pinnacle of beast taming. To amass more points, he increasingly engages the barrier beast in battles, even if this earns him the moniker of the tortoise-like beast tamer. Removing his glasses, Fang Lin resolved to undertake high-value missions to earn federal currency, as his current savings would only sustain him for a little over 3 months. He had contemplated routinely venturing into the exotic beast forest with his 3 contracted beasts, but that was not a sustainable solution. With his activities becoming more frequent, the creatures at the forest's periphery had become increasingly sparse, making hunting more arduous and less cost-effective. Just as Fang Lin was mulling over his financial predicament, he received a message from Sha Tongtian. "Kid, are you interested in something big? Does Brother Sha have any connections to share? Lately, I've been so consumed with acquiring resources for my contracted beasts that I can hardly think of anything else." "Is that true? You only received 300 million a few months ago. Have you exhausted it already?" Sha Tongtian expressed surprise. "Indeed, raising these contracted beasts is exceedingly challenging. Speak quickly. What grand endeavor do you have in mind?" Sha Tongtian's tone carried a hint of mystery. "Recently, we received word of a secret realm at the junction of Sha Nan and Sha Dong, where a fruit known as the Star Essence fruit has been discovered, which accelerates the growth of exotic beasts. You are familiar with this, I presume? One of these fruits can nearly enable a beast to break through to the first star level. So, what do you say? Are you interested?" The mention of the Star Essence fruit immediately piqued Fang Lin's interest. It was a fortuitous opportunity. "Of course, I'm interested. Please elaborate." Having been in this world for over a year, he was no longer the naive newcomer. He had heard of many rare treasures, even if he had not seen them firsthand. The Star Essence fruit is exceedingly rare, enriched with spiritual energy. Not only does it allow exotic beasts to enhance their combat strength rapidly, but its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary enhancement resources, and it possesses no side effects. Obtaining such a fruit would save him considerable time, and he promptly focused intently on Sha Tongtian's words. It turned out that the Sha family had learned through an informant in a mercenary team that while executing a mission in the secret realm at the border of Sha Nan and Sha Dong, they had discovered the nearly ripened Star Essence fruit. To verify the authenticity of the information, they had taken photographs and engaged professionals for identification, confirming it was indeed the Star Essence fruit. However, this mercenary team had evidently not kept the information under wraps, as not only the Sha family, but also several factions from Sha Nan and Sha Dong had become aware of it and were organizing personnel to head there. There are only about 7 or 8 Star Essence fruits in total, but the beast tamers going this time are formidable. I thought of your unparalleled defensive capabilities. Hence the invitation to join our Sha family team, Sha Tongtian added. If successful, I will present you with one as a reward. What do you think? No problem. Fang Lin replied without hesitation. An upgrade to the first star was still an upgrade. Chapter 31. Joining the exploration team. Fang Lin and Sha Tongtian agreed to gather at the Sha family the following day, before taking an aircraft to the secret realm. The next day, after packing his belongings and having a simple breakfast, Fang Lin set off towards the agreed location. He carried a large travel bag, his steps light and his face adorned with excitement. If he could successfully acquire a Star Essence fruit, he would save 2 months' worth of time. Acquiring more would be even better. Upon arriving at the Sha family's reception hall, he found a mercenary team already present. This must be the mercenary team hired by the Sha family, he speculated. He scanned the mercenaries' equipment, blood-stained armor, whips made from exotic beasts, and even weaponry crafted from exotic beast bones. Clearly, these mercenaries were no ordinary characters. The team consisted of 5 individuals, led by a beast tamer with a massive scar running across his face, standing at an imposing height of 2 meters. The aura he exuded seemed to solidify the very air around him. The scar told a tale of survival, indicative of a hardened warrior accustomed to the brink of life and death. The scarred beast tamer glanced at Fang Lin as he entered, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Kid, are you the beast tamer that Sha said would accompany us? You look like someone who has never seen blood. Don't freeze up on us when the time comes. We can't carry dead weight." Fang Lin was at a loss for words. Do people nowadays really judge others based on appearances? "Rest assured, I don't require your protection. Don't flatter yourself," he retorted. "Humph," the scarred beast tamer scoffed. "A mere greenhorn dares to speak to me like that?" He advanced menacingly, his presence overwhelming, nearly suffocating Fang Lin with pressure. "I hope you can back up your words. Don't come crying to us for help later." Fang Lin frowned slightly, unwilling to engage in a dispute with this individual. He simply found an empty spot to sit and closed his eyes to rest. "Humph." One of the team members shot a glare at Fang Lin, clearly irritated by his demeanor. This team was ranked highly in Sha Nan. Otherwise, they wouldn't have established a long-term partnership with the Sha family. Many team members felt a surge of annoyance at Fang Lin's attitude, which seemed to reflect that of a rookie who had barely graduated high school. Just as tensions were about to escalate, Sha Tongtian pushed open the door to the reception hall, accompanied by a youth of similar age to Fang Lin. This youth had a handsome face, exquisite features, and sharp eyes, exuding the air of a young noble from a distinguished background. His unique hairstyle hinted at meticulous grooming, and his every movement radiated an aura of wealth. This is our young master, Sha Junwen. The purpose of our expedition to the secret realm in search of the star essence fruit is to enhance his contracted beast, Sha Tongtian introduced to the group. I've seen the young master in the news recently. It's a pleasure to meet him in person. He truly is a paragon of talent. As expected of the foremost genius in Sha-Nan, one of the mercenary team members began to flatter. Rest assured, young master. Our Falcon mercenary team guarantees that we will successfully acquire the star essence fruit. Congratulations in advance on your beast's forthcoming enhancement. This was the first time Fang Lin had seen Sha Junwen, and he couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. Since his arrival in this world, he had heard of this genius from Shan multiple times and was quite curious about him. Sha Junwen's gaze swept across the room, and upon spotting Fang Lin, he immediately recognized him. No wonder, Fang Lin's previous extortion of the Sha family had left a lasting impression. After the pleasantries, Sha Tongtian pointed at Fang Lin and introduced. This is Fang Lin, also a genius from Sha-Nan, who will be accompanying us on this mission. Without further ado, the news regarding the star essence fruit has spread far and wide, not only attracting factions from Sha-Nan, but also numerous beast tamers from Sha-Dong. The fruit will ripen in just a few days, so we must set off promptly. I will provide further details once we are aboard the aircraft. Amidst the roar of the aircraft, the group of 8 departed from the Sha family. On board, Sha Tongtian began to relay the intelligence he had gathered. There are a total of 8 star essence fruits, but the number of factions vying for them is considerable, including several formidable forces from Sha-Dong. Shitanshin's tone bore a hint of gravity, particularly concerning the Lu family from Sha-Dong. This time, they too would enlist the aid of mercenary teams to assist their young master. Lu Wanqing, in seizing the star essence fruit, he paused momentarily, casting a sweeping glance over those present, and continued. The beast tamers from Sha-Dong possess a strength that surpasses our own in Shannon, so I urge everyone to exercise utmost caution. The Lu family is not known for their leniency when it comes to employing underhanded tactics. Furthermore, it is imperative to note that the perilous secret realm situated between our 2 cities is far more treacherous than our beast forest. Numerous second-tier and higher beasts have already been spotted near the fringes, and lurking around the star essence fruit trees are even more formidable creatures, all waiting for the fruit to ripen. A fierce battle is inevitable. His gaze finally settled on Fang Lin, his tone turning serious. Fang Lin, should any unforeseen incidents arise, I trust you will ensure the safety of our young master. Shitanshin had first-hand knowledge of Fang Lin's defensive capabilities and his remarkable reflexes in the face of danger, which allowed him to confidently assign such a task. Fang Lin, however, felt no surprise at this request. On the other hand, Sha Junwen was less than pleased with the notion of Fang Lin being tasked with protecting him. What did it mean to have Fang Lin safeguard him? He was, after all, the foremost prodigy of Shannon. Was this a blatant slight against him? Despite his usual carefree demeanor and lackadaisical attitude, he held a firm belief in his own talents as a beast tamer, convinced that among his peers in Shannon, none could rival him. Fang Lin, lacking any substantial background, was naturally beneath his notice. Yet, upon witnessing the seriousness in Shitanshin's eyes, he restrained his retort. The atmosphere within the aircraft grew somewhat delicate. As the 5 members of the Falcon mercenary team cast sidelong glances at Fang Lin, seemingly assessing him with scrutinizing eyes, as if attempting to peer into his very essence. Fang Lin offered a slight smile and nodded, refraining from further debate, and quietly awaited Shitanshin's continued directives. That concludes my remarks. Shitanshin exhaled deeply, then added. The specifics may only become clear once we arrive at the secret realm. However, I must caution everyone that, aside from the threat posed by the beasts, human beast tamers may indeed prove to be the most formidable adversaries. This warning was directed at Fang Lin and Sha Junwen, as Shitanshin harbored concerns regarding their inexperience and the possibility of being outmaneuvered. Chapter 32. A convergence of numerous forces. The aircraft traced a graceful arc through the sky, gradually descending towards the entrance of the secret realm located at the border between Shannon and Sha-Dong. Shitanshin stood at one side of the cabin, gazing out at the approaching horizon, his expression tinged with seriousness. He was acutely aware of the challenges and confrontations that lay ahead, particularly given the widespread buzz surrounding the star essence fruit. He understood well that the number of factions vying for the fruit would be substantial. In less than an hour, The aircraft landed steadily in the outer region of the secret realm, a dense forested area marking the boundary between Shannon and Shadong. As the group disembarked, the ground beneath them vibrated slightly. "We have arrived," Shitanshin stated nonchalantly, leading the team towards the entrance of the secret realm. The entrance did not possess the air of enigma that rumors suggested. Rather, it was a natural opening shrouded by massive rock walls and creeping vines. Typically, this place saw few visitors, but upon the arrival of Fang Lin and his companions, they were met with a bustling crowd. They observed that numerous beast tamers from various factions had gathered, some engaged in hushed discussions while others surveyed their surroundings. From a distance, groups of mercenary teams, hunting squads, and solitary beast tamers could be seen. "It seems the competition here is far fiercer than I had anticipated," Fang Lin mused. Yet he remained resolute in his determination to secure at least one star essence fruit. "Is everyone prepared?" Shitanshin's deep voice resonated with an unspoken authority as he stood at the forefront. The 7 members of the team quickly suppressed their thoughts, focusing their attention on him. "I underestimated the difficulty of this task. However, should we succeed in obtaining the star essence fruit, I assure you that the previously promised rewards will be doubled." Fang Lin felt a wave of delight at this prospect, but as he lifted his gaze, he caught the knowing glint in Shitanshin's eyes. "Of course. This does not extend to you." Just as Shitanshin was conversing with the others, a group approached their direction. Fang Lin turned to see an elderly man clad in a deep green robe, leading a cadre of formidable individuals towards them. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles. A deep scar marred his countenance, and despite his slender frame, he emanated an imposing presence. Each step he took carried an undeniable aura, prompting nearby beast tamers and mercenaries to instinctively step aside. "Shitanshin, you two have come. How is it that we encounter each other every time?" The elder addressed Shitanshin, his tone dripping with disdain. "Why should I not attend when even you, an old relic, can?" Shitanshin retorted without hesitation. He then turned to introduce Fang Lin and the others. "This is Lu Tianlin, the steward of the Lu family from Shadong." The Falcon team recognized the Lu family's esteemed reputation. Their standing in Shadong was akin to that of the Sha family in Shannon. The implication was clear. Once they ventured into the secret realm, the Lu family would be their formidable adversary. The Lu family and the Sha family frequently clashed over the resources pertaining to beast tamers, and the rivalry between Lu Tianlin and Shitanshin had endured for many years, their confrontation crackling with tension. Lu Tianlin stepped closer to Shitanshin, his gaze sweeping over the members of Shitanshin's team, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. "You think you can compete with our Lu family for the star essence fruit with this motley crew? You must be deluding yourself." Shitanshin snorted derisively. "Lu Tianlin, you remain as arrogant as ever. I hope you can still smile when this is over." Lu Tianlin remained unfazed, merely lifting his chin as if indifferent to Shitanshin's provocation. "I may be arrogant, but at least I possess ample confidence. Just look at the company you keep, 2 inexperienced novices and a second-rate mercenary team." It was evident that Lu Tianlin had not merely come to taunt. He had thoroughly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of Shitanshin's group. Shitanshin, instead of reacting with anger, regarded Lu Tianlin coldly. "So, are you here to assert your dominance?" The 2 men held each other's gaze for a moment, the atmosphere thick with tension. The surrounding beast tamers and mercenary teams seemed to sense the intensity of the standoff, pausing their conversations to watch the clash between the 2 prominent families with keen interest. However, much to their disappointment, no physical confrontation ensued. Just then, Sha Junwen scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain in his smile as he stepped forward. "I've heard that your Lu family's Lu Wancheng is the top prodigy of Shadong. I am quite eager to witness his prowess." Lu Tianlin cast a sidelong glance at Sha Junwen, a flicker of contempt crossing his features. "You, a mere waste relying on divine herbs for enhancement, could never compare to our young master." "What?" Sha Junwen's expression darkened, fury igniting within him as he fixed his gaze on Lu Wancheng, the young master of the Lu family, who stepped forward. Tall and commanding, Lu Wancheng exuded an aura that demanded attention. He locked eyes with Sha Junwen for a brief moment, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "I, too, would relish the opportunity to face Shannon's top prodigy. However, with the star essence fruit nearing maturity, we lack the time to engage in idle games." Just as Sha Junwen was about to retort, Shitanshin gently pulled him back. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lu Tianlin. "Let us refrain from further verbal sparring. Since we have all gathered here, let us venture into the secret realm together. Who can acquire the star fruit will soon be revealed." Lu Tianlin revealed a hint of a playful smile. "Very well, since you have proposed this, I shall join you in a wager. 100 million federal coins is the stake. I fear you may hesitate to accept." "What is there to fear? The Sha family will take on the challenge." Sha Tongtian exclaimed without hesitation. "I hope you will not renege when the time comes," Lu Tianlin replied with a slight smile. then turned and led the Liu family and their mercenary squad toward the entrance of the secret realm. Sha Tongtian, without further ado, guided his team of 7 from the Sha family closely behind. At that moment, Fang Lin noticed that several mercenary teams and hunter squads not far off began to enter the secret realm in succession. These individuals occasionally glanced toward the other factions nearby, as if calculating something. The air was thick with tension. Everyone understood that this contest would undoubtedly be a bloody battle. Are you ready? Sha Tongtian's voice broke the silence. We are ready. Fang Lin and the other team members responded in unison. Let us depart. Sha Tongtian turned and led the team step by step into the secret realm. As they entered, the darkness of the cave began to swallow the light behind them. Fang Lin felt an unfamiliar aura wash over him, a sense of vigilance stirring in his heart. The atmosphere here was distinct from the outside. A suffocating pressure gradually mounted. Chapter 33, The Might of the Beastmaster. Sha Tongtian led Fang Lin and the 7 others into the secret realm. Upon entry, the surroundings transformed drastically compared to the outside world. The air was damp. Shadows of trees loomed ominously, and dense vines and low shrubs obscured their view significantly. Fang Lin reached up to touch the dampness by his ear, sensing a heavy atmosphere. This place was far more perilous than the beast forest. He quietly assessed his surroundings, even catching the faint sound of wind, as if every tree and every leaf were observing them. Kid, stop looking around and move forward, the scar-faced Beastmaster captain chided, mistaking Fang Lin's contemplation for fear. Fang Lin chose not to retort and followed Sha Tongtian and the others, entering the dense forest as indicated by the map. Stay alert, Sha Tongtian whispered, his gaze sweeping the area. The beasts here are not as simple as you imagine. The team advanced with heightened vigilance, each member on edge. After a short while, Fang Lin suddenly sensed a powerful presence approaching. Beasts ahead. A member of a mercenary team called out softly. Almost simultaneously, several massive rainbow poison spiders leaped from the shadows surrounding them. Their eyes glimmered with a cold light, their robust forms and coarse hair clearly signaling their discontent with these intruders. The rainbow poison spiders possessed at least the strength of a level 2, star 1 creature. Young master, kid, stay back. Members of the mercenary team immediately drew their weapons and surged forward to engage. The scar-faced captain waved his hands, and his contracted beast, a silver giant wolf, darted out swiftly, its claws slicing through the air in a deadly arc, effortlessly tearing apart one of the approaching rainbow poison spiders. Kid, are you frightened? If you are, it's best to retreat while you still can. Members of the Falcon team swiftly dispatched the spiders. However, as more and more rainbow poison spiders fell, the stench of blood in the air attracted additional beasts. They could even hear the rumbling of many beasts approaching from that direction, the ground trembling increasingly. This is not good. We need to resolve this quickly. Sha Tongtian's expression turned grave. Fang Lin was unwilling to remain at the back of the team for protection. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his beast, and the level 2 beast cores could improve its diet significantly. With that thought, he summoned his beast. The massive form of his beast suddenly appeared before everyone, startling the Falcon team. Fang Lin, concerned they might attack his beast, hastily explained, "Everyone, do not panic. This cat is my contracted beast." The scar-faced captain appeared displeased, admonishing, "Kid, don't create chaos here. Are you trying to deliver takeout to these beasts?" He could see that Fang Lin's beast was merely at the late stage 1 level, and compared to these early stage 2 beasts, it had no advantage whatsoever. Exactly, don't gamble with your life, another member of the mercenary team sneered. You novices are truly navii. Fang Lin ignored their ridicule and commanded his beast to attack. The beast leapt forth like a bolt of lightning, pouncing on one of the rainbow poison spiders. The spider sensed the threat and quickly retreated, but the beast's speed was too swift. It effortlessly tore through its defenses and struck its neck. Roar! The rainbow poison spider emitted a chilling cry before collapsing to the ground, eyes wide in death. One strike to defeat the enemy. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The scar-faced captain blinked in surprise. How could this cat be so powerful? A late stage 1 cat was able to effortlessly kill an early stage 2 rainbow poison spider? Another team member couldn't hide his astonishment either. However, the beast did not cease its assault. It continued to pounce upon the remaining rainbow poison spiders, each attack precise and ferocious. Fang Lin followed closely beside, collecting beast cores each time his beast dispatched a spider. The members of the mercenary team fell completely silent, their expressions turning complex. Although Fang Lin's beast was only at the late stage 1 level, its combat prowess exceeded their expectations by far. Each strike carried astonishing power, resembling a true hunting machine. After vanquishing the rainbow poison spiders, Sha Tongtian led the group away from the battleground. In less than a minute of combat, Fang Lin had acquired 3 level 2 beast cores, which he promptly fed to his beast. The beast consumed them as if they were mere jelly beans, disappearing in its mouth within mere seconds. Seeing this, the members of the hunter team chose to keep quiet, realizing they had underestimated Fang Lin. Observing the fluidity of Fang Lin and his cat's combat, they recognized that he was certainly not a novice in such matters, and their previous disdain evaporated. Sha Junwen also witnessed Fang Lin's contracted beast for the first time, astonished by its formidable strength. He refrained from intervening, as the mercenary team was capable of handling the situation, and he had no need to act. Unlike Fang Lin, he lacked any resources for beast mastery such as beast cores or spirit stones. As Fang Lin's group continued deeper into the secret realm, the beasts they encountered grew increasingly ferocious and powerful. Level 2, Star 4 Shadowblade Mantises, and Level 2, Star 5 Bloodfang Vipers. However, these foes were no match for his beast. Yet as their strength escalated, the time it took for his beast to overcome them increased. After months of simulated battlefield training against beasts, while his beast could only fight on par with mythical level beasts, it could easily surpass 4 or 5 levels against diamond and gold level beasts. At this moment, Sha Junwen finally regarded Fang Lin with seriousness. He understood that although his first contracted beast had just stepped into level 2, Star 1, it certainly could not engage in battles across such vast levels. Could it be that the title of the first genius of Sha Nin was about to be snatched away? Sha Junwen felt an unwillingness rise within him. Despite maintaining a facade of confidence, he could not help but feel a sense of crisis in the face of his beast's overwhelming might. As I await the growth of my second contracted beast, I am resolutely determined to surpass him. Sha Junwen clenched his fists tightly, silently steeling his resolve. He harbored no fear of competition. Rather, he eagerly anticipated the challenge. Although Fang Lin currently stood before him, he firmly believed he could catch up and even exceed him. 2 hours later, after Sang Biao had vanquished a level 2, 6-star explosive fire ant, he was left battered and bruised. Fang Lin recalled Sang Biao, fully aware that the creature had reached its limit. Allowing it to continue fighting could result in even more severe injuries. Moreover, he could sense that Sang Biao had reached the brink of a breakthrough, and it would be prudent to return it to the Beast Master space, where ample resources awaited. Chapter 34. Clouds of suspicion. As Fang Lin and his companions delved deeper into the secret realm, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The air was laden with a stench of decay, and the surrounding vegetation appeared particularly menacing. "Stay vigilant," Sha Tongtian whispered, his eyes scanning the vicinity with unwavering caution. The air was thick with an unsettling aura, and every step seemed to plunge them deeper into a shroud of uncertainty. Suddenly, indistinct shadows flickered in the distance, causing Fang Lin's heart to race. "Something is tracking us," he murmured, his gaze fixated in that direction. "Do not rush. Continue forward," Sha Tongtian commanded gravely. At last, they traversed an area thick with colossal vines and emerged into an open space. However, the sight before them halted everyone in their tracks. Scattered around lay the corpses of several deceased beast masters, their bodies contorted in grotesque positions, as if they had endured unspeakable agony. These individuals. Captain Scar frowned as he approached one of the corpses, noting the evident suffering. "This does not appear to be the work of a beast. Captain, look. These are members of the Bloodblade Mercenary Corps. I can't believe they were completely wiped out here." One of the team members alerted Captain Scar. "Could it have been another team? Perhaps to eliminate competitors for the Star Essence fruit?" speculated another. Sha Tongtian's expression darkened further as he approached one of the bodies for a closer examination, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, they suffered a backlash of their souls before dying." "Soul backlash?" Fang Lin furrowed his brow. Such a scenario sounded exceedingly perilous and highly peculiar, not something an ordinary beast could accomplish. Sha Tongtian nodded, his gaze sweeping over the other corpses. "I am familiar with most of the mercenary and hunter teams in Shannan. I have never heard of any team employing such a method of attack." "What does Manager Sha imply?" Captain Scar discerned the unspoken implications in Sha Tongtian's words. If it were indeed another team's doing, they could have simply killed these individuals outright. Why resort to soul backlash? Sha Tongtian analyzed calmly. There may be a deeper motive behind this. Upon hearing Sha Tongtian's words, the group felt a tightening in their chests. It seemed that not only beasts dwelled here, other unknown forces lurked within the secret realm. Fang Lin mused silently, his hands clenching slightly as he sensed a pressure emanating from all around. Sha Tongtian narrowed his eyes, surveying the area, and spoke in a low, grave tone. "Everyone, remain on high alert. We cannot dismiss the possibility of a more formidable force lurking in the shadows. Whether to seize the Star Essence fruit or for other purposes, there may already be eyes upon us. What should we do?" The captain of the Falcon mercenary team frowned deeply. "If we press on, what if we fall into an ambush? At this point, our only option is to proceed towards the Star Essence fruit tree." Sha Tongtian asserted with a tone of calm resolution. We have ventured too far to turn back now. More importantly, the star essence fruit tree lies ahead. We must continue forward. With Sha Tongtian's command, the team set forth once more. The 8 members moved with steady strides, yet each remained acutely aware of their surroundings. The scenes around them grew increasingly bizarre, shadows flitting between the trees, as if constantly reminding them that danger lurked ever closer. Fang Lin scanned the area repeatedly, an inexplicable sense of crisis gnawing at him. This feeling was not akin to a typical beast attack. Rather, it bore the essence of a surging undercurrent, as if unseen eyes were scrutinizing their every step. Do not linger in battle. Swiftly make for the area of the star essence fruit tree and rendezvous with the other teams. Sha Tongtian reminded his comrades as they passed through a level 3 beast zone. With Sha Tongtian's orders given, their pace quickened. At this juncture, Fang Lin found himself unable to participate in the fighting. Sang Biao was not yet capable of contending with a level 3 beast. However, the members of the Falcon team were all at the late stage of level 3, rendering Fang Lin and Sha Junwen's assistance unnecessary. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Lin covertly contracted a level 3 gray-spotted flame leopard, allowing it to trail the team at a distance of several hundred meters. Should any situation arise, he would receive prior notice. Upon passing through the level 3 beast zone, the group discovered another team of hunters' corpses, their deaths mirroring those of the previous encounters. This revelation tightened the group's hearts. Indeed, a force was hunting the beast masters who ventured into the secret realm. Following Fang Lin's instructions, the gray-spotted flame leopard circled Sha Tongtian's team, conducting reconnaissance. As expected, upon nearing the area of the star essence fruit tree, Fang Lin received urgent feedback through the senses of the gray-spotted flame leopard. 2 figures clad in black, beast masters, were stealthily tailing the team, maintaining a distance of several hundred meters as if awaiting the opportune moment. They were indeed being monitored. A flicker of unease crossed Fang Lin's mind, as various possibilities raced through his thoughts. Was it merely for the star essence fruit? Or was this secret realm a trap in its entirety? Fang Lin startled at his own conjecture. Yet, the 2 black-clad figures trailing the team chose not to strike, which provided Fang Lin with a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that they undoubtedly had further plans in motion. In less than 3 hours, Sha Tongtian led his weary companions to the vicinity of the star essence fruit tree, only to find that many of the beast masters who had arrived were grievously injured, trembling, with several having completely lost their combat capabilities. This area radiated a potent energy wave. The trees were ancient and colossal, their intertwined branches and leaves enveloping the entire space. Upon sighting the star essence fruit tree, it was evident that the teams present had little inclination to concern themselves with it. However, he did spot Lu Tianlin among the dozen or so teams. Lu Tianlin appeared quite unwell, clearly having endured an ambush. Hundreds had entered the secret realm, yet fewer than 30 had reached this point. A casualty rate exceeding half. Something was amiss. Upon seeing Sha Tongtian's team, Lu Tianlin approached, though he bore no trace of his initial hostility. We were ambushed by 3 figures in black, he began, as if he had suffered some mental blow. They were spirit masters. Spirit masters? Fang Lin had never encountered this term before and turned to the Falcon team and Sha Junwen for clarification. The members of the Falcon team exchanged glances, clearly unfamiliar with the term, and shook their heads in unison. Sha Junwen also furrowed his brow, evidently unacquainted with this profession. The expression on Sha Tongtian's face suddenly turned grave. How could they possibly be here? These scoundrels were supposedly eradicated many years ago, weren't they? With Sha Tongtian's explanation, the crowd began to comprehend the nature of the adversaries they were facing. Chapter 35, The Spirit Master. Upon hearing Sha Tongtian's narrative, they finally grasped what manner of beings the Spirit Masters were. It turned out that in the Lawn Star, a realm dominated by beast masters, numerous other professions existed, though they were not mainstream. Among these, the most sinister were the Spirit Masters. The vast majority of Spirit Masters had once been beast masters. Upon the demise of their contracted beasts, they chose not to relinquish their allegiance, but instead, through arcane methods, bound the souls of their former contracted beasts to themselves, which is the origin of their title as Spirit Masters. Similar to Beast Masters, Spirit Masters forge contracts with the souls of their beasts, with these contracted souls executing the Spirit Master's commands in battle. However, the most terrifying aspect of them is not merely that their contracted beasts can continue to exist post-mortem. Sha Tongtian's voice suddenly turned grave. Rather, it is the fact that their power is augmented by consuming other souls. Particularly, the souls of the contracted beasts belonging to beast masters serve to nourish their strength. Lu Tianlin fell into silence for a moment before interjecting. In their quest for power, spirit masters resort to any means necessary, hunting down the contracted beasts of beast masters and even slaying the beast masters themselves. Such actions have plunged Lanxing into endless chaos, resulting in countless deaths. A chill crept up Fang Lin's spine. Sha Tongtian continued, decades ago. The Beast Masters of Lanxing united to launch a large-scale extermination campaign against the Spirit Masters. That battle nearly obliterated all of the Spirit Masters' influence in Lanxing, driving them into the shadows. He paused, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet now, we encounter Spirit Masters within this secret realm, under conditions of equal rank. The combat prowess of Spirit Masters surpasses that of their counterparts, as the souls they contract can execute various bizarre attacks. Sha Tongtian elucidated that mental attacks and soul corrosion are among their common tactics. No wonder we encountered so many corpses with horrific fates along the way. They must have endured the agonizing torment of their souls being gradually eroded. The scarred captain felt a heaviness in his heart. Lu Tianlin nodded. This agony was no different from slow slicing. Let us set aside past grievances and confront this together. Sha Tongtian looked at Lu Tianlin, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He recognized that, in the face of such an unprecedented threat, any personal vendettas seemed trivial. In the presence of life and death, all conflicts became insignificant. Very well. First, we will address the threat posed by the Spirit Masters. Then we shall discuss the matter of the Star Essence Fruit. How can we effectively counter the attacks of the soul entities? Fang Lin inquired. Many were eager to know the answer to this question, as it determined their chances of survival moving forward. Lu Tianlin explained that the most effective means against the soul entity attacks of the Spirit Masters are skills that harness the powers of lightning, fire, and light. If anyone among us possesses a contracted beast with corresponding skills, step forward for unified coordination. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing laughter echoed from the distance. Light and airy yet laced with an unsettling chill. Hee. The laughter drew closer, assaulting the eardrums of those present. Sha Tongtian and Lu Tianlin instantly became alert, looking up to see four figures clad in black approaching with a graceful yet oppressive gait. The leading youth was tall and slender, his features gaunt, while the three behind him concealed their faces, rendering their appearances indistinguishable. The youth lifted his head, surveying the surroundings, and as his gaze swept over the crowd, a cold smile crept upon his lips. I never imagined that in such a remote corner, someone would have heard of our Spirit Masters. Very well. His voice was chilling, tinged with mockery, sending shivers down the spines of those present. Many faces revealed expressions of anger and hatred at his words, their eyes brimming with resentment. Among them were comrades or friends who had fallen victim to these individuals' attacks. How could they not feel rage when their enemies stood before them? Sha Tongtian could sense that the young man had merely just entered the second tier of power, yet the three masked figures behind him possessed initial fifth-tier strength. Only he and Lu Tianlin were fifth-tier warriors. The majority of the remaining team members were in the mid to late third tier, making it unrealistic to face these individuals directly. Fang Lin observed these perilous figures, already calculating a strategy in his mind. He wondered whether a temporary contract would be effective against the soul entities. The barrier beast could not fend off mental attacks. Would it be able to withstand soul assaults? This was a situation previously unencountered, and Fang Lin resolved that, if necessary, he would need to reveal some hidden strengths. It appeared that today would demand the unveiling of certain trump cards. Taking stock of the current predicament, he concluded that retreating unscathed without utilizing some concealed power would be exceedingly difficult. Resolute, Fang Lin communicated telepathically with the scarred captain. Captain, you should possess some powder to attract aberrant beasts. Scatter it to create chaos. Perhaps it will afford us an opportunity to escape. The scarred captain paused for a moment. Then a look of decisiveness crossed his face as Fang Lin's words clarified the situation for him. He understood that, if they confronted the Spirit Masters head-on, the likes of Sha Nan and Sha Dong would be no match for these Spirit Masters. Now, the only course of action was to resort to extraordinary measures. He nodded, signaling to his team the actions he intended to take. Meanwhile, the youth sneered at Lu Tianlin and Sha Tongtian. You seem to dislike our welcoming ceremony. In that case, let me show you just how exquisite the pain of the soul can be. At this juncture, Lu Tianlin and Sha Tongtian understood that the Star Essence Fruit was merely bait released by these individuals. Unfortunately, both had brought along their most gifted heirs. If Sha Junwen and Lu Wansheng were to fall here, they would be unable to face their family heads. A sense of determination flashed in both their minds. Teams began summoning their contracted beasts, preparing to weather the impending storm. Noticing everyone's tense reactions, the youth scoffed. How dull. Attack. Swish. Swish. One of the masked figures behind the youth summoned a translucent contracted beast, discernibly resembling a nether stinger scorpion, in form and size. The beast's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, devoid of emotion, and its semi-transparent shell reflected an eerie sheen. Its massive tail arched high, the venomous stinger tracing an arc through the air as it shot toward the crowd. A few piercing screams erupted from the masses. As they looked on in horror, they witnessed a shocking scene. The attacked beast master writhed on the ground, yet there were no signs of poisoning. The stinger of the nether stinger scorpion had not pierced their skin, but seemed to have penetrated their very souls, causing their bodies to tremble in acute agony. This was soul corrosion, capable of eroding the bond between beast masters and their contracted beasts. Everyone, be cautious not to be struck by that scorpion, Sha Tongtian warned loudly. From the screams, they could understand the excruciating pain of soul corrosion. Chapter 36. The Battle Beneath the Star Essence Tree. The crowd watched helplessly as the beast master gradually lost his life force under the assault of the nether stinger scorpion. Initially, his body trembled slightly, as if trying to struggle, but as time wore on, his movements grew sluggish, ultimately collapsing to the ground, his complexion ashen and breath extinguished. As the scene unfolded, the spectators bore witness to an even more harrowing spectacle. The stinger of the abyssal scorpion plunged brutally into the body of the beastmaster's contracted beast, eliciting a heart-wrenching shriek from the creature, which then trembled violently, as if it had been stripped of all vitality. The scorpion's tail acted like a malevolent siphon, relentlessly extracting the very essence of the contracted beast's soul. Its movements were deliberate, savoring the delectable flavor of its prey while devouring the power of its spirit. Gradually, the creature's eyes dimmed, its limbs grew weak and limp, and fragments of its soul dissipated into the air, until its entire form was reduced to a mere wisp of nothingness. The abyssal scorpion quivered slightly, seemingly enhanced by the consumption of the soul. Its eyes glowed a deeper crimson, its claws became sharper, and the venomous stinger shimmered with an eerie light, exuding an even more potent aura of menace. Following its feast, the cloaked figure coldly turned towards the remaining onlookers, instilling a profound chill in the hearts of all present. The agony of being devoured soul by soul was far more terrifying than any corporeal torment. Once it had completed its gruesome repast, the abyssal scorpion pivoted towards the other beastmasters, raising its tail high, poised to strike another unfortunate soul. Sha Junwen and Lu Wanqing, who had always adhered to a structured regimen of cultivation, relying on their families for the necessary resources to enhance their abilities, had never encountered such a scene. Their faces turned ashen, their gazes vacant, nearly unable to remain upright as dizziness threatened to overwhelm them. Sha Junwen clenched his hands tightly, his fingertips paling as he struggled to maintain composure, while an overwhelming fear clawed at his insides. The process of the abyssal scorpion consuming souls unfolded like a silent cataclysm, gradually spreading across the scene. Noticing the scorpion's growing strength, another cloaked figure, standing behind the youth, did not wish to be outdone and similarly plunged into the fray. Sha Tongtian and Lu Tianlin engaged in a brief skirmish with the two black-clad assailants. Yet wary of their sinister tactics, they found themselves impotent to effectively halt the carnage. Originally numbering over 30, within the span of 2 minutes, the crowd had dwindled to half. Those who attempted to flee into the dense woods met their end at the hands of the final black-clad figure. Desperate to fight back, the youth appeared to relish the unfolding chaos, slowly summoning forth his own soul-bound beast, a low-tier level 2, golden-winged eagle. The golden-winged eagle followed the two black figures, devouring the souls of contracted beasts after they had been vanquished. The youth caressed the golden-winged eagle, exclaiming with delight that it would soon reach the status of level 2, 4 stars, and that attracting another batch of beastmasters to surpass level 2, 5 stars, would be a mere formality. Meanwhile, Sha Junwen, Lu Wanqing, and Fang Lin, the weakest among them, found themselves shielded in the center by the beastmasters of the Sha and Lu families. However, as the numbers dwindled, their group became increasingly conspicuous. Fang Lin, at this juncture, could no longer afford to conceal his trump card. Barrier Beast Arise. Upon its emergence, the Barrier Beast immediately unleashed its protective powers, enveloping the members of the Sha and Lu families within its confines. Foolish, the abyssal scorpion, driven mad by bloodlust, paid no heed to the barriers ahead. As long as there were individuals with contracted beasts in sight, it surged with excitement. Its stinger, like a flash of light, lunged towards the members of the Falcon team. The attacked members of the Falcon team braced themselves for certain death. Crack! The stinger collided violently with the barrier, failing to penetrate even a fraction, and, with excessive force, it snapped. The abyssal scorpion emitted a pained cry. Observing the situation, the two black-clad figures intensified their assault, directing their soul-bound beasts to unleash their most formidable attacks upon the barrier. Yet, to their astonishment, the barrier remained unyielding. Sha Tongtian and Lu Tianlin sighed in relief at this development. The scene had reached a bizarre stalemate, leaving only the teams from the Sha and Lu families amidst the chaos. At that moment, numerous exotic beasts began to converge towards their location, increasing in number to at least hundreds, many boasting considerable strength, with several being level 4 beasts. The youth's expression finally shifted. For the sake of survival, they had to eliminate these encroaching beasts, as their numbers would only swell with time. The three black-clad figures were compelled to redirect their focus towards the gathering exotic beasts, abandoning their pursuit of the Sha and Lu family members. A fortuitous opportunity. Fang Lin did not believe that the four would spare them once the beasts were dealt with. He had to act amidst the turmoil. The gray-spotted flame leopard, mingling within the throng of exotic beasts, approached the four under Fang Lin's direction. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the center of the gray-spotted flame leopard, sending the youth careening through the air. The three black-clad figures found themselves in disarray, yet fortunately, their protective armor mitigated the severity of their injuries. The explosion unleashed a surge of ferocity among the exotic beasts, prompting them to continue their assault on the four, plunging the scene into chaos. Now, to test if a temporary contract could control a soulbound beast. Following Fang Lin's command, another level 4 beast under a temporary contract detonated, further devastating the four. Amidst the commotion, Fang Lin cast the contract halo towards the soulbound beast, encountering little resistance as he established a connection with the youth's golden-winged eagle. In no time, he comprehended the strength of this golden-winged eagle. Beast name, golden-winged eagle. Beast potential, legendary. Beast level, level 2, 4 stars. Gazing upon the malevolent soul that had consumed the spirits of untold beast masters contracted beasts, Fang Lin felt no inclination towards mercy. At that moment, the vicious beast had successfully advanced to level 2, 1 star within the Beastmaster's realm, implying that Fang Lin himself now possessed the strength of level 2, 1 star. He could command the golden-winged eagle to attack, yet he was keen to keep this ability concealed from others. Boom! The youth suddenly realized he had lost control of the golden-winged eagle. Before he could react, the eagle detonated beside him. The violent backlash of the soul nearly obliterated the youth's consciousness, and he let out a piercing scream before collapsing, rendered unconscious. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The three black-clad figures, witnessing the youth's state, were gripped by a profound sense of dread. They understood his significance. Should something happen to him while under their watch, their fates would be dire. One of the black-clad figures rushed to assist the youth, only for the force of the level 4 beast's explosion to displace his mask. Upon seeing the revealed face, Lu Tianlin's eyes widened in shock. It's you. Chapter 37, The Beastmaster's Retreat. The face unveiled was that of an elderly man, whom Fang Lin did not recognize. However, upon observing the expressions of Sha Tongtian and Lu Tianlin, he discerned that this individual was known to them. Who would have thought that the Sha family had such deep-seated secrets? If the outside world were to learn of your family's deeds, you would be awaiting annihilation. Lu Tianlin's gaze hardened like ice, fixating on the elder, his words laced with fury and menace. Confronted with the exposure of his identity, the elder seethed with malice, emanating an intense aura of murderous intent. He found himself with no avenue for retreat. If these individuals were to leave alive, it would spell doom for his family. He had to eliminate them, for if any information regarding their association with the Beastmasters were to leak, it would herald the destruction of his clan. A glint of cold malice flashed in the elder's eyes as he gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, they cannot be allowed to leave alive." Without hesitation, he unleashed all of his contracted beasts, and a deep, resonant roar echoed throughout the surroundings. Various forms and elemental types of contracted beasts materialized, encircling the elder with an imposing presence. The situation for the young man was even more dire. The youth who had been struggling on the ground moments before had succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes tightly shut and breath faint. The explosion of the contracted soul had wrought catastrophic consequences. Although the young man clung to life, he had lost all fighting capability. The other two figures in black, witnessing the youth's condition, were gripped by anxiety and fear, completely unprepared for such an outcome. At this moment, the elder from the Wu family was beyond concern for anything else. He placed the unconscious youth beneath a tree, preparing to eliminate the witnesses from the Sha and Lu families. "Wu Zhen, are you intent on silencing him?" Lu Tianlin's eyes glimmered with fury, his tone laced with an unmistakable warning. Wu Zhen regarded Lu Tianlin with a cold smirk, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. "If you continue to speak recklessly, the Wu family's predicament will worsen. You shall not leave here alive today." Lu Tianlin understood that Wu Zhen was an elder from the second most powerful family in Sha-Dong, possessing mid-level 5th-tier strength, with nearly no one present capable of challenging him. He turned to Fang Lin, concern etched on his face. "Little brother, can your defense hold?" At that moment, Fang Lin wasted no time. "Spirit stones. Give me as many as you have, quickly. Maintaining this defense will require a substantial amount." Hearing this, the beast tamers from the Liu and Sha families had no intention of holding back. To preserve their lives, they offered all they had. In an instant, Fang Lin received nearly 1,000 spirit stones, and once they were stored in his beast space, he gestured as if reciting an incomprehensible incantation, signaling, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." Sha Tongtian regarded Fang Lin with suspicion, sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it. Observing a second-tier beast tamer so boldly presuming to thwart him, Wu Zhan could not help but laugh in anger. "You think a mere second-tier novice can stop me?" As everyone focused their attention on Wu Zhan's impending full-force attack, Fang Lin seized the opportunity. While the two black-clad beast tamers dealt with the aberrant beasts, Wu Zhan, eager to eliminate witnesses, was momentarily distracted. Fang Lin executed a temporary contract once again. This time, he summoned a third-tier aberrant beast, which appeared not particularly formidable. He commanded the aberrant beast to approach the unconscious youth, leaning close to his face. Boom, boom. Two resounding explosions reverberated through the air. One sound emanated from Wu Zhan's two mid-level fifth-tier contracted beasts attacking the barrier, causing the surrounding air to warp. The other was the sound of the third-tier aberrant beast self-destructing, shaking the ground and sending dust soaring. The barrier remained virtually unscathed. However, the youth was obliterated. His remains scattered, leaving no trace. In an instant, the scene fell into a profound silence, the air thick with tension as everyone held their breath. No, the two beast tamers, witnessing the horror, were paralyzed with fear, unable to comprehend who had acted or why the aberrant beasts had self-destructed in succession. Wu Zhan, witnessing his attack fail to affect Fang Lin's barrier, prepared to unleash an even more potent assault when he heard a voice from behind. "Wu Zhan, what are you doing? Is this how you safeguard the young master?" Turning around, Wu Zhan beheld the lifeless form of the youth, now reduced to nothing but a crater in the ground. A chilling realization coursed through him, and his face transformed in that moment. Originally intent on using his contracted beasts to breach the barrier, the unfolding events filled him with deep-seated terror. The young man's special identity afforded him a high status within the Beast Tamer organization, and now, due to Wu Zhan's murderous intent, he lay dead before several witnesses. It was over. The Wu family was doomed. An icy sensation gripped Wu Zhan's heart, as if the world had plunged into darkness. He had never anticipated that a task meant to proceed smoothly would be so thoroughly botched by his own hand. At that moment, thoughts of silencing witnesses evaporated. All he could conceive was the urgent need to relocate the Wu family. The forces of both the Beast Tamer Association and the Beast Tamer Organization would undoubtedly pursue them, leaving them with no escape. Fang Lin's face turned pale. Orchestrating the self-destruction of multiple high-level aberrant beasts resulted in a significant backlash on his soul. Observing Fang Lin's condition, Sha Tongtian and Liu Tianlin assumed he was struggling to communicate with the barrier beast and promptly produced their finest healing potions. Whoosh! Wu Zhan dared not linger any longer. He swiftly vanished into the dense foliage, needing to inform the Wu family of their imminent relocation. A moment's delay could lead to irreversible consequences. The remaining two beast tamers, their faces ashen, dared not remain either, for if Wu Zhan implicated them in the young man's demise, they would undoubtedly suffer dire repercussions. They carved a path through the underbrush and disappeared into the forest. Fang Lin also dismantled the barrier. "I didn't expect this outcome," Liu Tianlin remarked, his expression grave. "I fear they may target the Liu family. We must hurry back to warn the clan to prepare." At this moment, the star marrow fruits had ripened. But both families had lost their initial desire to compete for them. The emergence of the beast tamers had filled both parties with anxiety and dread. Ultimately, in gratitude for Fang Lin's life-saving intervention, both families presented him with 2 star marrow fruits, each retaining 3 for themselves. The collusion between the Wu family and the beast tamers to hunt down beast tamers is a heinous act that demands accountability. "I must take my leave first," Liu Tianlin declared, leading the remaining members of the Liu family away. Fang Lin began to clean the battlefield, extracting beast cores from the fallen aberrant beasts, and then returned to Sha Nen alongside Sha Tongtian. To their surprise, they were the only group to emerge unscathed. Captain Scar, still shaken, turned to Fang Lin. "Little brother, I am immensely grateful. I apologize for any previous offense. Should you require assistance in the future, we shall not hesitate." Fang Lin smiled gently, shaking his head. "You flatter me. We merely faced a life-and-death ordeal together. There is no need for thanks." On the return flight to Sha Nan, Sha Tongtian looked at Fang Lin. "Little brother, I sincerely thank you. Had it not been for you, our losses would have been considerable. Upon our return, I shall report to the family head. I am certain he will reward you handsomely. You're too kind. Remember to call on me for such lucrative opportunities in the future. My contracted beast's defensive prowess is unparalleled." Chapter 38. The Beast Tamer's Revenge Plan. Upon returning home, Fang Lin finally exhaled, the prolonged tension and pressure dissipating at once. Although the training in the secret realm had only spanned 3 days, the rewards were exceptionally bountiful. He had acquired nearly 1,000 low-grade spirit stones from the Xia and Lu families, sufficient for Sang Biao and Xiao Long to utilize for an extended period. The 2-star marrow fruits were also a source of great excitement for him. Not 10 minutes after arriving home, he received a call from the head of the Xia family, expressing gratitude for his assistance in the secret realm. Additionally, the Xia family rewarded him with 500 million federal coins as a token of appreciation for saving Xia Junwen. Suddenly, his financial situation became considerably more comfortable. The following day, he retrieved 10 stalks of dragon blood grass from the Beast Tamer Association, purchased from the battle platform. These resources are sufficient for the little dragon to achieve a swift breakthrough in strength. During these 3 days of training, the little dragon has not been idle in the Beast Master space. After absorbing a substantial quantity of resources, it has recently advanced to the first rank of the 2nd star. Fang Lin took out the dragon blood grass from his bag, a herb exuding a faint aura of pressure, its deep crimson hue reminiscent of blood. It is said that dragon blood grass contains a unique energy essential for the growth of draconic beasts, capable of accelerating their development at an extraordinary pace. However, it is indeed exorbitant that 10 stalks of dragon blood grass are required to increase by just 1 star. Fang Lin summoned the little dragon and began to feed it the dragon blood grass one by one. Upon consuming the first stalk, the little dragon exhibited no noticeable changes, as if the herb was insignificant to it. With the 2nd stalk, its body temperature rose slightly, and it seemed to experience a mild discomfort. By the 3rd stalk, it began to tremble slightly, the light in its eyes glowing with intensity. After the 5th stalk, the little dragon appeared increasingly restless, its tail wagging incessantly, evidently struggling against the surging power within. Upon consuming the 8th stalk, its physique grew more robust, its scales shimmering like flames dancing across its body. Finally, after the 10th stalk was ingested, the little dragon's body trembled as if breaking free from some constraint, its internal power surging dramatically. It had reached the first rank of the 3rd star. Fang Lin could hardly contain his excitement. Next, he produced 2-star essence fruits. Though he worried that the little dragon might not withstand the immediate intake of such precious resources. Yet, seeing the eagerness in the little dragon's demeanor, he refrained from intervening. After consuming the fruits, it would be time to engage in simulated battles in the Beast Master arena, for strength must not remain merely theoretical. The little dragon seemed to comprehend Fang Lin's words, nodding its sizable head. After finishing the 2-star essence fruits, Fang Lin returned the little dragon to the Beast Master space, intending to observe its condition again the following day. At that moment, Fang Lin noticed a plethora of alarming news on his phone. Beast Masters have been sighted in Shandong. Shockingly, the Wu family has been implicated in collusion with the Beast Master faction. The evidence is irrefutable. The Wu family has conspired with the Beast Masters to ruthlessly hunt down Beast Masters. These revelations immediately stirred significant unrest in Shannon and Shandong, as the emergence of the Beast Masters rekindled unsettling memories for many seasoned Beast Masters. In the study of the Xia family head, the atmosphere was notably grave. Patriarch. This is the entire sequence of events. Xia Tongtian reported in detail about the experiences in the secret realm. After a moment of silence, the family head sighed, realizing that the Beast Masters had resurfaced. It seemed they had lost a young individual of considerable status and would likely seek retribution. Xia Tongtian nodded, fully aware that the Beast Masters are known for their vengeful nature. Even passers-by beasts would suffer should they cross paths with them, let alone the loss of a significant member. It was almost certain that retaliation from the Beast Masters was imminent. Rest assured, we have already begun to strengthen our defenses. Should we notify the Beast Master Association to ensure collective vigilance? We cannot allow the Beast Masters to wreak havoc in our territory, he suggested. No need. They have likely been informed already. By the time we speak, they may have already made their decision. The family head waved his hand dismissively. In contrast, Shandong was far from calm as Lu Tianlin, leading the remaining Lu family forces, rushed back. However, they were ultimately too late. When they arrived at the Wu family's mansion, they discovered it had already been reduced to ashes. It was unclear whether they had fled in haste or were silenced by the Beast Masters. But tranquility would undoubtedly elude them moving forward, Lu Tianlin lamented. Not far from Shandong, in a concealed mountain dwelling surrounded by dense forests, 2 figures clad in black knelt before a stone table, their heads bowed as they reported the circumstances with trepidation. Opposite them sat a gaunt elder, his pale visage betraying a barely contained fury as his hands trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing the pivotal details from the black-clad individuals, the elder could no longer restrain his wrath, shattering the teacup in his grip, shards scattering across the ground. The sound of the cups shattering resonated like thunder in the tranquil space. The elder's voice was low and frigid, brimming with suppressed malice. Tell me, what exactly transpired? How could Ming'er perish at the hands of an inconspicuous beast? One of the black-clad figures cautiously began, My lord. The situation unfolded as follows. Initially, our mission proceeded smoothly, with only a few beasts encountered that we easily dealt with. However, the circumstances soon turned bizarre. Numerous beasts suddenly converged, launching an attack against us. Strangely, several beasts detonated without warning, inflicting significant casualties. Wu Zhan, exposed, was eager to eliminate witnesses, and in the chaos of battling the attacking beasts, the young master was lost to the explosions. The elder, unable to contain his fury, spat. The Wu family is filled with inept fools. They dared to seek our alliance for power, yet when calamity struck, they attempted to flee. They have all been eliminated. And as for you, I trust you do not wish to share their fate? He fixed his gaze on the two, his eyes gleaming like demons emerging from the depths of hell. I demand the death of everyone present that day. If you fail to deliver, do not expect to return. The two black-clad figures bowed their heads, cold sweat threatening to drip from their brows, yet they resolutely replied, Rest assured, my lord. We shall complete the task and not disappoint you. Once outside the elder's dwelling, they exchanged relieved glances. Lowering their voices, one remarked, The Lu family in Shandong and the Sha family in Shainan are truly damned. One clenched his fist, knuckles whitening. They dare place such a heavy burden upon us, nearly provoking the wrath of our lord. This debt must be settled. The other sneered, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. It is time for these families to understand the might of our beast masters. I desire not only the deaths of these two families, but many more to accompany the young master. Chapter 39, First Rank, 5th Star. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of impending conflict with the Sha and Lu families, Fang Lin was immersed in the delight of his contracted beast growth. The little dragon had absorbed the energy from the star essence fruits within the Beastmaster space, and Fang Lin had numerous tasks to attend to. He had not participated in the arena battles for 3 consecutive days, and he was acutely aware of the minimum requirement of 30 matches per month. Donning his glasses, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he reappeared in the 90-second arena, which was buzzing with activity. Upon arrival, he noticed that Leopard and Fat Dragon were also present and approached them with a greeting. Brother Biao, it has been several days since we last met. Have you encountered any issues? Do not forget about the arena battles. Maintaining this account is quite important, Leopard cautioned. Fang Lin nodded and briefly informed them about the recent emergence of beast masters in his area. As Leopard and Fat Dragon listened casually, their expressions turned grave upon hearing the term beast masters. What? Beast masters? Leopard's pupils constricted, and his voice involuntarily lowered. Didn't that group of rats get exterminated long ago? How could they possibly resurface? The extensive family we have here has already commenced their efforts. And I too have engaged in the battle alongside them, Fang Lin remarked. However, their ethereal assaults are indeed quite formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Leopard's gaze turned unusually serious. I have heard the elders in my family speak of spirit masters, yet I have never truly faced them in combat. Nevertheless, I am aware that such individuals bear grudges and are exceedingly troublesome. You must exercise utmost caution. Fang Lin felt a warm surge of gratitude, recognizing that Leopard's warning was sincere, and replied, If you happen to discover any methods to counter the spirit masters, please do inform me. I find myself utterly powerless against their mental onslaughts, with my only limited counters being fire, light, and lightning-type contract beasts. At this juncture, Fat Dragon interjected. The spirit masters represent a common adversary to us beast masters. Should they regain their strength, many beast masters will undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. I shall return home to consult the elders. If I uncover any relevant strategies, I will notify you post-haste. Thank you, my brothers, Fang Lin said with a respectful nod. After concluding their discussion, Fang Lin resolutely ascended the arena to challenge some of the top contenders present. Sang Biao, having recently advanced to the 2nd level, 1 star, had yet to experience the brutalities of the beast simulation battlefield, but the combat experience he had amassed previously was not without merit. Though he had not yet tested his newfound prowess in the battlefield, the skills he had honed in past encounters would serve him well. Fang Lin opted not to hastily arrange cross-dire challenges. Instead, he chose to engage in 4 matches of equivalent rank. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Leopard and Fat Dragon were engaged in hushed conversation. It appears that this situation is far more severe than anticipated, Leopard remarked with a furrowed brow. The spirit masters have been lurking in certain areas of the 9th domain for years, and their reappearance now may merely be the tip of the iceberg. Fat Dragon sighed, asserting that at such a critical juncture, humanity must not descend into internal discord. We must first subdue the spirit masters. He paused, his tone resolute. I will return to seek out skills and resources that can counter the spirit master's mental attacks, and if necessary, I shall assist Biao in addressing this matter. There is no other way. Leopard replied solemnly. I too must report back to the elders. This situation is unprecedented. Our family has suffered at the hands of the spirit masters before, and we cannot afford a repeat of that tragedy. After completing the 4 matches, Fang Lin took Sang Biao to the beast simulation battlefield to solidify the combat experience he had recently acquired. 2 days later, upon summoning the little dragon, he was astonished to find that its physique had expanded significantly. The once diminutive creature, originally just over a meter in length, now approached 2 meters, its body elongated, exuding a sleek and powerful aura. The dragon's wings, previously tiny, had begun to unfurl, boasting a wingspan exceeding 1 meter. Most strikingly, the scales of the little dragon, once tough yet slightly coarse, had transformed into a smooth, crystalline texture, glistening with a chilling luminescence. As Fang Lin approached, he could discern faint azure lightning patterns etched into the dragon's scales, reminiscent of some ancient laws of thunder. The little dragon's claws had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis as well. While its claws had already been sharp, they were now even longer and sturdier, each claw radiating a soft blue glow, as if they were forged from gathered lightning. The tips of the claws twitched slightly, seemingly brimming with the power of thunder. Yet, the most astonishing transformation lay within the little dragon's eyes. They were deep, slit-like pupils, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty, with flickers of lightning discernible within the depths. Beast name, Azure-Winged Thunder Dragon. Beast potential, mythical level. Beast level, level 1, 5 stars. Beast skills, none. Upon reviewing this information, Fang Lin's lips curled into a slight smile, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The little dragon's combat capabilities had now surpassed those of all his classmates. However, with over 3 months having passed, it still lacked sufficient experience for the arena battles. He understood that relying solely on normal training, an increase of 1 star every 2 months would only bring him to a maximum of level 1. 6 stars after 3 months. Such strength would be virtually uncompetitive in the arena, where powerful adversaries abound, and true prodigies had already surged ahead by several tiers. Nonetheless, Fang Lin possessed 500 million federal coins obtained from the Xia family, and if he could identify suitable channels to procure resources that would expedite growth, reaching level 1, 8 stars would not be an impossibility. Elevating the little dragon's prowess to the average level of the arena's competitors within 3 to 4 months appeared to be an insurmountable task. However, Fang Lin was resolute. This was a rare opportunity to glimpse a broader world, and he could not afford to relinquish it. He would take 1 step at a time, doing his utmost while leaving the rest to fate. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Beast Master Association, he thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. With numerous branches and abundant resources, even if the Shonen branch did not directly sell growth resources for dragon-type beasts, it would at least provide some reliable intelligence. Currently, the little dragon had few skills at its disposal. While the lightning-based lightning sphere technique was practical, it remained a rudimentary skill. Relying on it to defeat formidable foes in the arena was akin to chasing shadows. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope if he could encounter higher-level lightning skills. Both Sang Biao and the little dragon could learn simultaneously, requiring only a single purchase. Moreover, he needed to arrange for skills that could counter mental attacks. According to Sha Tongtian, beasts capable of mental assaults were exceedingly rare, while skills that could defend against such attacks were even rarer. The 9th Domain's Beast Master Association had no related skills available for purchase. Hopefully, Leopard and Fat Dragon would bring good news. Chapter 40. The Yi family arrives. The following day, Fang Lin ventured alone to the Beast Master Association. Amidst the astonished gazes of numerous beast masters, he acquired a significant quantity of resources for the growth of dragon-type beasts. Fang Lin, lad, have you contracted a dragon-type beast? The elder responsible for gathering the materials looked at Fang Lin's shopping list with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Fang Lin saw no need to conceal the truth and nodded. Having just recently ascended to a level 2 beast master, it is better to be prepared. He cleared out the entire stock of dragon-type beast resources at the Shonen Beastmaster Association, yet it was still but a drop in the bucket. Before long, an entire dozen boxes filled with dragon-type beast growth resources were placed before Fang Lin, an assortment of bottles and jars brimming with energy-infused crystals piled high. Other beast masters in the association looked on in astonishment at this spectacle. This single shopping spree cost him nearly 100 million federal coins, and in addition, he spent a considerable sum on higher-level beast skills, flight technique, levitation step, thunderbolt projection. He arranged for any skills that he deemed useful for his contracted beasts. Just as he was lost in fantasies about how these materials would elevate the little dragon's strength, he received a message from Sha Tongtian that dampened his spirits. The individuals behind the black-clad figures have arrived. They are formidable adversaries. Fang Lin sighed, secretly hoping these people would not appear until after the college entrance examination, at which point he would have already soared to new heights. Yet, fate had other plans, and these foes would undoubtedly be challenging. Well, I must face them eventually. Having made his decision, Fang Lin planned to head to the Sha family. He understood that if he allowed the Sha family to confront these adversaries alone while he hid in the shadows, not to mention whether the Sha family would seek retribution after suffering significant losses, he would also feel deeply uncomfortable. Given his lengthy association with the Sha family, he had discovered that they treated him quite well. To place the Sha family at the forefront would be an act of remarkable unfairness. Half an hour later, Fang Lin arrived at the residence of the Sha family. Within the expansive reception hall, the atmosphere was laden with tension and gravity. Members of the Sha family stood on one side, while opposite them were 5 strangers, their expressions cold and detached. At the forefront stood a youth with violet hair, his hands clasped behind him, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Fang Lin narrowed his eyes. The 5 were all mid-level beast masters, their presence steady, with concealed battle intent. This would indeed prove challenging. As he stepped into the hall, Sha Tongtian subtly nodded to him, indicating for him to align with the Sha family. While his vigilant gaze swept over the opposing party, the violet-haired youth cast a sidelong glance at Fang Lin, his eyes laced with faint disdain, clearly dismissing him. They hailed from the 7th domain, reputed to be a prominent family, as Sha Tongtian informed Fang Lin of their identity. The 7th domain? Fang Lin had encountered references to other domains before and did not display any surprise. The violet-haired youth slowly surveyed the assembly, speaking in a measured tone. Ladies and gentlemen, you must have already interacted with 2 traders from our Yi family and, in doing so, acquired items that rightfully belong to us. He paused, gauging the reactions of those present, before continuing. Our Yi family is not unreasonable. We have come today with a proposition. We are willing to offer double the value to retrieve our belongings. What say you? At his words, the expressions of the crowd varied. The head of the Sha family furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat troubled, and replied in a low voice, "The divine spirit grass has already been consumed. Surely you have seen the news?" The violet-haired youth nodded, showing no signs of surprise. "That is understandable. We shall defer the matter of the divine spirit grass for now. However, what of the illusory eye mirror? Do not tell me you have also utilized that." "The illusory eye mirror?" The head of the Sha family queried, perplexed. "We only procured the divine spirit grass from those 2. As for what you speak of, we have never heard of it." The head of the Sha family thought of Fang Lin, but was reluctant to expose him at this moment. If these individuals discovered that the black-clad figures had met their demise at Fang Lin's hands, coupled with the recent ties between Fang Lin and the Sha family, it could incite their wrath. Yet, he understood that concealing the truth would be futile. These individuals would eventually uncover it. Thus, it was perhaps better to lay everything bare now rather than face unforeseen dangers later. "The mirror is in my possession, albeit already activated." Fang Lin's voice resonated in the ears of all present. Upon hearing this, the hall fell silent for a moment. Before the 5 from the Yi family suddenly fixed their piercing gazes upon Fang Lin, their eyes glinting with a fierce intensity. "You?" The violet-haired youth and his companions regarded him with hostility. A woman behind him scoffed, "You? Do you even know what it takes to activate the illusory eye mirror? To speak so boldly?" Fang Lin maintained his composure, grinning lightly. "I not only know, but I have also been utilizing it for over half a month." "Preposterous." The woman's countenance turned slightly frosty, her tone laced with indignation. Fang Lin shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. "What? Do you doubt me? Would you like me to reveal its contents?" The violet-haired youth narrowed his eyes, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Fang Lin. He sensed that Fang Lin was merely a level 2 beast master, unable to discern his aptitude or potential. However, he did not wish to escalate the situation regarding the mirror. Turning to the Sha family members, he proposed, "Might we have a private discussion with this young man?" The Sha family exchanged glances with Fang Lin and reluctantly nodded before exiting the reception hall. Sha Tongtian patted Fang Lin on the shoulder, letting out a sigh. 10 breaths later, the vast reception hall was left with just 6 individuals. The violet-haired youth signaled his subordinates to check for any listening devices. Once assured of their privacy, they began to scrutinize Fang Lin earnestly. "Speak," the youth commanded. "The mirror is activated," Fang Lin stated. Those on the battle platform mentioned that it requires an SSS-level Beastmaster talent. Moreover, the top-tier Beastmaster Academy admits new students through this. The top 300 can gain direct admission. The violet-haired youth's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. His team may have been oblivious, but he was acutely aware of the mirror's purpose. It had been procured at great expense for the young master, intended to facilitate his entry into a prestigious Beastmaster Academy. At this juncture, they found themselves in a predicament, according to the elder's wishes. Taking Fang Lin back would now be futile. Given that the young man had activated the illusory eye mirror, it already indicated his extraordinary talent. Forcing him away at this moment would be beyond the capabilities of the Yi family in the 9th domain. Noting their contemplative silence, Fang Lin added, "If you wish to reclaim the mirror, it is not impossible. However, the arena matches have already commenced, and should you fail to participate within the next few days, your account will be deactivated. Impudent brat, do not get ahead of yourself. You have yet to explain how you dealt with those two black-clad men." The violet-haired youth's female companion interjected sharply. "What else could I have done? They nearly killed me. You ought to manage your own people better instead of wreaking havoc in our 9th domain." Fang Lin retorted, his indignation apparent. The woman was about to retort when the violet-haired youth halted her. "Allow me to inform the elder of the situation. Please, no interruptions." Chapter 41, The Yi Family's Decision. With that, the violet-haired youth produced a communicator, connecting to the elder of the Yi family and explaining the circumstances. After several minutes of silence, the violet-haired youth projected the elder's image into the reception hall. Before them stood an elderly man clad in an opulent robe, his demeanor imposing and his gaze sharp, as if capable of piercing through one's very soul. Fang Lin was taken aback by this development. Such holographic technology he had only encountered in the science fiction films of his previous life. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to see such advancements in Shan'an. Clearly, he had somewhat underestimated the technological progression of this world, aside from their beast mastery civilization. Their scientific advancements were also commendable. The elder regarded Fang Lin with a formidable gaze, seemingly intent on discerning his essence. Fang Lin, feeling the weight of the elder's scrutiny, did not retreat, but met his gaze with fortitude. "You are the young man from the 9th domain who activated the illusory eye mirror?" The elder did not begin with accusations, but rather spoke in a notably calm tone. "Might you share your name with me?" Seeing the elder's demeanor, Fang Lin felt a wave of relief. As long as he harbored no intentions of silencing him, he would be content. "My name is Fang Lin." The elder nodded slightly, his tone remaining placid, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "The activation of the illusory eye mirror necessitates SSS-level beast master talent. It is remarkable that such a prodigy has emerged from a remote town in the 9th domain. It appears to be fate." The elder sighed deeply, pausing for a moment before continuing. "The illusory eye mirror and the divine spirit grass were gifts I prepared for my grandson, at considerable expense to the Yi family, with the hope that he could use this opportunity to gain admission to a top-tier Beastmaster Academy and improve our family's circumstances." Fang Lin settled in to listen to the elder's tale. However, fate can be cruel. The elder's gaze grew somber, his tone tinged with sorrow. "My grandson has been covertly harmed, and chaos has erupted within the Yi family, with those two traitors seizing the opportunity to abscond with the family's resources. The illusory eye mirror you possess is one of the items they stole." Fang Lin could sense the elder's deep affection for his grandson. Anyone confronted with such a situation would feel wrath. He understood why the members of the Yi family were relentlessly pursuing the two black-clad figures. After a brief silence, he spoke. "Esteemed elder, I express my deepest regrets for your grandson's misfortune. I am unaware of the underlying grievances. It was merely by a stroke of fortune that I came into possession of these spectacles. However, since I have begun to utilize them, I cannot deny this reality." He inhaled deeply and continued, "In light of this, I am willing to compensate the Yi family for their losses in the form of a contract, repaying the amount equivalent to the price paid for the virtual spectacles within a decade." Upon hearing this, the elder displayed a hint of amusement and shook his head slightly. "Young man, your sense of responsibility is commendable, but do you think the Yi family is concerned about money?" Fang Lin was taken aback and then pondered the implications of the elder's words. Does the elder imply? The elder smiled gently. "You possess extraordinary talent. If you remain in the 9th domain, you may well squander your potential. Why dwell on the matter of repayment? Instead, why not join the Yi family?" "Join the Yi family?" Fang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, rapidly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. "Indeed," the elder continued, "the Yi family is one of the foremost beast-taming families in the 7th domain. Our resources are sufficient to transform countless prodigies, even elevate them to the pinnacle of power. Should you choose to join the Yi family, I can assure you that you will gain access to the finest resources for contract beasts, the best training environment, and the most formidable support." The violet-haired youth added with a slight smile, "Moreover, upon joining the Yi family, you would become one of us, no longer having to worry about others coveting the virtual spectacles, and you would gain direct access to the identity of the 7th domain." Fang Lin fell into contemplative silence, calculating the ramifications behind this proposal. Joining the Yi family, he was uncertain of the limitations that would accompany such an alliance. He had ventured into this world to experience it, not to serve as a subordinate. Nonetheless, Joining the Yi family could swiftly resolve the resource issues required for the little dragon's growth. Seeing Fang Lin's indecision, the elder continued, in the 9th domain. Even with your remarkable talent, resources are limited, and your future potential will inevitably be constrained. In the 7th domain, your growth will surpass all expectations. Fang Lin remained silent for a moment before gradually raising his gaze, his eyes clear and reflective. I appreciate your goodwill, elder, but I find myself unable to comply with the notion of joining the Yi family. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the parlor momentarily stilled. The violet-haired youth frowned. A flicker of coldness in his gaze as he prepared to speak, but the elder raised his hand to halt him. May I inquire as to your reasoning? The elder's voice remained calm, laced with a hint of curiosity. Fang Lin's gaze was steady, his tone unhurried. I wish to pursue the pinnacle of beast taming freely. Being beholden to any faction would hinder my clarity of purpose. For many years, I have grown accustomed to forging my own path, acquiring the resources I need through my own endeavors, and I do not wish to rely on the benevolence of any power. He paused gently, his gaze sharpening. After all, every gift in this world carries an unspoken price. At his words, the violet-haired youth's expression darkened, revealing an undercurrent of displeasure. Preposterous, he exclaimed coldly. The Yi family has treated you thus, and you fail to express gratitude? Fang Lin remained undaunted, responding with calm resolve. I merely wish to tread my own path. As the violet-haired youth prepared to press further, the elder suddenly chuckled softly, gesturing dismissively. Very well, there is no need to force the issue. He regarded Fang Lin thoughtfully, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Interesting. You are indeed an ambitious young man. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. However, I would like to request a favor from you, and I hope you will acquiesce. I am eager to hear your request, Fang Lin replied, raising an eyebrow, his mind alert yet polite. The elder smiled slightly, his tone measured. The several beast taming families of the 7th domain periodically hold competitions for the younger generation to determine their respective quotas for exploration of certain secret realms. This upcoming competition is of great significance. Our Yi family had a suitable candidate, but due to recent family upheaval, he is no longer fit to compete. Therefore, I hope you can represent the Yi family in this contest. Should you succeed, we will grant you a place in the secret realm. Fang Lin contemplated this, realizing he bore no real loss in agreeing, especially given the substantial benefits he had already received from the Yi family. It was only fair to contribute something in return. Very well, I wonder what the capabilities of the other family's youths are. Seeing Fang Lin's swift acceptance, the elder expressed his satisfaction. They will be a group of young individuals of similar age, approximately at the mid-second tier. 6 months hence, I welcome you to our 7th domain as a guest. Chapter 42, The Arrival of the Spirit Beast Master. After concluding their conversation, the elder's holographic image gradually dissipated, with virtual light particles flickering in the air for a moment before fading into nothingness. The violet-haired youth, Yi Qinglan, frowned slightly as he regarded Fang Lin, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. Initially, he held no fondness for Fang Lin. The fact that an outsider of unknown origins had garnered the favor of their esteemed elder was rather perplexing. Yet now that the elder had made a decision, he felt no reason to continue bearing a sour countenance. Fang Lin, if I am not mistaken, Yi Qinglan spoke with a softened tone. I am Yi Qinglan. It seems we shall have ample opportunities to interact in the future. I will come to fetch you in 6 months. Fang Lin smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude. I appreciate your assistance, brother Yi. No need for pleasantries. Since the elder has made up his mind, our Yi family will not make things difficult for you. At this juncture, Yi Qinglan seemed to recall something. May I see your contract beasts? At the very least, when the elder inquires later, we will not be completely uninformed. Indeed, Yi Qinglan was quite intrigued by Fang Lin's contract beasts, eager to uncover the secrets of their extraordinary nature. Fang Lin smiled faintly, feeling no need to conceal them, knowing they would eventually learn the truth in 6 months. With a wave of his hand, he summoned forth a surge of spirit energy, causing the figures of the Wind Cat and the Barrier Beast to materialize. The Tabby Cat, Wind Cat, flicked its tail and surveyed the surroundings with vigilant vertical pupils, while the Barrier Beast stood steadfast like a silent boulder. Due to the limited space of the parlor, Fang Lin did not summon the little dragon. The entourage of Yi family youths behind Yi Qinglan quickly scrutinized Fang Lin's contract beasts, their expressions subtly shifting as their gazes met. They could easily discern that the Tabby Cat's potential was merely at the diamond grade, placing it among the lower ranks of the younger generation in the 7th domain. As for the Barrier Beast, it was their first encounter with such a creature, and lacking relevant data, they merely categorized it alongside the Wind Cat. What skills have your 2 contract beasts learned? The Wind Cat has mastered the wind-based Gale Step and the lightning-based Thunderball technique, while the Barrier Beast has yet to learn any skills. Upon hearing this, Yi Qinglan felt a twinge of doubt regarding the elder's decision, though he concealed it well. He understood that once the elder had made a determination, it was difficult to retract. Yi Qinglan rummaged through his storage pouch for a while and handed Fang Lin a scroll containing a lightning-based skill, Thunder Chains. Consider this a parting gift from me, a relatively advanced skill. Make sure your contract beasts learn it at the earliest opportunity, relying solely on their current strength. They would be too weak to represent the Yi family in battle. Fang Lin accepted the scroll with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yi. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the Yi family. I hope so. After their conversation concluded, the 6 individuals stepped out of the parlor. At that moment, the head of the Xia family, Xia Tongtian, and the members of the Xia family waited anxiously at the hall's entrance, uncertain of the outcome of the discussions between the Yi family and Fang Lin. Should negotiations falter, both parties could turn hostile, placing the Xia family in jeopardy. When they observed Yi Qinglan and the others exiting without exhibiting any hostility, the Xia family members collectively exhaled in relief. Yi Qinglan's gaze swept over the head of the Xia family, his voice even. The matters here have been resolved. Regarding the matter of the divine herb, the Yi family shall not pursue it further. Let us part ways here. The head of the Xia family, with a shift in thought, revealed a warm smile and clasped his fists, saying, Esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, my Xia family shall certainly extend our hospitality. Might I inquire if you would do us the honor of resting here for the night? His tone was earnest, imbued with the decorum of courtesy, yet laced with a hint of subtle probing. Establishing even a modest connection with the Yi family from the 7th domain would indeed be a fortuitous opportunity for the Xia family. Yi Qinglan raised an eyebrow slightly, glancing at the 4 Yi family disciples beside her, before responding with a gentle smile. Since the family head has extended such a gracious invitation, we would be remiss not to accept. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Having endured the elements for several days, the 5 of them found it a rare chance to rest and recuperate. Seeing their acceptance, the head of the Xia family felt a surge of joy in his heart and was about to command his servants to prepare a banquet when suddenly, boom, 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 a violent tremor accompanied by a deep, resonant explosion erupted from the periphery of the estate. The protective formation of the Xia family glimmered with layers of spiritual light, trembling incessantly, clearly under fierce assault. The expression of the Xia family head darkened abruptly, his gaze sharpening with intensity. How audacious to attack the Xia family in front of honored guests. It was an affront to his dignity. What is happening? His voice was low, imbued with a hint of murderous intent. Before he could press further, someone rushed into the hall to report, head of the family. It is the spirit masters. They have indeed come to exact revenge upon my Xia family. A wave of killing intent surged within the Xia family head. These individuals had nearly taken his son's life previously, and now they dared to come seeking retribution, truly believing the Xia family to be easy prey. In an instant, fury erupted among the Xia family members, with swords drawn and spiritual power coalescing, transforming the atmosphere of the hall into one of impending slaughter. The head of the Xia family then turned to the 5 guests from the Yi family, clasping his fists with an apologetic demeanor. Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. My Xia family is currently facing a formidable enemy. Yi Qinglan, unfazed by the situation, waved her hand to interrupt him. Spirit masters? You have such beings here? Xia Tongtian stepped forward, recounting their prior encounter in the secret realm to the Yi family. How intriguing. These rats from the sewers have taken refuge here. I had assumed they were long extinct. Come, I wish to experience the prowess of the spirit masters, she declared. The head of the Xia family felt a sense of relief. With the support of the Yi family, their chances of confronting the spirit masters had significantly improved. As they made their way to the courtyard, they were met by a group of black-clad spirit masters launching a fierce assault on the Xia family's defensive formation. In the night's shadows, spiritual energies flickered and intertwined, the protective shield of the formation swaying perilously, and a palpable aura of menace filled the air. The opposing group, numbering over a dozen, all exuded around 5th-tier strength, their expressions fierce, akin to ravenous beasts fixating on their prey. Leading them was a slender young man, his eyes cold and calculating, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as his gaze swept over the Xia family, before finally settling on the head of the Xia family. Xia family, he intoned in a chilling, low voice, laced with condescension. If you know what is good for you, swear your allegiance to us spirit masters. Perhaps we might graciously spare your lives. With that, he raised his hand, and the spirit masters behind him shared sinister smirks, clearly viewing the Xia family as mere quarry, ready to be torn apart. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Xia family members darkened, rage boiling beneath the surface. The head of the Xia family scoffed, his gaze sharp as a blade, his tone foreboding. You think my Xia family would bow to you? Do you believe yourselves worthy? Humph. Refusing a toast and opting for punishment, You must not be aware of the might of us spirit masters, the young leader retorted, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Before we commence, I wish to know who among you was responsible for the demise of our young master in the secret realm? The black-clad youth's smile morphed into a menacing grin as he surveyed the Sha family, his voice growing more menacing. Sha Tontian furrowed his brow. A hint of confusion etched on his face. Although he had participated in the battle within the secret realm, he was unaware of the specifics. Meanwhile, Fang Lin maintained an indifferent demeanor, yet a flicker of coldness shone in his eyes. Seeing that no one responded, the youth's brow furrowed. If that is the case, then the Sha family has no further need to exist. No response. The black-clad youth's expression darkened, his tone turning icy. In that case, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Since the Sha family is unwilling to disclose, then your existence shall cease. As his words fell, he abruptly raised his hand, his sleeve billowing, releasing a surge of murderous intent. Break the formation. Annihilate them all. In an instant, the spirit masters unleashed their spiritual powers. A barrage of black spiritual light hurtling toward the Sha family's defensive formation. Boom, boom, boom. The violent impacts surged like a tsunami. Crashing against the shield of the Sha family, the formation's spiritual runes flickering violently, clearly on the brink of collapse. Within a minute, several cracks appeared on the protective shield, resembling a shattered mirror, riddled with countless fine fractures. With a sharp cracking sound, the defensive formation crumbled entirely, dispersing into a myriad of spiritual lights. Kill. The spirit masters wasted no time in releasing their contracted soul entities, spectral figures emerging from within their bodies, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence, launching themselves at the members of the Sha family. All disciples below the fourth tier, retreat. To the cellar. The head of the Sha family barked, his gaze piercing. The Sha family members were jolted to attention, hastily falling back. Sha Tontian also urged, quickly, bring the injured. Do not allow them to close in. Yet, despite their swift reactions, the spirit masters were clearly well prepared. Retreat? Do you think you can? The leading black-clad youth sneered. Raising his hand, several soul entities surged toward the Sha family's younger disciples who had not yet fully retreated to the cellar. These soul entities took various forms. Some resembling malevolent spirits coalesced from black mist. Others were fragmented skeletal warriors, clawing and shrieking with an eerie, terrifying howl as they lunged at the weaker disciples of the Sha family. The anguished screams pierced the night, as several young disciples of the Sha family froze in place, their eyes dimming as if their souls were being wrenched apart by an unseen force. Their bodies trembled. And moments later, a vacant, hollow expression filled their eyes as they collapsed to the ground, devoid of all vitality. Sha Junwen witnessed his friend fall and clenched his fists in fury, his face ablaze with rage as he shouted, "Despicable spirit masters! I will slay you." However, the head of the Sha family restrained him, his gaze pained yet resolute. Steady yourself. Do not act rashly. They target us. We must hold our ground. At that moment, the situation had grown exceedingly dire. The battle was critical. The beast masters found themselves at a disadvantage. On the side of the Sha family, aside from the recently retreated disciples, only the head of the Sha family, Sha Tontian, and Sha Junwen could engage directly, joined by Yi Qinglan and the other 5 from the Yi family, totaling 8 fifth-tier beast masters. The night was dark as ink, and a cold wind swept through the courtyard, carrying an unsettling chill. Opposite them, the spirit masters had fully unleashed their assault, the oppressive spiritual pressure nearly engulfing the entire courtyard. 8 against over a dozen, the disparity in strength was already significant, not to mention that spirit masters typically excelled in combat against beast masters of the same tier. The black-clad youth stood with arms crossed, a smirk playing at his lips, his gaze mockingly sweeping over the crowd as though surveying a group of futilely struggling prey. How pitiable it is that you believe a mere handful of individuals could stand against us. Such an endeavor is as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. No sooner had these words escaped his lips than a surge of murderous intent glinted in his eyes. With a decisive motion, he raised his hand, pointing forward. Exterminate them all, leaving not a single soul behind. In less than a few minutes since the battle commenced, the spirit masters held the upper hand. Yi Qinglan and his companions observed the unfolding situation with furrowed brows. Their gazes turned steely as they regarded the relentless onslaught of the spirit masters, their inner vigilance intensifying. From a young age, they understood the terrifying prowess of the spirit masters. Those monstrous beings, capable of commanding the souls of the departed, had once instilled fear in countless beast masters during ancient wars, and their ancestors had paid a heavy price in their struggle against the spirit masters. Believing this area to be devoid of spirit masters, they were taken aback to witness their resurgence here today. These individuals must not be allowed to regain their former strength. Yi Qinglan inhaled deeply, his voice low yet resolute. If we permit their continued growth, the beast realm shall inevitably face another calamity. His gaze sharpened as he turned to his comrades, slowly raising his hand to signal, "Prepare for battle." The members of the Sha family, 5th-level beast masters, saw that the younger generation had retreated to the cellar and prepared to unleash their full potential against the spirit masters. Yi Qinglan was the first to activate the soul contract, summoning a blazing, crimson flame demon wolf that howled toward the heavens, its intense flames spreading across the ground, swiftly dispelling the chilling atmosphere. His teammates, equally unwilling to be outdone, summoned a towering, quaking earth ape, which crashed to the ground, its fist striking with such force that debris flew, and the air trembled with its brute strength. The head of the Sha family summoned his Shadow Thunder Falcon, which flickered with arcs of blue and purple lightning, tearing through the night and illuminating the entire battlefield. Kill! The crimson flame demon wolf pounded its claws, coalescing vast flames into a fierce fire dragon that surged toward the spirit master's ranks. Meanwhile, the quaking earth ape roared, swinging its colossal sandstone fists downward, causing the ground to crack open, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled through the air. The spirit masters snorted in disdain, urging their soul bodies to engage in battle. Ghostly apparitions roared forth, colliding with the fire dragon in midair, resulting in a violent explosion of energy. The shockwave devastated the Sha family's courtyard, stirring up a whirlwind of dust, transforming the battlefield into a chaotic melee. Among the spirit masters, a gaunt elder pressed his fingers together, summoning a pitch-black soul shadow that erupted behind him, its gaping maw voraciously devouring the incoming flames. The Shadow Thunder Falcon soared through the sky, its wings creating a tempest of lightning that enveloped the entire battlefield in a frenzied net of electricity. Seeing this, the spirit masters unleashed their soul bodies to counter. Coordinate with me. Break through their defenses. At Yi Qinglan's command, the contract beasts swiftly adjusted their formations. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf and Quaking Earth Ape flanked from either side, while the Shadow Thunder Falcon maintained aerial dominance. In another corner, the icebound Qilin opened its mouth wide, unleashing a chilling breath that enveloped a vast area, encasing several soul shadows within crystalline ice. Seeking death, the black-clad youth's expression darkened, and his soul shadow solidified behind him. A dark chain shot forth, piercing the air and aiming directly for the icebound Qilin's neck. Chapter 44, A Fierce Battle. Ultimately, the Sha family was outnumbered. In a one-on-one confrontation, both sides could have been evenly matched. However, as Yi Qinglan led his team in fierce combat, the black-clad youth suddenly attacked, commanding his soul body to unleash the chain at remarkable speed toward the contract beast of a female team member. At that moment, the female member found herself unable to recall her contract beast in time. No, just as the chain drew nearer to the icebound Qilin, Fang Lin seized the opportune moment. Barrier Beast, emerge. A barely perceptible barrier divided the battlefield into two halves, with the members of the Sha family and Yi Qinglan's 8 individuals facing off against the 6 spirit masters. The other 5 contract soul bodies of the spirit masters were isolated on the opposite side of the barrier. Boom! The pitch-black chain collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound but unable to advance further. Elders, with 8 of us against their 6, the advantage lies with us. Move swiftly. Fang Lin's voice rang out across the battlefield. The black-clad youth now noticed Fang Lin, dismissing him as a mere second-tier insect. How dare you obstruct me? In a fit of rage, he commanded the soul body behind him to launch another attack, this time summoning the quaking earth rock bear. Previously, the chain had been a skill of the metal element. Now, the black-clad youth ordered the quaking earth rock bear to unleash its full power. He sought to obliterate the insufferably arrogant Fang Lin. However, to his and the 5 members of the Yi family's astonishment, the barrier once again thwarted his assault. What is this skill? The black-clad youth's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the seemingly ethereal, yet remarkably sturdy barrier, unease creeping into his heart. The quaking earth rock bear had once rampaged across territories in life. Even as a soul body, its destructive force should not be underestimated. Yet Fang Lin's barrier beast had withstood its full-on assault. The other spirit masters, trapped outside the battlefield, began to unleash their full force against the barrier. However, whether through soul power impacts or various penetrating skills, none could budge this intangible shield even an inch. What are you waiting for? Seeing this, Yi Qinglan's eyes narrowed, and he barked, "Since the tide has turned in our favor, let us finish this swiftly." Boom! The flames of the Crimson Flame Demon Wolf surged violently, its fiery tongue devouring all in its path, forcefully driving back one spirit master. Seizing the opportunity, the quaking earth ape roared, its colossal fists crashing down like a landslide, forcing another spirit master to retreat repeatedly. The Shadow Thunder Falcon shrieked from above, its lightning weaving a dense electric net that restricted the Spirit Master's escape routes, making it difficult for them to evade the onslaught of the battle beasts. As the 8 intensified their attacks, the 6 Spirit Masters trapped within the barrier began to falter. Damn it! The black-clad youth's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly as he watched his 6 subordinates gradually being overwhelmed while he remained ensnared by the barrier. A seething rage boiling within him, yearning to tear Fang Lin apart. Taking a deep breath, the black-clad youth's eyes glinted with cold light. Very well, I shall remember you. Come again. With a flick of his wrist, a dark soul fire ignited in his palm, and his soul pressure surged dramatically, casting a more terrifying aura over the battlefield. Soul binding, absolute extinction. The obsidian soul chains surged forth like venomous serpents from behind the black-clad youth, revealing one of his signature soul techniques. This soul chain not only had the power to bind soul bodies, but could also directly shatter the souls of contract beasts. The chain pierced through the air, emanating a strange, distorted wave, hurtling toward Fang Lin. At that moment, Fang Lin's heart raced with anxiety. He had no knowledge of the barrier beast's limits. And if it were to suddenly falter, he would have no escape. Elders, move faster. I can barely hold on. Fang Lin began to shout, bolstering his courage. Seeing Fang Lin's reaction, the black-clad youth sneered, believing Fang Lin was near his breaking point. Boom. The soul chain crashed against the barrier once more, sending ripples cascading outward. Yet it still could not breach it. The black-clad youth's expression finally shifted. He fixed his gaze on Fang Lin, his mind a tempest of disbelief. Impossible. A mere second-tier beast master. How could he possibly withstand the might of my soul's innate technique? Fang Lin raised his gaze, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I apologize for disappointing you. At that moment, within the confines of the barrier, the 6 subordinates of the cloaked youth were already battered and bruised, their contracted spirit forms nearly transparent, on the verge of vanishing. The Crimson Flame Demon Wolf unleashed a fiery tempest, hurling one beast master backward, who spewed blood as he fell. Meanwhile, the frenzied charge of the earth-shattering ape sent another crashing to the ground, rendering him immobile. Victory was assured. Yi Qinglan's eyes were icy as she lifted her sword, directing it at the remaining foes, ready for the final strike to eliminate them. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Lin darted behind the group, dissipating the barrier. The 6 subordinates brought by the cloaked youth had perished, leaving only 5 beast masters on their side. They could only watch helplessly as 6 of their comrades were annihilated by the Sha family. 5 against 8, their confidence in victory had evaporated. Should Fang Lin find another opportunity to divide the battlefield, their losses could escalate further. Observing the dire situation, the cloaked youth's expression darkened, teeth clenched. Retreat. As the battle concluded, the air hung heavy with the stench of blood, and the remnants of the courtyard silently bore witness to the ferocity of the earlier clash. In this engagement, the Sha family emerged unscathed, while the beast masters suffered over half their number slain, the remaining few having already fled upon sensing defeat. Once the battlefield was cleared, the 5 members of the Yi family cast complex glances at Fang Lin. Previously, they had regarded him with mere indifference, considering him just a second-tier beastmaster. Who could have anticipated that this youth would turn the tide at a crucial moment, effectively segmenting the battlefield and weakening the enemy's forces, allowing them to triumph over the beastmasters? What manner of contracted beast do you possess? Yi Qinglan could no longer contain her astonishment, her tone laced with disbelief at how it could transcend so many realms to withstand the full force of a high-ranking beastmaster. Fang Lin, upon hearing her, shook his head calmly, a hint of helplessness curving his lips. My contracted beast is called the Barrier Beast, possessing invincible defense, yet its combat power is merely 2. Combat power, only 2? Yi Qinglan blinked in surprise, disbelief flickering in her eyes. The other Yi family members mirrored her astonishment. Having fought across the battlefield for years without ever hearing of such an extreme contracted beast, invincible in defense, yet utterly powerless in combat, the disparity in its capabilities was astonishing. Yi Qinglan murmured, her gaze fixed intently on Fang Lin, as if seeking deeper insights from his expression. Chapter 45, Return to Training. At that moment, the head of the Sha family stepped forward and solemnly clasped his hands. We are immensely grateful for the assistance rendered by the Yi family today, and the Sha family will forever be in your debt. Yi Qinglan, pulling herself from her thoughts, gently waved her hand. You honor us, Sha family head. The beast masters are our common enemy. We never anticipated their infiltration here. It seems their influence is more clandestine than we imagined. Pausing, her tone grew grave. This matter is of great importance. We must return to the Yi family promptly to report the resurgence of the beast masters in Lanxing to the higher-ups. The Sha family head's expression darkened at her words. Indeed, these individuals operate with great secrecy. If they have a larger conspiracy, we must remain vigilant. He hesitated, then, with a serious countenance, vowed, "In that case, I shall not detain you further. Should the Yi family require our assistance in the future, the Sha family will not hesitate to respond." Yi Qinglan smiled slightly, returning the gesture. "You are too kind, Sha family head. This battle has united us against a formidable foe, and I hope we can stand shoulder to shoulder in the future to combat the threat of the Beast Masters." She then turned to Fang Lin. "I will seek you out in 5 months. Let us exchange contact information." After they completed their exchange, Yi Qinglan and the Yi family departed, leaving the members of the Sha family gazing thoughtfully at the blood-stained battlefield. The Sha family members looked upon the ruins of the courtyard with a sense of foreboding. They understood that having suffered such a significant loss, the Beast Masters would undoubtedly seek revenge. Sha Tongtian retrieved 6 storage bags from the corpses of the Beast Masters and handed them to Fang Lin. "Brother Fang Lin, please accept these as our token of gratitude." Fang Lin graciously accepted, for he was in urgent need of various resources. "Thank you, Sha family head, Brother Tongtian. I must take my leave now. The matters of the Yi family have been resolved." "Very well. The Sha family has many affairs to attend to today, so I shall not see you off. You are always welcome at the Sha family. Take care. The Beast Masters will undoubtedly retaliate after suffering such a loss at your hands." Fang Lin nodded slightly, fully aware of the Beast Masters' modus operandi. Their heavy losses would not be forgotten easily. Yet, despite this, he felt compelled to take action. As for future reprisals, he would face them as they came, meeting force with force. Upon returning home, Fang Lin exhaled deeply as he opened the door, casually sinking into the sofa, his eyes closing in contemplation. Although his body relaxed, the weight of mental strain grew heavier. "The enemies are becoming increasingly formidable," he murmured to himself, a sense of gravity settling in his heart. The affairs of the Yi family had reached a temporary resolution. Yet the cost was the irrevocable entanglement with the Beast Masters. Those predators lurking in the shadows were far more troublesome than ordinary foes. Their methods treacherous and their thirst for vengeance profound. His current predicament felt as if he had just escaped one inferno only to plunge into another abyss. Should he weep or laugh? Fang Lin shook his head self-deprecatingly, but soon, determination rekindled in his gaze. Surrender? Impossible. I need stronger power. He clenched his fists, his eyes cold with resolve. If I possess sufficient strength, I will eradicate every last one of those rats lurking in the sewers known as the Beast Masters. Setting aside his tumultuous thoughts, Fang Lin stacked the resources he had purchased from the Beast Master Association into the beast space. Next, he would begin to train the little dragon's combat capabilities. Fang Lin whispered, his gaze falling upon the virtual interface of his glasses. He had previously utilized the exotic beast simulation battlefield and the combat platform, but had never attempted to operate both simultaneously. If he could enable the little dragon to train independently in the simulation while he earned points on the combat platform, it would be a perfect arrangement. With that thought, he set out to experiment. He activated the exotic beast simulation battlefield, placing the little dragon within and establishing a series of practical training modes to ensure it could grow in a high-intensity combat environment. Subsequently, he exited the simulation battlefield and entered the combat platform. He would check on the little dragon's progress in a few hours, hoping for effective results. Returning to the combat platform, Fang Lin decided to let the barrier beast partake in some arena matches. With only 40 points remaining, he needed to find resources for the little dragon's growth, and this was the most effective method he could conceive. Previously, he had focused solely on summoning to enhance Sang Biao's combat capabilities, and after extensive battles, Sang Biao's strength had significantly improved. However, as the arena matches progressed, more and more beast masters began utilizing dual summons, and Sang Biao found it increasingly difficult to cope alone, gradually sensing the limitations of single beast combat. Fang Lin understood that if he continued to adhere to a single summon strategy, his points would dwindle. To acquire more points, he needed to adjust his tactics. Thus, Fang Lin began challenging those beast masters employing dual summons, this time summoning both the barrier beast and Sang Biao at once. Fang Lin's adversary was a novice secondary beast master, whose summoned creatures were the Gale Hawk and the Steel Armored Bear. The Gale Hawk, with its astonishing speed, excelled in long-range wind blade attacks and rapid assaults. The Steel Armored Bear, colossal in size, boasted formidable defense, making it well-suited for close-quarters combat. One was as swift as the wind, while the other stood as steadfast as a mountain. This combination represented an almost flawless synergy, harmonizing offense and defense. The battle commenced. The Gale Hawk soared through the air, its wings vibrating, sending sharp wind blades slicing towards the mourning beast below, while the Steel Armored Bear lumbered forward with heavy steps, aiming to dominate the battlefield with brute strength. Fang Lin's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly reacted. Barrier Beast, construct a defensive barrier to block the wind blades. With a hum, the barrier beast unleashed an invisible energy shield. The wind blades struck the barrier and dissipated into a gentle breeze, failing to inflict any harm upon the morning beast within. The intangible barrier kept the steel-armored bear at bay, and with experience gained from combat with 5th-level spirit masters, Fang Lin was acutely aware of how to maximize the barrier beast's capabilities. Within the barrier, the morning beast faced the wind blades, executing the Gale Shadow maneuver, allowing it to evade the onslaught like a streak of light. Wind clashed with wind, speed countered speed. Barrier beast, constrict the battlefield. With another hum, the invisible barrier rapidly shrank, transforming the once spacious arena into a constricted space, diminishing the Galehawk's altitude advantage in an instant. Damn it, the opponent's expression shifted. Realizing that his strategy relied on the Galehawk's swift movements to prolong the fight, but now, with the reduced space, its maneuverability suffered greatly, making it impossible to maintain distance. Fang Lin's pupils constricted as he seized the opportunity, commanding, Morning Beast, Thunder Sphere technique. The Morning Beast let out a furious roar, conjuring a thunder sphere between its claws, launching itself like a meteor straight at the Galehawk. Galehawk, evade, the opponent hurriedly commanded. Chapter 46, A New Strategy. Upon witnessing the Morning Beast unleash the Thunder Sphere technique, the opponent promptly ordered the Galehawk to dodge. The Galehawk possessed only wind-based offensive skills, excelling in speed but lacking in defense, precisely why the opponent had employed the steel-armored bear for protection. However, outside the barrier, the steel-armored bear roared relentlessly, pounding its fists against the barrier with ferocious might. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy fist struck the barrier with terrifying force, attempting to shatter it. Yet no matter how fiercely it struck, the barrier remained steadfast, unyielding. Without the steel-armored bear's protective defense, the Galehawk was left to bear the brunt of the Morning Beast's Thunder Sphere technique. As the barrier's space constricted, the Galehawk lost its mobility advantage, the room for movement diminishing rapidly. Ultimately, under a fierce claw strike, the Galehawk emitted a piercing cry before crashing heavily to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Fang Lin's gaze flickered, and he commanded, dissolve the barrier. With a hum, the transparent barrier vanished instantaneously, restoring the battlefield to its original state. Although the steel-armored bear's attacks were formidable, its massive size rendered it too slow to catch the agile Morning Beast. The battle quickly devolved into a one-sided assault. As the Morning Beast darted about, its blazing claws rending the steel-armored bear's defenses time and again, while the latter could only passively endure, unable to find an opportunity to retaliate. Cursed, the opponent's face darkened, gritting his teeth, yet he soon realized that the tide of battle had turned irrevocably against him. Finally, he took a deep breath, raised his hand in surrender, his voice low and resigned. I concede. After a fierce battle, Fang Lin earned 10 points. The additional 5 points stemmed from a wager agreed upon before the match commenced. Fang Lin's points panel now displayed a total of 50 points. With a few more matches, Little Dragon would soon grow stronger, and then in a 3-against-2 scenario, he doubted anyone could pose a challenge to him. Typically, the vast majority of secondary beast masters could summon only 2 contracted beasts for battle. If Fang Lin could seize this opportunity to amass points on a grand scale while contracting and nurturing a 4th beast, it would not be an impossibility. With this thought in mind, Fang Lin felt invigorated, adopting a more aggressive approach to his challenges. That evening, there were not many geniuses at the battle platform, limiting Fang Lin's selection of opponents. Nevertheless, he sought to engage in as many challenges as possible. As long as his foes consented to his wager, he would choose to participate. One match after another, in the span of a few short hours, Fang Lin triumphed in 5 consecutive battles. Among them, only 3 opponents were willing to accept additional point wagers. Yet even so, he successfully accumulated 40 points, yielding substantial rewards. If he could maintain this momentum, Little Dragon should be ready for the competition in 3 months. Fang Lin smiled softly, but then he recalled that Little Dragon was still in the beast simulation battlefield, prompting him to exit the battle platform. Fang Lin had been engaged in combat at the battle platform for several hours, and upon remembering that Little Dragon was still in the beast simulation battlefield, he promptly left the platform. Upon arriving at the battlefield, he found Little Dragon locked in combat with a first-level 6-star opponent. How did it end up facing a first-level 6-star foe? Fang Lin distinctly remembered placing Little Dragon in a first-level 5-star arena. Glancing at the data, Fang Lin was filled with delight. It turned out that Little Dragon had already triumphed over a first-level 5-star opponent 2 hours prior. However, in the face of a first-level 6-star adversary, Little Dragon was thoroughly defeated, much like the Morning Beast had been initially. Yet, he did not observe any signs of despair in Little Dragon. Instead, it appeared invigorated. growing ever more determined in the face of adversity. The Dragon Clan truly deserves its title as the mightiest combat race, with enhanced skills. Little Dragon's battle efficiency could become even more formidable. After retrieving the 3 contracted beasts from the beast simulation battlefield and removing his glasses, Fang Lin began to contemplate ways to enhance their combat capabilities through skill development. Many factors determine the combat prowess of contracted beasts: battle experience, adaptability, physical attributes, and innate talents. However, skills are undoubtedly a crucial component. In battles of equal strength, if a contracted beast possesses more advanced skills, it can easily dominate, even engaging in battles beyond its rank. The skills of contracted beasts cannot be learned arbitrarily. They are closely related to their inherent attributes. Generally speaking, each contracted beast can only master skills that align with its own attributes, such as metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, ice, and other elemental skills. In this age of advanced technology, through specialized detection devices, beast masters can accurately analyze a contracted beast's elemental inclination, thus selecting the most suitable skill set for them. In the realm of beast masters, skills are typically categorized into 5 tiers: basic, low, medium, high, and super. To Fang Lin's knowledge, the highest tier skills available in Shan are merely medium tier, while high tier skills are exceedingly rare. Currently, Fang Lin only possessed the most basic Thunder Sphere technique and the low tier Gale Shadow. If he wished for Little Dragon and the Morning Beast to truly unleash their potential, he must expedite the acquisition of higher tier skills. Fang Lin silently resolved that he needed to devise a way to obtain stronger skills, facilitating a complete transformation of his contracted beasts. In the ensuing days, Fang Lin dedicated his daylight hours to instructing Xiao Long and Sang Biao in the mastery of the lightning-based skill, Thunder Chain, which he had acquired from Yiqing Lan. Judging by its description, this skill was of moderate caliber, surpassing Thunderball by 2 levels. Beyond its electric assault capabilities, Thunder Chain also bestowed a fleeting paralysis effect, thereby enhancing its suppressive power in combat. Both Sang Biao and Xiao Long, being melee-type contracted beasts, could disrupt their foes while attacking, rendering the adversary momentarily rigid and thus creating further opportunities for output. While Sang Biao and Xiao Long were immersed in the study of Thunder Chain, Fang Lin was not idle. He began to utilize the points he had accrued to trade with Fei Long for a crucial resource to bolster Xiao Long's strength: the Dragon Blood Herb. For 50 points, he could elevate Xiao Long's prowess by 1 star. Fang Lin meticulously calculated the returns and investments, acutely aware that while there might be more precious cultivation resources available in the market, capable of accelerating Xiao Long's growth and enhancing its potential, the costs of such resources far exceeded his means. At present, the Dragon Blood Herb represented the most economical and suitable choice for him, as long as he persevered. Xiao Long's growth rate would not be unduly slow. He gazed at the training Xiao Long, privately contemplating if he could expedite Xiao Long's ascension to level 9 stars. The efficiency of accruing points in a 3-on-2 scenario with the assistance of the Barrier Beast would significantly increase. Chapter 47. Enhancing the Contracted Beasts. With a clear objective in mind, Fang Lin led his trio of contracted beasts at full speed. Although the progress of Xiao Long and Sang Biao in mastering Thunder Chain was not rapid, it nonetheless advanced steadily. In the initial stages, they found it exceedingly difficult to successfully unleash the skill even once, often requiring the accumulation of a substantial amount of electrical energy, only to lose control upon release, resulting in either failure or diminished power. To hasten their mastery, Fang Lin deliberately altered their training methodology, shifting from mere repetitive casting to encouraging them to comprehend it through combat. Over the course of a month, both the Dragon and Sang Biao not only diligently honed Thunder Chain, but also frequently entered the simulated beast battlefield, challenging foes stronger than themselves. Initially, they could barely contend with opponents of the same tier, but as their battle experience accumulated, they gradually began to triumph over adversaries a star higher. Sang Biao, who had previously been nearly invincible among opponents of the same tier due to its formidable melee capabilities, began to proactively employ Thunder Chain to restrict the movements of higher-tier foes, thereby gaining a greater advantage in battle. Xiao Long's progress was equally remarkable. As a lightning attribute contracted beast, its affinity for Thunder Chain surpassed that of Sang Biao from the outset. Although initial control was unstable, through repeated practical training, it gradually mastered the core applications of the Thunder Chain. Particularly against speed-oriented opponents, Xiao Long could accurately employ the Thunder Chain to block their trajectories, significantly increasing the hit rate of its electrical assaults. Fang Lin observed the progress of his 2 contracted beasts with a sense of satisfaction. In the arena battles, he continued to employ a strategy of battlefield segmentation, allowing the barrier beast to cooperate with Sang Biao in combat. After a month of challenges, Fang Lin amassed over 200 points on the combat platform. With the accumulation of battle experience, he became increasingly adept at the strategy of battlefield segmentation, accurately assessing the situation in each match to devise the most suitable tactics. As his combat experience deepened, Fang Lin gradually discerned the optimal tactical adjustments. By continuously modifying the barrier range of the barrier beast, he learned to adapt his strategy according to the characteristics of his opponents. Against speed-oriented foes, he would instruct the barrier beast to constrict the battlefield, enabling Sang Biao to more easily lock onto targets. Conversely, against defensive opponents, he utilized the barrier beast to prolong the battle, allowing Sang Biao to relentlessly seek out weaknesses. However, the combat platform attracted numerous prodigious talents from various regions, who were not to be underestimated. Initially, they were utterly defenseless against Fang Lin's tactics, falling one by one and contributing numerous points to his score. Yet, as time progressed, these talented individuals swiftly adjusted their strategies to counter his challenges. Some opponents opted to avoid combat altogether, refusing to engage Fang Lin without a guarantee of victory, while others, tamers of beasts, modified their tactics from the outset, positioning their two contracted beasts back-to-back for mutual support, rendering Fang Lin's segmented battlefield strategy less effective. A decline in his win rate was inevitable, but Fang Lin had anticipated this. Nevertheless, over the course of the month, he still amassed sufficient points, all for the growth of Xiaolong. Without hesitation, Fang Lin exchanged all 200 points for Dragon Blood Herb. When the leopard and Fei Long beheld his choice, astonishment flickered in their eyes. You, daring to gamble so heavily on Xiaolong, do you not fear a waste of resources? Fei Long could not resist teasing. Everything is for the sake of strength, Fang Lin replied. Throughout the month, he ensured that Xiaolong consumed the Dragon Blood Herb daily, complemented by rigorous training to maximize the absorption of its effects. With the intake of the Dragon Blood Herb, Xiaolong's aura noticeably grew more robust, its physique slightly expanded, and the lightning patterns upon it became increasingly vivid. With each release of lightning-based skills, the power of the electrical force became more ferocious. Not only did Xiaolong's mastery of lightning skills improve, but its overall strength surged at a visibly rapid pace. Level 1, 6 stars. Level 1, 7 stars. Level 1, 8 stars. Under the catalysis of the Dragon Blood Herb. A month later, Xiaolong's strength finally broke through to the late stage of Level 1, 9 stars. Although the final batch of Dragon Blood Herb did not propel Xiaolong directly into the second tier, Fang Lin was nonetheless quite satisfied. In the simulated beast battlefield, Xiaolong had consecutively defeated 5 opponents starting from Level 1, 5 stars, contributing 25 points to Fang Lin. Simultaneously, Sang Biao's growth was equally astonishing. It partook in at least 2 to 3 high-intensity battles daily, and through the dual effects of practical training and spirit stone supplementation, its strength advanced rapidly, ultimately breaking through to the late stage of Level 2, 2 stars after a month. Now, it was time to trial the 3-on-2 strategy, maximizing point acquisition and exchanging for higher-level resources and skills. With over a month remaining until the official competition begins, this final month could very well represent the last opportunity for Fang Lin to amass a significant amount of points and resources. Having consumed so many Dragon Blood Herbs, Xiaolong had likely developed an immunity. The herbs' enhancing effects were diminishing, and it was time to revise Xiaolong's dietary regimen. Just as Fang Lin was still planning and envisioning the blueprint for the growth of his contracted beasts, he received a message from his homeroom teacher, Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi, Fang Lin, the Inter-High School League of Shannan is about to commence, and the school has decided to have you lead the team in competition. Report to school tomorrow, and I will provide you with detailed information. Stretching lazily, Fang Lin relaxed his weary body. He would head to school tomorrow, wondering if anything significant had transpired in the past month. Emerging from his period of seclusion, Fang Lin began to browse through information to familiarize himself with the events that had unfolded during the month. During this time, he had devoted himself entirely to enhancing the strength of his contracted beasts, almost severing ties with the outside world. Now, he needed to swiftly grasp the changes in the external situation to avoid missing any crucial intelligence. Soon, a series of news articles and forum discussions caught his eye, causing him to narrow his eyes in surprise. The Liu family of Shadong has erupted into a fierce battle with the Beast Tamers. The conflict in Shadong has sparked considerable uproar. The Spirit Masters initially intended to launch a surprise attack on the Liu family. However, the Liu family had long been prepared. Coupled with the intervention of the Beastmaster Association, the Spirit Masters were unable to gain any significant advantage and ultimately had no choice but to retreat. Nevertheless, the skirmish wreaked considerable havoc, affecting numerous civilians and even damaging the urban defense system of Shadong, which triggered widespread panic. Throughout this month, the Xia family has not faced any retaliation from the Spirit Masters. However, due to the previous large-scale battle between the Xia family and the Spirit Masters, the Beast Master Association has taken notice, leading to an increasing interest from the Beast Masters of Shannon regarding the Spirit Masters' assault. A month has passed with no word from the Spirit Masters in Shannon. They have seemingly vanished since the last great battle. One cannot help but wonder if they are concocting some grand scheme. A chill crept up from the depths of Fang Lin's heart. He sensed that this tranquility might merely be the calm before the storm. Chapter 48. The High School League. The following day, Fang Lin arrived at school punctually. Within the training grounds of the campus, students were scattered throughout, engaged in combat training with their contracted beasts, showcasing fierce clashes among various elemental creatures on the arena. Boom. A searing flame erupted from the training platform as a fire wolf, engulfed in flames, lunged fiercely at its opponent, while on the other side, a colossal earth beast stomped the ground, raising a thick earthen wall to block the onslaught. The arena was alive with the vigorous exchanges of contracted beasts, elemental energies colliding and intertwining in the air, with the residual shockwaves forcing the onlooking students to retreat a few steps. Standing at the edge of the training ground, Fang Lin's gaze swept over the earnest faces of his peers, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems that in just over a month, quite a number of official Beastmasters have emerged." He recalled that prior to his departure from school, there had only been 4 or 5 official Beastmasters in his class. Now, judging by the bustling activity on the training field, many classmates had made significant progress, with several even capable of skillfully coordinating tactical maneuvers with their contracted beasts. Lost in thought, Fang Lin noticed his homeroom teacher, Lin Ruoshi, had already taken her position in the center of the training ground, clapping her hands to signal all students to gather around. She surveyed the crowd, her gaze lingering on Fang Lin for a moment before she spoke. "You should all be aware that next year's college entrance examination will rely heavily on practical assessments, with 90% of the score derived from them. This time, all official Beastmasters from the 3 high schools in Shannon must participate in this high school league." Upon hearing this, many students around him began to whisper amongst themselves, "Is this my first time participating in a secret realm battle? Will it be dangerous? I heard that a senior was severely injured in a secret realm last year and nearly didn't make it back." Lin Ruoshi's expression darkened as she continued. "This high school league will adopt the format of a secret realm trial." Pausing, she looked over the students with a more serious tone. "You will be transported to a sealed secret realm where you must earn points within a specified time to determine the victor. Every year, the 3 high schools in Shannon conduct such a large-scale league, aimed at honing students' practical combat abilities and acclimating them to the challenges posed by the college entrance examination's secret realm format." Lin Ruoshi added, "The secret realm trial is scheduled for tomorrow, so prepare yourselves in advance. I must emphasize that every year, practical assessments come with inherent dangers. While the Education Bureau will implement various measures to ensure your safety, it cannot guarantee absolute security. Each of you is primarily responsible for your own safety." A heavy silence fell over the crowd. At that moment, Lin Ruoshi suddenly turned to Fang Lin, directly calling his name, "Fang Lin. You will lead our team from the 3rd school." Her tone was firm and unyielding, and she added, "While leading your classmates to gather points, ensure their safety as much as possible." The gaze of many classmates instantly turned towards Fang Lin, but no one voiced any objections. Acknowledging the attention from his peers, Fang Lin nodded. The students had already witnessed Fang Lin's prowess and had no qualms regarding his selection as team leader. "Look at that, Linzi. Teacher Lin is certainly treating you with special regard." Fang Lin didn't need to turn around to know it was his close friend, Luo Xing. Sure enough, when he turned, he saw Luo Xing approaching with a mischievous grin. Fang Lin smiled faintly and retorted, "What? Are you envious? Would you like me to set up a private meeting for you with her?" Luo Xing's expression faltered as he quickly waved his hands. "No, no, no. You know Teacher Lin's strength. I nearly cried during the last practical class." He exaggeratedly patted his chest, as if recalling some painful experience. Lin Ruoshi soon concluded her address, scanning the students before waving her hand to dismiss them. "Go prepare. Tomorrow's secret realm trial will not be easy." The students began to disperse, and the training ground gradually returned to its usual lively atmosphere. Fang Lin and Luo Xing remained in place, quietly conversing and occasionally sharing lighthearted jests. Lin Ruoshi observed them for a moment, hesitated, and then approached Fang Lin. Hearing his name, Fang Lin looked up to see Lin Ruoshi walking toward him with a slight smile. "Teacher Lin, do you have any instructions?" Lin Ruoshi ignored his playful banter, her tone taking on a serious note. "The safety of the students rests upon you this time. Lately, I have been feeling quite unsettled." Seeing Lin Ruoshi approach, Fang Lin smiled slightly. "Teacher, you overestimate me. Don't jest. The primary purpose of this secret realm practical is to foster the cooperation between students and their contracted beasts. As long as their safety is assured, you need not intervene unnecessarily. However, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I hope you can assist in managing them. Think of it as a favor for me. She paused, softening her tone. Just consider it a favor for me. Noticing her earnest demeanor, Fang Lin ceased his teasing and nodded lightly. Since the teacher has said so, I will certainly ensure their safety. He pondered for a moment and inquired, by the way, how many people from our class will participate? Lin Ruashi sighed, crossing her arms. Currently, our third school has around 20 official Beastmasters. Although this is an increase compared to previous years, we still lag significantly behind the first and second schools, which each boast nearly 100 official Beastmasters. As she spoke, a hint of helplessness crossed her eyes. However, this has been the case for many years. Our third school has always struggled to compete with the other two high schools. The students' family backgrounds and resource conditions are far inferior to theirs. Fang Lin was already well aware of the situation regarding the third school. The first and second schools are prestigious institutions, gathering the most promising Beastmaster candidates from Shannon, while the third school primarily consists of children from ordinary families. Starting at a disadvantage. You are familiar with the environment of the Secret Realm trial. It is specifically designed to cultivate novice Beastmasters, with 90% of the creatures being first-level beasts and occasionally a few second-level beasts. Lin Ruashi paused, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. The beast cores obtained will belong to the students, serving as a decent resource reward for them. However, she smiled slightly. You probably would not be interested in such things. Would you? Fang Lin shrugged. I understand Teacher Lin's intention. Rest assured, I will not take their beast cores. Consider it an opportunity for a group of kids to broaden their horizons and relax a bit, Lin Ruashi said, playfully patting his shoulder. With your strength, you should feel no pressure. Fang Lin nodded, realizing that after such a long period of training, it was indeed time to unwind a little, treating it as a leisurely stroll through the novice village. Chapter 49, The Trials of the Secret Realm. On the following morning, over 200 senior students from the three high schools of Shannon gathered at the entrance of the Secret Realm, the air thick with a palpable blend of tension and excitement. At the entrance, alongside the competing students, a plethora of eminent figures had assembled to observe the event. The principals of the three high schools, the director of the Shannon Education Bureau, the president of the Shannon branch of the Beastmaster Association, and the patriarchs of various local noble families. They mingled, some standing and others seated, engaging in conversation while occasionally casting glances toward the student cohort. It was evident that among this year's students, many hailed from affluent families, with their entourage present to lend support, creating a lively atmosphere. Fang Lin stood before his 20 classmates from the third high school, flanked by their homeroom teacher, Lin Ruashi. At that moment, the principals of the three high schools congregated around the Education Bureau director, naturally not mingling with their own student groups. Fang Lin surveyed the scene, noting the general disposition of the three schools. The first high school's team was the largest, boasting over 100 members, many clad in exquisite armor and equipped with a variety of tactical gear, clearly indicative of substantial financial backing from their families. Among them were numerous scions of prominent families, their faces radiating confidence, even arrogance. The second high school's team was slightly less formidable, comprising around 80 to 90 students, yet their collective strength was still formidable. They clustered around a blue-haired youth, their expressions eager and anticipatory, clearly rallying around him as their focal point. In stark contrast, the third high school was pitifully small, with only about 20 students, and their equipment was woefully simplistic. Most were clad in standard protective gear, lacking even a semblance of proper armor, setting them apart from the other two schools. Amidst the crowd, Fang Lin spotted his so-called brother, Fang Yi, as well as the couple, Fang Mingliang, who were part of the first high school's cheering squad. Their eyes met, revealing a hint of discomfort on their faces, but Fang Lin did not linger on them, instead shifting his gaze toward the podium. Among the Shajia contingent, Sha Tongtian seemed to sense Fang Lin's gaze and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement, which Fang Lin reciprocated without further ado. Before long, a slightly stout, balding middle-aged man ascended the podium, cleared his throat, and spoke in a resounding voice. Greetings to all students and parents. I am Huang Ziyuan, the director of the Shannon Education Bureau. His gaze swept across the audience, revealing a hint of satisfaction. Each year, we at Shannon arrange for the formal Beastmasters from the three high schools to engage in practical training, preparing for the upcoming college entrance examinations. This year, I am genuinely pleased to see so many outstanding young Beastmasters. The rules for this Secret Realm trial are quite simple. All participating students will enter the Secret Realm in half an hour, where they will hunt exotic beasts and collect beast cores as points. The core from a first-tier beast counts as 1 point, while that from a second-tier beast counts as 10 points, with final rankings based on total points. The duration of this practical exercise is 24 hours. and I hope you all achieve commendable results. To incentivize your efforts, we have prepared generous rewards. The first place will receive 100 spirit stones, the second place 80. The third to 10th places 50 each, and the 10th to 20th places 10 each. I encourage you all to give it your all. As his words echoed, a murmur of low discussion arose among the crowd, with students exchanging their anticipation and strategies regarding the secret realm. Subsequently, the principal of the first high school stepped forward, his demeanor calm and reassuring. There is no need to worry about safety. The secret realm primarily features first-tier beasts, with only a few second-tier beasts present. The three schools, along with the Beast Master Association, have arranged for several peak second-tier beast masters to enter the secret realm, ensuring your safety. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, the rules of the secret realm explicitly restrict entry to first and second-tier beast masters. Any third-tier or higher beast masters cannot breach these regulations. Therefore, you can approach this trial with confidence. It is not only a test, but also a valuable experience before the college entrance examinations. After his speech, the students, who had initially carried some trepidation, gradually felt reassured. With final arrangements confirmed, the more than 200 formal beast masters from the three high schools, led by their respective captains, formed an orderly line and proceeded toward the portal of the secret realm. With a flash of light, their figures vanished one by one. Yet, in an inconspicuous corner near the entrance, several pairs of cold eyes fixated on the unfolding scene, akin to serpents poised to strike. As the crowd stepped into the secret realm, they were greeted by a lush, verdant forest, with distant roars of exotic beasts echoing, imparting a sense of untamed wilderness. The environment within the secret realm mirrored that of the outer regions of the exotic beast forest, leading Fang Lin to speculate whether this part of the realm had been isolated from the outer areas. However, before he could ponder further, the surrounding students began to excitedly gaze around. Wow, is this really the secret realm? It's so much more vivid than I imagined. The leaves on this tree are of such an unusual color. Could they be spirit plants? Hee, I heard there are special resources in the secret realm. Let's see who finds them first. The students chattered animatedly, resembling children embarking on their inaugural camping trip, their eyes gleaming with wonder and exhilaration. However, a scene that sent Fang Lin into a frenzy soon unfolded. Just after entering the secret realm, numerous students eagerly summoned their contracted beasts. A fiery wolf landed and darted into the thicket. Caw. A blue-feathered eagle soared into the sky, nearly colliding with the treetops, dislodging a shower of dry leaves that rained down on the students. Roar. A robust crimson-striped tiger leaped from the summoning space, accidentally stepping on a nearby classmate's foot, triggering a cacophony of screams. In mere seconds, the entrance to the secret realm devolved into utter chaos. Hey, control your contracted beasts. What the heck? Whose beast almost knocked me over? Don't let it bite my backpack. It contains the spirit fruits my mom just bought. Fang Lin rubbed his temples. Exasperation etched on his face. These individuals were remarkably carefree, utterly disregarding order as they immediately dove into chaos. Fortunately, despite the brief tumult, these students were no strangers to battling alongside their contracted beasts, quickly regaining their composure and soothing their companions, allowing order to gradually return. Among the students from the third high school, a few self-assured individuals, such as Zhang Yin and Chen Hongyu, prepared to venture off independently with 3 to 5 friends they were on good terms with. Observing their spirited demeanor, Fang Lin chose not to intervene, instead offering a calm reminder. While the secret realm poses little danger, do not let your guard down. Remain wary of students from other schools attempting to seize your beast cores. It turned out that although communication devices from the outside world were rendered useless within the secret realm, the Education Bureau had equipped each student entering the realm with specially designed communication tools. Understood. The group nodded in unison before dispersing into smaller teams, setting off deeper into the secret realm. Chapter 50. Danger Approaches. Fang Lin leisurely trailed behind Chen Hongyu's group, his gaze scanning the surrounding environment. His close friend Luo Xing also part of this assembly. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed nearby as a heavily armored rhinoceros let out a pained cry, its massive body crashing to the ground, dust billowing into the air. Chen Hongyu's contracted beast, the Riftwind Wolf, leaped beside the armored rhinoceros, its claws slicing expertly into its chest, extracting the still-warm beast core. He cast a fleeting glance at the Grade 1 beast core in his hand, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The first beast core is secured. Onward, let us continue our pursuit of targets. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin and her companions were engaged in a fierce hunt in another region. The air was thick with the echoes of contract beasts roaring and the anguished cries of exotic beasts, creating an atmosphere that was both fervent and exhilarating. Fang Lin refrained from summoning his contract beast. At this moment, Sang Biao and Xiao Long were diligently training in his beast mastery space. Sang Biao had just stabilized his strength at grade 2, star 2, while Xiao Long was striving to break through to grade 2. By the time their current endeavors concluded, Xiao Long would likely reach the pinnacle of grade 1, star 9. With a month remaining, a 3 versus 2 scenario would surely render me unbeatable. A smile crept across Fang Lin's face as he contemplated this. Lin Zi, missing teacher Lin? Luo Xing approached, eagerly clutching the beast core he had just acquired. And upon witnessing the scene, he commented, "If you fancy teacher Lin, perhaps I could play matchmaker after our high school graduation." He quickly retracted his neck, tucked the beast core away, and moved onward. At this moment, in another part of the secret realm, 5 students stealthily converged. Their auras were so subdued that they nearly blended into the environment, their gazes icy, exuding a murderous intent that surged like a tide. Had Fang Lin been present, he would have recognized their presence as that of spirit masters. These individuals had infiltrated the secret realm. One of them produced images of Fang Lin and Xia Junwen, declaring that they must first eliminate these two. As for the others, they would be easily captured thereafter. The remaining 4 nodded slightly and silently dispersed, akin to phantoms in the forest. Within the base of Class 1, several students, led by Xia Junwen, had successfully acquired over a dozen beast cores, their excitement palpable. However, Xia Junwen was dissatisfied with this achievement. He intended to act alone. The reward of 100 spirit stones was trivial for the scion of the Xia family, but he was deeply concerned about securing the top position to uphold his reputation as the most gifted talent from Shannan. Within the team, he found it challenging to achieve his desired results, often overshadowed by his teammates. After resolving to go solo, he ventured deeper into the secret realm. 2 hours passed, and the students from Chun Hongyu's team, all from Class 3, wore smiles of triumph after successfully hunting multi-headed exotic beasts and acquiring beast cores, their exhilaration evident. At last, we've secured our first grade 2 beast core. These exotic beasts in the secret realm are not so formidable after all. The students boasted of their gains. The atmosphere filled with joy and lightheartedness. Fang Lin stood to the side, observing their jubilation, and a flicker of nostalgia stirred within him. He recalled the thrill and satisfaction he felt upon obtaining his first beast core, a sensation now seemingly mirrored in these students. However, at that moment, his heart skipped a beat as an unsettling sensation washed over him, a feeling of being watched. The gaze bore an oppressive weight, akin to a hunter lurking in the shadows, eyeing its prey, sending a chill down his spine. Fang Lin furrowed his brow, pondering if his recent late-night training with Sang Biao had induced a hallucination. Initially, he dismissed the thought, instinctively sweeping his gaze around the dense forest. Yet, as time wore on, the sensation intensified, resembling a venomous serpent's gaze, clinging to him relentlessly. Something is amiss. Fang Lin's expression darkened as he heightened his vigilance. At last, his gaze locked onto a figure in the distance, a student clad in Class 1's uniform. He appeared slender, with striking features, seemingly an ordinary high school student. However, as Fang Lin's eyes fell upon him, the student momentarily froze, surprise flickering in his eyes before a smile crept across his face, and he advanced towards Fang Lin. A sense of unease gripped Fang Lin's heart. He did not allow himself to relax. He scrutinized the student, noting the steadiness of his gait, each step measured, exuding an inexplicable aura of pressure. What troubled Fang Lin the most was the subtle sense of danger emanating from this student. When did Class 1 cultivate such a prodigy? His eyes narrowed as he contemplated Xia Junwen's capabilities, a question arising in his mind. It is impossible. Xia Junwen does not radiate such an aura. As the student approached, he wore a sincere smile and spoke with a gentle tone. "Hello, I am Li Xian. You must be Fang Lin from Class 3? This amiable demeanor, coupled with the faint undercurrent of menace, sent a shiver down Fang Lin's spine. He nodded, yet remained on guard, responding coolly, "Where is your contract beast?" Upon noticing the presence of a Class 1 student, Chun Hongyu and the other Class 3 students shifted their attention towards Li Xian. Li Xian smiled slightly, remarking, "I have heard of your remarkable reputation in this year's Class 3. I merely wish to witness the talents of Class 3 for myself." His voice was calm, laced with a hint of nonchalance, as if he were merely engaging in casual conversation. Yet, Fang Lin's instinct screamed that something was amiss. This individual was no ordinary student. His gaze hardened slightly. Although he maintained an outward composure, alarms blared in his mind. An ordinary student would not regard a stranger with such a predatory gaze. Fang Lin cast a measured glance at Li Xian before quietly instructing, "Hongyu, Luo Xing, you all leave first. I will follow shortly." Chun Hongyu and the others were taken aback, clearly unprepared for Fang Lin's sudden command, especially since they had just been deliberating their next course of action. "Fang Lin, you." Chun Hongyu opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to inquire further, but Fang Lin merely gestured for them to depart, his tone leaving no room for debate. Go quickly. The group exchanged glances, their expressions filled with questions, yet ultimately chose to trust Fang Lin and prepared to leave. However, just then a low, sinister chuckle emanated from Li Xian, his lips curling into a cold smirk. Your vigilance is commendable. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow shot forth from behind Li Xian with blinding speed, akin to a wraith, hurtling directly towards Fang Lin's face. Its velocity was so swift that it nearly left an afterimage, the air splitting with a sharp crack. Chapter 51, Confronting Li Xian. Fang Lin's pupils constricted, but he was well prepared. The instant Li Xian unveiled that peculiar smile, his fingers had already begun to surreptitiously form the summoning seal. Just as the shadow closed in, a deep, explosive roar erupted. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as a violet bolt tore through the air. Sang Biao's claws, imbued with the power of thunder, collided fiercely with the shadow. Bang! The thunderous claws and the shadow clashed violently, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the surroundings, causing the grass to rustle and clouds of dust to rise. In that moment of collision, a foul wind swept forth, and the shadow was forced back several meters by Sang Biao's thunderous claws. Roar! The shadow left a deep gash in the ground as its true form became apparent. It was a semi-transparent, ethereal entity, its form reminiscent of a leopard, yet its eyes glowed with an eerie crimson hue. The swirling black mist enveloping it seemed to embody the specters of the night. Spirit Master. A sense of dread washed over Fang Lin. Concurrently, Chen Hongyu and the others stood transfixed, unable to fathom that a student from the first high school would suddenly strike at Fang Lin. Li Xian, what is the meaning of this? Luo Xing thundered, stepping forward with fury. Luo Xing, step back. He is not a student. He is a spirit master. I will explain later, Fang Lin shouted. Yet, Li Xian merely offered a cold smirk, casually brushing off his sleeves as though dismissing their presence entirely. From their previous exchange, Fang Lin discerned that Li Xian's power was at the mid-stage of the second star. Narrowing his eyes, Fang Lin's gaze turned icy. You spirit masters certainly hold grudges. Barrier beast, arise. Fang Lin recalled vividly that during the previous battle at the Sha family, the barrier had successfully thwarted the soul attacks of ethereal entities. The barrier beast swiftly enveloped the heads of the students with its protective shield, while Fang Lin immediately activated his communicator to inform the other two schools of the current situation and the infiltration of spirit masters into the secret realm. A wave of unease washed over him. If spirit masters masqueraded as students, how many would be able to discern the truth? This time, the students were in dire straits. A swift resolution was imperative, and he needed to unite with students from the other schools. Resolute, Fang Lin called out to his classmates behind him, don't just stand there. Quickly inform anyone you know from the first and second high schools about what is happening here. Gather all students at the exit of the secret realm, now? Li Xian cast a chilling glance at the crowd, a sinister smile curling on his lips. Today, let Shan understand that we spirit masters are not to be trifled with. With your blood and the souls of your contracted beasts, we shall declare the resurgence of our spirit masters. Why do we always encounter these lunatics? Fang Lin cursed silently. He intended to send Sang Biao into direct confrontation to test the sensation of soul corrosion, holding the trump card of a temporary contract. However, his classmates could not withstand such an assault, so he could only set up the barrier. Sang Biao's thunder claw clashed repeatedly against the shadowy soul entity, each encounter accompanied by violent energy shocks that shattered the ground into charred fissures. Boom. Another fierce collision erupted. Thunder and lightning crackling as the shadow was forced back several steps, while Sang Biao's form swayed slightly. The surrounding students were captivated by this earth-shattering battle, many instinctively swallowing hard, their faces filled with horror. For these students, newly initiated as beast masters, witnessing such a level of combat was a distant spectacle. The battle raged on. The lightning surrounding Sang Biao grew increasingly ferocious, each strike carrying the weight of a thunderous tempest, while the opposing soul entity moved with uncanny agility, phasing in and out to evade Sang Biao's thunderous claws while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. The two forces were evenly matched. Li Xian narrowed his eyes, observing the stalemate with a cold smirk creeping onto his lips. Indeed, your contracted beast is stronger than I imagined. No sooner had he spoken than he formed a bizarre hand seal, his internal aura surging violently. Boom. An invisible shockwave erupted suddenly, and Fang Lin felt his mind reel, followed by a searing pain that seemed intent on tearing his soul apart. Hiss! Fang Lin clutched his head, his legs buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The excruciating agony engulfed him, and as he struggled to open his eyes, he found Li Xian's pupils swirling with a black vortex, as if consuming something. This is monstrous. The soul corrosion is indeed tyrannical. I cannot continue to court death like this. Just then, he noticed Sang Biao also emitting pain growls, its once violent lightning dimming, seemingly affected by Li Xian's secret technique. Damn it. Fang Lin gritted his teeth and swiftly retreated into the barrier. Bang! He crashed to the ground, and the soul-corroding torment dissipated the moment he entered the barrier. Sang Biao, sensing the peril, also retreated within. Fang Lin gasped for breath, his face pale, his hair drenched in cold sweat. He looked up to see Li Xian standing outside the barrier, his gaze icy as he watched him, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Oh, you actually managed to hold on this long. Fang Lin glared at Li Xian, his anger boiling within. He could only blame himself for recklessly experiencing the agony of soul corrosion. After that ordeal, he truly felt the weight of discomfort. Fortunately, Li Xian was only at the mid-stage of the second level. Had he encountered a spirit master of the third level or above, Fang Lin believed he would have met his end. He needed to devise a solution to this issue. Otherwise, he would remain at a disadvantage. The surrounding students, witnessing Fang Lin struggle and battle, wore expressions of pallor, finally grasping the brutal reality of the Beast Master world. No more games. Li Xian must be dealt with. And I still do not know the fate of the other students. Fang Lin promptly initiated a temporary contract. And upon seeing a milky white halo merge into his contracted soul beast, Li Xian, caught off guard, had no time to react before the contracted soul beast turned its fury upon him. In Li Xian's astonished and incredulous gaze, his dark soul entity struck him unconscious before detonating itself. Boom. The deafening explosion reverberated throughout the secret realm, a violent shockwave sweeping the surroundings, raising clouds of dust and debris. The nearby students watched in stunned silence as Li Xian was consumed by the self-detonation of his own contracted beast. Unable to utter a single cry before being engulfed in a mist of blood, Fang Lin panted heavily, a chilling killing intent lingering in his eyes. The recent torment of soul tearing haunted him. He vowed to find a way to counter it. Otherwise, he would remain too passive in the face of spirit masters. Li Xian is dead? The students around him turned pale, their worldview irrevocably shattered. Chapter 52. Convergence of the Third School. Fang Lin withdrew his icy gaze and turned to the still-dazed Chen Hongyu, Luo Xing, and others, stating in a solemn tone, "Stop dawdling. Quickly gather our classmates here. I assure you of your safety. If you know any students from the first or second high schools, urge them to join us as well." His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Chen Hongyu and Luo Xing snapped back to reality, hurriedly producing the special communicators issued by the Education Bureau to relay the message. Fortunately, these communicators had positioning capabilities, allowing their distress signals to quickly reach nearby students. Meanwhile, Zhang Yan's team, filled with excitement, was busy examining the beast cores they had just acquired. WVE had splendid luck this time. Why not delve deeper? Perhaps we can discover even more formidable beasts. However, just as they were engrossed in their discussion, their communicator vibrated abruptly. Zhang Yan glanced at it, her pupils contracting as her expression turned grave. Students are being hunted in the secret realm. Team leader Fang Lin commands us to swiftly regroup with Chen Hongyu at this location. What kind of joke is this? Slaughtering students? Is this a drill? A male student in the team frowned, clearly reluctant to accept such a horrifying news. Is this true? Could it be a prank? Stop joking around. We need to head back immediately. Zhang Yan took a deep breath, despite harboring some doubts. She understood that Chen Hongyu would not disseminate such alarming news without just cause. Moreover, when lives are at stake, even the slightest chance of danger must not be disregarded. If they dare to deceive us, they'll regret it. A fiery-tempered girl in the group muttered discontentedly. Enough with the chatter. Since Teacher Lin has entrusted Fang Lin to guide us, he is our captain, and we should adhere to his directives, Zhang Yan said calmly. Her tone mild, yet imbued with a hint of resolve. The others, resigned, gathered their belongings and hastened towards the designated assembly point. Within half an hour, 20 students from the third middle school arrived at the meeting location one after another. However, as they stepped into the area, all present were rendered speechless by the gruesome sight before them. Flesh and blood were strewn about, charred remains littered the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, as if the Grim Reaper had just wielded his scythe in this very place. Ugh! A girl turned pale, covering her mouth as she violently retched. This is real. It can't be. We were merely here for the trials. How could it have come to this? Some students with weaker constitutions began to scream in terror, their bodies trembling with fear. Fang Lin, what on earth is happening? Zhang Yan asked, regaining her composure after the initial shock. As you can see, someone is preparing to attack the students here. I wonder if the safety personnel arranged by the Education Bureau have received any word, Fang Lin replied. Within the confines of the secret realm, anxiety rippled through the students, intertwining fear and anger, rendering the entire group unstable. Is the Education Bureau and the Beastmaster Association just idly watching? And the principals, how can they be so blind? A student roared, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his palms. I want to go back. I don't want the Beast Corps anymore. I want to go home. Mom, Beastmasters are terrifying. An increasing number of students succumbed to panic, their eyes reflecting profound helplessness, with some even trembling so much that they could no longer stand. Witnessing the group's emotions spiraling towards chaos, Fang Lin inhaled deeply, stepping forward to assert, "Everyone, calm down. At the very least, we are still together, which maximizes our safety." Fang Lin was somewhat comforted to see that none of the third middle school students were missing. They were all gathered here. "Fang Lin, what should we do next?" Someone in the crowd looked at him with hopeful eyes. "We need to head towards the exit and wait there for the secret realm to conclude." Under Fang Lin's leadership, the 20 students followed the guidance from their communicators. Moving towards the exit. "Fang Lin, what about the other school students?" Luo Xing hurriedly caught up to Fang Lin, lowering his voice in concern. He had a few good friends in the first middle school and did not want to abandon them. Fang Lin paused for a moment, then shook his head, his gaze scanning the group with determination. "Send messages as we go. Notify everyone you know in the secret realm. While we can't look after everyone, we can at least issue a warning to give more people a chance to save themselves." However, the responses they received were both infuriating and despairing. "Ha. What nonsense are the third middle schoolers up to now? The third middle school's weaklings, unable to compete with us, resorting to such petty tactics. How pathetic. This prank is really boring. Stop joking and save your strength for fighting more beasts." As they read through the dismissive and even mocking replies, the faces of the third middle school students turned ashen. How could this be happening? Someone muttered under their breath, their grip on the communicator tightening, knuckles turning white. WeVE reported something so serious, and they still think it's a joke? Once they truly encounter danger, they'll regret it. It was hardly surprising anyone would react this way. These individuals simply did not believe the information coming from the third middle school. Fang Lin's expression remained impassive as he glanced at the replies, inhaling deeply before stating coldly, "I will first escort you to the exit, then I will search for them. We'll rescue as many as we can." His gaze was sharp, like a cold blade slicing through the air, gradually quieting the restless students around him. After an hour of brisk marching, the 20 students from the third middle school approached the exit of the secret realm, breathless. Throughout their journey, they remained vigilant, every rustle causing their hearts to race. It was not until they spotted the translucent exit looming ahead that they could finally exhale in slight relief. At that moment, the countdown for the exit's opening still had half its duration remaining. However, just then, a figure appeared on the path ahead. It was a staff member clad in the uniform of the Beastmaster Association, slowly making their way towards them. The individual stood tall, wearing a gentle smile, and the badge on their chest shone brightly in the dim light of the secret realm. "Thank goodness, there are staff members here. Things should be all right." Some students felt as if they had grasped a lifeline, their previously taut nerves instantly relaxing. "Hello." Someone was attacking students deep within the secret realm. "You must hurry to assist the first and second middle school students, or it may be too late." Upon seeing the arrival of over 20 students, the staff member smiled. "We have received your distress signals and have already dispatched personnel for rescue. Please remain calm." However, Fang Lin studied the staff member with a furrowed brow, a vague unease stirring within him. His gaze swept over the badge on their uniform. Though impeccable in design, something felt amiss. "Has anyone truly gone to assist?" Fang Lin inquired in a low voice, his eyes locking onto the staff member with a hawk-like intensity, a hint of coldness in his gaze. The staff member maintained their warm smile, seemingly oblivious to Fang Lin's unease, and replied gently, "Of course, you need not worry. The rescue team is already on the move. Now, all you need to do is patiently await the closure of the secret realm near the exit." Yet, Fang Lin's frown deepened, his vigilance not waning but intensifying. He stepped closer. Fang Lin quietly clenched his fists, his eyes growing cold as he decisively stepped forward, shielding all his classmates behind him, his voice grave. "Halt." The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and Fang Lin's sudden action startled the other students, who anxiously turned their gazes toward the staff member. The staff member paused momentarily, but their smile remained unchanged, albeit with a slight furrow of confusion in their brow. "What do you mean, student? Are you questioning my identity as a Beastmaster?" "Huh." Fang Lin's lips curled into a cold smirk. "When did we ever claim that Beastmasters hunt students?" No sooner had he spoken than silence enveloped the surroundings. Some quick-witted students widened their eyes, their hearts racing. The previously relaxed tension among the group tightened once again. Fang Lin was acutely aware that these classmates had never heard the term Beastmaster and that it had not been mentioned in their discussions. The smile on the staff member's face stiffened slightly, but they quickly forced a smile, attempting to maintain composure. "Indeed, your vigilance is commendable and worthy of praise." He chuckled softly, shaking his head, his tone remaining nonchalant. Well done, your vigilance is commendable. Recent reports have been rife with allegations of spirit masters engaging in nefarious activities. Thus, it seems there should be no issue with this assertion. Upon overhearing their conversation, several astute classmates began to sense something amiss and stood frozen in place. However, his explanation did not alleviate the tension. Rather, it intensified the unease among the students. With that, Fang Lin's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a calm yet deliberate manner. Summon your contracted beast for all to see. The moment these words left his lips, a flicker of panic flashed in the staff member's eyes, quickly quelled by his self-restraint. You. His voice carried a discernible edge of anger, as if he felt affronted. Fang Lin, however, offered him no respite, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he continued. What is the matter? Is it inconvenient? Or do you, perchance, lack a contracted beast entirely? The other's fingers twitched slightly, as if he wished to respond but ultimately remained silent. The surrounding students, observing the exchange, had already arrived at their conclusion. At this juncture, Fang Lin's gaze bore down on the individual, pressing further. Very well, enlighten me. Has Vice President Luo Xing of the Spirit Beast Association graced us with his presence today? The man's face finally froze, his demeanor becoming noticeably anxious, his gaze flitting about in uncertainty. After a brief silence, he mustered the courage to reply. Of course Vice President Luo is present. Did you not see him upon your entry? At this point, the assembled crowd understood that the staff member before them was a mere impostor. Realizing he had been unmasked by their incredulous expressions, the staff member sneered, You sharp-witted brat. Commendable indeed, but alas, none of you shall leave here today. Some students turned pale at this revelation, though those who had witnessed Fang Lin's confrontation with Li Xian remained relatively composed. At that moment, Luo Xing stepped forward, casting a mocking glance at the staff member. What a grand charade. Upon encountering the vice president, are you not obliged to extend your greetings? The staff member, now comprehending the ruse, silently cursed himself for being too hasty in his defense, having been outmaneuvered by a throng of students. Under Fang Lin's direction, Chun Hongyu and Luo Xing shielded the crowd within a protective barrier while Fang Lin prepared to confront the foe. This time, he intended to extract further clues about the other spirit masters from this individual. Li Xian's previous self-detonation had yielded no valuable insights. The presence of a traitor within the secret realm was akin to a thorn in the flesh, and it was imperative to address this issue at its root. The imposing figure of Sang Biao emerged beyond the barrier, and Fang Lin resolved to employ Sang Biao's swiftness to counter the opponent's soul corruption. As long as the soul corruption was not a widespread attack, it could likely be resolved. Observing the unfolding scene, the staff member's lips curled into a sinister smile, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, fingers curling as if summoning some unknown entity. A swirling mass of black mist began to emanate from behind him, concealing countless distorted shadows within its depths. A low, guttural roar echoed from the abyss, sending chills down the spines of onlookers. A strange, cackling laughter reverberated through the mist, and a translucent, deep blue scorpion-like soul entity materialized. The venomous stinger at its tail glimmered with a haunting violet hue, seemingly brimming with formidable soul-corrupting power. The scorpion soul entity moved with remarkable speed, transforming into a shadowy blur, attempting to strike Sang Biao with its lethal tail. However, Sang Biao was prepared. It leaped aside, its claws slashing down with ferocity, striking true upon the scorpion's form. The clash of energies sent ripples through the air, carrying a bone-chilling aura. The students from Class 3 held their breath, their eyes glued to the fierce confrontation, their hearts racing as if they had missed a beat. The summoned beings clashed violently, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the space as the surrounding currents trembled from the energy collision. Some could not help but swallow hard, their palms slick with sweat. Fang Lin must prevail, they silently urged, biting their lips, their nails digging into their palms, while others clenched their fists until their knuckles turned white, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. At this moment, no one contemplated how Fang Lin had surpassed them in such a short span. All eyes were fixated on the battle, laden with intense anticipation, even tinged with a hint of desperate prayer. Outside the barrier, Sang Biao unleashed the full force of the wind-based gale shadow, evading the scorpion's relentless assault. It appeared that speed could indeed counter the soul corruption to some extent. Fang Lin was wary of prolonging the conflict. He understood that with each passing minute, the danger to his fellow students escalated. Seizing the opportunity while the scorpion soul entity was preoccupied with chasing Sang Biao, Fang Lin wasted no time in casting a temporary contract. A milky white halo materialized, swiftly merging with the scorpion's soul entity. The staff member instantly sensed something amiss. The smile on his face froze. his contracted soul entity abruptly stalling as if it had lost control. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Sang Biao surged forth. Its eyes blazed with ferocity. Muscles taut and coiled, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air like lightning, striking towards the opponent's neck with deadly precision. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as Sang Biao's claws tore through the man's throat, gushing forth like a fountain. He could not even muster a scream. His body convulsed violently, hands clutching his throat, eyes wide with sheer terror and disbelief. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to speak, but only a gurgling sound escaped, punctuated by the bubbling of blood. Ultimately, his body crumpled to the ground, lifeless and devoid of spirit. Chapter 54, A Solo Rescue. The imposter has perished? Is this victory? The air seemed to thicken, enveloped in a profound silence. Blood seeped into the earth, staining the cracks between the stones. The pungent scent of iron filling the air, prompting involuntary gasps for breath. The students of Class 3 gazed blankly at the fallen body, pallid faces and icy limbs, some unable to even stand. They had never encountered true slaughter. Since awakening their spirit master abilities and signing contracts, their lives had been spent training in a secure environment. Even during secret realm trials, they were shielded by their school and the Spirit Master Association. Yet today, they bore witness to death. Witnessing a living soul perish before their eyes, flesh and blood grotesquely intertwined. Some clutched their mouths tightly, the nausea rising within threatening to spill forth, while others trembled backward, eyes brimming with terror, and some stood frozen, unable to accept the harsh reality before them. Fang Lin, however, had no time to console them. He could not afford to dwell on his classmates' reactions. He needed the scorpion soul entity to scout ahead. He did not wish for anyone to discover that he too had contracted a soul entity, as that would be impossible to explain later. Without hesitation, he bent down to meticulously search the body of the imposter. Every pocket, every crevice was inspected, his fingers moving swiftly yet deftly. Before long, he felt a cold object at the man's waist, a black communicator. Fang Lin picked up the communicator, furrowing his brow as he examined it. It was markedly different from the devices distributed by the Education Bureau to students. Its surface bore a dark crimson emblem resembling an ancient rune, subtly radiating an eerie aura. This must be the means by which spirit masters communicate within the secret realm. He quickly activated the communicator, retrieving the information contained within. The screen illuminated, revealing a familiar data interface, and moments later, a set of information came into view. Identities of 3 other spirit masters and their current locations. Fang Lin's gaze sharpened, and a swift judgment formed in his mind. 3 individuals. Indeed, they had infiltrated the secret realm in an organized manner. If not promptly stopped, they would undoubtedly continue their hunt for students. His fingers tightened slightly, gripping the communicator with renewed determination, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He could not allow tragedy to unfold. He must intervene. Hopefully, it was not too late. With this thought, he turned to his classmates behind him. Everyone, this communicator belongs to the impersonator. I've confirmed that 3 spirit masters are currently hunting students in the secret realm. I must go at once to stop them. You're going alone. A timid girl's eyes widened in terror as she anxiously grasped the arm of her nearby classmate, her voice trembling. After experiencing such a harrowing battle, they instinctively relied on Fang Lin. Hearing that he was about to leave sent them into a panic. Do not worry. Fang Lin reassured them steadily. Stay within the protective barrier of my contracted beast. As long as you do not wander off, you will be safe. He paused, scanning the crowd, and slowly added, moreover, the 3 spirit masters are still some distance away. Even if they approach, I can return in time. His words, though brief, carried an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Chen Hongyu and Luo Xing exchanged determined glances after their 2 battles. They had gradually adapted to the crisis and understood the significance of Fang Lin's mission. Go ahead. Rest assured, we will keep watch here. The classmates will be safe. Fang Lin nodded, no longer hesitating, and swiftly set off in the direction indicated by the communicator towards the hiding place of the remaining 3 spirit masters. Meanwhile, the temporary contracted scorpion spirit followed at a distance of 200 to 300 meters, ensuring that no one could connect this spirit to Fang Lin. By his side, Sang Biao remained closely in tow. 20 minutes later, Fang Lin stealthily navigated through the forest of the secret realm, using the intricate terrain to conceal his movements. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixated on the signal fluctuations displayed on the communicator, his steps swift and silent. Soon, he halted, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ahead, a burly boy stood beside a large tree, clad in the uniform of the second high school, wearing a naive smile that made him appear to be an unthreatening, ordinary student. If it weren't for the precise location provided by the communicator, Fang Lin might have indeed been deceived by this disguise. This fellow is one of the spirit masters. Just as Fang Lin assessed him, the burly boy noticed him. First taken aback, then his eyes gleamed with surprise and excitement. Heaven has a path, yet you do not tread it. Hell has no door, yet you come uninvited. This truly is a stroke of luck. He inched closer to Fang Lin, his fingers curling slightly, as if plotting how to deliver a fatal blow. However, his arrogance had not lasted 3 seconds when the air suddenly turned frigid. A murderous intent surged forth. Roar! A shadow darted past like a wraith. A gust of foul wind rushing in. The burly boy's heart raced, instinctively attempting to retreat, but it was too late. Swoosh! The sound of tearing flesh echoed. Blood splattering everywhere. His arms were severed in an instant by Sang Biao's razor-sharp claws, blood gushing from the severed stumps, pain washing over him like a tidal wave. The excruciating agony forced a scream from his lips, his face paling instantly, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He fearfully raised his gaze to Fang Lin, his voice trembling from the torment. What are you doing? Stop pretending, Spirit Master. Fang Lin's gaze was indifferent as he shook the black communicator in his hand, the dark crimson runes on its surface glinting eerily in the moonlight. The burly boy's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing the communicator, his heart seemingly gripped by an invisible hand. How could he possess a communicator? Could it be that a companion has already perished? He let out a low laugh, the fade of innocence completely stripped away, his eyes turning cold and filled with deep hatred and madness. Since I cannot live, then come die with me, he bellowed. As a ghostly green apparition suddenly materialized behind him, a grotesque serpent spirit. The serpent spirit, entirely a shade of emerald, was entwined with bizarre black runes, its crimson eyes locking onto Fang Lin with an insatiable murderous intent as it lunged forward. The air thickened with a chilling atmosphere, seemingly dropping the surrounding temperature several degrees. Sang Biao was already prepared for battle, yet after intercepting the opponent's attack, Fang Lin did not intend to allow Sang Biao to continue fighting. Whoosh! A ghostly blue figure, the scorpion spirit, collided with the serpent spirit. Boom! The azure scorpion spirit erupted violently, like the scythe of death, forcefully delivering a shockwave into the serpent spirit. The burly boy's eyes widened in horror, a pained howl escaping his throat. The fate of a spirit master was intricately linked with their contracted spirit, once the spirit was destroyed. The backlash endured by the spirit master was far more terrifying than that of a beast master. His soul felt as if it were being incinerated by raging flames, the intense suffering nearly shattering his sanity. He stared wide-eyed, his lips quivering, summoning every ounce of strength to utter his final defiance. No, it's impossible. How can you control a spirit? Who are you? Fang Lin offered no reply, nor did he grant him another opportunity to speak. Sang Biao, finish him. Meow. Sang Biao leaped suddenly, its sharp claws slicing through the air like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Thud. Blood erupted, and the burly boy's voice fell into an eternal silence. The surroundings were engulfed in a profound stillness, the only remnants being the lingering scent of blood in the air. Fortunately, no one nearby witnessed the scene. This scorpion had met its end fittingly. Taking a deep breath, he turned without hesitation, following the communicator's guidance as he continued his swift pursuit towards the next target. Chapter 55, United Against the Enemy. Fang Lin did not bother to meticulously examine the items the burly boy carried, aside from 2 communicators and a common storage bag. He found nothing of interest, stirring a sense of disappointment within him. Perhaps they were wary of being discovered with too many Spirit Master artifacts. At this moment, only 2 Spirit Masters remained within the secret realm. Meanwhile, Sha Junwen stood on a gravel-strewn clearing, his brow furrowed as he fixed his gaze intently on his opponent. His adversary was a boy dressed in the uniform of the same school, appearing meek and unassuming, akin to an ordinary student. Yet, Sha Junwen's eyes held a glimmer of caution. There was something amiss with this individual. As an SS-level genius from the first high school, he certainly did not consider the boy before him as a potential threat to his top position. However, the pressure emanating from this student was palpable, making him feel uneasy. His contracted beast, the diamond giant ape, stood resolutely at his side, its muscles rippling like taut cables, the golden fur glistening in the sunlight, resembling a war god forged from steel. This legendary beast had been procured for him at great expense by the Sha family after his Beastmaster talent had ascended to the SS level. The boy opposite him revealed a faint, mocking smile as a spectral soul form gradually materialized behind him, a grotesque black bird, its shape distorted. The creature's feathers shimmered like mist, its talons elongated like sickles, and its eyes, devoid of any luster, seemed capable of devouring one's very soul. This was no ordinary Beastmaster. A sudden chill gripped Sha Junwen's heart, and memories of the earlier incidents at the Sha family surged unbidden into his mind. A Spirit Master. He inhaled sharply, his expression growing increasingly grave. The combat style of a spirit master diverged entirely from that of a typical beast master. They did not rely on corporeal beasts, but manipulated soul forms in battle. Their attacks were far more enigmatic and unpredictable compared to ordinary contracted beasts. Huh. It seems you have come to realize this, the spirit master taunted, a smirk dancing on his lips, but it is too late to comprehend now. Diamond Giant Ape, charge. Sha Junwen commanded through clenched teeth. With a roar, the Diamond Giant Ape stomped the ground, its massive frame akin to a heavy tank, unleashing a ferocious surge of power as it barreled towards the black bird. Boom. The earth fractured under the tremendous impact, and the giant ape's fist, imbued with terrifying force, came crashing down upon the black bird. Yet, at the moment of impact, the black bird's form suddenly twisted, dissipating like vapor and evading the giant ape's heavy blow. In the next instant, it reappeared behind the Diamond Giant Ape, its talons slicing through the air. Swoosh. A wave of eerie green energy spread forth as the blackbird's claws carved a gory gash across the giant ape's back. Roar. The Diamond Giant Ape stumbled backward, its golden fur dimming rapidly, as black corrosive marks began to spread ominously from the wound. Damn it. Sha Junwen's expression shifted drastically. The Diamond Giant Ape had formidable defenses, yet its vulnerability to soul erosion was glaringly apparent. The Spirit Master's assault was perfectly tailored to exploit its weaknesses. After landing the strike, the black bird glared coldly at Sha Junwen, its wings trembling slightly, summoning a chilling wind as it dove downwards. At that moment, the Diamond Giant Ape was utterly unable to intervene, and Sha Junwen despairingly closed his eyes, pondering if he would truly perish here. His father and Uncle Tontian would surely be heartbroken. In the midst of this crisis, a chilling voice suddenly rang out, saying, "Biao, tear apart that wretch's throat." The black bird halted abruptly, and the next second, whoosh, a shadow darted like lightning, its sharp claws slicing through the Spirit Master's neck with razor-sharp precision. Splurt. Blood sprayed forth as the Spirit Master staggered back, clutching his throat. Disbelief and terror etched across his face. The wound was deep, blood flowed profusely, yet it was not fatal. "Why you?" He spun around abruptly, fixing his gaze upon the figure approaching leisurely from a distance. Fang Lin retracted Sang Biao, regarding him with indifference, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So close to success. What a pity. The Spirit Master's expression darkened, the agony at his throat rendering him nearly unrecognizable. "You damned rat. You dare to ambush. Fighting has no rules," Fang Lin shrugged, a hint of mockery evident in his demeanor. Sha Junwen gasped for breath, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "How did you get here?" Fang Lin waved the two black communicators in his hand. "Looks like I arrived just in time." The Spirit Master's heart sank upon seeing the communicators, aware of their implications. "You killed them? Why? It can't be that only your side is allowed to strike at us," Fang Lin replied with a faint smile, then turned to Sha Junwen. "Can you still fight? It seems we will need to join forces this time." Sha Junwen gritted his teeth, rising from the ground, and nodded, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. At this moment, Fang Lin found himself without a barrier beast, unable to separate the battlefield or employ a temporary contract, leaving him with no choice but to confront the Spirit Master directly. Fang Lin and Sha Junwen stood side by side, their gazes locked onto the Spirit Master. The black bird circled ominously in the air, its chilling aura enveloping the surroundings, its talons glistening with an eerie green light, capable of corroding anything in their path. The Spirit Master's lips curled into a cold smile, his hands trembling slightly with energy as he maneuvered the black bird closer. The atmosphere grew tense, the air thick with murderous intent. "Fang Lin, let us go?" Sha Junwen shouted, initiating the assault. "Diamond Giant Ape, charge forth. Sang Biao, tear it apart." The two contracted beasts leapt into action simultaneously. Boom. As the Diamond Giant Ape stomped down, the ground fractured like a spider's web, its colossal frame resembling a furious war god, its fist imbued with immense power, hurtling towards the black bird. Sang Biao surged forth like a specter, its shadow darting in a flash, claws glinting ominously as it aimed for the bird's vital points. "Humph, fools," the Spirit Master sneered, a subtle flick of his fingers causing the black bird's wings to tremble violently. Its form became nebulous, vanishing before the Diamond Giant Ape's fist could make contact. Sha Junwen's pupils constricted. In the next instant, swoosh, the black bird reappeared behind the Diamond Giant Ape, its talons descending with ferocity. Roar. The Diamond Giant Ape howled in agony as its back was slashed with 3 deep wounds, the corrosive black aura savagely eating away at its flesh. Simultaneously, Sang Biao's claws struck from the opposite side, yet the opponent's form flickered once again, disappearing in an instant. "Damn it." Sha Junwen's expression darkened. Fang Lin narrowed his eyes. "Hold it down. We must exhaust its energy." The two contracted beasts relentlessly besieged the black bird, which deftly evaded while seeking opportunities to counterattack, resulting in a stalemate. However, at that moment, the Spirit Master suddenly let out a chilling laugh, his hands forming a seal as energy surged violently within him. Dark prison. Descend. Boom. A bizarre wave of black energy radiated from the black bird, swiftly morphing into a translucent dark cage that enveloped both the diamond giant ape and Sang Biao completely. What the? Sha Junwen's face turned pale as he frantically pounded against the prison-s barrier, but the diamond giant ape's strength proved utterly ineffective against it. Fang Lin's expression also darkened slightly as Sang Biao roared within, its claws flailing wildly, yet the dark prison appeared as if it were an ethereal construct, impervious to destruction. Chapter 56. Extermination of the Spirit Master. As the Spirit Master beheld the instant subjugation of Fang Lin and Sha Junwen's contracted beasts, a murderous glint ignited in his eyes. Ha ha ha, you two worthless fools dare to challenge me. Now, I shall send your contracted beasts on their way. The black bird circled ominously above the dark prison, coalescing eerie green energy within its claws, aiming viciously downward at the two ensnared beasts. Die. Sha Junwen felt the despair of the diamond giant ape through their soul connection, while Sang Biao grew increasingly frantic, battering against the dark prison. Yet, akin to Fang Lin's barrier, the dark prison remained unyielding. The Spirit Master's smile grew more pronounced, relishing the despair of his adversary's beasts as they faced their demise. In the direst of moments, Fang Lin's gaze sharpened, a flash of lightning flickering at his fingertips as a diminutive figure emerged from behind him. Little dragon, go. Roar. A bolt of lightning suddenly shattered the darkness, the figure of the little dragon resembling a streak of azure light, descending from the sky with a terrifying force of thunder. The Spirit Master was jolted into alertness, attempting to evade, but it was already too late. Zzz. Thunder chains. Boom. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, and several chains of electricity instantaneously ensnared the limbs of the Spirit Master, binding him firmly in place. What is happening? The Spirit Master struggled in terror, his internal energy surging wildly, desperate to break free from the restraints. Fang Lin curled his lips into a frigid arc, his gaze laced with a hint of coldness. Struggling is futile. The Spirit Master's heart raced, on the verge of calling for the black monstrous bird for assistance. However, in the next moment, the little dragon's sharp claws sliced through the void, plunging brutally into his chest. Uffed. Blood splattered. The Spirit Master's eyes widened, his mouth agape as if to utter something, yet his consciousness rapidly faded away. Bang! His body collapsed, convulsing a few times before succumbing to lifelessness. As the Spirit Master fell, the dark cage dissipated instantly, allowing Sang Biao and the giant ape to finally break free from their bonds. The black monstrous bird circled in the air a few times, emitting a mournful cry, before entirely dissolving into nothingness. With the demise of its master, the contracted soul could naturally no longer survive. Fang Lin withdrew the little dragon, casting a deep glance at the Spirit Master's corpse, his expression tranquil. Sha Junwen, panting, looked at the body on the ground, his expression complex as he turned to Fang Lin. Is this your new contracted beast? Fang Lin nodded, offering no further explanation. Sha Junwen scrutinized him for a moment before finally inhaling deeply. Thank you this time. Consider it a debt I owe you, and I will repay it once we exit. Subsequently, he discovered a communicator on the Spirit Master's corpse. There's one left. Let us go and capture all the Spirit Masters lurking in the sewers. Fang Lin and Sha Junwen exchanged a glance, saying nothing further, and directly followed the guidance of the Spirit Master's communicator towards their final target. What exactly do these Spirit Masters intend to do? Sha Junwen furrowed his brow, lowering his voice to inquire. What else could it be? Merely hunting contracted beasts, devouring souls, and augmenting their own power. Fang Lin's gaze was cold and unyielding. Regardless of their motives, they must perish today. Both realized the gravity of the situation. Had they delayed even a moment longer, who knows how many students might have fallen victim. Deep within the secret realm, a staff member responsible for maintaining student safety was struggling to rise from the ground, his uniform torn, wounds continuously bleeding, and his lips stained with blood, clearly gravely injured. Opposite him, a student clad in the second school's uniform approached with a chilling smile, closing the distance slowly. You are not Jiang Han. The staff member gritted his teeth, glaring at the other, his voice trembling slightly. Jiang Han does not possess such strength. Who exactly are you? The boy impersonating Jiang Han smirked, revealing a sinister smile, his eyes brimming with mockery and indifference. Knowing too much will only hasten your demise. As his words fell, a dark shadow manifested behind him, a massive hunting dog exuding an aura of death, its fangs bared, eyes flickering with ghostly flames, as if capable of devouring souls. The staff member's heart sank, the remnants of his energy swirling as he attempted to struggle and retaliate, but he was far too injured to even stand firm. The black hunting dog crouched slightly, poised to pounce in the next moment. Nearby, many students from the first and second schools were trembling in fear, regretting not heeding the warnings from their friends in the third school. It turned out they were not lying. One could only wonder if those from the third school had managed to escape. What a loss, to risk one's life for a few beast cores. Boom. Just as the situation grew dire, a violent thunderclap erupted. The lecherous boy's expression shifted, retreating hastily as a bolt of lightning grazed his shoulder, instantly creating a charred crater in the ground. Who? He looked up abruptly, a glimmer of caution flashing in his eyes. Guess? Fang Lin's figure emerged gradually from the trees, his gaze icy upon him, while Sha Junwen stood to the side, the giant ape roaring as it landed. A fierce aura enveloping the surroundings. It's you? The lecherous boy's expression darkened. He recognized Fang Lin and Sha Junwen, and their presence indicated that his companion's plans had indeed failed. It seems we arrived just in time. Fang Lin chuckled lightly. You spirit masters truly hide well, even able to disguise your identities, almost allowing you to slip through unnoticed. Sha Junwen scoffed. Disguises are useless. Today, none of you shall escape. The lecherous boy licked his lips, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. Since you've discovered us, there's nothing left to say. As his words fell, the black hunting dog suddenly let out a fierce bark, lunging forward, dark energy coalescing around its fangs, charging straight at Fang Lin. Sang Biao! Fang Lin shouted. And Sang Biao instantly surged forth, a shadow darting to confront the black hunting dog. Bang! The two beasts collided midair, claws tearing through the air, fangs gnashing at each other as flesh. Giant ape, ground-shaking strike. Sha Junwen was equally unyielding, the giant ape leaping mightily, its massive fists aimed at the lecherous boy. Humph! The lecherous boy snorted coldly, forming seals with his hands, his internal energy surging wildly. Dark cage. Boom. A surge of black energy erupted instantly, resembling a colossal prison that enveloped Sang Biao and the giant ape in an instant. This move again. Sha Junwen's expression changed drastically as the giant ape's fist struck the cage, but it was as if it had hit thin air. Failing to budge it even slightly, Sang Biao was once again tragically sealed within the dark cage. Ha ha ha. The lecherous boy laughed maniacally. You are all but this. The black hunting dog broke free from Sang Biao's restraint, growling as it lunged towards Fang Lin. You are done for. However, before Jiang Han could revel in his triumph, his body was pierced through, only to turn and discover it was the staff member responsible for safety. Fang Lin and Sha Junwen approached, looking at Jiang Han as though he were a fool. Your people have been entirely wiped out. You should join your teammates below. You. Uffed. Blood splattered. The lecherous boy's pupils dilated sharply, a weak groan escaping his throat, before his eyes lost focus, collapsing to the ground, utterly lifeless. Phew. Sha Junwen exhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at the corpse on the ground. This group of spirit masters is far too dangerous. Chapter 57. Fang Lin's Gains. After slaying the spirit master, the staff member responsible for safety staggered to steady himself, gazing at Fang Lin and Sha Junwen with a wounded body. Taking a deep breath as he solemnly clasped his fists, I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance. Had you not arrived, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, the blood on his face still uncleaned, clearly indicating the battle had been perilous for him as well. He surveyed the surroundings, observing the remnants of the skirmish on the ground, his expression growing increasingly grave. However, this secret realm exercise must be suspended. We never anticipated such an event occurring. Rest assured, the danger has been averted. Sha Junwen replied nonchalantly, raising his hand to toss the two spirit masters' communicators onto the ground, his tone resolute. There were 5 spirit masters who invaded the secret realm, and now they have all been eradicated, not a single one remains. What? The staff gazed at him in astonishment, their eyes brimming with disbelief. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of these spirit masters. Even he himself had nearly perished at their hands. Yet, astonishingly, these 2 students had managed to eradicate them all. Sha Junwen felt somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny, furrowing his brow as he waved his hand dismissively. Do not regard me with such eyes. I too was on the brink of demise here. Were it not for Fang Lin, I would likely have met my end. There was a tinge of relief in his tone, and the pride on his face had slightly diminished, clearly reflecting a newfound respect for Fang Lin's prowess. Upon hearing this, the staff turned to Fang Lin, their eyes now infused with a measure of respect. Fang Lin, You have accomplished a remarkable feat this time. On behalf of the Beastmaster Association, I extend our heartfelt gratitude. Fang Lin's expression remained serene as he gently waved his hand. There's no need for such courtesy. Since they dared to come, we certainly could not allow them to escape unscathed. His tone was calm, as if the life-and-death battle they had just endured was merely a trivial affair. Very well. We have dispatched a message for the students to regroup. Once united, we shall await the conclusion of the trial at the exit. Fang Lin then departed from the group, making his way toward the exit. Observing Fang Lin's receding figure, Fang Yi's expression was particularly complex within the team from Class 1. He had never imagined that this half-brother, whom he had always looked down upon, could possess such formidable strength. Fang Yi had exhausted all his efforts, pouring every resource his father, Fang Mingliang, could provide into his own cultivation. From techniques to spirit herbs, to contracted beasts, he spared no expense in elevating himself. Convinced that despite Fang Lin receiving sponsorship from the Xia family, his own talent would surely enable him to stage a comeback and ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of the Fang family. Yet today, he had to concede that he was mistaken. That seemingly ordinary tabby cat had displayed astonishing prowess in battle. Its swift and fierce attacks, devoid of mercy, were entirely uncharacteristic of a typical beastmaster. He even harbored an unsettling feeling that Fang Lin's growth had far surpassed his comprehension. With this thought, Fang Yi's fists clenched slightly, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Could he truly bridge such a gap? At the exit of the secret realm, the students from Class 3 remained gathered within the protective barrier, offering each other words of consolation. Some wept quietly, releasing their pent-up fears from earlier. Others closed their eyes, forcing themselves to regain composure. Meanwhile, a few clutched their weapons tightly, remaining on high alert. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Who goes there? As the strongest member of the group, Zhang Yan's contracted beast was the first to sense the oncoming presence. Issuing a low warning growl that sent a wave of tension through the students, some already bracing for battle. Just as the atmosphere reached a taut limit, a familiar voice broke through. Do not worry, it is I? Fang Lin's figure gradually emerged into their view, his demeanor untroubled and his tone steady. Those adversaries have been dealt with. The danger has been completely averted. You may now move freely. If you wish to hunt for beast cores, you may delve deeper into the secret realm. For those who prefer to avoid risks, remain here and await the arrival of the students from classes 1 and 2. As he spoke, he waved his hand, retracting the guardian beast that had consistently protected the perimeter of the barrier, causing the shimmering light to slowly dissipate. Yet, no sooner had he finished speaking than someone frowned and voiced their concern. At this juncture, are we still to hunt for exotic beasts? What if we miss even one spirit master? Our lives would be in peril. Indeed, I think I shall stay here. After all, life is paramount. Who knows if all those spirit masters have truly been eliminated? It would be wiser to wait for the association's personnel. Fang Lin listened to their discussions without interjecting. Whether to pursue the exotic beasts or remain was a choice each individual must make, and he had no intention of meddling. At that moment, a few daring students, including Zhang Yan, Chun Hongyu, and Luo Xing, approached Fang Lin hesitantly, inquiring, Fang Lin, are you certain those individuals will not return? Fang Lin smiled gently, rest assured. The danger has been neutralized. In a short while, the students from classes 1 and 2 will also arrive to regroup. If you wish to surpass them, this is a rare opportunity. The group exchanged glances, as if making a difficult decision, and then resolutely declared, let us do it. Outside the secret realm, there remained an hour until the trial's conclusion. The director of the Sha-Nen Education Bureau, the principals from the 3 high schools, representatives from the Beastmaster Association, and various family representatives were all animatedly discussing the impending results of the practical examination. Class 1 would undoubtedly secure the top score. The only uncertainty lay in whether they could surpass the highest scores of previous years. The principal of Class 1 lifted his teacup, taking a gentle sip, a hint of unmasked joy gracing his lips. Despite the trial not yet concluding, it was clear that the students from Class 1 held an undeniable advantage. Particularly, Xia Junwen had maintained his position at the top, with scarcely anyone capable of challenging his rank. This year's cohort of students was even more exceptional than those of prior years. Xia Junwen's King Kong giant ape had already surpassed the second-tier, 1-star level, making his strength unparalleled compared to past batches. Conversely, the principal of Class 2 wore a furrowed brow, letting out a sigh. While Class 1 undoubtedly maintains the lead, Class 2 is not without merit. He hesitated slightly, a flicker of hope crossing his eyes. With nearly equal numbers entering the secret realm from both high schools, if luck favored Class 2, they might still have a chance to surpass Class 1. Unlike the others, the principal of Class 3 remained unfazed. Having endured years of languishing at the bottom of the rankings, he had long since acclimatized to this reality, his mindset calm and unperturbed. Regardless of the final results, he would not be taken by surprise. At the Xia family seating area, Xia Tongtian meditated quietly, showing no concern for Xia Junwen's ranking. At most, his only worry was being surpassed by that boy Fang Lin. There was no one in Xia Nen who could overshadow Junwen. Amidst the crowd, Fang Yi's parents anxiously awaited news. Do you think Fang Yi can outshine Fang Lin? After all, that boy has received sponsorship from the Xia family. Fang Mingliang shook his head. We have all witnessed Fang Yi's recent efforts. How could he possibly lose? Chapter 58, The Wrath of Xia Nan. A blinding white light flashed as the Secret Realm trial officially concluded. An immediate stir arose outside, with many parents nervously clenching their fists, anxiously gazing toward the exit of the Secret Realm. They had waited outside all day, the tension in their hearts never easing. Though their children were undoubtedly gifted, this was their first encounter with true life-and-death combat, and they feared for their safety, even worrying about potential calamities. As the white light gradually faded, the fluctuations at the entrance of the Secret Realm became apparent, and figures began to emerge. However, the first to appear were not the students, but several staff members. Upon sighting them, the hearts of the onlookers plummeted. These staff members were tattered and bloodied, some staggering with pale faces, clearly bearing severe injuries. What has transpired? The staff is injured from this trial? A murmur of confusion rippled through the crowd, as representatives from the school and high-ranking family members exchanged concerned glances, sensing something was amiss. According to past arrangements, the strength of the exotic beasts within the Secret Realm should not exceed the peak of the 3rd tier, and the inspectors inside were mostly peak-level 2nd-tier experts, making it seemingly impossible for them to sustain such grave injuries in a standard trial. Had something gone awry within the Secret Realm? As bewilderment spread among the crowd, more students began to emerge from the Secret Realm exit. Yet this time, their reactions tightened the hearts of all present. Many students appeared pallid, their gazes vacant, as if they had been subjected to an immense fright. Some, upon catching sight of their parents, could not restrain their tears, rushing forward to embrace them in a torrent of sorrowful wails. Mom, I thought I would never see you again. Dad, I nearly perished inside. It was revealed that someone had even impersonated a classmate, intent on committing murder. This scene elicited gasps of disbelief from all the onlookers, as the parents' hearts surged with tumultuous waves of anxiety. What had transpired? The director of the Education Bureau's countenance shifted subtly as he suppressed his unease and inquired in a grave tone. Previous trials had indeed seen casualties, yet those had been due to beastly assaults and could never induce such terror and outright collapse among the students. However, the most chilling revelation was yet to come. As the Secret Realm was completely sealed, some parents anxiously scanned the surroundings, yet their children remained conspicuously absent. What is happening? Where is my little Ming? My son hasn't come out yet. The voices of several parents began to tremble, with one rushing forward to grasp a staff member, almost in tears as they shouted, "Speak up! Where's my child?" Before long, the crowd gathered at the exit learned the harrowing truth. This trial had been infiltrated by spirit manipulators, resulting in casualties. What? The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembly. The faces of the 3 high school principals turned ashen, their minds reeling. How had spirit manipulators gained entry into the trial realm? The educators and parents from the 1st and 2nd high schools were equally shaken, hastily verifying the status of their students. Soon, an even more astonishing piece of news emerged. 5 or 6 students from each of the 1st and 2nd high schools had been left behind in the realm forever. What was even more chilling was that the spirit manipulators had disguised themselves as students, lying in wait during the trial to mercilessly hunt down their classmates. Such an unprecedentedly heinous act ignited outrage among all present. Had the spirit manipulators lost their minds? They were no longer mere underground organizations. They had morphed into a lawless terror. A thorough investigation was imperative. The 3 high school principals could no longer maintain their composure. If their students had suffered significant casualties in this trial, how could they possibly explain it to the parents and society? Yet amidst the chaos, the principal of the 3rd high school felt a flicker of relief. For, upon inquiring about the situation with his students, he received an unexpectedly positive response. No deaths had occurred among the students of the 3rd high school. Furrowing his brows, he quickly sought further details, and the answers he received caused him to regard Fang Lin with newfound respect. After gathering comprehensive information from these students, Lin Ruoshi approached Fang Lin with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your leadership. You were quite the capable captain. You are too kind, Teacher Lin. I wonder if the school will offer any rewards this time? Are you in dire need of money and resources?" "Who isn't?" Fang Lin replied, astonished. Soon, the higher-ups of Shainan managed to piece together the sequence of events. They promptly dispatched personnel to investigate and verify the fates of the students impersonated by the spirit manipulators. However, the investigation's findings cast a pall over everyone. These students had already been murdered before entering the Secret Realm. The spirit manipulators had meticulously selected those with introverted personalities and minimal social presence, whose disappearances raised little alarm, and had quietly replaced them. By the time the trial commenced, they utilized these disguised identities to hunt within the realm. Upon the revelation of this news, a suffocating fury enveloped the conference room of Shannon's high-ranking officials. Despicable. Those damned spirit manipulators were effectively declaring war against the entire Shannon spirit master community. This band of fiends must not be spared. A representative clad in a black robe slammed his hand on the table, his eyes ablaze with righteous wrath, blood for blood. Another principal clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. These individuals are beyond redemption. Since they dared to target our children, they must pay the price. At this moment, both the Shannon Spirit Master Association and the high-ranking officials of various families and schools found their fury reaching a boiling point. Swiftly, the Shannon authorities, in accordance with public sentiment, issued a stern declaration condemning the malevolent actions of the spirit manipulators, affirming to the outside world that Shannon would never tolerate any adversaries that challenged its bottom line. This incident was not merely a trial mishap. It represented a provocation against the Shannon Spirit Master community, an intolerable declaration of war against all spirit masters. Yet amidst this wave of fury, the higher-ups of Shannon maintained a semblance of calm and rationality. They refrained from publicly acknowledging Fang Lin and Sha Junwen's contributions, choosing not to broadcast the deeds of these two students. They understood all too well that elevating heroes at this juncture would be akin to presenting targets to the spirit manipulators. These lunatics would undoubtedly seek retribution. Some officials contemplated cautiously, realizing they must act prudently, providing adequate protection to Fang Lin and Sha Junwen without thrusting them into the eye of the storm. Although the trial had concluded prematurely due to unforeseen events, the results still required tabulation, albeit the conclusion of this trial felt somewhat rushed and heavy-hearted. When the final results were announced, many were taken aback. The overall rankings remained as anticipated, with the first high school firmly in the lead, followed closely by the second, while the third still languished at the bottom. However, what astonished many was the unexpectedly stellar performance of the students from the third high school. In previous years, they had consistently occupied the lowest ranks, barely making it into the top 50. Yet this time, several students had broken into the top 50, and two had even surged into the top 10. This marked a breakthrough not seen in years. Amidst the crowd, Fang Yi's mother, upon learning of Fang Lin's results, was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming excitedly to Fang Yi, "That useless Fang Lin actually managed to secure a 0. What a talent!" Yet only Fang Yi understood the complexity of his feelings at that moment. He cast his gaze downward, his fingers tightening slightly, his smile strained and forced. Chapter 59. Little Dragon advances to level 2. Just as Fang Lin prepared to depart, Sha Junwen stepped forward, holding a delicate brocade box, which he presented to Fang Lin. "Take it." Fang Lin paused slightly, his eyes falling on the brocade box, clearly recognizing that it was no ordinary item to be handed over with such solemnity by Sha Junwen. "What is this?" he inquired, puzzled. "I dislike owing favors. Consider this star essence fruit, my token of gratitude." Sha Junwen's tone was neutral, yet a hint of seriousness shone through. Star essence fruit. At the mention of this name, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Fang Lin's eyes. Just when Little Dragon was teetering on the brink of level 1, Midnight Star, this fruit could nearly guarantee its advancement to level 2, 1 star. "Then I won't be polite, since you're so wealthy," Fang Lin remarked, grinning as he accepted the star essence fruit without hesitation, stowing it in his backpack. "Wow, you're so straightforward." Sha Junwen's mouth twitched. Couldn't he at least be a bit polite? Fang Lin shrugged, appearing entirely unbothered. "What's there to be polite about? Sha Tongtian is my older brother. You're my nephew. So why would I need to be courteous when taking my nephew's things? You scoundrel." Sha Junwen rolled his eyes, then shifted the subject, seemingly recalling something. With a hint of curiosity, he asked, "By the way, could you inform me of the realm of the dragon you previously summoned?" "Level 1, 9 stars, he replied nonchalantly, then patted his backpack with a slight smirk. "However, with the star essence fruit you provided, breaking through to level 2 should pose no problem." Sha Junwen fell silent for a moment, his gaze taking on an odd expression, as if he had sensed something amiss. "So, you already possess 3 contracted beasts?" He fixed his gaze on Fang Lin, his tone laced with a hint of scrutiny. A level 2 beast master, according to reason, should only be able to contract 2 extraordinary beasts, yet here he was, boasting 3. "Aren't you merely a level 2 beast master?" Sha Junwen frowned, an inkling of realization dawning upon him, as he sensed he was onto something significant. Fang Lin's lips curved into a subtle smile, his tone casual. "Everyone has their own secrets. Until we meet again." With that, he turned on his heel and departed with effortless grace, leaving Sha Junwen standing in place, pondering his retreating figure. Looks like the top talent of Shainan is no longer secure. After informing Lin Ruashi, Fang Lin returned home, with the star essence fruit in hand. He was eager to elevate the little dragon's strength to level 2, 1 star. Finally, he could facilitate the little dragon's breakthrough to level 2. At this moment, he could hardly contain his anticipation. With a month remaining before the official competition on the battle platform, he needed to expedite his plan to gain points through multiple battles. Time was of the essence, and he wished to avoid trivial distractions. As for the Spirit Masters, although they would eventually uncover his performance in the secret realm, that would be a matter for the distant future. Currently, the official stance of Shainan was resolute, and a recent series of stringent actions against the Spirit Masters rendered any significant moves from them unlikely in the short term. This period was precisely the time for him to focus on his advancement. Fang Lin inhaled deeply, opened the brocade box, and an intense wave of stellar energy surged forth. The star essence fruit resembling a resplendent star, shimmering with a soft golden glow. With a mere thought, he summoned the little dragon. A vivid blue figure emerged from the contract space, its massive form spiraling slightly in midair, generating a gentle ripple of energy. As the little dragon's gaze fell upon the star essence fruit in Fang Lin's hand, its pupils constricted sharply, followed by an excited low roar. Its eyes fixated hungrily on the fruit, filled with desire. For you, Fang Lin chuckled lightly, tossing the star essence fruit into the air. The little dragon inhaled deeply, and the fruit transformed into a golden streak of light, vanishing into its mouth. Boom. In the next instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted within the little dragon. The power of the star essence fruit flooding into its veins, causing its scales to glitter and seemingly awakening a dormant force within its bloodline. Time passed slowly. After half a day's absorption and refinement, the little dragon's aura skyrocketed, the barrier of breakthrough torn asunder. Level 2, 1 star. In that moment of breakthrough, Fang Lin distinctly felt the little dragon's draconic might deepen, its body elongating even further. Finally at level 2, it wasn't easy. Fang Lin gazed at the revitalized little dragon, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "The resources you've consumed could purchase several dragons." The little dragon grinned, emitting a low rumble, filled with pride and satisfaction. Yet the breakthrough was merely the first step. Next, the little dragon must swiftly adapt to its new realm. That evening, Fang Lin took the little dragon to the simulated battlefield for extraordinary beasts, seeking suitable opponents for honing its skills. Against a level 1, 9-star adversary, the little dragon was already capable of swift victories. The challenge posed by a level 2, 1-star foe was greater, yet as the battle progressed, the little dragon's combat style gradually became more fluid and polished, each strike exuding an air of dominance. After a grueling hour of battle, Fang Lin finally allowed the little dragon to halt and regain its composure. Observing the little dragon's spirited demeanor, he took a deep breath, his gaze ablaze with determination. Next, it would be time for a frenzied accumulation of points. At the border between Shainan and Shadong, the night was dark, clouds shrouding the sky, with sporadic gusts of wind sweeping across the yellow sands, howling as though the earth lamented in bitterness. Deep within an abandoned estate, the atmosphere was thick with tension, nearly suffocating. What? All 5 have perished? A low voice echoed within the room, sharp as a blade in the winter chill, sending shivers down the spines of the cloaked figures present. The elder at the head of the table, his silver hair standing on end like steel needles, had murky eyes swirling with murderous intent. He slowly lifted his gaze, surveying his subordinates who bowed their heads, akin to ants that could be crushed at any moment. "What are you all doing? You couldn't even handle this trivial matter? Forgive us, master." The cloaked figures prostrated on the ground, their voices trembling slightly. They understood well that this formidable individual had no patience for idle chatter and permitted no failures. "Speak. Reporting to you, master. All 5 members we dispatched have fallen in the secret realm, and none have returned with any information." The cloaked figure swallowed hard and continued. "However, based on the fragmented accounts from the students who escaped, it seems they met their end at the hands of Sha Junwen from the 1st high school and Fang Lin from the 3rd high school. Once again, the Sha family." The elder's expression darkened like ink, a tempest of rage roiling within his chest. "A remote family from the 9th domain, and we, the esteemed spirit masters, are unable to deal with them? Time and again, they trample upon us. Do they truly think we dare not move against them?" The desk let out a dull crack as the elder clenched his fist, shattering the hard wooden corner, sending splinters flying. The cloaked figures bowed their heads, sweat beading on their foreheads, too fearful to utter a word. Chapter 60, The Second Young Master. Just then, another subordinate hurriedly entered, speaking in a rushed tone. "Master, we have just received the latest news. The officials of Shainan and Shadong have become aware of our presence and are currently mobilizing forces to search for us." The elder snorted coldly, a sneer of disdain crossing his face. The officials? Huh, how laughable. In the past, these insects wouldn't even have qualified to exchange blows with us. His gaze flickered momentarily, pondering for a brief moment. Then he waved his hand, his tone icy. Convey the order to everyone to remain hidden for the time being. Do not engage actively. Await further instructions. The cloaked figure bowed in compliance, yes. At that moment, a faint smile crept across the elder's lips, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, as if he had long been plotting. I have already notified my second son, urging him to return swiftly. Once he arrives, we shall counterattack. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure's eyes gleamed with fervent excitement. The elder's second son was not to be compared to the fallen youngest son. From birth, he had awakened with SSS-level Beast Master talent, and had he pursued the conventional path of a Beast Master, he would have been sought after by any major power. However, under the influence of his family, he resolutely chose to become a Spirit Master, rising with thunderous might, making a name for himself across the seventh domain. A figure that struck fear into the hearts of countless Beast Masters. Once he returned, who could withstand Shannon and Shadong? A cruel smile surfaced on the elder's face, his eyes cold as a serpent's. This time, the Sha family shall pay a bloody price. On the battle platform, Fang Lin had commenced his plan to accumulate points. On the arena, Fang Lin's 3 contracted beasts stood in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Biao, and I challenge all of you. Fang Lin stood with his arms crossed, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Behind him, 3 contract beasts stood in a row, each exuding a distinctly different aura. The imposing, formidable giant tabby cat, the fierce hound, its fur fluffy and adorned with a grotesque scar across its face, glinted with a ruthless intensity from its golden vertical pupils. The simple-minded, clear-eyed barrier beast even absent-mindedly picked its nose, utterly oblivious to the unfolding situation. Meanwhile, a little dragon, eyes gleaming with excitement, darted about, its tail swishing eagerly, seemingly itching for an exhilarating battle. The formation they presented was nothing short of electrifying. Furthermore, I am open to wagers. Do not even approach with bets under 10 points, as it would simply squander my time. Today, I yearn only to either vanquish you or be vanquished. If you have the courage, step into the arena. Fang Lin's brazen declaration ignited an uproar among the audience below. Who is this audacious individual, seeking trouble for themselves? Some were decidedly displeased with Fang Lin's demeanor. Indeed, the formal competition had yet to commence. It was unwise to draw attention at such a moment. Rational minds speculated that Fang Lin should have remained more discreet. Wait, why does that voice sound somewhat familiar? Before long, someone recognized Fang Lin's identity. A beast master who had previously suffered defeat at his hands sneered. Ah, is this not the fellow I once toyed with? Yet, his smirk quickly froze. Hold on, why does he have 3 contract beasts? Down below, many began to realize something was amiss, their gazes fixing intently on the trio of contract beasts behind Fang Lin. Indeed, was he not merely a level 2 beast master? How could he possibly have contracted 3? Surely, this must be cheating. Could the arena system allow such a thing? Impossible. The virtual eye mirror system would only manifest the contract beasts of a beast master. No other exotic creatures could be brought in. A discerning beast master shook his head. This, a level 2 beast master managing to contract 3 exotic beasts? It seems this individual had previously concealed his true capabilities. Perhaps he had been nurturing a 3rd contract beast all along, now believing the moment ripe to seize points from us by outnumbering us. Many nodded in agreement, as Fang Lin listened to the murmurs from the crowd. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he taunted once more. What is the matter? Are you all too frightened? When the formal match encounters me, do remember to concede willingly. The crowd could no longer hold back. Finally, someone was thoroughly provoked and stood up, declaring, I, Zhao Ritian, shall take the first challenge. I wager 20 points. Fang Lin regarded Zhao Ritian, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Oh? It seems today's first challenger is no ordinary foe. Zhao Ritian gave a cold snort, waving his hands as 2 radiant lights burst forth from his contract space. Hellhound, arise. The first to appear was a robust hound with 2 large heads, its body cloaked in a striking black and gold coat, muscular limbs rippling with power, and sharp fangs glistening in the light, its gaze as fierce as a blade. Upon its emergence, it crouched low, brimming with latent energy, and the surrounding air felt heavier under its formidable presence. Mystic Tortoise, defend. Following closely, a hefty figure slowly materialized. A massive tortoise, its shell enveloped in a deep black hue, was etched with mysterious runes that glimmered faintly. It lay there, resembling an unshakable fortress. The Hellhound excelled in rapid assaults and possessed immense explosive strength. The Mystic Tortoise, renowned for its unparalleled defense, could withstand most attacks of the same tier. Many in the audience began to murmur, recognizing the notorious synergy of Zhao Ritian's 2 contract beasts. Both offense and defense were covered, while Fang Lin's beasts, despite their numerical advantage, appeared to be lacking in strength. Both contract beasts boasted late-stage level 2, 3-star capabilities, impressive indeed. Fang Lin wasted no words, issuing his command first. Hound, little dragon, go engage their strength. The hound leaped fiercely, its claws slicing through the air as it lunged straight at the hellhound. The little dragon, claws bared and crackling with electricity, charged fiercely at the mystic tortoise. However, in the next moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The hellhound met the hound's assault head-on, showing no signs of retreat. Instead, it thrust its rear legs and surged forward, clashing directly with the hound. With a swift motion, a crimson streak appeared on the hound's shoulder. The hellhound's fangs, sharp as daggers and quick as lightning, had pierced through the hound's defenses in an instant. The hound, feeling the pain, quickly retreated, raising its fur and employing a swift shadowy dodge to evade further attacks. Meanwhile, the little dragon found itself in a fierce struggle, unleashing bolts of lightning against the mystic tortoise's shell, yet the tortoise remained unperturbed, akin to an impenetrable wall, withstanding the little dragon's onslaught effortlessly. The little dragon circled the mystic tortoise, attempting strikes from various angles, but each endeavor was thwarted by the thick shell, unable to break through. Laughter erupted from the audience. I had expected something remarkable, yet this was what I was shown. Such a one-sided demolition. Observing this, Zhao Ritian's lips curled into a cold smile. Ode to the hound. Have you overestimated your own capabilities? The mere quantity of contract beasts does not guarantee victory. True strength lies in power. In response to the audience's reactions and Zhao Ritian's taunts, Fang Lin remained unfazed. The truly formidable have yet to make their appearance. Why the rush? He smiled lightly, patting the barrier beast beside him. It is your time to shine, barrier beast. Hearing the command, the barrier beast finally set its short legs in motion, leisurely ambling toward the center of the arena. Its arrival further perplexed the audience below. The third contract beast was about to make its move. Zhao Ritian furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of confusion. However, in the next instant, the tide of battle reversed dramatically. The barrier beast's eyes narrowed, its form suddenly radiating with resplendent light as a transparent energy barrier swiftly expanded, delineating an independent combat space within the arena. Inside the barrier stood the hound and the little dragon, alongside the hellhound, while outside remained only the mystic tortoise. A prime opportunity. Little dragon, hound, 2 against 1. Fang Lin bellowed, and the little dragon and the hound swiftly seized the moment, flanking the hellhound from either side. The little dragon leaped high, crackling with lightning, and struck down with a thunderous claw. The hound took advantage of the moment, pouncing from the side, its sharp claws slicing through the air aimed at the hellhound's vital points. Boom! The claws landed with a thunderous crash, the atmosphere crackling as they struck one of the hellhound's heads. The little dragon mirrored the maneuver, its strike imbued with greater force, targeting the other head. Faced with a 2-on-1 assault, the hellhound remained unflustered, its dual heads roaring in unison, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Flames howled, and golden light surged. The head engaged with the hound opened wide, exhaling a torrent of searing flames that surged through the air, colliding directly with the hound's claws. Bang! The clash of the hound's claws and the flames produced a violent shockwave, forcing it back several steps, the arena beneath scorched black. The hound frowned, letting out a low growl as it shook its forepaws, realizing its fur had singed slightly, the intense heat igniting its fury. Meanwhile, the little dragon's assault was equally thwarted. The other head, glowing with golden light, resembled an indestructible metallic shield, crashing forcefully against the little dragon's lightning claws. Clang! Thunder erupted, and sparks flew everywhere. The claws of the little dragon crashed against the impenetrable barrier as if striking a wall of copper and iron, failing to rend the skin, and instead being repelled by the formidable recoil, skidding several meters before regaining its footing. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd below. Was the defense of this hellish 2-headed mastiff truly so monstrous? In this initial attempt at bravado, Odibio had struck a hard wall. Truly, Zhao Ritian was formidable. The ferocity of his fire attacks was matched only by the impenetrable defense of his gold attributes, creating a perfect balance of offense and defense with scarcely a weakness to exploit. Fang Lin was equally taken aback during his previous confrontation with Zhao Ritian. The latter had relied solely on his fire powers to push Sang Biao to the brink of defeat without ever employing his gold abilities. Today, in this 2-against-1 scenario, the true strength of the hellish 2-headed mastiff was finally brought to light. Zhao Ritian sneered, his gaze sharp. Odibio, do you think you can defeat my hellish 2-headed mastiff with a 2-on-1 strategy? You are sorely mistaken. No sooner had he spoken than the hellish 2-headed mastiff stomped the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. Hellish frenzy. It lunged towards Sangbiao, the gold-headed beast smashing through the little dragon, while the fire-headed beast opened its maw to unleash a torrent of blazing flames. Surging towards Sangbiao with the fury of an enraged dragon. Hiss! Sangbiao reacted with lightning speed, flipping to evade, but the searing heat still singed its fur. The little dragon attempted a flank attack, only to be met with a sudden sweeping strike from the gold-headed beast's tail, a golden blade slicing through the air. Whoosh! The little dragon swiftly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. The audience outside collectively gasped. This hellish two-headed mastiff was overwhelming. It had completely subdued Odibio's two contract beasts. A triumphant smile spread across Zhao Ritian's face as he crossed his arms. Odibio, concede defeat. Your contract beasts are no match for mine. However, Fang Lin displayed no sign of panic, instead allowing a smile to curve his lips. Zhao Ritian's brow furrowed slightly, a sudden sense of alertness washing over him. At that moment, the barrier reversed. The hellish two-headed mastiff rampaged outside the barrier, flames surging like tidal waves, searing golden light transforming into sharp blades, relentlessly battering against the barrier. Yet that invisible shield remained steadfast and unyielding. Zhao Ritian's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, clearly taken aback by Fang Lin's unexpected tactic, which had turned the tide of battle, completely reversing the dynamics of offense and defense. On the arena, the Xuanjia turtle found itself trapped within the barrier, utterly isolated. This turtle possessed formidable defenses, its shell akin to a piece of natural dark iron, glimmering with a deep sheen and astonishingly tough. Yet, its movements were sluggish, and its offensive capabilities limited. Alone against Sangbiao and the little dragon, it found itself at a significant disadvantage. Little dragon, thunder chains. Fang Lin commanded without hesitation. Since brute force could not breach its defenses, control would be employed to utterly suppress. The little dragon let out a mighty roar, its body crackling with lightning, golden arcs dancing across its surface as its forepaw slammed down onto the ground. Roar! In an instant, chains of lightning erupted from the earth, darting towards the Xuanjia turtle like venomous serpents. The turtle, caught off guard, retracted its limbs, retreating into its shell, attempting to withstand the thunderous power with its strongest defense. Humph! Retreating into your shell? Sangbiao scoffed, surging forward like a phantom, its sharp claws descending with ferocious force. Crack! The thunder chains ensnared the turtle's limbs, tail, and neck with precision, the searing energy of the lightning seeping through the turtle's shell, the powerful current numbing its nerves and slowing its movements. Sangbiao's pupils constricted as it leapt high, its claws crossing, the charged strike akin to a battle axe cleaving through the air, crashing down upon the turtle's shell. Boom! A resounding impact reverberated across the arena, the massive form of the Xuanjia turtle trembling violently. Although its shell remained unbroken, the tremendous force sent it tumbling backward, colliding against the barrier. The situation for the Xuanjia turtle grew increasingly dire. It struggled to rise once more, yet the little dragon's thunder chains continued to unleash potent currents, further numbing its nerves and rendering its reaction sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Sangbiao launched a frenzied assault, each strike landing with precision on the turtle's neck and joints. And while it could not breach its defenses in one fell swoop, the cumulative damage was steadily mounting. The turtle's defeat was becoming all but inevitable. It possessed no means of resistance against the combined might of Sangbiao and the little dragon. The little dragon leapt again, enveloped in violent lightning, plummeting from above. The thunderous power coalescing in its forepaw, transforming into a spear of lightning. Boom! The thunderous claw struck the turtle's shell with incredible force, the electricity instantly penetrating the shell and surging into its body. The Xuanjia turtle quaked violently, its cracked shell illuminated by electric light, its limbs convulsing violently before it could no longer endure, collapsing to the ground. The Xuanjia turtle has fallen. Chapter 62. Points gained. Though the Xuanjia turtle had exited the battlefield, the most troublesome opponent remained, the hellish two-headed mastiff. The battle was far from over. Buzz! The barrier adjusted once more. This time, Fang Lin chose not to divide the battlefield, as separation was unnecessary. Aside from the opposing hellish two-headed mastiff, all were his beasts. 3 against 1. Sangbiao, the little dragon, and the barrier beast faced off against the solitary hellish two-headed mastiff. However, Zhao Ritian was unperturbed. Previously, Fang Lin's contract beasts had failed to subdue his hellish two-headed mastiff, and he was confident in his victory. The hellish two-headed mastiff was his pride and joy. A perfect fusion of fire and gold attributes, with capabilities in both offense and defense that could sweep aside the vast majority of opponents at the same level. Roar! The hellish two-headed mastiff let out a furious roar, its forepaws pounding the ground, flames surging around it, golden blades of energy coalescing into sharp arcs, manifesting an astonishing might. Unwilling to be besieged, it sought to retaliate with overwhelming force, seeking to reverse the tide of battle. Whoosh, whoosh. Two afterimages darted across the arena, Sang Biao moving like lightning around the edges, its golden eyes fixated on the hellish two-headed mastiff, claws intersecting as it launched surprise attacks. Meanwhile, the little dragon displayed even greater agility, leaping into the air, lightning swirling around it, wings flapping as its thunderous claws tore through the air, aiming a fierce strike at the gold-headed beast of the hellish two-headed mastiff. They consistently avoided direct confrontation with the hellish two-headed mastiff, instead opting to wear it down with relentless mobility. Boom! Enraged, the hellish two-headed mastiff opened its fiery maw, flames coalescing into a searing dragon of fire, roaring towards Sang Biao. Simultaneously, the gold-headed beast unleashed a barrage of golden blades, aiming to cut off the little dragon's escape. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Buzz! The barrier beast blinked its pure eyes, and in an instant, the transparent barrier expanded rapidly. Whoosh! The next moment, the fiery dragon crashed violently into the barrier. The flames, which could have incinerated everything, were effortlessly deflected by the barrier like ripples on water. Not even a hint of heat managing to seep through. The golden blades followed closely behind. Yet the result was the same. All the blades collided with the barrier, forcibly halted, unable to breach the defenses. How could this be? The hellish two-headed mastiff's full frontal counterattack was rendered utterly ineffective. The crowd turned their gaze towards the barrier beast, which stood only as high as a human's knee, gaining a newfound appreciation for its defensive capabilities. This formidable defense was on par with Zhao Ritian's armored beast, yet its true nature remained shrouded in mystery, leaving its strength indiscernible. In contrast, Fang Lin had anticipated this scenario, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The counterattack commenced. Boom! Seizing the moment while the Hellhound's assault was intercepted, the long-prepared claw strike of the fierce beast erupted with sudden ferocity. Its sharp claws sliced through the air, a golden blade of light descended like a formidable axe, cleaving into the fiery head's shoulder. Simultaneously, the little dragon soared once more, its thunderous power transforming into chains of lightning, dancing like a dragon of legend, delivering a thunderous strike directly to the neck of the golden-headed beast. A howl erupted from the Hellhound, its massive form swayed violently, the ferocity in its eyes beginning to waver. Each time, the fierce beast and the little dragon unleashed their attacks from a distance, and whenever the Hellhound attempted to retaliate, the barrier would invariably materialize before them, providing steadfast protection. Meanwhile, the Hellhound could only endure the damage, unable to inflict any in return. As its accumulated injuries became increasingly severe, its strikes losing the initial ferocity and dominance. No, this cannot be. Zhao Ritian clenched his fists tightly, sensing the Hellhound's movements growing sluggish. Each strike was becoming more lethargic than the last. Its stamina was rapidly depleting. Each attack was increasingly futile. Its roars began to lose their potency. Finally, as the fierce beast unleashed its final tearing claw and the little dragon delivered a thunderous blow, the Hellhound's dual heads emitted a low whimper simultaneously. Its colossal body staggered a few steps before crashing to the ground. The Hellhound had been defeated. A profound silence fell. Beneath the arena, everyone gasped in astonishment, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. No one had anticipated that Zhao Ritian's strongest contracted beast would be exhausted to death in such a manner by Fang Lin. This fellow is exceedingly cunning. Not only was his strategy masterful, but that barrier beast was undeniably formidable. It completely neutralized all of the Hellhound's attacks. Damn it, this method is utterly despairing. Witnessing his two contracted beasts sprawled on the arena floor, Zhao Ritian refused to concede defeat. Thank you for your points, Brother Zhao. The virtual mirror system promptly updated their scores, as the two had previously agreed on a wager of 20 points before the battle. This victory netted Fang Lin an impressive 25 points. Despite a minor interruption during the fight, the outcome was still quite satisfactory. Fang Lin gently flicked his sleeve, his gaze sweeping across the crowd below the arena, a faint smile gracing his lips. Zhao Ritian, ranked firmly within the top 20, though ultimately vanquished, had demonstrated through the battle that he indeed deserved his position. If Zhao Ritian could secure a place in the top 20, then with my current strength, I am still lacking to challenge those in the higher ranks. Fang Lin understood that although the fierce beast and the little dragon had experienced rapid growth, they had yet to reach the level of effortlessly overpowering the top 10 contenders. To progress further, at least another month of enhancement was necessary. He glanced down at the arena, observing the crowd either frowning in contemplation or whispering amongst themselves, a hint of mockery dancing across his features. What is this? Is no one brave enough to challenge me? Lacking this modicum of courage, How can one hope to engage with the geniuses from other regions? His voice, though not loud, resonated in everyone's ears like a clap of thunder, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Nonsense. I shall challenge you. Humph, you merely relied on luck before. This time, I shall not lose. Provoked by his taunts, the aspiring geniuses surged onto the stage, and Fang Lin welcomed them all with enthusiasm. The second match, victory. The third match, victory. The fourth match. That night, Fang Lin swept through the arena with unassailable might. One opponent after another fell before him. None could disrupt his victorious rhythm. As the victories accumulated, the onlookers began to sense something amiss. Challengers who had once dared to take risks gradually hesitated, their bets dwindling as the night progressed. By dawn, with 8 consecutive victories, Fang Lin's points surged to an impressive 183. In a single night, he amassed over 100 points. A bounty sufficient to procure high-grade resources for the fierce beast and the little dragon. With today's accomplishments, it was only a matter of days before those with higher rankings would come seeking him. Chapter 63, Shopping List. Noticing that no one dared to challenge him further, Fang Lin exhaled softly, straightened his attire, and turned towards the virtual mirror system's message board and its built-in trading platform. The fervor of battle had yet to cool, but his ambitions extended far beyond this. He needed to swiftly convert the points gained from his winning streak into tangible combat power, not only to counter potential threats, but also to venture beyond Shannon, to escape the ninth domain, and to step into a broader world. The message board of the virtual mirror constantly refreshed with trading information, showcasing an array of rare resources, skill tomes, and even special physique-enhancing potions. Fang Lin's gaze scanned the screen with a calm demeanor, rapidly filtering through items of genuine utility to him. Thunderscale fruit. An exceedingly rare fruit imbued with potent lightning elemental energy, capable of enhancing the affinity of contracted beasts towards lightning and accelerating the mastery of lightning skills. Wind whistlegrass. A spirit plant found in high-level secret realms, increases the release speed of wind skills and enhances agility. Fang Lin's eyes brightened slightly, envisioning the little dragon and the fierce beast darting across the battlefield at high speeds, evading enemies' attacks effortlessly. These two spirit plants, when paired with high-level skills, could significantly expedite their mastery and release, tailor-made for the little dragon and the fierce beast. Just as he was about to place an order, a particular item's name caught his attention, momentarily freezing his gaze. Dragon Essence Crystal. It is said that the remains of powerful dragon-like beasts, after undergoing millennia of mineralization and spiritual refinement, form this essence crystal. This item is exceedingly rare, rich in dragon blood energy, capable of promoting the growth of dragon-like beasts, purifying their bloodlines, and accelerating their advancement. While this item may not immediately enhance combat power, it could significantly augment the little dragon's future potential. Should its bloodline evolve further, it would lead to a transformative shift. Without hesitation, he added it to his shopping cart. A single thunderscale fruit cost 10 points, and a wind whistlegrass also required 10 points. However, the dragon essence crystal demanded 80 points. In the past, such resources would have been beyond his wildest dreams. They were items of high caliber that simply did not exist in Shannon. Fang Lin spent a total of 120 points to acquire the dragon essence crystal, along with 2 thunderscale fruits and 2 wind whistlegrasses. Finally, he began to select high-level skills. In the skills section of the trading platform, various advanced skills dazzled the eye, ranging from basic skills to profound-level techniques, though the prices exhibited exponential growth. Profound level? Is that the realm beyond the super level? This was the first time Fang Lin had encountered this tier. However, he did not linger long on the profound-level skills, as they were all unavailable for selection. It was likely that one needed to attain a higher level of strength to purchase them, or perhaps it was simply due to his insufficient points. Fang Lin chuckled wryly. In the advanced skill section, he meticulously selected 2 skills suited for the fierce beast and the little dragon. Thunderclap World Destruction Claw, an advanced lightning-based technique, envelopes the forelimbs in tempestuous energy, forming electric claws that tear through the air with each strike, inflicting devastating damage on feeble defenses and delivering ongoing electrical burns and paralysis to fortified foes. Skywind Void Cleaving Slash, by rapidly compressing wind elements, conjures high-frequency blades in a fleeting moment, unleashing them in a slashing motion that inflicts horrific cutting damage upon the target. Both of these high-level techniques require 30 points each. Thus, Fang Lin expended 60 points to acquire both skills. In an instant, his points dwindled to single digits. 3. Based on Fang Lin's previous experience with the Phantom Mirror, he anticipated the resources would arrive within 3 days. However, scarcely a minute after placing the order and having his points deducted, he received a notification of delivery through the Phantom Mirror. 2 streams of data surged into Fang Lin's Phantom Mirror system, and a floating light screen materialized before him. Thunderclap World Destruction Claw, Advanced Lightning Technique. Skywind Void Cleaving Slash, Advanced Wind Technique. Beneath the titles of the skill books, a line of small text gradually emerged, clear and cold, exuding the system's unique rigor. For the purchaser's eyes only, the information will be destroyed immediately after reading, and copying, reselling, or sharing is strictly prohibited. Following this, another line of explanation appeared. The skills purchased by the buyer can be input directly into the consciousness of all their contracted beasts, allowing subsequent beasts to learn and comprehend them according to the instructions provided. Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. To input directly into the consciousness of all contracted beasts? This implied that not only Sang Biao and Xiao Long, but even the boundary beast would automatically gain the rights to cultivate these two skills. This technology is rather impressive. The sophistication of the Phantom Mirror System's transactions not only prevents skill leaks, but also ensures direct transmission of skills, a technological advancement that transcends the ordinary. Fang Lin lifted the Phantom Mirror from his eyes, allowing them a brief respite. Then, with a thought, summoned forth the flickering blue-purple lightning, manifesting Sang Biao and Xiao Long in the real world. Did you feel the skills? He inquired through their soul connection, confirming whether the two contracted beasts had successfully acquired the skill information. After all, he had expended a significant 50 points for this, and any mishap would result in a considerable loss. Before long, he distinctly sensed that the information of the two skills had already surfaced within the depths of Sang Biao and Xiao Long's consciousness. The skill inscriptions had been firmly engraved within their minds, and with appropriate practice, they would be able to master these advanced techniques. However, Fang Lin turned his gaze toward Xiao Long, his expression subtly shifting. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a hint of playful sarcasm. You likely lack the wind affinity. So Skywind Void Cleaving Slash would be a waste of time. Xiao Long froze for a moment, then glared fiercely at Sang Biao, a strong sense of indignation radiating from its eyes. Why can Sang Biao learn two skills while I can only learn one? Sang Biao meowed, its tail swaying leisurely, seemingly mocking Xiao Long for squandering a skill. Xiao Long immediately bristled, its tail flicking in evident dissatisfaction with Sang Biao's taunt. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp little dragon teeth, emitting a low growl that seemed to protest the unfair treatment. Fang Lin chuckled, gently ruffling Xiao Long's large head, feeling the smoothness of its scales tinged with a faint current. He casually reassured, don't fret, your lightning skill is your main focus, and I'll find you other formidable skills later. I've even procured a dragon essence crystal for you, far superior to dragon bloodgrass, true to its divine beast nature. Xiao Long, having just entered level 2 star 1, could already comprehend Fang Lin's words, nodding in agreement and affectionately rubbing against him. With the skill secured, all that remained was to await the resource's arrival for further enhancement and training. Chapter 64, Spirit Armor. A day later, Fang Lin received a message from the Beastmaster Association, summoning him to their headquarters. So soon, within just a day? Perhaps it pertains to something else, Fang Lin speculated. 2 hours later, he stood before the imposing entrance of the Beastmaster Association, gazing up at the grandiose building. Regardless, he decided to enter and investigate. Stepping inside the association's grand hall, his eyes swept across the spacious interior, noting that the atmosphere was more vibrant than usual today. The hall buzzed with activity, as numerous beastmasters congregated around counters, selecting resources suitable for their contracted beasts, perusing skill books, or inquiring with staff about prices and effects. The central task display screen continually refreshed with new assignments, as many solitary beastmasters meticulously browsed, searching for tasks befitting their skills. Near the core area, a group of staff members donned in association uniforms busily traversed the corridors, shuttling documents and coordinating resources, evidently engaged in significant internal matters. Soon, a staff member in a light blue uniform approached briskly, smiling as they nodded at Fang Lin. Student Fang, please follow me. Clearly, this was not merely for resource collection, Fang Lin thought to himself, quickly gathering his thoughts as he followed the staff member down the lengthy corridor. The floor was made of polished spirit crystal slabs, and the walls were adorned with carvings depicting the history of the Beastmaster Association, along with statues and portraits of renowned beastmasters, showcasing the building's rich heritage. Shortly, he was led to an elegantly decorated conference room. The staff member gently knocked on the door, and upon receiving a response, gestured for Fang Lin to enter. Inside, the room was softly illuminated, filled with a subtle aroma of spirit wood, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and composure. At the center, a middle-aged man in a high-ranking association uniform sat at the table, exuding an air of authority and steadiness. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, scrutinizing Fang Lin with a hint of appraisal. Before him lay a silver-white box, its metallic sheen glimmering under the room's lighting, clearly containing something extraordinary. Student Fang. The man spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. Fang Lin stepped closer, assessing him and quickly deducing the man's identity. Given his stature and demeanor, he was likely not an ordinary association member. After a brief pause, the man revealed a slight smile and introduced himself. I am Su Zhou, the president of the Beastmaster Association. The reason for summoning you should be apparent. The president? Fang Lin was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he had attracted the attention of the highest echelon of the association. However, reflecting on his recent actions in the secret realm, saving numerous students and participating in a fierce battle, it was no surprise that such matters had caught the attention of the higher-ups. His gaze flickered towards the box on the table, instinctively forming a hypothesis. Could it be related to the previous incident in the secret realm? Su Zhou nodded, his expression earnest. Official investigations have confirmed your courageous actions during the beast attack, successfully saving many students' lives. Therefore, we have decided to grant you a special reward. Upon hearing this, Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Well, how delightful. I shall not be modest. His tone was casual. Yet he understood that this reward was not merely a commendation. It likely served as a form of compensation to some extent. After all, in that incident, he not only saved lives, but also made some troublesome enemies. Let us take a look, Su Zhou said as he pressed the unlocking mechanism of the box. With a soft click, the lid slowly popped open, and a faint azure glow immediately spilled forth. Fang Lin leaned down to gaze inside, where a deep blue armor lay quietly. Crafted from a unique metal, its surface was intricately engraved with complex runes, subtly emanating a distinctive spiritual fluctuation, as if an invisible barrier were gently pulsating. This was a psychic protection suit, known as the Calm Spirit Armor, Su Zhou introduced solemnly. It can effectively fend off mental attacks and soul shocks, particularly those aimed at spirit masters, diminishing their control and granting you greater resistance in the face of psychic interference. Fang Lin's gaze sharpened slightly. A psychic protection suit? The mental assaults from spirit masters are notoriously treacherous, causing anything from brief disorientation to immediate unconsciousness or even soul injury. It seems the officials have indeed spared no expense this time. He reached for the Calm Spirit Armor, feeling its cold metallic texture, which felt reassuringly substantial in his grasp. As he gently probed with his own psychic energy, he immediately sensed the vast psychic barrier flowing within, akin to an invisible protective force, providing a sense of security. It truly is a remarkable item. Fang Lin felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this armor, he would no longer be so passive when confronting spirit masters. However, before he could thoroughly examine the equipment, Su Zhou's tone shifted, becoming more grave. Nonetheless, we must also caution you that the Spirit Master faction is known for their vendettas. Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes slightly. You mean? Su Zhou sighed. In that battle, you killed one of their own and disrupted some of their plans. Naturally, they will not let this slide easily. Although the Spirit Masters dare not openly oppose the authorities, their methods are insidious and vicious, adept at striking from the shadows. We advise you to remain vigilant in the near future. Upon hearing this, Fang Lin lightly tapped the table, his expression calm, yet a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He squinted slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. So, you're providing me with this armor in hopes that I might live a bit longer? Essentially, Su Zhou shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. Regardless, you must exercise caution. The Spirit Masters do not adhere to rules, and we cannot always be there to protect you. Fang Lin remained silent, once again gazing at the armor in his hand, his fingers gently tracing its cold metallic surface. His expression growing contemplative. His thoughts deepened. From the moment he clashed with the Spirit Masters in the secret realm, he knew he had irrevocably bound himself to this faction. Yet, should he refrain from action, both he and his classmates would meet their doom. There was no room for choice. Initially, he had been wary of their elusive soul and psychic attacks, but now, with the Calm Spirit Armor in hand, his chances of victory had increased, and he would no longer be as passive in the face of the Spirit Masters. If they were at his level or below 5, he felt confident in handling them. However, if they were a group of Spirit Masters above level 5, that would pose a significant challenge. Chapter 65, Steward Yinteng. Fang Lin withdrew his thoughts and stored the Calm Spirit Armor in his spatial ring, turning to leave the hall. As he approached the entrance of the Beastmaster Association, he sensed a searing gaze upon him, filled with scrutiny and inquiry. Following the direction of the gaze, he spotted a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe of the association as higher-ups smiling at him. Fang Lin, is it? Yinteng stepped forward, his tone warm yet tinged with familiarity. Fang Lin was momentarily taken aback. He did not recognize the man, but the badge on his chest indicated his position. He offered a slight bow. Steward. Yinteng appraised him with a meaningful look, his gaze lingering on Fang Lin's face, laced with a hint of curiosity. Young man, truly formidable for your age. Fang Lin remained silent, observing him quietly. He could sense a subtle, concealed calculation beneath Yin Teng's amiable facade. Yin Teng chuckled lightly. His tone measured. I hear you've just acquired the calm spirit armor from the president? Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. The news traveled swiftly. Nevertheless, he did not deny it, simply nodding. Indeed. Yin Teng's smile widened as he continued. The calm spirit armor is an exceptional item, possessing formidable defenses against psychic assaults, ranking among the top treasures of our Shainin Beastmaster Association. As he spoke, his tone shifted casually, as if he were making a mere suggestion. My son, Yin Tianzhao, is currently studying at the best Beastmaster Academy in the 9th domain and possesses impressive strength. He is in need of a protective item. If you could part with yours, I would ensure my son arranges for you to enter the academy after your college entrance exams next year. Noticing Fang Lin's indifferent demeanor, Yin Teng felt a twinge of displeasure. However, having dealt with various individuals during his time at the association, he possessed the necessary composure. Of course, if you wish to return to Shainin after graduation, securing a position within our association is also a possibility. Upon hearing this, Fang Lin immediately grasped the implication. Yin Teng coveted his calm spirit armor. Indeed, in the next moment, Yin Teng revealed a sincere smile, slowly proposing, Fang Lin, I assure you, I will not shortchange you. The calm spirit armor may not fully serve you. How about this? I'll exchange it for 200 spirit stones. He looked at Fang Lin expectantly, as if this were an immense favor. Fang Lin inwardly scoffed. 200 spirit stones? That was practically highway robbery. The value of the calm spirit armor far exceeded that amount. If sold on other trading platforms, it would undoubtedly fetch a much higher price. This was nothing short of an insult. Yet, Yin Teng believed that as a student from a third-tier high school, lacking a strong background but possessing some strength, Fang Lin would not have encountered such resources before. Hence, 200 spirit stones would surely dazzle him. Imagining Fang Lin agreeing to the offer, Yin Teng felt confident. However, Fang Lin was acutely aware of the armor's critical importance. He was about to face spirit masters. Without the calm spirit armor, he would possess almost no resistance against their psychic attacks. In other words, this armor could very well save his life, and he would not part with it for anything. Moreover, Fang Lin was not naive. He had seen enough wealth to remain unperturbed by mere promises of 200 spirit stones. With a slight smile, maintaining an even tone, he replied, Thank you, steward, for your kind offer, but I currently have a pressing need for this armor. I must use it to confront the spirit master's retaliation, and I have no intention of parting with it. As for the Beastmaster Academy, I prefer to rely on my own strength. Yin Teng was momentarily taken aback, yet his smile remained unaltered as he remarked, Fang Lin, one must understand the art of compromise in life. Although the silent spirit armor is indeed precious, whether it can be safeguarded remains uncertain. His tone was gentle, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Fang Lin felt a chill within, maintaining an outward calm as he replied, What you say, esteemed steward, holds merit. However, this is a reward bestowed upon me by the association. I cannot simply relinquish it upon its arrival. Yin Teng fixed his gaze upon him, a fleeting shadow of darkness flickering in his eyes. Nevertheless, being a seasoned veteran, he did not let his smile falter. Letting out a soft sigh, In that case, I shall not press you further. After a brief pause, he added with significant weight, However, do exercise caution. Many eyes are set upon this armor. Your experience in society is still lacking, and you may not realize that some individuals will go to great lengths for treasures. At times, acquiring something that does not rightfully belong to you can invite calamity. Fang Lin offered a faint smile. Thank you for your reminder, esteemed steward. I shall remain vigilant. Yin Teng inclined his head slightly, seemingly genuine in his concern, before turning to depart. Fang Lin watched him leave, narrowing his eyes slightly. This steward was no simple character. Fang Lin could almost foresee that the steward would soon take action against him, yet he dismissed the thought, for he assessed Yin Teng's capabilities to be only at the mid-level of the 4th tier. Upon returning home, Fang Lin eagerly donned the silent spirit armor. The armor was remarkably supple, hardly distinguishable from ordinary clothing, and provided excellent concealment. With this, he could engage in battles with spirit masters without the burden of restraint. However, its true efficacy would only be tested when a spirit master sought him out. In the ensuing 2 days, Fang Lin remained largely indoors, dedicating himself entirely to combat training. During the day, Sang Biao and Xiao Long began to learn the advanced lightning and wind skills he had acquired. Both creatures possessed significant potential, with Xiao Long's being particularly exceptional, yet their progress was not as swift as Fang Lin had anticipated. Despite their innate talents, mastering advanced skills still required time. Fang Lin estimated that, at their current pace, it would take at least a month for them to achieve even a minor mastery of these skills. He could only place his hopes on the acceleration resources he had purchased. In the evenings, when the battle platform was bustling with participants, Fang Lin would take his 3 companions into the arena for fierce contests. Over the course of 2 days, he amassed an additional 175 points. However, as his winning streak continued, he became increasingly aware of a rather vexing issue. Initially, he could effortlessly earn a dozen points per match, yet now, his opponents seemed to be growing more cautious, and the number willing to challenge him dwindled. In the final few rounds, although his opponents ultimately lost, he only earned 5 points per match. Chapter 66, Claiming Resources. The resources purchased from the battle platform finally arrived at the Beast Tamer Association by the evening of the 3rd day. Upon receiving the news, Fang Lin wasted no time and set off directly to the association, unwilling to delay even for a moment, as these resources were crucial for enhancing his contracted beasts. However, in a shadowy corner across from his residential complex, a pair of eyes quietly observed his every move. The kid finally ventured out. "He is quite the recluse," muttered a man clad in a hood, his tone laced with impatience. "Seize this opportunity. Who knows how long he'll remain cooped up next time." Another rasping voice interjected, carrying an ominous undertone. 2 dark figures concealed themselves in the night, quietly tracking Fang Lin's departure. Upon arriving at the Beast Tamer Association, Fang Lin successfully retrieved his resources and meticulously verified their accuracy. Just as he prepared to leave, a familiar figure obstructed his path. "Fang Lin, we meet again." It was none other than the steward of the association, Yin Teng. "Steward Yin, is there something you require?" Fang Lin paused momentarily, responding with a dispassionate demeanor, as any fondness he once held for this individual had long since dissipated. Yin Teng smiled slightly. "Have you reconsidered our previous conversation? I offer you another chance to choose." Fang Lin's brow imperceptibly furrowed. "No, thank you for your kindness, Steward Yin, but I stand by my previous statement. The silent spirit armor is still of use to me." Yin Teng's smile faltered slightly. "Fang Lin, you must think this through," he warned, his tone darkening. "The favors of the Beast Tamer Association far outweigh a mere piece of equipment. That is most unfortunate. I only trust myself," Fang Lin replied, his expression remaining indifferent, showing no deference. Yin Teng's expression soured, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, yet he quickly reverted to his smile, patting Fang Lin on the shoulder. "Very well, if you are unwilling, let us consider this matter closed." Fang Lin ignored him and walked past, heading towards the exit of the association. However, at the moment he turned, Yin Teng's gaze turned frigid, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "If you refuse to drink the wine offered, then you shall face the consequences." As night descended, the streets outside the Beast Tamer Association grew desolate. Fang Lin, carrying his resources, retraced his steps along the main road. His demeanor remained composed, yet he maintained an inner vigilance. Both the potential spirit masters and Yin Teng of the Beast Tamer Association were not to be underestimated. Fang Lin needed to hurry and alert Seng Biao and Xiaolong. He had many tasks ahead and no time to dwell on these threats. As long as he enhanced his own strength, these dangers would amount to little. Yet often, the more inconspicuous one tries to be, the closer trouble draws. Just as he entered a relatively secluded alley, a shadowy figure suddenly darted out from the darkness, moving with a speed as swift as a specter, closing in on Fang Lin's back. Fang Lin's eyes narrowed, his foot striking the ground with force as he propelled himself forward, simultaneously summoning the barrier beast, setting the barrier in place in less than a second. Boom. The strike impacted the barrier, causing no harm to Fang Lin whatsoever. "Ah, your reflexes are commendable." The first assailant stepped forward, his gaze icy as it bore into Fang Lin. As his words fell, 2 more figures gradually emerged from the shadows, encircling Fang Lin in a tight formation. Fang Lin remained stationary, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the 3 individuals surrounding him. He could sense that these were not ordinary robbers. Their presences were profound, and their movements exuded a dangerous, clandestine synergy. Clearly, this was no random act of violence, but a premeditated ambush. Fang Lin's expression cooled, yet he maintained his composure, as if he had anticipated this scenario. "Did Yin Teng send you?" he inquired calmly, as if engaging in casual conversation. "Yin Teng?" The shadowy figure paused momentarily before erupting into a low chuckle, their tone mocking. "I haven't heard of him. Your lying skills are rather subpar." Fang Lin scoffed, unwilling to waste further words. "Engage them, and let us settle this swiftly," one of the cloaked figures commanded. As the words fell, the 3 assailants unleashed a surge of violent spiritual energy, their contracted beasts revealing themselves, their ferocious auras enveloping the dimly lit corner of the city, casting an oppressive sense of danger over the area. Shadow Demon Bat, Level 2, 5 stars. Windstrider Phantom Wolf, Level 2, 4 stars. Ebon Blade Venom Lizard, Level 2, 5 stars. Upon witnessing the absence of any beast masters, Fang Lin let out a subtle sigh of relief. It was evident that the trio had meticulously selected this location as an ambush point, deliberately to preclude any opportunity for him to call for assistance. A quick glance at their auras drew a slight smirk to his lips, tinged with mockery. Huh, merely mid-level tier 2 beast tamers? He shook his head slowly, amusement lacing his tone as he remarked, I'm at a loss for words regarding Yentong. To send assassins after me, yet not even invest a modicum of resources? How miserly. At his words, the expressions of the three cloaked figures darkened ominously. Kid, you're courting death. If you know what is good for you, hand over the silent spirit armor, and we might consider sparing your life. Spare my life, you say? How noble of you. However, I lack such benevolence. I certainly do not intend to spare you. Boss, why waste breath on this brat? The longer we delay, the more complications arise. Let us act swiftly. Rather than displaying any semblance of anxiety, Fang Lin's lips curled into an excited smile. After all, a free practice partner had conveniently presented itself. How could he let such an opportunity go to waste? His gaze swept over the trio's summoned beasts, his mind racing through tactical considerations. Presently, Sang Biao had reached the latter stage of Tier 2, and if he could unlock his potential in battle, perhaps he could advance even further. Yet, facing 3 summoned beasts simultaneously was indeed a daunting challenge. They must be tackled one by one. First, he would set his sights on the Tier 2 4-star Windstrike Phantom Wolf. The Windstrike Phantom Wolf was a relatively common assassin-type beast, yet its might should not be underestimated. It possessed innate capabilities for rapid movement through wind and stealth through shadows, boasting a lithe form and taut muscles, resembling a blade capable of rending its prey at any moment. Particularly notable was its Shadow Wolf Strike. Once it entered a state of high speed, afterimages would surround it, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Sang Biao now. Seizing the moment, the boundary beast adjusted the barrier, directly ensnaring the Windstrike Phantom Wolf within it. At Fang Lin's command, Sang Biao surged forward, its fur bristling, pupils narrowing as it focused intently on the movements of the Windstrike Phantom Wolf. Outside the barrier, the Shadow Demon Bat and the Ghostblade Poison Lizard were relentlessly assaulting the barrier, but their attacks proved utterly ineffective. Fang Lin had no doubt about the barrier's defensive capabilities. Even Tier 4 and Tier 5 summoned beasts could not breach it, let alone these mere Tier 2 creatures. Inside the barrier, Sang Biao charged ahead, fur bristling, eyes fixed on the Windstrike Phantom Wolf's trajectory. The wolf's figure suddenly blurred, transforming into a flurry of broken afterimages, hurtling towards Sang Biao with astonishing speed, accompanied by a piercing sound of slicing wind. Chapter 67. With such strength, you dare to assassinate? The space within the barrier was limited, yet it served as an ideal battleground for 2 speed-oriented beasts to demonstrate their agility and compete in swiftness. Zzz. A crackling of lightning erupted, and Sang Biao's form abruptly flickered, vanishing in an instant, the lightning arching as it teleported to a lateral position. The Windstrike Phantom Wolf strike missed, its claws slamming into the ground, unleashing a tempest that scattered razor-sharp wind blades in all directions. Hiss! A shallow gash was carved into Sang Biao's back, eliciting a grimace, yet its gaze grew only more fervent. Windstrike Phantom Wolf, Shadow Wind Assault. The black figure vanished once more, radiating intense wind energy, as multiple afterimages emerged, gliding like phantoms, completely locking onto Sang Biao's movements. Swish, swish, swish. The afterimages circled Sang Biao, summoning a barrage of wind blades that continually constricted its operational space. Fang Lin stood calmly outside the barrier, his gaze steady. The Windstrike Phantom Wolf sought to corner Sang Biao, but they had overlooked one crucial detail. Sang Biao was not merely a wind-type beast. Sang Biao, lightning sphere technique. Boom. Sang Biao's claws slammed down forcefully, its body erupting with intense lightning. In an instant, a lightning sphere rapidly expanded outward from its center, arcs of electricity weaving through the air, enveloping the surrounding space. Electric arcs tore through the atmosphere, shredding the afterimages, rendering the true Windstrike Phantom Wolf utterly exposed beneath the brilliance of the lightning. Now, boom. Sang Biao's figure shot forth like a bolt, its lightning wings unfurling, propelled by a howling gale, shattering the sound barrier in an instant. As the power of thunder coalesced in its forepaws, delivering a devastating blow aimed directly at the wolf's midsection. However, the Windstrike Phantom Wolf's speed rivaled that of Sang Biao. In a frantic maneuver, it once again slipped into the shadows, narrowly evading Sang Biao's assault. With remarkable swiftness, the Windstrike Phantom Wolf, leveraging its innate stealth abilities, darted in and out of the barrier, each strike expertly tearing through Sang Biao's defenses, leaving several shallow wounds in its wake. The evenly matched confrontation began to tilt. Outside the barrier, the 3 observers watched the unfolding battle with keen interest. their faces adorned with sardonic smiles. This kid's summoned beast was indeed formidable, yet the disparity in tiers was evident. It was only a matter of time before the Windstrike Phantom Wolf ensnared it in a fatal trap. The boundary beast barrier could not endure much longer. We shall patiently await our moment to clean up the aftermath. Their confidence was unyielding. They believed the barrier's collapse was merely a matter of time. Completely oblivious to the cold smirk that had crept upon Fang Lin's lips. Little dragon, go! Roar! The sudden roar of a dragon reverberated within the barrier, causing the three men's expressions to shift dramatically. What? He has another summoned beast? As their astonishment lingered, the battle dynamics shifted abruptly. The arrival of the little dragon solidified the atmosphere on the battlefield. Lightning chains, Fang Lin commanded coldly, and the little dragon instantly unleashed its electrical power, intertwining dozens of robust lightning arcs that transformed the interior of the barrier into a veritable prison of thunder. The Windstrike Phantom Wolf's rapid charge found no refuge beneath the lightning net. Struck by the sudden arcs, its body convulsed violently, its speed drastically diminished. Without its speed, the Windstrike Phantom Wolf was akin to a hunted beast. Sang Biao's eyes blazed crimson. Seizing the opportunity, it launched a ferocious attack, its claws enveloped in wind elements. Slicing through the air with a shrill whistle, aimed directly at the wolf's vulnerable midsection. Bang! 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 A tempest erupted, lightning arcs detonated, and Sang Biao's claws landed mercilessly upon the Windstrike Phantom Wolf's vital points. The Phantom Wolf cried out in agony, blood spraying forth as it struggled to escape the fray, yet it was ensnared tightly by the lightning chains, reduced to a mere prey upon the butcher's block. Stop! Outside the barrier, a man shouted in terror, witnessing the Windstrike Phantom Wolf on the brink of being torn apart, panic etched across his face. Yet Fang Lin merely regarded them with a smile that teetered on the edge of mockery, utterly disregarding their pleas. Do you truly believe that I, Fang Lin, can be so easily trifled with? With a swift motion, Sang Biao's claws descended like lightning, the razor-sharp talons slicing through the Windstrike Phantom Wolf's throat. Blood gushing forth as its lifeless body crumpled to the ground, devoid of vitality. All three gazes were drawn to Sang Biao's attack, completely unaware that in that fleeting moment of distraction, Fang Lin had stealthily forged a temporary contract. Ghostblade Poison Lizard Strike. Screech. A piercing wail shattered the night sky. The trio turned in shock, only to behold, emerging from the darkness, a ghostly green blade slicing through the air with silent precision. Aimed at the Shadow Demon Bat's wings from a bizarre angle. Uffed. In a flash, the Shadow Demon Bat's wings were severed in a single strike from the Ghostblade Poison Lizard, blood gushing forth as it emitted a mournful cry. What has this brat done? What in the world is happening? The expressions of the three men shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with terror. In less than 10 minutes, their three contracted beasts faced a dire predicament. One lay dead, another severely injured, and the last had succumbed to chaos. Since their debut, they had never encountered such a grave situation. Wait, young man, we shall forego the spirit armor. Let today's events end here, shall we? The leader of the beast tamers gritted his teeth, lowering his head, his face as pale as a sheet, trembling as he spoke. Consider this a loss for us brothers today. We shall not trouble you again. However, their words held no sway in Fang Lin's ears. In their gazes, where was the remorse? The malice lurking deep within their eyes betrayed their true intentions. Fang Lin sneered, his expression indifferent. Do you think I would believe you? If I let you leave today, what will happen when 30 of you surround me another day? Apologies, but I have no time to indulge you. As his words fell, the Shadow Blade Poison Lizard stealthily advanced, locking onto one target. With a swish, a shadowy green blade of light silently cleaved through the air, piercing the chest of the Windstrike Ghost Wolf's Beast Master with precision. Where the blade passed, flesh tore like fragile paper, blood gushing forth from the wound, revealing shattered ribs within. He widened his eyes, his lips quivering, seemingly wishing to utter something, yet he could not muster even a complete last word. Having just lost the Windstrike Ghost Wolf, his spirit had already been severely wounded. Now, struck by the assassination of the Shadow Blade Poison Lizard, he had no time to resist before collapsing to the ground, convulsing briefly before drawing his last breath. Blood stained the earth, the pungent scent of iron permeating the confined space, leaving the remaining two in a state of ashen despair. At this moment, the barrier beast did not lag behind, enveloping all three within its confines. The wingless Shadow Demon Bat emitted a mournful wail, having nowhere to escape under the claws of the little dragon. With a crack, the little dragon's sharp claws pierced through its skull, the grotesque bat's pupils dilating in an instant, its lifeless body falling to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing completely. The barrier beast confined the remaining two and the beast within its domain, tightening the enclosure to a minuscule size. Boom. The terrifying shadow energy engulfed the entire prison, instantaneously consuming the two. They did not even have the chance to scream before being reduced to ashes in the tempest of darkness. Sang Biao and the little dragon each obtained a grade 2 beast core, swallowing them whole. The intense scent of blood lingered in the air as Fang Lin gazed at the devastation, his demeanor composed. Sang Biao and the little dragon approached, each seizing a grade 2 beast core without hesitation, seizing the opportunity to enhance their combat prowess. Fang Lin exhaled softly, not lingering any longer, erasing his traces and swiftly returning home. His foremost concern was to immediately convert the resources in his possession into greater strength for Sang Biao and the little dragon. As for Yin Tong, Fang Lin was confident there would be ample opportunity in the future. Chapter 68, A Surge in Strength. Upon returning home, Fang Lin eagerly arranged the resources exchanged with points on the table. The dragon blood crystal was completely translucent, with faint dragon silhouettes swimming within, exuding an aura of ancient majesty. The two thunderscale fruits were adorned with intricate patterns of electricity, occasionally flickering with arcs, crackling with potent thunder attribute energy. The two gale howling grasses resembled blades of green steel swaying in the wind, their slender leaves whispering with the sound of slicing air, exceedingly sharp. Just these 5 items had cost him a staggering 10 billion federal coins. Fang Lin gazed at the resources before him, his lips twitching. However, despite the heartache, he knew they must be utilized. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, causing ripples in space as 2 figures materialized before him. One was a massive beast, entirely black with bulging muscles, landing with a slight tremor of the floor. It resembled a tiger, its claws sharp, eyes fierce. This was Sang Biao. The other was a dragon of solid azure, its scales shimmering with iridescence, its limbs robust, and as its tail swayed, the air resonated with the sound of thunder. This was the little dragon. Upon seeing the resources laid out, Sang Biao and the little dragon's eyes immediately lit up. As extraordinary beasts, they instinctively sensed the elemental energy contained within these resources, far surpassing anything they had previously consumed. Sang Biao fixated on the gale howling grass, while the little dragon lunged for the thunder scale fruit and the dragon blood crystal. Roaring softly, Sang Biao flared its nostrils, detecting the fierce wind attribute energy within the gale howling grass, emitting a deep growl from its throat, eager to step forward, claws slightly raised as if ready to pounce. The little dragon was even more direct, its slit pupils fixated on the thunder scale fruit and the dragon blood crystal, arcs of electricity dancing across its body, tail restlessly thumping against the ground, almost drooling in anticipation. Observing their impatience, Fang Lin couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand. No need to rush. One at a time, none shall be left out. Subsequently, Fang Lin first directed Sang Biao to absorb the gale howling grass to expedite the mastery of Sky Wind Severing Strike. As a thunder attribute beast, the thunder scale fruit was paramount for the little dragon. However, before that, Fang Lin planned for the little dragon to absorb the dragon blood crystal first. The dragon blood crystal contained rich dragon blood energy, capable of promoting the little dragon's growth, purifying its lineage, and accelerating its advancement. Although the effects would not be immediate, absorbing and refining it before consuming the thunder scale fruit or other resources would not only enhance absorption efficiency, but also hasten the mastery of skills. The little dragon, attuned to Fang Lin's thoughts, naturally trusted his judgment and unhesitatingly swallowed the dragon blood crystal. The moment the dragon blood crystal slid down its throat, a torrent of violent and searing energy erupted. Roaring, the little dragon let out a deep growl, its elongated body arching slightly, golden light faintly emanating from beneath its scales, resembling veins extending through its flesh. In the next instant, its entire form was enveloped in a dazzling azure glow, the dense dragon blood energy surging through its veins and bones. The little dragon's limbs tightened, its claws instinctively pressing into the ground, sharp talons embedding into the floor, arcs of electricity crackling and sizzling. Oh no, I'll have to redecorate. I hope this hasn't disturbed the neighbors, Fang Lin lamented. The scales on the little dragon hardened under the onslaught of this power, a faint layer of thunderous light appearing on the surface, streaks of azure lightning coursing through the gaps in its scales, as if the dragon blood had been fully activated. Fang Lin stood nearby, his gaze focused, acutely aware of the little dragon's life force ascending rapidly. This energy exceeded my expectations. The little dragon trembled slightly, its blood seemingly igniting, each heartbeat resonating like a war drum, causing the air to quiver faintly. Its tail swished uncontrollably, creating afterimages, and with each swing, a low rumble of thunder echoed in the air, reminiscent of the roar before a storm. Suddenly, a hum erupted. The lightning surrounding the little dragon exploded outward, transforming into a brilliant halo of electricity that expanded in all directions. Oh no, this is bad. Fang Lin immediately summoned the little dragon back into the beast's space. Surveying the room, where several pieces of furniture had been shattered, he could only feel a sense of frustration. The space at home was ultimately too small. For future endeavors to enhance his beasts, he would need to rent a dedicated training room. In the beast mastery space, the little dragon's physique underwent subtle transformations under the impact of energy. Its originally elongated body slightly stretched, and the contours of its dragon horns became more pronounced, emanating a faintly sharp metallic sheen reminiscent of a newly forged blade, exuding an air of both mystery and ferocity. The most conspicuous change, however, was that the little dragon's pair of wings had fully formed. Fang Lin was eager to ascertain whether the little dragon had developed the ability to soar at this moment. If it could fly now, the prospect of gliding through the skies atop a dragon would be undeniably impressive. Could this be what is known as bloodline evolution? Fang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. With its eyes closed, the little dragon was enveloped in the essence of this evolutionary power, its breathing growing increasingly profound. Meanwhile, beside it, the grim leopard, having absorbed a wind-howling grass, did not exhibit any significant changes in size. But Fang Lin had already noted from the data on his wristband that the grim leopard's mastery of the sky wind severing slash was accelerating. Moreover, the previously utilized skill of swift shadow for evading attacks had surged into the realm of perfection. In the world of beast mastery, skill mastery is generally categorized into 5 stages: novice, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, peak, and perfection. The foundational skill of swift shadow had already reached a major accomplishment, and now it had directly transcended to the perfect realm. Fang Lin was astounded. This was not merely a numerical enhancement, but rather a manifestation of qualitative change in skill. Skills at the perfect level were no longer just instinctual applications, but had been thoroughly integrated into the combat intuition of the beast. In other words, every movement and evasion of the grim leopard would occur as naturally as the wind, necessitating no conscious effort to unleash skills. The body would instinctively make the optimal evasive choices. The grim leopard's offensive techniques were renowned for their swiftness and ferocity. The sky wind severing slash was already a formidable wind-based slashing skill, and now, paired with the perfect level of swift shadow, it was tantamount to a seamless integration of offense and defense, with no flaws in retreat or advance. Fang Lin felt a surge of joy as he sensed both contracted beasts racing fervently toward greater strength. This was indeed hope. With both contracted beasts immersed in their training, Fang Lin found it impossible to venture to the combat platform for points. He resolved to wait at home for a few days, allowing the grim leopard and the little dragon to absorb and refine this batch of resources before he emerged to flaunt his prowess. However, during Fang Lin's seclusion, the outside world was undergoing significant upheaval. Chapter 69, The Spirit Contract Law. Yin Teng sat in an expansive office chair, his fingertips rhythmically tapping against the desk, his expression ominously dark. He had been waiting for a full 5 hours, yet the 3 subordinates dispatched had failed to return, not even a single distress message. Huh. Yin Teng scoffed, narrowing his eyes to reveal a glimmer of cold light. It appeared they had perished. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Those individuals had long since disguised their identities. Even if they were discovered, it would not implicate him. Yin Teng. Could a mere Fang Lin have the audacity to counterattack the assassins I sent? His fingers continued to tap on the desk, his mind racing to devise a strategy. With the strength of a newly minted beast master, no matter how formidable, it was impossible for him to eliminate 3 seasoned beast masters in such a short time, especially considering each one possessed a powerful contracted beast. The only possibility was that Fang Lin harbored an even stronger trump card. At this thought, a sinister smile crept across Yin Teng's lips. However, he regarded Fang Lin's situation as a trivial matter. He was in no rush. As long as Fang Lin remained in Shannan, he would have ample opportunities to deal with him, no matter what means you possess. I refuse to believe I cannot handle a mere secondary beastmaster who is still a high school student. At present, Yin Teng had far more pressing matters to attend to. He had just received a message from a friend, summoning him to an indispensable meeting. As night fell, in a clandestine stronghold within Shannan City, a discreet black luxury hovercar glided in. The door swung open, and a tall, young man stepped out. Clad in a black coat adorned with golden patterns and wearing dark gloves, he bore a fleeting, enigmatic smile. Despite appearing to be in his early 20s, his deep-set, abyssal eyes sent shivers down one's spine. Ming Liao, a true specter risen from the mountains of corpses and oceans of blood. Father, it seems the situation is even more chaotic than I imagined, Ming Liao remarked, scanning his surroundings. Standing before him was his father, Ming Cheng, the highest authority over beastmasters in the Shannan and Shandong regions. The elder, draped in a black robe, exuded a calm and imposing presence. Overseeing the expansion plans of Beastmasters throughout the region, he nodded slightly, his gaze darkening. Your brother has met an untimely end. And several of my men have also gone silent. These inept fools have failed repeatedly to subdue the Xia family. The Xia family? A sly smile crept across Ming Liao's lips, revealing a hint of bloodthirst. Some low-tier beast masters managing to kill our men is rather intriguing. However, my useless brother was spoiled by you. Ming Cheng fell silent. The relationship between his two sons was far from harmonious. Ming Liao continued slowly, but you need not worry. Taking revenge for my inept brother will be a simple task. I have returned with a more important mission. A mission? Is the upper echelon about to initiate the plan? Ming Cheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Ming Liao nodded. The higher-ups have issued orders for us to implement the spirit contract law on a large scale in Sha-Nan and Sha-Dong. This will not only undermine the foundation of Beastmasters, but also significantly enhance our power as Spirit Masters. This is the cornerstone of our future expansion. Upon hearing this, Ming Liao's eyes glinted with cold light. The Spirit Contract Law is indeed a remarkable tool. After years of our infiltration as Spirit Masters, the success of this plan will determine whether we can rise. Ming Liao chuckled softly. Once this plan is set in motion, the internal chaos within the Beastmaster Association will inevitably ensue. At that time, all we need to do is provide a slight nudge, and the entire Beastmaster factions in Sha-Nan and Sha-Dong will crumble. Coordinating with other regions, the vast domains will belong to us, the Spirit Masters. Ming Cheng nodded. Currently, there are many ambitious figures within the Beastmaster Association eager to collaborate with us, such as Yin Teng. At the mention of this name, a wider smile spread across Ming Liao's face. Yin Teng, the steward of the Beastmaster Association, a man driven by profit, cloaked in a facade of virtue. He seeks not only to ascend within the association, but also to pave a prosperous path for his son, Yin Tianzhao. And Ming Cheng and I have seized upon this. That night, in a discreet private club, the dim lighting reflected off the expensive mahogany table, and the air was infused with a subtle scent of cigars. Yin Teng sat deep within the booth, his fingers tightly gripping a teacup, beads of cold sweat forming on his palm. For years, he had wielded considerable influence in Sha-Nan, holding the position of steward within the Beastmaster Association. Usually, anyone who met him would treat him with utmost courtesy. Yet tonight, he felt as though he were perched upon a bed of nails, utterly uncomfortable. Seated across from him was the young man, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, yet his eyes bore an abyss-like coldness, exuding danger. Steward Yin, I've heard your life in Shan has been quite splendid, Ming Liao said with a light chuckle, swirling the red wine in his glass. The crimson liquid swirling like a pool of fresh blood. His tone was casual, yet an intangible pressure hung over Yin Teng, like a blade poised above his head, making every breath feel burdensome. Yin Teng forced a faint smile. Young Master Ming, you flatter me. You summoned me for a reason. He struggled to maintain his composure, but an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Ming Liao picked up the glass of red wine on the table, swirling it gently, and remarked nonchalantly, it's quite simple, the spirit contract method. Yin Teng's heart jolted. He was well aware of this scheme. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that if discovered, the Beastmaster Association would show him no mercy. He was not privy to the specifics of the spirit contract method, only knowing that it was a newly developed technique designed to enable an increasing number of individuals to become Beastmasters. It sounded appealing, yet the cost lurking behind it was unfathomable. The fact that this method was provided by the Spirit Master organization sent a shiver down his spine. He was all too familiar with their modus operandi. In a grave tone, he said, Young Master Ming, this matter carries significant risks. What? Are you unwilling? Ming Liao set down his wine glass, his gaze suddenly turning icy. Your son, Yin Tianzhao, is currently in seclusion, is he not? I've heard that his contracted beast has reached a critical moment for evolution. A buzzing noise filled Yin Teng's head, and his complexion changed dramatically. What do you mean by this, young Master Ming? Ming Liao smirked, slowly articulating, it's quite straightforward. Assist me in promoting the spirit contract method, and I can provide your son's contracted beast with the finest evolution resources, even grant you the ultimate contracted beast. He paused, his eyes turning frigid. But should you refuse, whether you will ever see your son again is another matter entirely. His tone was light, yet it pierced Yin Teng's heart like a sharp blade. Yin Teng abruptly stood, his face ashen, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Clenching his teeth, he struggled with the turmoil in his heart. His son, Yin Tianzhao, was his greatest hope. To nurture him, he had exerted every effort over the years, even descending to serve certain shadowy factions, and had nearly stepped into the realm of spirit masters. One misstep led to another, and now, his fate was tightly grasped by another's hand. He had no choice. Ming Liao observed him quietly, his fingers continuing to tap rhythmically on the table, his voice slow and deliberate. The choice lies in your hands. The air in the private room felt as though it had solidified. After a moment, Yin Teng took a deep breath, veins bulging at his temples, fists clenched tightly. His entire being was tense, as if he were about to resist, but ultimately, he slowly returned to his seat, lowering his head, his voice hoarse and defeated. I understand. Ming Liao smiled with satisfaction, raising his glass once more, swirling it gently. Now that is more like it. He lightly tapped the rim of the glass. The crimson liquid within swirling like blood. A pleasant collaboration. Chapter 70. The tremor in the Beastmaster realm. Yin Ting exhaled a deep breath, and when he lifted his head, the struggle in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a deep, brooding shadow. Ming Liao looked at him, a hint of a smile dancing on his lips. Speak. What shall we do next? Yin Teng inhaled deeply and quietly replied. The decision-making process of the Shainin Beastmaster Association is quite intricate. To smoothly advance the spirit contract method, merely my position as a steward is insufficient. He paused slightly before continuing. The decision-making power lies with the president, the vice president, and 8 stewards. Any significant resolution must be discussed in a steward meeting, requiring the support of at least 5 stewards, the vice president's nod, and ultimately, the president's approval. Oh. Ming Liao chuckled softly, tapping his fingers on the table, seemingly having anticipated all of this. In other words, as long as one controls enough stewards and the president, the spirit contract method can pass smoothly? Precisely. Yin Teng's expression darkened, although his power was not insignificant. He was merely one of 8 stewards and could not push for decisions single-handedly. He had to garner enough supporters. Those stewards who were unwilling to endorse the spirit contract method. They had to be dealt with. A storm was brewing. Within the seemingly calm Shainin Beastmaster Association, a covert cleansing was quietly unfolding. Yin Teng, under the guise of a private banquet, invited each steward of the association to meet. For those greedy and profit-driven stewards, he promised immense benefits, high-value spirit stones, top-tier contracted beast resources, and even hinted that they could cultivate more beastmasters through the spirit contract method, thereby expanding their influence. Soon, 3 stewards were persuaded to join his side. Yet, there were always those who could not be swayed by mere incentives. They had to be eliminated. Just 3 days before the decision meeting, the first opposing steward was found dead at home, the cause being a sudden heart attack. The official conclusion was old age and overwork. The next day, another steward encountered an unfortunate car accident on the way back to the association, plummeting off a cliff and dying instantly. The third steward resigned abruptly, citing a sudden family crisis, leaving Shainin under the cover of night, and has since been missing. In the span of just 3 days, 3 stewards opposing the spirit contract method had vanished. The remaining members, witnessing these incidents, fell silent in fear, ultimately aligning themselves with Yin Teng. 5 votes in support, achieved. In the high-level conference room of the association, Yin Teng sat calmly at one side of the long table. Though his heart was icy, he glanced at the president, Su Zhou, the man who held the real power in the Shainin Association, who had yet to voice his opinion. However, a hint of inscrutable meaning seemed to linger in his gaze. A slight smile crept onto Yin Teng's lips. He had already arranged for pressure to be applied discreetly. This old fox could not possibly oppose at this juncture. As expected, when the meeting reached the topic of the spirit contract method, Su Zhou pondered for a moment before finally stating, since the majority of the stewards support it, I have no objections. For 3 consecutive days, Fang Lin spent his time at home. The beasts in his spirit space, Sang Biao and Xiao Long, had fully absorbed and refined the thunderscale fruit and windhowl grass he had purchased. Truly, these were top-tier cultivation resources. After 3 days, both Sang Biao and Xiao Long had undergone qualitative changes in their strength and mastery of skills. Sang Biao, originally at the peak of level 2 and 2 stars, was just a step away from breaking through to 3 stars. In these 3 days, it had shattered the shackles of 3 stars, reaching the mid-stage of level 2 and 4 stars, while also mastering the skill Sky Wind Severing Slash to a minor proficiency. Despite only being at a minor stage, high-level skills were exceedingly rare in the 9th domain, and achieving such results in just 3 days left Fang Lin immensely satisfied. Xiao Long's growth had also matched Sang Biao's pace. It took just 1 day to fully absorb the energy from the Dragon Essence Crystal. After completing its bloodline evolution, Xiao Long made significant strides in comprehension, coupled with the enhancement from the Thunderscale fruit. Xiao Long not only matched Sang Biao's strength, but also mastered the advanced lightning skill Thunderclap Annihilation Claw to a minor proficiency. A slight regret lingered, as Xiao Long's wind skills and Sang Biao's lightning skills remained at the entry level for now. However, Fang Lin believed that with sufficient time, both would become dual-element masters in lightning and wind. Two level 2 and 4 stars contracted beasts, nearly invincible at their age, right? Haha. Yet, Fang Lin's joy was short-lived as he was struck by the news from outside. The Beastmaster Association has introduced a groundbreaking contract evolution technique known as the Spirit Contract Method, enabling even those with little to no innate talent to forge contracts with extraordinary beasts. The association has officially launched this innovative contract evolution technique, proclaiming, "Break through the contract bottleneck and unleash the limitless potential of your contracted beasts." Coupled with exclusive potions to enhance soul connections, this promises that anyone can become a Beastmaster. Fang Lin was utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? He momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation, repeatedly confirming the date. He had not traversed through time again. He had merely been in seclusion for 3 days. Yet outside, the world had transformed dramatically. The entire realm of Beastmasters had adopted a new way of life overnight. It seemed as if a deluge of newly minted Beastmasters had emerged in Shannon, with the class group chat buzzing with fervent discussions. Wow. Even the ordinary class has produced so many Beastmasters. Soon, the prestige of being a Beastmaster will diminish. What have we labored for all these years? Only to find it all meaningless in the end. Enduring hardship is what elevates a person, yet now it seems that enduring hardship leads one to be beneath others. Is this a cruel joke? Just a couple of days ago, I was ready to purchase a contracted beast, but hesitated. The next day, the prices skyrocketed tenfold. Tenfold. It's more outrageous than the housing market. Don't even get me started. The prices for various growth potions and nutrients have surged uncontrollably. They are utterly unaffordable. Previously, we could take out loans to buy contracted beasts, but now even potions and nutrients are being financed. It's as if the entire world is being burdened by Beastmaster debt. Don't hesitate. Hurry and find a scalper to make a purchase. Soon, it will be impossible to buy anything. Fang Lin's lips twitched slightly as he stepped outside and ventured to the bustling trading market in central Shannon. Indeed, the news reports had not exaggerated. The scene before him completely shattered his previous understanding. The contract beast trading area, usually spacious, was now teeming with people, overflowing with a sea of bodies. And all the stalls were lined with eager buyers and sellers, their voices hoarse from shouting. Even more astonishing was the price of contracted beasts, which had soared dramatically. The once common black iron and silver tier contracted beasts now commanded prices equivalent to those of platinum tier. The truly rare high-tier contracted beasts had become so exorbitantly priced that mere mortals dared not even approach them. Not only contracted beasts, but the prices of growth potions, gene serums, and other auxiliary items had escalated across the board, refreshing every few hours in a relentless surge. What exactly was this spirit contract method? And how had it seemingly appeared out of thin air to instantaneously alter the entire landscape of the Beastmaster realm? Chapter 71. The Transformation of Shannon. Fang Lin initially believed that the uproar surrounding the spirit contract method would soon subside, but in the following days, the unfolding reality exceeded all his expectations. The entire Shannon, and even the nearby Shandong, had been thoroughly disrupted by this sudden wave of universal Beastmaster enthusiasm. In previous years, only about 300 to 400 graduates from each high school class could truly become Beastmasters, while the rest could only watch enviously. After all, becoming a Beastmaster required innate talent, a quality that effort alone could not compensate for. Yet this year, within mere days, the number of Beastmasters among the high school graduates in Shannon had surpassed 1,000. Once an elite profession, the Beastmaster was revered as a paragon above ordinary people. And now, the streets were filled with newly contracted novices. Even students from ordinary classes were proudly showcasing their newly contracted beasts on social media, brimming with excitement. Haha, I've finally become a Beastmaster. My old man always said I lacked talent, but look at me now. I've made a contract too. No more envying those in the advanced classes, who isn't a Beastmaster now. Fang Lin quickly discovered that the spirit contract method was a recent technological advancement from the Beastmaster Association, priced affordably at just 10,000 federal coins. It allowed ordinary individuals to forcibly awaken and become Beastmasters. Moreover, he learned that by utilizing this method to forge soul contracts with extraordinary beasts, the contracted beast combat capabilities were enhanced by at least 10% compared to traditional methods. Even more astonishingly, the Beastmaster Association had thoughtfully introduced accompanying enhancement potions, which, when taken regularly, could promote stable growth in contracted beasts. However, these potions required long-term consumption. Upon reading this news, Fang Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. This Beastmaster Association was truly adept at generating profit. While the spirit contract method itself was not expensive, as most ordinary families could manage the initial 10,000 federal coins, The ongoing need for enhancement potions was where the association would truly reap its rewards. Wasn't this akin to a Beastmaster-themed nurturing game? Lure you in with a low entry cost, then sustain it through a pay-to-win model? The local Extraordinary Beast trading platform in Shannon quickly sold out of its inventory, yet the demand continued to surge. An increasing number of Beastmasters recognized the opportunity, forming mercenary teams and hunting organizations, flooding into the Extraordinary Beast forests to capture wild beasts and frantically supply the market. Just capturing a black iron tier contracted beast could fetch hundreds of thousands of federal coins, a windfall. In no time, the Extraordinary Beast forests surrounding Shannon transformed into a veritable gold rush. Fang Lin, let us go for a big score. On one fateful day, his close friend Luo Xing excitedly approached him, his face alight with enthusiasm. You've seen it. The prices for cultivation resources have skyrocketed, and relying solely on my family can no longer support a contracted beast. Why don't we head into the Extraordinary Beast Forest and make some money? The Extraordinary Beast Forest? Fang Lin raised an eyebrow. Luo Xing nodded eagerly, whispering, the market is wild for contracted beasts. Even black iron tier beasts have been swept clean. If we can catch just one, we could sell it for a fortune. He looked at Fang Lin, thumping his chest. Your contracted beast is formidable, and mine is no slouch either. If we gather a few reliable friends and hunt in the forest, we might even capture a silver tier beast. That could lead to overnight riches. Go ahead and form a team. I'll join you in a few days. If you encounter any extraordinary beast you can't handle, I'll step in then. Fang Lin's two contracted beasts had just leveled up, and he was eager to engage in some intense battles on the combat platform, leaving him with little motivation to hunt extraordinary beasts in the forest. Having already contracted mythic tier beasts, he felt no interest in black, silver, or even gold and diamond tier extraordinary beasts. Instead of risking his life in the forest, he preferred to adapt to the new combat style and explore potential new skill combinations with his contracted beasts. Moreover, he needed to find time to ask the leopard and the fat dragon about their higher-level origins. They should possess more intelligence. Fang Lin pondered silently. This spirit contract method had arrived too swiftly, too unexpectedly. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Ming Liao observed everything coldly. His crimson eyes glinted with a chilling light as he gazed through the screen at the ordinary people eagerly contracting extraordinary beasts. His expression akin to that of a predator surveying a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. A group of greedy and foolish individuals, he mused. The spirit contract method is indeed a remarkable tool. A sinister smile slowly crept across his lips. Second young master, a loyal subordinate in black bowed respectfully, his voice low and cautious. According to the schedule, we should see results in a month or two. Very well. Ming Liao nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as he surveyed his subordinate. Keep a close watch on him. He is still obedient for now, but should he stray from the path? As the grim Fang tightened his fingers ever so slightly, the air seemed to freeze in an instant, suffused with an oppressive aura of murderous intent. You all know what must be done. The black-clad subordinates felt a chill run down their spines and immediately bowed their heads in response. Yes. From the shadows, Grim Fang cast his gaze once more upon the newly appointed beastmasters displayed on the screen, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest, he murmured. At the battle platform, Fang Lin embarked once again on his audacious venture of challenging multiple opponents with a smaller force, provoking them recklessly to accumulate points. The familiar formula and taste remained intact, as he purposefully targeted those arrogant and formidable adversaries with bountiful scores. This time, he finally spotted the long-absent leopard and fat dragon. Leopard, long time no see. Why have you and fat dragon been absent lately? Fang Lin approached confidently and patted leopard on the shoulder, as he counted these two as his closest acquaintances on the platform, if not friends. Leopard was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. Ode Biao, I've heard you've amassed quite a few points recently. He cast a glance at Fang Lin's battle records, his eyes betraying a hint of curiosity. It seemed that during this period, Fang Lin's progress was anything but ordinary. He and Fat Dragon had already witnessed several of Fang Lin's battles, particularly the astonishing advancements of the ferocious Biao and the little dragon. Fang Lin shrugged. I owe it all to your assistance. Shifting to a more serious tone, he inquired, have you heard anything about the spirit contract law recently? The Beastmaster Association in our 9th domain has introduced this new contracting method, resulting in a surge of Beastmasters. Leopard's smile faded, his brows knitting in concern. I've received intel indicating that this new contracting method has appeared in some remote regions, but it has yet to manifest in the major cities. Has it not reached your area? Isn't the Beastmaster Association supposed to promote it uniformly? Fang Lin queried, perplexed. Given that the Beastmaster Association of Lanxing was supposed to be unified, why was there no coordinated action? Chapter 72. Fang Lin's doubts. From Leopard and Fat Dragon, Fang Lin learned that their local Beastmaster Association had not propagated the spirit contract law. What? Fang Lin was momentarily stunned, his eyes narrowing. Isn't the spirit contract law being implemented across all of Lanxing? Fat Dragon shook his head, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. All of Lanxing? You're overthinking it. In our region, the Beastmaster Association hasn't made a peep. Leopard added, we've conducted some investigation, and indeed, the spirit contract law has emerged. But primarily in remote areas, where resources are scarce and Beastmaster civilization is underdeveloped. Fang Lin's heart sank. So, it meant that only in Shannon and its neighboring cities had the spirit contract law been widely adopted? The remote regions were embracing it while the central districts remained indifferent? He furrowed his brows, sensing an unsettling atmosphere permeating the air. What were the intentions of the Shannon Beastmaster Association? To further confirm his suspicions, Fang Lin inquired with Leopard and Fat Dragon about the fluctuations in the prices of contracted beasts and cultivation resources. As expected, the resource prices in Shannon and nearby cities had skyrocketed, while other regions remained relatively stable, hardly affected at all. Damn, Fang Lin muttered under his breath, the unease within him intensifying. There was definitely something amiss here. That night, Fang Lin found himself somewhat distracted. Even though the little dragon and the ferocious Biao had performed magnificently on the battlefield, effortlessly earning him over 50 points, an underlying anxiety lingered in his heart. I hope I am merely overthinking this, he mused, yet he knew that vigilance was still paramount. Before exiting the battle platform, he spent 10 points to exchange for some cultivation resources. Although he still had some federal currency, the prices in Shannon had inflated several times over, rendering it unwise to spend excessively. These individuals were ruthless, manipulating the market to an outrageous extent in just half a month. He cursed inwardly, yet felt powerless to alter the situation. Removing his specialized smart glasses, Fang Lin rubbed his temples, his gaze contemplative. The emergence of the spirit contract law had alerted him to an unusual scent in the air. The peculiar maneuvers of the Beastmaster Association, the rampant inflation of resource prices, and the unprecedented increase in the number of Beastmasters all seemed to weave an invisible net, silently enveloping Shannon. However, he lacked sufficient information to deduce who was orchestrating all of this behind the scenes. Since he could not alter the situation in the short term, he resolved to strengthen himself further. Life returned to a semblance of calm, aside from the external commotion caused by the spirit contract law. Once more, Fang Lin immersed himself in training his 2 contracted beasts. He even pondered what kind of contracted beast he should acquire next, and what abilities it should possess. Half a month swiftly passed, and Fang Lin was heartened to see that the little dragon had nearly perfected the Thunderclap Annihilation Claw. While the wind-based, Heavenly Wind Slash had reached the introductory stage, the ferocious Biao was also keeping pace, mastering the Heavenly Wind Slash, close to perfection, and achieving great success with the lightning-based, Thunderclap Annihilation Claw. Both contracted beasts had attained the formidable level of 2-star 5. With less than half a month remaining before the official matches on the battle platform commenced, Fang Lin felt that he had caught up to the average standard. While there might still be a gap to the top competitors, he at least felt capable of holding his own. During the past half-month of training, Fang Lin had not been idle. In addition to providing the little dragon and the ferocious Biao with numerous high-level cultivation resources, he had also spent a considerable number of points customizing a soft armor for the ferocious Biao. Throughout the many arena battles, he had observed that the ferocious Biao was quite fierce, often engaging in exchanges of injury with opponents, resulting in many narrow victories. Were it not for the protective barrier beasts, the ferocious Biao might have sustained serious injuries. Fang Lin had also noted the equipment of other combatants in the arena, learning that many Beastmasters had customized soft armor for their easily injured contracted beasts. These customized armors did not impede the movement of the contracted beasts, but significantly mitigated the damage they sustained. By this time, the resources and armor should have arrived at the Beastmaster Association. Today, he would take a day off to retrieve these items. On this day, Fang Lin headed to the Beastmaster Association, prepared to collect the resources and armor he had purchased over the past days. The hall of the Beastmaster Association was bustling with activity, even more lively than it had been half a month prior. Fang Lin produced his identity wristband, scanned it, and entered the receiving area. At the counter, he presented the receipt information to a staff member. The staff member glanced at the records, a flicker of something unusual passing through their eyes before donning a professional smile. Please hold on. After a moment, Fang Lin's resources were retrieved, but the staff member did not hand them over immediately. Instead, they suddenly inquired, "May I ask about the source of these items?" Fang Lin raised an eyebrow, replying coolly, "They were given by friends from other regions." He did not wish to reveal the existence of the battle platform or the virtual eye. "Oh, The staff member displayed a knowing expression and asked further, "We need to ascertain whether you have any connections with Beastmasters from other regions. Have you discussed the spirit contract law with them?" Fang Lin's gaze turned slightly icy. "What does that have to do with you?" The staff member maintained their smile, yet their demeanor was noticeably less cordial than before. "That is not the implication. It's just that, to our knowledge, you seem to have been in contact with Beastmasters from other regions recently. We merely wish to clarify if you have mentioned the spirit contract law to them and why you did not procure your cultivation resources locally." Fang Lin's expression darkened. He astutely sensed that this was far from a routine inquiry. It was a targeted investigation. What heightened his vigilance was the question of why the Beastmaster Association would focus on his interactions with outside Beastmasters. Were they concerned about the potential exposure of the spirit contract law's promotion? Given that it had already become common knowledge, this might not be the reason. "Are you investigating me?" Fang Lin's tone was anything but amicable. The staff member smiled gently, maintaining a calm demeanor. "It is merely a routine investigation, after all. The current situation is quite unique, and the association wishes to ensure that all Beastmasters adhere to the established order. Furthermore, we would like to ascertain what information you have exchanged with the external Beastmasters." Fang Lin scrutinized the individual, deep in thought. It appeared that the Beastmaster Association was deliberately obstructing the flow of information from the Shannon region to the outside world. This was undoubtedly abnormal. Even though the Beastmaster Associations of different cities operated independently, in previous years, information had never been subjected to such restrictions. Yet now, they had begun to interrogate about communications with other regions. Containing his anger, Fang Lin replied, "The reason I do not purchase locally is simply that the prices have risen to exorbitant levels. The prices from outside are more affordable, so I naturally sought their assistance in purchasing. As for the spirit contract law, I am already a Beastmaster. Why would I concern myself with that?" The staff member scrutinized him, seemingly gauging the veracity of his claims, before eventually nodding in acknowledgement. "Very well, your resources have been approved for collection." Fang Lin accepted the resources and turned to leave. However, rather than feeling lightened by the successful exchange, his mood grew heavier. Chapter 73, The Competition Commences. As Fang Lin exited the association's doors, he stood on the bustling street, gazing at the throngs of people, his expression pensive. What scheme was the Beastmaster Association concocting? He recalled what the leopard and the fat dragon had previously told him, that the promotion of the spirit contract law was not widespread in other regions, having only appeared in remote areas, while Shannon and its neighboring cities had become the fastest to adopt this practice. Coupled with the recent inquiries, Fang Lin was nearly certain of one thing. The Beastmaster Association was intentionally isolating the flow of information in the Shannon region, even preventing its inhabitants from communicating with the outside world. What secrets were they concealing? His unease deepened. Just a few minutes after Fang Lin's departure from the Beastmaster Association, the staff promptly reported on his situation. "It's this kid again. Who would have thought he has connections with Beastmasters from other regions? I heard he has a grudge against the Spirit Masters. Let them handle it." After collecting the resources, Fang Lin prepared for the final preparations for the formal competition. Despite his numerous doubts regarding the association's actions, he understood that given his current abilities, his voice was insignificant and would have no impact. All he could do was enhance his strength and seek the best opportunities for growth within his means. With such a valuable opportunity for battle at hand, he was not about to let it slip away. Half a month swiftly passed, and Fang Lin occasionally kept an eye on the news outside. The turmoil caused by the promotion of the spirit contract law had gradually subsided, and the Beastmasters in Shannon seemed to have fully adapted to this new rhythm. During this time, the little dragon and the fat dragon primarily focused on skill enhancement, mastering the Thunder Annihilation Claw and Skywind Slash, and were adeptly coordinating with each other in team battles. Their strength had stabilized at the mid-level of the second-tier 5-star rank, making it relatively easy to secure a position in the top 20 among 300 talented individuals. Further advancement would require twice the effort, and he was uncertain about the upcoming competition process. That evening, Fang Lin donned his glasses and logged into the battle platform, where the virtual eye system promptly provided the arrangements for the forthcoming official matches. Each region's 300 talented individuals would be numbered and subsequently engaged in a chaotic battle mode, with the 200 who failed to advance in the first round being teleported out of the platform. The remaining 100 from each region would participate in 2 rounds of elimination through a lottery system, with each talent receiving only one opportunity. After 2 rounds, the top 25 talents from each region would be determined. Following this, the top 25 would draw lots, with one individual receiving a bye, leading to the final selection of the top 13. The virtual eye system would rank these 13 based on their prior performances. The individuals ranked 11th and 13th would have the chance to challenge the top 10, ultimately leaving each region with only the top 10 talents. Fang Lin took a deep breath. He would have to compete in a maximum of 5 matches to determine if he could secure a spot in the top 10. A daunting elimination rate indeed. Before the official competition commenced, all 300 talented individuals from Fang Lin's region had already gathered. This was the first time in many days that he had seen such a large congregation of talent. Even before the match began, the atmosphere beneath the arena was charged with tension and fervor. The leopard and the fat dragon were seated beside Fang Lin, with the leopard exclaiming, "From 300 to 10, that's less than a 3% chance of advancing." The fat dragon analyzed. They say that the 10 remaining will later compete alongside the top 10 from other regions, and the competition will only intensify. The leopard nodded. In previous years, there were only about 100 regions, but this year, there are rumored to be many prodigious talents emerging, estimated to be over 200 regions. When they converge, it will be a battle of over 2,000 top talents. Fang Lin furrowed his brow at this. The less than 3% chance of success was already staggering. And now there would be an additional challenge of 2,000 individuals competing for 300 spots. When calculated, it seemed that less than 1% of the SSS-level talents would gain entry into the most prestigious Beastmaster academies. True geniuses among geniuses. This was not a competition for ordinary talents, but rather a showdown of monstrous prodigies. The fat dragon grinned widely and patted Fang Lin on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, having so many participants has its advantages. A concentration of experts means a higher probability of top-tier resources appearing. Compared to the ordinary resources on the battle platform, those true treasures are what we should be vying for. Fang Lin's lips twitched slightly. He inwardly scoffed. Ordinary resources? To him, these were already exceedingly precious materials for cultivation, yet in the eyes of the fat dragon and the leopard, they were merely basic supplies. Nonetheless, he was filled with anticipation for the upcoming battles against higher-level talents. He couldn't help but glance at the two of them. Their backgrounds were indeed unfathomable. But soon, Fang Lin's attention was drawn to the murmurs around him. The surrounding Beastmasters were increasingly engaging in hushed conversations, and the hottest topic, without a doubt, was teaming up. "Bro, we've sparred before. Shall we team up? Add me as a friend if you're interested in forming a team. In chaotic battle mode, it's too challenging to go solo." Seeking reliable teammates, no dead weight. The entire hall was abuzz, with nearly everyone searching for allies. Fang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. This was understandable. The first round of chaotic battles would test not only individual strength, but also strategy, coordination, and, most importantly, the ability to band together. This was a brutal system of 300 to 100, and everyone possessed SSS-level Beastmaster talents, implying that the gap in hard power would not be vast. If one ventured in alone and was besieged by several opponents, they would surely become the first unfortunate casualty. In such circumstances, forming a dependable team would undoubtedly enhance their chances of survival. But the question remained. Here lies a virtual combat platform, where each individual manifests under a digital guise, with no one privy to the true identities that linger behind the screens. In the tangible realm, those of considerable influence may evoke trepidation, yet here, one's stature holds no sway. No one will extend courtesies based on who you are. Thus, the selection of allies becomes a formidable dilemma. Should one carelessly form a team? Encountering a saboteur who revels in undermining comrades could prove far more disastrous than an assault from adversaries. I seek allies. I implore the skilled to guide me. However, Fang Lin paid no heed to the clamor. He harbored no fears of being overwhelmed. The capability of these individuals to breach the barrier beast's defenses remained uncertain, and he was more inclined towards executing ambushes. Furthermore, he was unfamiliar with the people here, and he was loath to entrust his fate to the whims of chance. He began to meditate, akin to preparing for a significant examination in his past life, visualizing the myriad scenarios that Xiao Long and Seng Biao might encounter, contemplating how to respond with utmost efficacy. Chapter 74, The First Round of Chaos. As the crowd fervently debated team formations and strategies for the impending melee, the cold, mechanical voice of the virtual eye system reverberated throughout the hall. Ding, the official match commences. Rules are now unveiled. In an instant, all gazes converged on the virtual interface. Round 1, Chaos Mode. Number of participants, 300, with 200 to be eliminated, leaving only 100 to advance. Rules, no rules. The last 100 survivors on the arena shall emerge victorious. The kill count of each Beastmaster will be factored into the rankings of the top 13. Special note, in this round, if a Beastmaster or their contracted beast is slain, they will vanish from the arena. Yet this will not affect their safety in the real world. Countdown, 10 seconds, arena construction underway. No rules for the chaos. Fang Lin had contemplated merely surviving to the end, but given that kill counts would impact subsequent rankings, he found himself compelled to revise his initial strategy. Boom. As the hall reverberated with excitement, the arena space began to tremble violently. Amidst the astonished gazes of all, the previously modest arena expanded exponentially, multiplying to 100 times its original size in mere seconds. In the distance, dense forests erupted from the ground, their verdant canopies obscuring the sun. Towering mountains appeared abruptly, jagged rocks jutting out like razor blades, while steep cliffs exuded an air of peril. Rivers surged forth, lakes mirrored the virtual sky, and waterfalls cascaded from great heights, enveloping everything in a mist. This was no ordinary arena. It was clearly a miniature battlefield of otherworldly beasts. This arena had successfully simulated an entire terrain. Haha. Splendid. With terrain variation, our tactical options multiply. However, the rules are ruthless. In this lawless melee, anyone can eliminate anyone. After a brief moment of shock, a somber realization flickered in many eyes. The absence of rules signified that the weak, if acting alone, stood almost no chance of survival. With an elimination rate soaring to 2/3, this contest was far more brutal than anyone had anticipated. Countdown, 3 seconds. 2, 1. Match begins. Boom. Without any hesitation, the arena transformed into a veritable hellscape. Countless contracted beasts roared and charged, while beastmasters retreated, seeking cover or rapidly forming alliances. Fang Lin stood amidst the throng, his gaze swiftly scanning the battlefield. In just a few fleeting seconds, anguished cries echoed. Some were caught off guard and swiftly eliminated. This group remains entangled in their indecision? Fang Lin smirked slightly, his figure flickering as he silently darted toward the forest. The intricate terrain here was perfect for concealment. As he sped along, he transmitted thoughts telepathically. Xiaolong, follow closely. Sang Biao, remain stealthy and be ready to ambush at any moment. His strategy was simple: hide, ambush, and launch surprise attacks. Rather than engaging head-on with those clustered in groups, it was far wiser to seize the opportunity and hunt them down one by one. Fang Lin's silhouette flitted through the forest like a specter, his steps light and soundless, akin to a stalking leopard. Yet, just as he prepared to navigate around a rocky area, 3 figures suddenly sprang forth from the side, encircling him. Ha! At last, someone has isolated themselves. Brothers, advance swiftly and decisively. The trio positioned themselves above, their faces alight with evident excitement, having clearly identified Fang Lin as an easy target due to his solitary endeavor. Attack! Almost simultaneously, they unleashed 6 contracted beasts. Boom! A ferocious tiger roared, a thunder wolf charged, a 2-winged serpent hissed, a tricolored lizard leaped forth, a shadow bat circled above. And behind them loomed a hellish war gorilla, pounding its chest and roaring. The 6 contracted beasts, fierce and formidable, swiftly converged upon Fang Lin. Kid, this time you're as good as dead. Let us finish this quickly and deny him any chance to flee. The trio brimmed with confidence, assured by their numerical superiority in a 3-to-1 scenario. However, Fang Lin remained composed, a cold smile gracing his lips. How amusing. Xiaolong, go. Sang Biao, tear them apart. Boom. At Fang Lin's command, Xiaolong soared into the air, enveloped in crackling lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. Sang Biao stomped the ground, radiating ferocity, resembling an unrelenting killing machine. The 6 contracted beasts lunged forward. Fang Lin discerned that the 6 beasts ranged from a top-tier 2-star 5 level to a minimum of a 2-star 3 level. Truly impressive talent. Boom. The attacks from the 6 beasts, lightning, fire, poison, crashed against the bodies of Xiaolong and Sang Biao, forcing Xiaolong back several meters. Sang Biao narrowly evaded the shadow bat's strike, but was struck by the tiger's paw, also being forced back. The trio looked at Fang Lin, their faces adorned with victorious smirks. Friend, concede, you stand no chance. Oh, is that so? Barrier beast sliced the battlefield. Buzz. In an instant, a semi-transparent barrier suddenly expanded, enveloping the surroundings. The 6 contracted beasts instinctively sensed danger and attempted to retreat. However, it was too late. 2 barrier shields abruptly rose, entirely isolating 4 of the contracted beasts summoned by 2 of the individuals. What is happening? Damn it, what skill is this? The trio's expressions shifted dramatically, clearly unaccustomed to the combat platform and entirely unaware of Fang Lin's barrier beast tactics. Worse yet, the 4 contracted beasts separated by the barrier belonged to different masters. The 2 beasts ensnared within the same barrier, the thunder wolf and the 2-winged serpent, possessed inherently opposing attributes, rendering them incapable of perfect cooperation. The thunder wolf, specializing in lightning attacks, was ineffective against Sang Biao and Xiaolong, while its presence severely hampered the 2-winged serpent's mobility. Conversely, the 2-winged serpent's poison attacks, being area-based, limited the thunder wolf's actions as well. The trio was merely a hastily assembled team, lacking any semblance of coordination. If Fang Lin failed to seize this opportunity for a counterattack, he might as well resign himself to his fate. At that moment, the boundary beast did not falter either. It swiftly constricted the space of the barrier, leaving the Thunder Wolf and the dual-winged serpent without any avenue for maneuvering. Outside the barrier, contract beasts relentlessly assailed it. Yet no matter the ferocity of their onslaught, the barrier remained impervious. Little Dragon, Thunder Chain, Destructive Beast, Skywind Severing Slash. Boom! The violet lightning erupted, and the raging energy surged wildly within the barrier. In the next instant, the Thunder Wolf let out a wail. It was first ensnared by the Little Dragon's Thunder Chain, and then mercilessly shredded by the Destructive Beast's formidable wind blades. Meanwhile, the dual-winged serpent, similarly immobilized by the Thunder Chain and the barrier, could do nothing but endure the assault. Within less than half a minute, the three contract beasts coordinated seamlessly to expel the Thunder Wolf and the dual-winged serpent from the arena. How is this possible? My contract beasts. The two beast tamers watched in horror as their contract beasts vanished from the stage, their faces ashen. Chapter 75, First Victory. In that fleeting moment of shock, Fang Lin's voice resonated coldly, akin to a death sentence. Boundary beast, swap positions. Buzz. The energy of the barrier surged, transforming instantaneously like an invisible net, ensnaring not a human, but the shadow bat. This is bad, one of them exclaimed, his complexion draining of color as he shouted, Shadow bat, retreat quickly. But it was already too late. The shadow bat's attack relied on aerial maneuverability, allowing it to harass and exhaust the enemy amidst the vast battlefield, causing the destructive beast and the little dragon to repeatedly miss their strikes. However, now it was forcibly confined within the narrow confines of the barrier, its flying space utterly compressed. We must eliminate the opponent's aerial presence. Fang Lin's eyes glinted with cold determination as he commanded, Little Dragon, Destructive Beast, attack. Boom! The lightning erupted violently, and the destructive beast leaped into action, unleashing a howling wind blade. In an instant, the thunder calamity claw tore through the sky, striking down upon the shadow bat like divine retribution. Screech! The shadow bat emitted a tragic cry as the membranes of its wings were torn asunder by the thunder. Its body charred, and, with a cry of unwillingness, it transformed into white light, vanishing from the arena. Shadow bat eliminated. At the same time, the beast tamer of the shadow bat turned pale, realizing that his contract beast had been entirely annihilated. No, this cannot be. As white light enveloped him, his figure vanished from the stage. The remaining two beast tamers, witnessing the terrifying rhythm of battle from Fang Lin and his contract beasts, felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat pouring down. How could he be so powerful? His tactical coordination is beyond the capability of an ordinary beast tamer. We were far too careless. Regret washed over them, lamenting their failure to ascertain Fang Lin's combat style before rashly engaging him. Yet at this moment, they had no time for further contemplation. Boundary beast, shift the barrier. Fang Lin commanded once more, and the energy released by the boundary beast trembled violently. Buzz! The barrier that had ensnared the contract beasts instantaneously shifted its orientation, locking the two beast tamers within. What? This is bad. He is. Their expressions changed dramatically, hastily attempting to retreat. But alas, it was too late. A smirk graced Fang Lin's lips as his gaze sharpened like a blade, coldly declaring, I shall send you off the stage. Boom! The little dragon and the destructive beast struck simultaneously. The frenzied lightning erupted within the confined barrier, while the wind blades viciously cleaved through the space, akin to a cataclysmic storm of death, engulfing the two men in an instant. No! Their screams were abruptly silenced as the thunder and wind blades struck, transforming the two beast tamers into white light, completely vanishing. With that, the last three contract beasts on the battlefield lost their masters, trembling momentarily before gradually dissipating into white light. Generally, in confrontations between beast tamers, directly attacking the tamer is the most effective strategy. Once a tamer is killed, their contract beasts will perish as well. However, in reality, beast tamers maintain stringent defenses. Upon sensing an attack directed at them, they would immediately command their contract beasts to return for protection. Yet these two had let their guard down during a critical moment of battle, allowing Fang Lin to capitalize on their negligence. In less than 3 minutes, Fang Lin achieved his first victory amidst the chaos, securing 3 kills. At that moment, he noticed the remaining count of participants suspended above the colossal arena. Current remaining participants, 237. The competition continued. As the numbers dwindled, the opponents encountered would become increasingly formidable, with the likelihood of encountering teams lacking in actual combat prowess diminishing. Fang Lin did not linger for long. Instead, he ventured deeper into the forest, confident that aside from beast tamers with water-type contract beasts, the majority would choose to engage in battle within the woods. Deeper within the forest, where branches intertwined and shadows danced, Fang Lin marveled at the advanced technology of the virtual immerse system when he faintly heard the sounds of combat ahead. He recalled the little dragon and the destructive beast, concealing himself among the towering treetops, calmly observing the fierce battle unfolding below. Two teams were embroiled in a fierce clash. 6 beast tamers and 12 contract beasts creating a scene of utter chaos. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth, mingled with the tang of blood and thunder, rendering the battlefield akin to a purgatory of slaughter. Roar! A fiery red fire-mane lion unleashed a torrent of blazing flames, resembling a meteor plummeting earthward, crashing down upon its target. Simultaneously, the opposing thunderblade wolf reacted with remarkable swiftness, darting aside like a streak of lightning, and unleashed a ferocious bolt of thunder upon the fire-mane lion. Boom! The flames clashed violently with the lightning, igniting a shower of sparks and arcs. On another front, the rampaging rock elephant roared, its massive form charging forth, shaking the very ground beneath it, sending a wind-type contract beast, the swift shadow leopard, hurtling through the air. Bang! The swift shadow leopard tumbled through the air, crashing into a giant tree, blood gushing forth, its vitality draining. Its beast tamer's face paled in alarm as he hurriedly attempted to mend its injuries, yet the enemy offered him no respite. Die! The rampaging rock elephant charged once more, its tusks imbued with potent earth energy, ruthlessly piercing through the chest of the swift shadow leopard. Ow! The swift shadow leopard let out a mournful cry before disintegrating into white light. Simultaneously, its beast tamer's complexion turned ashen, his body stagnating for a moment before dissolving into specks of light, completely eliminated. On the battlefield, the first beast tamer was out in a mere 10 minutes. The situation had escalated to a fever pitch. Each team had lost one member, leaving 4 remaining, one gravely injured beneath a tree, and another locked in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy. Perish! In the center of the arena, a burly man, covered in blood, battled fiercely with his thunderblade wolf, which bore singed fur but continued to savage the opposing fire-mane lion with unbridled ferocity. The thunderblade wolf sank its fangs into the neck of the fire-mane lion, and a surge of electricity erupted. Crackling boom. The fire-mane lion was scorched black by the lightning, letting out a roar before disintegrating into specks of light. The last remaining adversary, bereft of his contracted beast, turned pale with terror, attempting to flee, but the burly man offered him no chance. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the opponent's abdomen. Bang! The beast master screamed in agony as he was sent flying, crashing against a tree trunk, spewing blood from his mouth, and gradually transforming into light, completely eliminated. Thus, on the battlefield, only the burly man and his teammate, a gaunt beast master, remained. The burly man gasped heavily, a charred scar from the lightning evident on his shoulder, indicating a serious injury. He managed a weary smile as he helped the recovering gaunt man from beneath the tree, his face a mask of exhaustion yet tinged with relief. We have triumphed. Let us depart. This place is no longer safe. We must find a suitable location to recuperate. With a stroke of luck, we may endure until the end. Chapter 76. Encountering a strong foe. However, the burly man remained oblivious to the cold smirk and mockery in his teammates' eyes. The gaunt man's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of icy indifference flashing in his gaze. Indeed, we have won. But I regret to inform you that I have no intention of sharing this victory. In the next instant, a glint of cold light flashed. Thud! The dagger in the gaunt man's hand plunged mercilessly into the burly man's heart. You! The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. Self-interest prevails. The heavens will punish the selfish. The gaunt man chuckled coldly, unhesitatingly withdrawing the dagger and delivering a brutal kick that sent the burly man staggering. Blood gushed forth as the burly man's complexion faded to a ghostly pallor, ultimately dissolving into light, vanishing from the arena. Thus, only the gaunt man remained on the battlefield, concealed among the treetops. Fang Lin had not anticipated witnessing such a riveting spectacle, as the gaunt beast master resorted to treachery against his own teammate to advance. Damn, I loathe those who betray. Fang Lin felt a flicker of sympathy for the burly man. Just as the gaunt man sighed in relief, a fierce gale suddenly swept in. What? The gaunt man was taken aback, looking up to see a bolt of lightning streaking through the night like a rent in the fabric of darkness. Boom! The lightning exploded. The violent wind blades sliced through the air like razors. The gaunt man's expression shifted wildly, trembling hands revealing his fear. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, he was engulfed by the lightning, the wind blades tearing him apart. A accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. His form was shredded by the tempest, transforming into white light, and he was utterly eliminated. Let this be my act of divine justice. If he had advanced and become my future ally, the devastation he could wreak would be unparalleled. Although Fang Lin believed there was little chance of intersecting paths with the gaunt beast master again, he had no desire to see such a person progress to the next round. Such self-serving individuals are a blight on any team, given the opportunity to thwart his advance. He bore no guilt. To his astonishment, Fang Lin's kill count surged by 6, reaching a total of 9, clearly indicating that all 6 members of the opposing team were credited to him. Current remaining number of participants, 194. However, before he could revel in his success, a light-hearted applause echoed in his ears. Clap, clap, clap. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. You are quite ruthless. Startled, Fang Lin turned abruptly to find a blond man standing a short distance away, a knowing smile gracing his lips. The man was tall and slender, his broad shoulders tapering to a narrow waist, his fitted combat attire accentuating his smooth, well-defined muscles. With a slightly unbuttoned collar revealing sharp collarbones, he exuded a languid yet regal demeanor. Fang Lin's gaze sharpened, a hint of wariness creeping into his mind. He had not sensed this man's approach at all. Had he chosen to ambush, Fang Lin would have had no chance to react. This fellow is undoubtedly a dangerous character. I share your disdain for the previous one's methods. Your ability to eliminate such threats is most welcome. You seem rather capable. Would you be interested in becoming my retainer? The blond man smiled at Fang Lin. A retainer? You must be joking. Fang Lin was at a loss for words. He had come to this world seeking vengeance and striving to reach the pinnacle. Becoming someone else's lackey would tarnish his resolve. Not interested, Fang Lin replied bluntly. Although he lacked the confidence to defeat the blond man, he was certain he could escape from him. Oh, the blond man's smile faded, and he replied, I advise you to reconsider. You are unaware of the power I represent. The power you represent? Why are there so many spoiled heirs like you around, thinking you are untouchable? Fang Lin retorted. The blond man now appeared somewhat irate, exclaiming, arrogance. It seems I must eliminate you from the competition. Eliminate me from the competition? Fang Lin smirked derisively. Just based on you? Indeed, just based on me. I hope your strength matches your arrogance. The blond man's demeanor shifted, shedding his earlier charm and smile, now intent on crushing Fang Lin from the competition. Fang Lin's expression darkened slightly, his muscles tensing imperceptibly, a surge of battle intent rising within him as he summoned his little dragon and the ghostly hound. What's wrong? No words? The blond man smirked, casually standing with his hands in his pockets, as if everything were within his grasp. He snapped his fingers lazily, his tone laced with mockery. Come on, since we VE crossed paths, let me test your limits. Boom. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted. Behind the blond man, a colossal dragon wreathed in flames strode forward, its body engulfed in golden red flames, warping the air around it with searing heat. Its wings unfurled as if to incinerate the very heavens, its crimson gold slit eyes locking onto Fang Lin's little dragon, burning with a bloodthirsty battle fervor. The Inferno Dragon. Simultaneously, an ice blue silhouette materialized in the air. It was a slender sprite surrounded by a soft blue mist, its skin glistening like ice jade, and its eyes resembling frigid glaciers. Devoid of any emotional fluctuation, as it raised a hand, the temperature plummeted, a fine layer of frost forming on the grass. The ice sprite. Inferno Dragon. Deal with that wind dragon. Ice sprite, restrain that big cat. The blond man's tone was indifferent, as if pronouncing fate. The battle was about to ignite. The little dragon lifted its head fiercely, thunder erupting from within, coiling around its body as it soared skyward in a flash of lightning. As a warrior race, the dragon clan would never back down from a challenge from one of their own. Likewise, the Inferno Dragon showed no signs of retreat, its massive claws pounding the ground. Flames billowing forth as it unleashed a torrent of fiery breath, the flames surging like an enraged dragon, directly colliding with the little dragon's unleashed lightning. Boom! Lightning and fire intertwined, a scorching wave engulfing the surroundings, scorching the trees in the forest to cinders, while the air crackled with the tumultuous energy of thunder. On the other side, Sang Biao was about to rush in to assist when he suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness envelop him. Crack! The moisture in the air instantly froze, and sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground like blades, aiming directly at Sang Biao's vital limbs. Swift shadow, Sang Biao growled, and in a flash of lightning, his body transformed into a mere afterimage, narrowly evading the onslaught of the ice shards. However, the assault from the ice sprite was only just beginning. Chapter 77, Confronting a Formidable Foe. The ice sprite raised a hand, and the surrounding winds whipped up a flurry of ice crystals. The power of freezing instantly spread, coating the ground with a thick layer of ice. Sang Biao slipped, losing his balance. Nevertheless, this did not inflict any substantial damage upon him, as he was clad in armor purchased by Fang Lin, which boasted formidable resistance and defense. Fang Lin's gaze turned icy as he swiftly assessed the situation. Little Dragon. Thunderclaw of Annihilation. Little Dragon leaped high into the air, lightning coalescing on its claws, as the violent wind pressure surged. In the next moment, it flapped its wings fiercely. A tempest of lightning, combined with the raging winds, surged forth like 1,000 thunderous blades, tearing through the air and heading straight for the infernal dragon. Humph. This suits my purpose perfectly. The golden-haired man chuckled softly, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Infernal Dragon, Lava Armor. The infernal dragon stomped the ground, flames gathering around it, as a layer of crimson lava armor swiftly enveloped its entire body, resembling a war god descending upon the battlefield. Boom! The tempest of thunder crashed against the lava armor, fire and lightning clashing in a frenzied dance, the explosive energy ripples sweeping in all directions. Yet, the infernal dragon remained steadfast, as if it were an indomitable monarch of flames. Both Little Dragon and the infernal dragon employed their most potent attacks, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, a cold glimmer flashed in the ice sprite's eyes as its delicate fingers gently pointed. In an instant, numerous tiny ice spikes materialized in the air, transforming into icy blades that shot towards Sang Biao with lightning speed. Sang Biao, lightning ball technique. Fang Lin commanded sharply, and Sang Biao erupted with energy, his body glowing with lightning as the furious electric energy surged within him. In the next moment, an explosive shockwave erupted. The lightning ball swept across the battlefield, shattering the ice spikes into countless fragments. However, as the ice shards were destroyed, they transformed into smaller ice needles, hurtling towards Sang Biao. Sizzle, sizzle. Although the soft armor blocked many of the ice needles, several still penetrated Sang Biao's body. Meow, Fang Lin observed, noting that Sang Biao had sustained multiple puncture wounds, bleeding profusely. His expression hardened as he rapidly analyzed the battlefield. Little Dragon was locked in a fierce struggle with the infernal dragon, while Sang Biao found himself entirely suppressed by the ice sprite. If the situation did not change swiftly, defeat would be inevitable. I cannot falter here, and I must retain sufficient strength for the upcoming battles. Taking a deep breath, he shouted decisively, "Barrier Beast, arise." Buzz. A translucent contract beast materialized from within him, radiating a ghostly azure glow, resembling a crystalline gem. As it trembled gently, the power of the barrier expanded instantly, creating an invisible shield that kept the poised infernal dragon at bay. The golden-haired man's expression shifted, taken aback that Fang Lin possessed a trump card that restrained his infernal dragon. Fang Lin smirked coldly. Now, it is your turn to lose a head. Little Dragon. Sang Biao, 2 against 1, eliminate the ice sprite. Little Dragon suddenly spread its wings, lightning flashing across its form. As the wind pressure surged, it transformed into a streak of lightning, diving swiftly downward. With a powerful flap of its wings, 2 Thunderclaw of Annihilation surged forth, the air tearing apart with a sharp sonic boom as they accurately sliced toward the ice sprite. The ice sprite sensed the impending danger and immediately raised its hand to unleash a wave of frost, forming a thick ice wall in a desperate attempt to block the attack. Bang! The Thunderclaw of Annihilation struck the ice wall with tremendous force, the terrifying thunder exploding forth, a storm raging as the ice wall barely held for a moment before collapsing. Although the ice sprite was also a mythical contract beast, it was at a distinct disadvantage against the assault of a top-tier dragon. The ice sprite was pushed back several steps, its form swaying slightly, and before it could mount a counterattack, a shadow had already arrived. Skywind Void Slash. Sang Biao's figure flickered like a specter, his claws entwined with lightning resembling the scythe of death, tearing through the air as the wind blades, charged with ferocious electricity, surged toward the ice sprite. Hiss! The ice sprite's pupils constricted, and it quickly raised its hand to unleash an ice shield. But Fang Lin's cold laughter echoed, "To block? In your dreams." Although the ice sprite managed to fend off Sang Biao's Skywind Void Slash, its back was completely exposed to Little Dragon. Meanwhile, the golden-haired man's infernal dragon continued to bombard the barrier with relentless ferocity. Little Dragon flapped its wings once more, the tempestuous power of thunder swirling with wind pressure, forming a terrifying vortex of wind and lightning that surged toward the ice sprite. At this moment, the ice sprite had no defenses whatsoever. Boom! Lightning and tempest intertwined, creating a violent whirlwind that engulfed the arena. The ice sprite was utterly trapped within the vortex of wind and thunder, unable to evade. Just as it attempted to break free, Sang Biao's Thunderclaw of Annihilation pierced through the ice shield, violently impaling its chest. Hiss! The ice sprite let out a wretched scream, and in the next moment, its form shattered amidst the ravaging lightning, dissolving into specks of white light, completely vanishing from the arena. Ice sprite eliminated. The golden-haired man's expression darkened, his fists clenching tightly as a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. He had not anticipated that Fang Lin would indeed rely on strategy to forcibly eliminate the ice sprite with a 2-on-1 approach. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his eyes on Fang Lin, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Interesting. Out of Biao, I shall remember you. We will settle our scores slowly. As those words fell, he issued commands without hesitation. Infernal Dragon, retreat. Boom. The Infernal Dragon flapped its wings violently, scorching flames surging through the air. It cast one last glare at Fang Lin before soaring high, swiftly departing from the battlefield. The golden-haired man turned to leave, decisive and unhesitating, without a trace of hesitation. As long as the green hills remain, I need not fear the firewood. He scoffed, his eyes filled with reluctance, but even more so with profound calculation. Fang Lin watched the retreating figure, his expression calm, choosing not to pursue. He was acutely aware that with the golden-haired man's strength, even a 2-on-1 scenario would require a significant price. And this was merely the early phase of the competition. Exhausting too much energy would be detrimental to the battles that lay ahead. As for the golden-haired man's threats and the forces behind him, Fang Lin remained untroubled. For at present, they were oblivious to his true identity. If Fang Lin did not reveal his contract beast, they would not recognize him in the real world. Regarding potential encounters in the future, Fang Lin was confident in his ability to confront them with sufficient strength. After seeing off the golden-haired man, Fang Lin recalled Sang Biao, who had sustained considerable injuries and required urgent healing in the beast space. With Little Dragon and the barrier beast for protection, he felt adequately secure. Fang Lin exhaled softly and glanced up at the floating numbers in the sky, 142 participants. In a short span of time, many had been eliminated, and this chaotic battle was proving to be more intense than anticipated. He did not rush into action, but leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, adjusting his breathing while observing his surroundings. Next, he needed to seize the opportunity to continue harvesting victories. He slowly extended his hand and gently patted the little dragon's head, then murmured, "First, find a place to hide and wait for the next opportunity." The little dragon let out a low growl, its golden pupils shimmering with the spirit of battle. Although it had fought fiercely, it was not gravely injured and remained brimming with energy. Chapter 78, The Top 100. Half an hour later, current remaining participants, 100 people. As the cold announcement from the virtual immerse system echoed throughout the arena, the battlefield fell into an immediate silence. The first round of chaos had concluded, with a total of 100 successful contenders moving forward. While all eliminated participants were to be teleported away, buzz, streams of light flickered as the defeated contestants transformed into white light and vanished, leaving only the 100 who had advanced. They stood or sat cross-legged, resting, while vigilantly surveying their competitors around them. Fang Lin exhaled a breath of stale air, clenched his fist, and felt the surging spiritual energy within him. In the last half hour, he had only rested for 5 minutes. For the remainder of the time, he led the little dragon and the barrier beast to eliminate another isolated genius, bringing his personal kill count to double digits. His gaze swept around, and among the top 100, he indeed spotted several familiar faces. The leopard and the fat dragon had enjoyed good fortune, both successfully advancing. Zhao Ritian, the fellow he had previously clashed with, bore numerous signs of battle damage on his armor, clearly having endured a fierce fight, yet he wore an arrogant smile, his gaze towards Fang Lin revealing a hint of battle intent. Not far away, a golden-haired man stood atop a large boulder, arms crossed and a playful smile lingering on his face. Upon noticing Fang Lin's glance, he offered a meaningful cold smirk. Humph. Fang Lin scoffed inwardly, but chose to ignore him. The system's voice rang out once more. The successful participants would rest for a day, with the competition resuming tomorrow for the top 10 elimination round. As the words fell, the arena gradually returned to its original size, and the remaining 100 participants returned to their respective seats. Are the other 200 simply expelled from the system? Someone inquired. Indeed. If we fail to reach the top 10 tomorrow, we will share the same fate. Sigh, how difficult it is to reach the top 10. My family has incurred significant expenses to acquire this virtual eye mirror, yet here I am, only making it this far. After exiting the combat platform, Fang Lin leaned back on his sofa at home, massaging his slightly swollen temples as he adjusted his state of mind. After an entire day of slaughter, his mental state was highly strained. Although the combat fatigue was not overwhelming, the prolonged vigilance had left his nerves somewhat weary. However, tomorrow would be the true test. From 100 to 10, a one-on-one elimination battle. Unlike the previous chaotic skirmish, this match would not allow for sneak attacks, mobbing, or betrayal by teammates. Everything would rely solely on individual strength to determine victory and defeat. No sneak attacks also meant no easy pickings. In the chaotic battle, he could utilize tactical intelligence to seize opportunities, but in a one-on-one confrontation, every match required him to exert his utmost effort, with no room for shortcuts. I have absolute confidence in reaching the top 20, Fang Lin mused, gently rubbing his palms together as he analyzed calmly. His contract beast's strength, his own combat skills, and even the barrier beast's unique abilities were sufficient to overwhelm most competitors. Yet, the top 10 would not be so simple. Those who could make it into the top 10 were almost all prodigies nurtured by major factions, possessing not only powerful contract beasts, but also combat experience, tactical awareness, and hidden trump cards that were far beyond the ordinary. However, at this stage, he did not wish to stagnate. Fang Lin took a deep breath, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. No matter who his opponent was, he would give it his all. Fang Lin glanced at the latest news from Shannon and noticed that many beast tamers were rushing deep into the exotic beast forest, rumored to be the habitat of astonishingly powerful exotic beasts, prompting numerous organizations to send people for capture. Astonishingly powerful exotic beasts? Ones with epic potential or higher. Fang Lin did not pay much attention to this news. He already possessed a contract beast of mythical potential and was not particularly concerned about this. As the time arrived for the next day, Fang Lin entered the combat platform punctually. At this moment, the atmosphere in the arena was drastically different from the previous day. The number of geniuses in Fang Lin's area had diminished by 2/3, creating a sparse environment. Gone were the chaotic clamor of yesterday, replaced instead by a heavy sense of pressure. Everyone was acutely aware that they had only a 10% chance of advancing. A slight misstep could lead to elimination. As long as they could advance, they would gain access to a higher realm, contend against true prodigies, and potentially acquire top-tier resources provided by the system, paving their path toward becoming stronger. Having come this far, even with slim hopes, no one was willing to give up. For many, this was an opportunity to leap over the Dragon Gate. Soon, the cold voice of the virtual immerse system resonated throughout the arena, randomly assigning each participant a number. Fang Lin received the number 34. He was unsure whether this number represented his current ranking, but in the ever-changing circumstances, anyone could emerge as a dark horse. In the first round of elimination, as each participant received their assigned number, they fixated on the enormous screen. They understood that the moment determining their fate was imminent. If they could be matched against weaker opponents, they would advance further. However, for those ranked in the top 10, drawing another top 10 competitor would simply be lamenting the unfairness of fate. Fang Lin surveyed his surroundings, noticing many familiar faces still present, such as the leopard, fat dragon, Zhao Ritian, and the golden-haired man he had previously clashed with. Each individual was taut with anticipation, awaiting the judgment of fate. The system is beginning to match combat lists. The mechanical, cold voice reverberated throughout the battlefield as the massive virtual screen began to scroll, a series of numbers flashing rapidly. Everyone was glued to the screen, fearful of missing their opponent. Combat lists have been generated. The icy mechanical voice echoed throughout the space, and all eyes were fixated on the enormous screen. The air seemingly solidifying, and even breathing became a cautious endeavor. The screen suddenly froze. Fang Lin's gaze sharpened as he quickly scanned for his assigned number, 34 versus 79. His opponent was 79. He swiftly locked onto a figure amidst the crowd, a young beast tamer clad in a black combat suit, his expression cold and indifferent. Fang Lin raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering internally. This individual, he had never faced before and had not even heard any information about him. All contestants have been matched, and the arena is now adjusting. As the system's notification rang out, the once massive central arena abruptly split apart, and amidst the flickering lights, it transformed into 50 independent arenas, resembling 50 battle stages suspended in mid-air. All participants promptly stepped onto their designated combat areas according to their numbers. Fang Lin moved forward, a faint ripple of energy passing beneath his feet, and in the next moment, he found himself standing atop his own arena. The arena before them was twice the size of an ordinary competition ground, enveloped by a delicate golden barrier, a protective shield established by the system to prevent external interference and ensure that the battles remained contained within the confines of their respective stages. Opposite him, the cloaked beast master stepped onto the platform, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixed intently upon Fang Lin. Chapter 79, the first round of elimination. 100 prodigies simultaneously appeared on their respective platforms. Fang Lin assessed his opponent, a rather inconspicuous beast master clad in black. The man's expression was impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion, rendering Fang Lin unable to glean any information. Internally, Fang Lin remained vigilant, a subtle smile of combat fervor curling at the corners of his mouth. Countdown to battle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fight begins. In an instant, the black-clad Beastmaster made his move. He swiftly retreated, his form akin to a tempest, clearly aiming to create distance and evade the close-range dominance of Fang Lin's contracted beast. Night Shadow Wolf, Phantom Crow, arise. A brilliant darkness erupted. As a massive wolf enveloped in shadowy fur leapt forth, its sharp claws gleaming ominously, emanating a chilling presence surrounded by dark violet energy mist, silent and predatory, like a beast of the night lurking upon the battlefield. Simultaneously, a shadow surged from the Beastmaster's shoulder. It was a completely black Phantom Crow, its crimson eyes piercing through the air. As its wings unfurled, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to warp, conjuring a chilling gale. Dark type, Night Shadow Wolf. Wind type, Phantom Crow. Upon witnessing these two contracted beasts, Fang Lin's expression sharpened. Ravenous Beast, Little Dragon, advance. In a flash of brilliance, the ravenous beast roared as it surged forth, its massive frame trembling the arena, muscles taut with a feral energy, while Little Dragon spread its wings, crackling with lightning, radiating an indomitable spirit. The clash of battle erupted instantaneously. Shadow Strike. The black-clad Beastmaster commanded in a low tone. The Night Shadow Wolf melded seamlessly into the shadows, its form flickering as it eerily appeared behind the ravenous beast. Be careful, Fang Lin barely warned, but the Night Shadow Wolf's claws had already lunged forth, infused with chilling energy, aimed directly at the nape of the ravenous beast. With a piercing sound, blood splattered as the ravenous beast roared in pain. Yet, in the next moment, its muscles convulsed fiercely, forcibly constricting, effectively halting the Night Shadow Wolf's assault. Attempting a sneak attack? Now it's your turn. The ravenous beast spun around, unleashing a primal force as it executed a furious charge directly toward the Night Shadow Wolf. Boom! The Night Shadow Wolf was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the arena, causing the ground to fracture. But just as the ravenous beast prepared to pursue, the Night Shadow Wolf's figure suddenly twisted and dissipated into a cloud of black mist. Its shadow clone, Fang Lin realized, astonished that even its clone could withstand the force of impact. This Night Shadow Wolf was indeed formidable. His brow furrowed. The true Night Shadow Wolf had already retreated into the shadows, lying in wait for another opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, Little Dragon had engaged the Phantom Crow head-on. The Phantom Crow circled in the air, its wings flapping as countless dark wind blades erupted, unleashing a tempest aimed directly at Little Dragon. Unfazed, Little Dragon crackled with lightning, its wings vibrating as bolts of electricity took the shape of a dragon, directly colliding with the oncoming wind blades. Thunderous Annihilation Claw. Little Dragon roared, as lightning surged and coalesced within its claws, suddenly forming a searing beam of thunder aimed straight at the Phantom Crow. The Phantom Crow's eyes narrowed, its wings fluttering fiercely as it transformed into a shadowy afterimage, eerily slipping through the thunderous assault. Shadow Wind Flash. This was a unique maneuver that fused shadow and wind techniques, allowing it to briefly enter a state of shadow wind, evading all physical and energy attacks just before they connected. Such rapid reflexes. Fang Lin squinted, clearly recognizing that the contracted beasts of the black-clad Beastmaster were exceptionally adept at evading attacks. Securing a decisive victory would not be an easy feat. He quickly analyzed the battlefield. Both of his opponent's beasts possessed an uncanny speed and evasive capabilities. However, the weaknesses of the Night Shadow Wolf and Phantom Crow were also glaringly apparent. They lacked defensive strength, focusing all their power on speed. With the ravenous beast's natural wind attribute, enhanced by its inherent traits, Fang Lin had no worry that it would not match up against the Night Shadow Wolf. Though the Night Shadow Wolf possessed an enigmatic cloning ability, as long as it initiated an attack, the ravenous beast would undoubtedly be capable of countering. After all, the clone's attacks would be incapable of harming it. The moment the Night Shadow Wolf attempted to strike, the ravenous beast would seize the opportunity to retaliate. In the duel between Little Dragon and the Phantom Crow, Little Dragon excelled in both defense and offense. Although it had also mastered wind-type skills, it could not rival the Phantom Crow in speed. Fang Lin instructed Little Dragon to remain still. Since they could not compete on speed, it could withstand the Phantom Crow's attacks, for its thick hide rendered it impervious to fear. As long as Little Dragon could endure until the ravenous beast dealt with the Night Shadow Wolf, victory was assured. Suddenly, in Fang Lin's line of sight, two Night Shadow Wolves emerged, attacking the ravenous beast from opposite directions. They appeared identical, their auras and expressions mirroring one another. The ravenous beast could only choose one to confront, and it was not one to hesitate. With a swift strike of sky-severing slash, it aimed directly at one of the Night Shadow Wolves. As a result, countless wind blades passed through the Night Shadow Wolf's form, merely a shadow clone. At that moment, The ravenous beast's most vulnerable limbs and head were entirely exposed to the true Night Shadow Wolf. Boom. The black-clad Beastmaster smirked slightly, confidently believing that the ravenous beast had been thoroughly suppressed by the Night Shadow Wolf, convinced that the outcome was already determined. However, contrary to his expectations, just as he thought he had cornered the ravenous beast, a dragon tail suddenly swept from above, striking the Night Shadow Wolf with tremendous force. Hiss! The Night Shadow Wolf let out a pained howl, akin to a shattered marionette, violently tumbling across the arena. It seemed that more than one rib had been broken, its dark violet energy fluctuating violently, making it difficult to rise again. Upon closer inspection, it was the tail of Little Dragon, descending from the heavens with the power of thunder, harshly slamming down upon the Night Shadow Wolf's form. Damn it! The black-clad Beastmaster's pupils constricted as he realized the situation had spiraled out of control. Simultaneously, the Phantom Crow's wind blades collided fiercely with Little Dragon's body. Swish! The wind blades grazed Little Dragon's scales, producing a sharp sound as they carved deep gashes across its hide. Yet, even so, Little Dragon remained undaunted, its scales shimmering with brilliant lightning, its formidable defenses rendering the Phantom Crow's attacks ineffective. What? The black-clad Beastmaster's eyes widened in astonishment. Utterly unprepared for Little Dragon's resilience against such a ferocious onslaught of wind blades without sustaining significant damage. At that moment, the ravenous beast did not disappoint Fang Lin. It swiftly adjusted its stance, suddenly stomping down, causing the entire arena to tremble. Thunder's quake. The ravenous beast rapidly accumulated electrical energy, then unleashed a powerful lightning-based attack. Arcs of electricity flashing as if the thunder god had descended, striking directly at the Night Shadow Wolf's body. Boom! Lightning surged forth like a furious tide, overwhelming the dark Night Shadow Wolf, which could no longer withstand the violent energy fluctuations. It was forcefully propelled away, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena, utterly incapacitated. The dark Night Shadow Wolf is unable to continue the fight. As the system's notification echoed, the expression of the black-clad Beastmaster turned ashen, fully comprehending that he was beyond redemption. Fury and resentment filled the Beastmaster's eyes, yet he had no time to resist, for in the next moment, the system's teleportation array swiftly whisked him away from the competition platform. Simultaneously, Fang Lin found himself transported to a seat below the arena. After a brief moment to gather his thoughts, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that many prodigies had already concluded their matches. Each bore a confident smile, evidently untroubled by their opponents, with battles that ended almost instantaneously. It was apparent that the disparity between them and their adversaries was vast, resulting in swift victories. Fang Lin murmured, his heart swelling with anticipation for the forthcoming challenges. Chapter 80. The second battle against Zhao Ritian. Following his victory over the first opponent, Fang Lin found no respite. Standing beneath the arena, he cast his gaze around, resting it on the faces of those who had advanced. Each expression varied. Some radiated brilliance, clearly having won effortlessly, while others appeared pale and unsteady, evidently drained by their recent encounters. The defeated prodigies had vanished from the battlefield, leaving no trace behind. Terrifying. Fang Lin mused inwardly. Those who had made it this far were indeed extraordinary. Although his previous opponent was no slouch, the gap between them and these true top-tier talents was significant. As time passed, 10 minutes later, all battles concluded, and the 50 defeated prodigies were unceremoniously teleported away from the combat platform without a moment's pause. Just then, a familiar figure approached. Well done. I didn't expect you to make it this far. Fei Long. Fang Lin turned to see the robust figure adorned with a hearty smile. Fei Long clapped Fang Lin's shoulder with a mix of surprise and admiration. Did the other 50 prodigies just leave? Where did they go? Fang Lin furrowed his brow, scanning the arena to find that those who had once stood beside him had completely disappeared. Indeed, they were eliminated, leaving the combat platform entirely. Fei Long nodded, his tone tinged with regret. You must understand, every individual standing here is a top genius from their respective regions. Alas, this place is brutal, a loss is a loss. And we scarcely had time to remember their names. Fang Lin fell silent, suddenly realizing that the competition here was more ruthless than he had imagined. However, as his gaze swept over the remaining participants, his heart stirred slightly. Several acquaintances of his had successfully entered the top 50. This indicated that from this round onward, each battle would escalate in intensity. Round 2, from 50 to 25, officially begins. The cold, mechanical announcement reverberated through the arena, instantly invigorating all present. I hope I don't draw too formidable an opponent, someone murmured anxiously. Yet Fang Lin merely smiled faintly. Regardless of who his opponent was, he would give his all. On the 25 platforms, 50 prodigies, some tints, and others composed, scrutinized their respective opponents. A massive luminous screen flickered, rapidly generating the combat list. When Fang Lin glimpsed his opponent's number, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Zhao Ritian. It was him. Zhao Ritian, with whom he had previously clashed, was the first opponent he had faced in his attempt at a 3 versus 2 strategy. He never anticipated that Zhao Ritian would reach the top 50. What are you doing here? Zhao Ritian also appeared taken aback. Fang Lin smirked, revealing a knowing smile. Have you devised a strategy to counter my 3-on-2? Or even 3-on-1 approach? He knew that Zhao Ritian had significantly improved over the past month, but so had he. Facing a former rival, he felt a considerable psychological advantage. He had no qualms about employing the same strategy of numerical superiority again, as it would exert tremendous pressure on his opponent. Humph. Zhao Ritian's expression darkened. Facing Fang Lin again left him feeling utterly frustrated. His improvements over the past month had been substantial, and the strength of his contracted beast had also surged. Yet, his opponent remained the same, and Fang Lin's unscrupulous tactics had not changed one bit. As long as I can breach the barrier, victory is mine. Zhao Ritian inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. During their last encounter, Fang Lin's tactics had been quite vexing, and this time he had to give it his all to avoid another catastrophe. Without hesitation, he summoned his 2 contracted beasts, the Xianjia turtle and the hellhound. The Xianjia turtle, a defensive-type beast of the earth element, boasted an exceptionally hard shell and remarkable durability, capable of temporarily enhancing its defense, serving as a mobile fortress on the battlefield. The hellhound, a ferocious combat-type beast, possessed dual talents of flame and tearing, with tremendous explosive power. When facing enemies, it could unleash frenzied attacks of differing attributes simultaneously, rendering it a formidable opponent. However, just as Zhao Ritian's eyes blazed with determination, Fang Lin smirked, maintaining his familiar posture, and with a flick of his hand, 3 beams of light materialized instantaneously. Sangbiao, Xiaolong, Barrier Beast, 3-on-2, the familiar taste, the familiar formula. Zhao Ritian's face darkened, his fists clenched with a creaking sound, his mind swirling with 1,000 expletives. During their previous encounter, his contracted beasts had clearly outmatched Fang Lin's, forcing Fang Lin to rely on the barrier beast to stall for time, while Sangbiao and Xiaolong took them down one by one. Yet this time, both sides' contracted beasts stood on equal footing, each at the second-tier 5-star level. Theoretically, this battle should have been a fair contest, with both sides clashing head-on. But unfortunately, Fang Lin had that infuriating barrier beast. This guy has no sense of martial ethics. Zhao Ritian seethed, nearly cursing aloud. The battle commenced. Fang Lin wasted no time. Employing the same strategy as before, the barrier beast struck, instantly dividing the battlefield. The transparent barrier descended with a thunderous crash, separating the Xianjia turtle from the hellhound. Zhao Ritian's eyes widened in disbelief, his composure shattering completely. Damn it, not again. Xianjia turtle? Hellhound. Why does this scene feel so familiar? In the next moment, Sangbiao and Xiaolong surged into the barrier, launching a relentless assault on the Xianjia turtle. Even though the Xianjia turtle's defense was astonishing, it could not withstand the relentless bombardment from these 2 for long. It was soon sent flying by Xiaolong's powerful tail, its shell dented, rendering it incapable of continuing the fight. Zhao Ritian's eyes brimmed with fury, yet he could do nothing. Outside the barrier, the hellhound, which had been poised to charge into battle, could only glare with blood-red eyes, anxiously howling in frustration, unable to breach that accursed barrier. Once the Xianjia turtle was eliminated, the barrier dissipated, and the 3 contracted beasts swiftly converged, launching a brutal assault on the hellhound without a moment's hesitation. Damn it! Zhao Ritian's composure shattered completely. The hellhound, a formidable beast, was left with nothing but the prospect of defeat. It could be said that Fang Lin's contract beast sustained no harm whatsoever throughout the match. Zhao Ritian stood frozen in place, his complexion a ghastly shade of gray. The match has concluded. In a flash of white light, Zhao Ritian was transported away from the battle platform. In the second round of the knockout stage, Fang Lin easily overcame his opponent, advancing smoothly into the top 25. Only 1 or 2 matches remained. Chapter 81, The Fortunate Fang Lin. 10 minutes later, only 25 prodigies remained in the arena. At this moment, those still standing on the battle platform were all elite beings, each a standout who had emerged victorious from countless fierce encounters. A palpable tension hung in the air as 25 pairs of eyes exchanged glances, silently assessing their upcoming adversaries. Fang Lin surveyed the crowd, his gaze quickly landing on familiar figures: the leopard, the fat dragon, and that blonde man. Remarkably, all 3 had made it into the top 25. To Fang Lin's surprise, Although he was aware of the fat dragon and leopard's formidable backgrounds, he had not anticipated that their inherent strength would reach such heights. These individuals were not merely reliant on their family legacies. Just then, a familiar voice broke through. The blond man sauntered over, his gaze fixed on Fang Lin, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, radiating an air of undeniable arrogance. I shall offer you one last opportunity. Follow me. The family behind me can provide you with all the cultivation resources you desire. If you are willing to submit, your future will be devoid of limitations. This guy again. Fang Lin rolled his eyes and retorted unceremoniously. Are you ever going to get tired of this? All right, then I'll extend an opportunity to you. Follow me. Although I can't offer you anything at present, rest assured, whenever I have a morsel of meat, you will definitely get your share of the broth. The blond man's expression froze instantly, his eyes twitching with fury. You, he exclaimed, clearly incensed, taking a deep breath before scoffing coldly. You had better pray that you do not encounter me in the upcoming matches. Otherwise, you will be shamefully forced to return to your hometown. Fang Lin shrugged nonchalantly. At this point, the fat dragon and leopard, having overheard the commotion, approached directly, their gazes sweeping between the two. The leopard raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the blond man with a playful tone. What is this, Fang Lin? Are you trying to recruit the Odibio brothers? Get lost. The blond man snapped coldly, showing no regard for the leopard and fat dragon. The leopard narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile gracing his face. Is that so? Just who do you think you are? A mere second-generation heir daring to act so brazenly? Do you really believe no one can rein you in? The air crackled with tension. Fang Lin stood by, intrigued as he observed the standoff between the leopard and the blond man, pondering to himself. These two must have known each other long before in the real world, perhaps harboring considerable animosity. However, that had nothing to do with him. Regardless of their quarrels, he still had his own matches to contend with. Time for a break. 20 minutes later, the cold, mechanical voice of the virtual eye system echoed once more. The draw for the third round is about to commence. Beams of light illuminated the battle platform, each contestant's number flickering rapidly on the virtual screen before finally settling. Number 34, Abai? Fang Lin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the screen's result, but soon a smile crept across his lips. He had drawn Abai, directly advancing. In the next moment, a wave of commotion erupted on the platform as the gazes of numerous prodigies turned towards Fang Lin. This lad was extraordinarily fortunate. He had directly advanced to the top 13, a tremendous stroke of luck. Many whispered amongst themselves, their tones tinged with envy and jealousy. After all, this round was meant to filter 25 individuals down to 13, and Fang Lin was the sole contestant to draw the only bye, effectively skipping a match and effortlessly stepping into the top 13. Fang Lin shrugged, feigning innocence as he looked at the others. Please don't look at me like that. I was merely forced to advance. Upon hearing this, a few prodigies' expressions darkened slightly. You're really good at annoying people, aren't you? They thought. Yet they knew that no matter how much they complained, a bye was a bye, and the rules were the rules. Meanwhile, the remaining 24 prodigies had already been matched by the system, pairing off for battle. The virtual eye system's voice resounded once again. The third round officially begins. Fang Lin also had the opportunity to observe the battles of other prodigies. Previous matches had occurred simultaneously, leaving him no time to familiarize himself with his competitors. Boom. The platform shattered, revealing 12 new battle arenas, where the 24 prodigies leaped onto their respective stages, combat erupting instantaneously. Kill. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy reverberated. Elements intertwined, ferocious beasts roared, thunder, gales, flames, and frost wreaked havoc, transforming the battlefield into a veritable hellscape. Standing beneath the platforms, Fang Lin crossed his arms, watching the fierce confrontations with keen interest. The intensity of these battles was evidently far superior to the previous two rounds. Fang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Those who had made it into the top 25 were the cream of the crop. As they fought, there was no holding back, and each battle was exceptionally fierce. On a distant platform, the blond man was engaged in combat with a beast master specializing in lightning. Initially, the two were evenly matched, and Fang Lin mused that if he did not deploy his contract beast, confronting these opponents directly would indeed prove quite challenging. Recognizing his own shortcomings, Fang Lin found direction and motivation for his efforts. Lightning and wind attacks were somewhat limited. If he could achieve multi-elemental synergy, there would be far more possibilities in his approach. It was time to seek out his next contract beast. On another platform, the fat dragon's combat style was even more brutal. His contract beast was a gargantuan rock-armored barbarian dragon, akin to a battlefield juggernaut, violently charging forth and sending his opponent's beast flying. His battle style was nothing short of a relentless onslaught. This guy was practically a human bulldozer on the battlefield. Fang Lin thought, shaking his head in amazement. The Leopard-S golden-scaled giant lizard had made remarkable progress since 2 months ago, now boasting a strength of level 2. 6 stars, while another fire-type phoenix dominated the skies, applying substantial pressure to their opponents. Fang Lin stroked his chin, forming a basic understanding of the remaining strong contenders. As time trickled by, the battles escalated to a climax. Boom! With the conclusion of the final match, the platforms gleamed, revealing the 12 victors. Their numbers inscribed upon the screen. The third round has concluded. With the announcement from the virtual eye system, only 13 prodigies remained on the platform. Fang Lin glanced around and found that the fat dragon, leopard, and the blonde man had all indeed advanced, while the other victors were also formidable competitors. Each a challenging opponent. Top 13, indeed. At this moment, the virtual eye system began ranking the participants based on their performances during the chaotic battles. Among the remaining 13 prodigies, Fang Lin is ranked 10th, teetering on the precipice of contention, fully aware that he will undoubtedly become a target for others' challenges. Had he known, he would have dispatched a few more opponents during the melee.